At this moment, countless lightning tribulations struck down from the sky over the Qingyun continent. A figure unexpectedly leaped onto the lightning platform, reaching its highest point. For tens of thousands of years, he has weathered countless lightning strikes. Today, all he needs is to channel the void tribulation lightning to break the seal on his dantian. Looking down from his high vantage point, the Qingyun continent is suffering the wrath of the Thunder God. He holds his sword, pointing it towards the lightning bolts. Our protagonist shouts loudly, "Jiyu Xuanchen!" I can finally break through the Qi refining realm, which has remained unchanged for so long. The thunder kept rumbling, deafeningly loud. They z-zap, z-z-zap, z-z-zap, z-zap. Jiyu Xuanchen's disciples also appeared and called out, "Master!" A girl hastily knelt down. "Forgive this incompetent disciple for failing to suppress my sensing of the lightning tribulation." She is the third disciple, Ziwei Empress. The next two also spoke up. "Master, this is very dangerous. Please reconsider." That is the first disciple, Tianjie Ancestor King, and the second disciple, Long Ying Daozun, along with the 10th disciple, Xiao Yao Martial Emperor, are also present. Jiyu Xuanchen stood atop the lightning platform, looked at his disciples, then said, "That's enough, my children. You all could have ascended to the sacred realm long ago. Ultimately, it's because of me that you've remained on this Qingyun continent for thousands of years." They all replied in unison, "If it weren't for Master, how could we have become emperors? We disciples vow to use our cultivation for our entire lives to help Master break the ancient Dantian seal." Jiyu Xuanchen was profoundly knowledgeable. There was nothing he didn't know about martial arts and formations. Over tens of thousands of years, he had nurtured countless renowned figures on the Qingyun continent. His tale, however, began with a mysterious seal he carried from his mother's womb. His cultivation could only stay at the Qi refining realm. His gaze turned towards the fierce lightning strikes descending. He resolutely declared, "Using thunder and lightning to break the seal is the last method I can think of. My mind is made up. Today, I will either break the seal or die." Just at this moment, the storm thunder god appeared, bringing with it bolts of lightning, charging straight towards Jiyu Xuanchen. Flying off the peak of the lightning platform, he charged towards the storm thunder dragon with a furious expression. "Come on!" The thunder dragon opened its mouth to attack, as two sources of power were about to collide. It intended to swallow Jiyu Xuanchen whole. Around it there were also bolts of blue lightning. The thunder dragon opened its eyes wide, emitting an immense aura as it attacked him. His 10 disciples, seeing that scene, immediately reassured the others. "Senior brothers and sisters, rest assured, Master's abilities are extraordinary. He will definitely be able to handle this lightning formation." Ziwei Empress exclaimed in a bewildered tone, "Master, I can't believe Xuanchen was struck by lightning, his skin all burnt." The disciples cried out in horror, "Master!" He fell into the abyss of eternal damnation, blaming his fate helplessly. After trying for 10,000 years, was it all for naught? Jiyu Xuanchen's body slowly dissolved into nothingness. He cried out in pain, "I won't accept this." 700 years later, on a night filled with crashing thunder and lightning, within a grand estate, it was the Luo family's estate. Deep within the Luo family's dungeon, Jiyu Xuanchen, covered in wounds, was chained to a stone wall. A bucket of water was splashed directly onto his face, but he remained unconscious, not moving an inch. The subordinate immediately reported to the woman, "Eldest miss, what should we do? This man is still unconscious." The girl on the chair, with a disdainful expression, said, "Fine then. After all, everything of the Jiyu family now belongs to us." She approached, grabbing Jiyu Xuanchen's hair and pulling him up. With one hand, she gripped Xuanchen's head, and with her other hand, she covered one of her own eyes and seemed to be absorbing something. It turned out she had extracted a mystical rune from Xuanchen's body, examining it thoroughly before speaking. The Emperor's scripture is merely an incomplete page, and this sword art is utterly useless. What a waste of this Mrs. Effort, acting for so long. She then released the unconscious Xuanchen. She turned and left, not forgetting to order her subordinates to drag him out and feed him to the dogs. The subordinates immediately obeyed, throwing Jiyu Xuanchen deep into a forest in the dead of night. His body, still bound by chains, lay waiting for animals to tear him apart. Suddenly, a light from nowhere entered his head while he was on the verge of death. Jiyu Xuanchen suddenly opened his eyes and awoke. It was none other than Jiyu Xuanchen from 700 years ago, who had been struck by lightning, his bones shattered and flesh mangled. Now, he had reincarnated into the body of an unfortunate young man. Fragments of memories were continuously loaded into Xuanchen's head. He exclaimed, "I can't believe I've reincarnated into this body. Back then, when the lightning tribulation destroyed my body, luckily, my remnant soul managed to escape in time, which allowed it to preserve a spark of life, a faint one, Until now, my 700-year-old soul power finally managed to enter the body of this good-for-nothing from the GU family. He was waiting to awaken the memories of his previous life. Xuan Chen took a deep breath, absorbing spiritual energy. Touching his belly, he immediately exclaimed with joy, "The good news is, the seal that imprisoned me for tens of thousands of years has also been lifted." He slowly stood up, walking through a land where human bones were piled high. He thought to himself, according to this guy's memories, the Luo family is a powerful force, and they've been coveting my GU family's sword arts. He repeatedly recalled the memories of this life to protect himself. The GU family decided to use the ancient sword art as a condition. Follow me into the Luo family as a live-in son-in-law. Recalling the terrible things the Luo family had done, he was startled. Then, on their wedding night, my wife, Luo Sheng Shui, seized the sword art, destroyed my dantian, and crippled my cultivation. She even heartlessly told me to die. He was thrown into the dungeon and tortured daily. He hastily wiped the bloodstains from his face. GU Xuan Chen flashed a smile, his eyes burning with hatred. "Then I'll play along with you all, right here in the GU family's main hall." The girl kneeling below said anxiously, "Great clan elder, Wu Han doesn't want to marry." The elder immediately said, "Young Master Ling himself came here today because he highly values you. It's not for you to refuse." The girl who just objected was GU Xuan Chen's younger sister, GU Wu Han. "The entire GU family has already agreed to this marriage for you. The one pressuring you, sitting in the highest seat, is the GU family's great clan elder, GU Haiba." GU Wu Han's eyes welled with tears that streamed down her face. The plump man sitting next to him also spoke up. "Ha ha ha! I didn't come here today to ask for your permission. If your GU family has no one else, he has the young master of the Ling family." Lingba, holding 2 jade artifacts, laughed and leered at Wu Han. "This fella, he's practically drooling. I'll shower you with love in their place." Lingba promptly ordered his men to take her away. 2 soldiers stepped forward. They roughly dragged the girl, Yuhan, who desperately pleaded for mercy. "No, don't!" Just then, 2 stones flew out of nowhere. Those 2 henchmen instantly went to meet their ancestors. They collapsed to the ground, much to everyone's utter shock. Miss Haiba's eyes widened warily. The one who had thrown the stones walked closer, still holding a rock, and spoke. "Who dares utter the GU name and claim we have no one?" Turns out, it was GU Xuan Chen who had just been reborn into his body in this lifetime. Everyone was utterly shocked and frightened to see him suddenly appear. This was right after he had effortlessly dispatched Lingba's 2 soldiers. Xuan Chen stepped into the fray, his eyes, sharp as blades, surveying the situation. Upon seeing him, Yuhan immediately ran and flung herself into his arms, crying, "Big brother!" He merely offered her a comforting smile. "You're back, big brother. Please take care of the rest." The nearby Lingba, seeing him, immediately stood up and unleashed a torrent of insults. I wondered who it could be. Turns out it's just GU Xuan Chen, the GU family's good-for-nothing, who was locked away in the dungeon for 2 whole years. As soon as you crawl out, you're eager to court death, eh? Behind him, his armed subordinates awaited orders. He stroked his beard and continued. "Perfect timing. Tonight, I'll make you kneel there and watch me and your little sister." Drawing his sword with one hand, Langba arrogantly charged forward. "With Big Brother by my side, watching me, I'm sure I'll perform even better." Xuan Chen reached out his hand towards the nearby guard. Instantly, his sword flew out of its sheath, making him exclaim in shock, "My sword!" Xuan Chen, with one hand, embraced Wu Han. With his other hand, he caught the guy's sword. A swift sword stroke cut through the air, taking one of Langba's arms. The fellow couldn't react in time. His face filled with terror. His arm flew off, severed from his body. He fell, lying motionless on the ground. The old elder immediately stood up, frantically scolding, "Xuan Chen, have you gone mad?" Xuan Chen's face remained impassive as Elder Haiba immediately swooped down from above. After examining Langba's condition, he furiously said, "How dare you injure young Master Lang? Are you trying to destroy the entire GU family to be satisfied?" Looking at him with disdain, Xuan Chen replied, "Destroy the GU family? Towards your own, you're fierce as wolves. Towards outsiders, you're timid as dogs. A mere junior from the Lang family forces you to fawn and flatter. Who is truly destroying the GU clan right now? Come forth. It seems I've hit a raw nerve." GU Haiba's eyes widened, sweat trickling down his cheeks. GU Haiba looked at Xuan Chen, admitting, "Indeed, we've been far too cowardly. However, for you to dare speak to me in such a manner, you've truly gone too far. Today, I'll eliminate a rebellious, unrighteous beast like you to atone for young Master Ling. As he spoke, he drew his sword and charged directly at Xuan Chen. He unleashed a wave of sword energy towards Xuan Chen. Jiyu Xuan Chen easily parried Old Man Haiba's attack with a swing of his own sword. Two streams of blue and yellow sword energy clashed together. With a single sword strike, Xuan Chen completely countered Jiyu Haiba's heavenly net sword art technique. He was astonished by Xuan Chen's technique. "Your sword intent!" Jiyu Haiba gasped, staring at him. Xuan Chen spoke. "Old Man Hai, you've lived long enough. It's time for you to depart." Upon hearing Xuan Chen's words, Jiyu Haiba's eyes widened in utter shock. Immediately, he unleashed a single sword strike towards him. Jiyu Haiba took the full force of the blow, unable to stand his ground, and toppled backward. Then, he screamed in agony. With just one sword strike, Xuan Chen sent him to meet his ancestors. Jiyu Haiba lay motionless on the ground. Blood splattered around him. This left the onlookers utterly terrified. No way. Clearly, Jiyu Xuan Chen is only at the Qi refinement realm. How could he kill the Spirit Realm Grand Elder? A subordinate of the Jiyu clan immediately said, "Third Elder, did you see his Emperor's scripture earlier?" The hooded man closest to the battle was the Third Elder. Jiyu Haifei broke out in a sweat, deep in thought. The Emperor's scripture is an Emperor Realm cultivation method, which every martial artist, upon reaching the Heavenly Dao Emperor Realm, will absorb and comprehend their own martial Dao, merging it to form either a cultivation technique or a martial skill, a sword art, to suppress enemies across the world. According to my speculation, the ancient Emperor's scripture, the sword art that the Jiyu clan has cultivated for generations, was created by the legendary sword Dao genius, Jingtian sword, Emperor Qin Tian. It's just a pity that the sword art passed down to this generation is only an incomplete version. Because of this, our Jiyu clan has steadily declined. Jiyu Xuan Chen's sword intent earlier. Could it be that he found the complete sword art, and even comprehended its true essence? Xuan Chen is holding Wu Han in his arms, comforting her. "Don't worry, it will be over soon." Xuan Chen pondered. It seems the incomplete page in the original host's mind of this body is their family's Emperor's scripture. When I used it earlier, I felt a very familiar aura. This sword art was probably left behind by Xiao Tian. He smiled contentedly. I truly didn't expect. 700 years later, my disciples' imprints would be everywhere. It's just, why are there only incomplete pages left? Could Xiao Tian's descendants have fallen to such a state? When I reincarnated, my mind held countless profound martial arts principles and imperial scripture cultivation methods. But the power of this body is too weak, insufficient for proper cultivation. Forcibly using the imperial scripture won't last long. He gave the three elders a sharp look, thinking he had to win decisively. Jiyu Haifei immediately pointed at him and said to his subordinates, "What are you all still standing there dumbfounded for? Xuan Chen has grasped the true meaning of our family's sword art. Besides him, who else could be the head of this family?" Immediately, they all knelt before Xuan Chen and hailed him. "We, your subordinates, respectfully welcome the family head's return." Seeing their reaction, Xuan Chen immediately said, "Oh, very good. You all are sensible. That saves me some effort." Later that night, in the Jiyu family, someone spoke up and asked the three clan elders, "Are we really going to let that Jiyu brat, Xuan Chen, become the family head?" A kneeling subordinate questioned the three elders. His actions today have offended two great clans, the Luo clan and the Ling clan. Then Jiyu Haifei revealed his plan, telling them to make him the leader. If anything happens, he'll take the fall for it. If he can handle it, we'll just happily enjoy the benefits. His eyes gleamed with malice. If he can't handle it, turning him over would be a perfectly delightful outcome, wouldn't it? Understanding the three elders' intentions, their three subordinates immediately praised the three wise clan elders. Meanwhile, Xuan Chen was taking Jiyu Wu Han back to the manor to recuperate. Wu Han turned to Xuan Chen, expressing gratitude. "Big brother, you were truly amazing just now. Thanks to you, this younger sister won't be humiliated by others anymore." Suddenly, he coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. This made Wu Han panic. In the private room, Wu Han's voice rang out. "Big brother, are you all right? Just lie down first." Jiyu Xuan Chen whispered, "Keep your voice down. If those outside hear us, it'll just cause more trouble." He nodded, wiping away the blood stain on his mouth. He thought, this wretched physique, to think that just one sword technique brought me to this state. I must level up quickly. Speaking of the martial cultivation path, I first underwent body refinement before cultivating true Qi. Afterwards, I comprehended the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, guiding them into the body, refining spiritual energy, then entering the spirit tier, the entry Qi refining stage, and the spirit tier. Heavenly spirit stage, lesser spirit stage, heavenly human tier, human emperor stage, cavern heaven stage, void tier, reversion to reality stage, weak void stage, myriad laws tier, Golden Body Stage, Dharma Aspect Stage, Saint Tier, Yin Yang Stage, Saintly Ascetic Stage, Emperor Tier. Above the Spirit Tier, there is also the Heavenly Human Tier, Void Tier, Myriad Laws Tier, Saint Tier, Emperor Tier. Each tier is divided into 2 stages. Each stage is further divided into 3 phases: early, middle, and late. If one in the Emperor stage shatters the void, they will ascend and step into the Saint realm. Thinking of this, Xuan Chen's heart was filled with immense regret. Tens of thousands of years in my previous life. Just because of that seal, I could never absorb spiritual energy. But since I've been reborn in this life, I must reach the peak realm to make up for the regrets of my past life. He raised his hand, seeking a solution for the urgent task. For now, I must temper this body, strengthen my physique, and increase my cultivation. Wu Han, beside him, also encouraged her older brother. Brother, please rest assured, I will protect you. She stood up, preparing to leave, but didn't forget to say, I will not let anyone disturb you. Seeing this, Xuan Chen was utterly bewildered. This little girl saw what Yu Han was hiding in his hand. He thought, she's hiding a dagger on her? It seems if I hadn't made it here in time today, she would have taken her own life, wouldn't she? Seeing the GU family members being oppressed, he resolved to reclaim everything. The Ling family and the Luo family. Well, it looks like my first step is to utterly humble you all. Settling onto the bed, Xuan Chen clasped 2 fingers together and began to cultivate. First, I must choose an emperor scripture to be my foundational cultivation method. I need to quickly advance so I can actually protect myself. He raised a finger, beginning to scrutinize the various cultivation arts. Faint, ethereal cultivation manuals materialized before Xuan Chen, and he started making his selection. It's the Qi refinement stage, just like my previous life, but this body's current foundation is far too weak. I'd better pick a cultivation art that focuses on physical enhancement. Finally, he selected a cultivation manual suitable for his current situation. With a touch and a bit of mental oomph, he slowly opened it, deciding to use Shaoju's Xiaoyao art as a temporary base. The moment the cultivation method was revealed, Xuan Chen instantly fell into a meditative state of cultivation. Spiritual energy around him erupted in boundless waves. His eyes glowed brightly as surging spiritual energy was absorbed into his body. Spiritual energy from Xuan Chen formed a beam of light that shot straight into the sky, completely obliterating the roof of his private room. Outside, Wu Han hadn't gone far when he saw this scene, and was astonished. He entered the spirit stage and broke through to the little spirit realm. After breaking through the realm, he joyfully laughed loudly. Ah, is this what spiritual energy feels like? In my previous life, I always wished I could guide spiritual energy into my body. Finally, I've done it. At the Xiaoyao sect, a duster fell to the ground, as if signaling something. The people below turned pale. The patriarch moved. That's the large statue holding a western longsword. And Yang City talents are invited to the sect. The people below exclaimed in utter astonishment. The patriarch has manifested. The blue-haired man then said, That is the patriarch's guidance. Afterwards, it was the sect master of Xiaoyao's sect, Hu Haiquan. He recounted that the patriarch who founded the sect, Xiaoyao Martial Emperor, had ascended to the Saint Domain 100 years ago. Even when the sect was almost annihilated, he never transmitted a message across realms. Just who is this genius that he values so highly? Next to him, a person holding a duster told him, I heard Elder Mo Ha just accepted a personal disciple in Anyang City named Luo Sheng Shu. At merely 18 years old, she already broke through to the little spirit realm. Could it be that the genius the patriarch pointed to is her? Ho Hai Toan immediately ordered to send word to Elder Mo. Invite the genius young lady, designated by the patriarch, back to the sect. The subordinates immediately obeyed. In the study, a pot of tea was still hot. Xuan Chen was sitting with an extremely annoyed expression, saying to little sister Yu Han, Can you please stop looking at me like that anymore? Yu Han, teary-eyed, just thinking about Big Brother breaking through to the minor spirit realm. I just couldn't contain the joy in my heart. Xuan Chen exasperatedly placed a hand on his forehead, deep in thought. In my previous life, I was only focused on finding a way to break the seal and didn't pay any mind to romantic matters. I don't even know how to deal with this. Suddenly, having an extra little sister, what a genuine headache. Suddenly, someone arrived to report. Patriarch, your subordinate has something to discuss. He immediately ordered, Little sister Yu Han, please withdraw for now. Yes. In front, kneeling on the ground, were 3 old men. One of them reported. Reporting, Patriarch. Just now, Elder He led young Lady Luo to the Xiaoyao sect. Not only that, Elder He also placed the Xiaoyao token on the Luo family's rooftop. Xuan Chen placed a hand on his chin, thinking, and scoffed. This vixen really did escape quickly. You may rise. Another subordinate immediately reported. Patriarch! The crucial point isn't whether Lady Luo has departed, or if the Xiaoyao order has been invoked. It's about the absolute protection of the Xiaoyao sect. In the future, even if the 7th prince visits the Luo family, he'll have to bow before he can enter. Raising a teacup in his hand, Xuan Chen asked, "So what?" Another person spoke up. "We've already offended the Ling family. We can only rely on the Luo family. Yet you were." "Lady Luo tossed aside!" Xuan Chen took a sip of tea, looking at them with a disdainful gaze. Minion continued to bluster. "Currently, the GU family has no one to rely on. We've already discussed it among ourselves. May I ask, family head, could we hand over the entire ancient sword art to reconcile with the Luo family?" Smash! A teacup was hurled straight into the face of the obnoxious servant, startling the remaining few as well. The remaining fellows immediately prostrated themselves. Xuan Chen was absolutely seething. "Since when do you get to make decisions for me, huh?" Outside, the 3 clan elders gasped in astonishment. A mid-stage minor spirit realm cultivator? And these spineless fools were actually claiming the Luo family would surely be annihilated. Luo Shengshui is certainly going to die. If you fear implication, you may leave the GU family. 3 elders inwardly cursed. Damn that GU Xuan Chen! What kind of lucky break did he stumble upon, that in such a short span of time, he not only acquired spirit energy, but even broke through to the mid-stage? I had planned to goad him into offending the Luo family, so I could profit from their conflict. However, if we allow him to continue, he will surely ruin my plans to take over the GU family. Immediately, the 3 clan elders of Haifei drew the swords from their waists. This old man only recently achieved a breakthrough. I hope the family head can offer some pointers. He thought it's better to just hand him over to the Luo family. That way, we can force him to reveal his fortuitous encounter and also curry favor with the Luo family. Not only that, I can also quickly seize power for myself. 1 arrow, 3 targets. Truly a brilliant scheme. With an arrogant smirk, he spoke to Jiu Xuan Chen. Even if you have comprehended the Zhen Dai sword art, you are still just a measly low-level spirit realm cultivator. Did you hastily leave the main hall because you were severely injured? Behind him, his subordinates also brandished their swords and blades menacingly. The 3 elders pointed their swords at Xuan Chen, warning him. For the future of the GU family, I advise you to know your place. He raised a finger at Xuan Chen, challenging him fiercely. Come on, bring it! I don't have time for this. Subordinates, faces drained of blood, dared not make a move. Seeing this, the 3 elders immediately scolded them, calling them a bunch of cowards. So what if he comprehended the true imperial sword art? He doesn't have a sword in his hand right now. He's just a useless nobody. Hearing the 3 elders say that, Xuan Chen merely smiled. He erupted with spiritual energy, streams of golden light surrounding him. I, on the other hand, think they're quite intelligent. This sight left the 3 elders and their subordinates aghast. His sword intent looked at them with disdain. Xuan Chen said, "You bunch of small fry. Is the power of the imperial tome meant for you to look down on?" Knowing Xuan Chen's wrath was unavoidable, the 3 elders stared with wide eyes, frozen to the spot. A chi palm strike unleashed, shattering the subordinates' weapons. As for the 3 elders, they were sent flying, nowhere to be seen. Formidable chi shattered the entire door. Weapon fragments flew scattered everywhere. Blood splattered everywhere as the 3 elders, at this moment, spat out fresh blood. Following the physical attack, the 3 elders of the GU Haifei clan were impaled by weapon fragments all over their bodies. After receiving Xuan Chen's attack, the 3 elders were impaled by weapon fragments, dead on their feet. He collapsed. He and his disobedient subordinates had been sent to the afterlife by Xuan Chen. Touching his own body, Xuan Chen was satisfied. The power of spiritual energy is truly amazing. Turning to leave, he ordered, "Clean up those bodies. Then I will spare you all." The servants promptly obeyed, following the patriarch's command. As soon as he was out of sight, Wu Han approached the elder's corpse. The people around, unsure of her intentions, fearfully exclaimed, "Young miss!" She promptly drew her small knife, holding it in her hand. A member of the GU family immediately spoke up. "Young miss, matters like this can be handled by us subordinates." The rebellious individuals and the 3 elders were gasping their last on the ground. Immediately, Wu Han used her knife to finish off these dying wretches. Slice! Wu Han was truly brutal. She continuously stabbed the bodies of those men with her knife, using her actions to warn the remaining crowd. He may be merciful, but I am not. If anyone dares to betray my brother in the future, Wu Han warned, her face filled with killing intent, they will all suffer this same fate. The remaining GU family members were utterly terrified, proclaiming their absolute loyalty to the family head. "We swear to devote ourselves completely to the family head and the first miss until our dying breath." I secretly thought, the family head is already terrifying enough. Why is the first miss even scarier? Wu Han spoke up. Also, she turned back to her normal demeanor. I hope he won't find out what just happened. The servants mumbled in agreement, continuously nodding. Yes, at G.U. Wuhan's residence, cold winds howled in gusts. She returned to her private room, immediately slamming the door shut with a bang. As soon as she got into the room, she collapsed, hugging her knees and sobbing uncontrollably. Covering her mouth so no one could hear her cries, Wuhan muttered to herself, "Wuhan, don't be afraid. You can do this. He told you not to cry. He has important matters to attend to. You must this household in order for him. From now on, no one is allowed to disturb him." The next morning, at a mansion, people bustled in and out, and the signboard read, "Dan Tang." Following the crowd, Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen also arrived. He put his hand to his chin, lost in thought. The Alchemist Hall was one of the intelligence bases, a crucial one belonging to Dalu Qingyun, established by high-level alchemists. Its branch halls were spread throughout every corner of Dalu Qingyun, primarily for selling elixirs and acquiring various cultivation resources or alchemy formulas. A young woman immediately came over to greet young Master Xuan-Chen. "May I ask, how may I help you, sir?" Young Master Xuan-Chen took out a piece of paper and promptly said, "I need to sell an alchemy formula." He thought that if one wished to quickly increase their strength, using elixirs would be more effective than blindly focusing on cultivation. The Alchemist Hall was undoubtedly the best choice. The young woman, with a warm smile, led the way for Xuan-Chen, saying, "Please follow me." Stepping into the main hall, a young woman was seated in a high position. When Xuan-Chen entered, a group of people sitting in the hall immediately started murmuring amongst themselves, "Isn't that Xuan-Chen? Why is he here? I heard he's here to sell an alchemy formula. How laughable. A useless fellow. How could he possibly write a new alchemy formula? He was just dumped by Luo Shengshui, so he must want to cling to the coattails of Anyang City's #1 alchemy genius, young lady Qing Ye." Then the young woman seated in the highest position, upon seeing Xuan-Chen, immediately spoke, asking, "What brings you here?" It turned out this young woman was Qing Yue, the manager of the Alchemist Hall. He handed her the paper he held in his hand and said, "Miss Qing Yue, please take a look and tell me the price of this item." After saying that, he placed the alchemy formula paper on Qing Yue's desk. She opened it and examined it carefully. The paper listed the required ingredients: celestial branch, boneless leaf, earthly net flower, and crouching dragon grass. The preparation method involved infusing the mysterious pill art into the earthly net flower, the azure mysterious art into the celestial branch, and combining the myriad aspect pill art with the boneless leaf. Qingyue created a small blue flame with her hand and said, "This formula." She waved her hand, incinerating the paper into ash right before Xuan-Chen's eyes, without acknowledging it. Xuan-Chen watched as his formula, which hadn't even been evaluated, was burned to ashes. He immediately felt annoyed and asked, "Why?" Qing Yue rested her chin on her hand and asked Xuan-Chen, "Is this what you call an alchemy formula? I've never even heard of the ingredients listed in it before. You, young master, who was just chased out by Luo Shengshui, and now you've come to the pill hall to play your little tricks? Do you really think we're fools?" Seeing this scene, the crowd below immediately started buzzing with whispers and murmurs. Hearing Qing Yue's words, Xuan-Chen immediately scoffed. How truly short-sighted. You can't even recognize such a simple alchemy formula. It seems the #1 alchemist of Anyang City is just an empty title. You! Qing Yue slammed the table in anger. If you're so confident, then do you dare to bet on alchemy with me? She thought to herself. A scumbag who clings to women's skirts dares to look down on me. Seeing Qing Yue's proposal, Xuan-Chen was delighted. Betting on alchemy, huh? I couldn't have wished for more. I was already worried about not having a place to refine pills. Who knew she'd act so impulsively? She practically delivered herself to my doorstep. She led Xuan-Chen to a room. She introduced, "Our alchemy room has an alchemy furnace and a peak-grade earth flame. It's easy to refine high-grade pills with these. You and I will refine a grade 2 Po-Ling pill. Half an hour later, victory or defeat will be determined by the quality of the pills." Upon hearing that, Xuan-Chen immediately thought, the grade 2 Po-Ling pill, just as its name suggests. After using it, Spirit-tier martial artists can directly break through from the Shaoling realm to the Tianling realm. This is precisely the pill I need. He got to work, sitting down to refine pills without delay. It's very difficult to refine this pill with ordinary earth flame. However, the earth flame of the Dantang is a purified, refined earth flame. This is extremely suitable for alchemy. Truly a godsend. Xuan-Chen raised a finger, performing a secret technique and shouting, "Fire control art!" Beneath the furnace, flames flared, heating it intensely, growing larger by the second. Even with such a large flame, Xuan-Chen wasn't satisfied. "This earth fire is too weak!" He immediately raised his hand. The blazing fire from earlier now turned a vivid purple, engulfing the pill furnace in a sea of fiercely burning flames. Seeing this, he was finally satisfied. Now this is more like it. Meanwhile, Qing Yue, utterly bewildered, wondered, what in the world is happening? Why is the earth fire so weak today? She thought, looking at her own furnace. The fire was so weak it couldn't even heat the furnace. Thump! Then, a sky-shattering explosion rocked the alchemy room, startling everyone nearby. The massive explosion also grabbed Qing Yue's attention. She immediately ran over to see what in the world had happened. Middle-aged man was coughing uncontrollably, muttering, "It's ruined, utterly ruined." Qing Yue, in a panic, rushed over, calling, "Master!" It was Tao Hai, the hall master of the pill hall, his face covered in soot, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my Jingtian star! My Wuxiang leaf!" Those were all grade 4 ingredients, and I spent a fortune to purchase them from the Imperial City. As he spoke, he coughed a few times. Cuckoo! Why is the earth fire suddenly so weak? Qing Yue was surprised. Wait, master, I want to ask, if I introduce the profound Dan art into the earth luo flower, and the pure Dan art into the celestial star branch, and use the myriad form art with the boneless leaf, what kind of elixir would that create? Her heart was quite bewildered at this moment. What's going on? Could it be that those are all real ingredients? The old master slowly explained to Qing Yue that those were all grade 4 ingredients. Where did you see them? You are only a grade 2 alchemist. There's no way you could know about these ingredients. Have you discovered an ancient elixir formula? Perhaps. I think this formula could create a grade 4 elixir, you know. Startled, Qing Yue exclaimed, "A grade 4 elixir formula?" Having her secret exposed, she was incredibly embarrassed. Her master immediately understood and tapped her on the head. "This expression of yours. You've been trying to out-alchemy people again, haven't you? I've warned you before. There's always a higher mountain. If you keep relying on your reputation as the #1 alchemist in Anyang City and look down on everyone, sooner or later you'll offend a true master." So what if she turned away defiantly? "He's just a useless live-in son-in-law who lucked into a high-grade alchemy formula. That's all. I'll definitely surpass him in concocting elixirs." Qing Yue sat down by the alchemy furnace, clasped her hands, and began chanting the imperial fire incantation. Yet, no matter what she did, the fire wouldn't grow stronger. Instead, it only grew weaker. At this moment she began to panic, wondering, why is this happening? Could it be that the earth fire is about to die out? Master Tao Hai turned and said, "Just now, I couldn't control the earth fire. That's why the alchemy furnace exploded. It's not just your room. Almost all rooms with earth fire are like this." Upon hearing Tao Hai's words, everyone was astonished. Suddenly, an extremely powerful explosion with brilliant purple flames occurred. It caught everyone completely off guard. Standing next to her master, Qing Yue asked in a panicked voice, "What's happening now?" Master Tao Hai spoke up. "Yeah, look!" Qing Yue's eyes widened in utter shock. Why is his earth fire so strong? Inside Xuan Chen's alchemy room, his blazing fire surged, terrifying everyone. Seeing this scene, Master Tao Hai spoke. Perhaps our earth fire isn't being depleted. Instead, he's concentrated all the earth fire's power into his own alchemy room. With the imperial fire pill art, Xuan Zhen stepped out of the alchemy room and called out to Qing Yue. In his hand were 2 supreme-grade spirit pills. And Xuan Zhen said smugly, "I'm afraid your life no longer belongs to you." Qing Yue, her face filled with dread, asked Master Tao Hai, "Is that a 2-pattern spirit pill?" He nodded. "Indeed. Legend has it, when pills are refined to their absolute peak, pill patterns will emerge. Grade 2 single-pattern spirit pills' effects and value far surpass those of a Grade 3 spirit pill. Even this old master is seeing such a thing for the very first time. Yet, there's someone in this world who can easily refine 2-pattern spirit pills, such as these!" Lifting the 2 pills, Xuan Zhen praised Master Tao Hai. "You also know how to recognize quality goods, don't you?" Having lost the bet, Qing Ye had completely lost face. She immediately pulled out a knife and held it to her own neck. "HMPH, I, Qing Yu, am not one to fear death. You've won. So just take my life." The old master, from afar, immediately chanted an incantation to stop Qing Yue, preventing her from using her own strength. He flicked the knife from Qing Yue's hand. He went to Xuan Zhen's side and immediately, knowing his place, apologized. "Young master, this old man is Tao Hai, the hall master of the pill hall. What happened earlier was due to my disciple's ignorance. She has eyes yet fails to see Mount Tai. I apologize to you on her behalf." She stubbornly insisted, "Master, there's no need to beg him." Seeing his disciple act this way, Tao Hai gave her a slap. "Shut your mouth, child." Folding his arms, Xuan Chen asked, "Old Dao Yun of the Xuantian Imperial Fire Art, what is he to you?" He respectfully replied, "Dao Yun is my ancestor." He thought to himself, "What's going on? Why is he calling my ancestor by his given name?" Hearing this, Xuan Chen scoffed at Dao Yun. Back then, he was a 9th-rank alchemist, at the very least. How come you're over 40 and still only at the 3rd rank? Dao Hai quickly explained. The Xuantian Imperial Fire Art that my ancestor left behind. It was once renowned. However, after many years, it's no longer complete. Although I'm a direct descendant, I've only managed to learn a superficial amount. I'm truly ashamed before my ancestors. After hearing Dao Hai's explanation, Xuanchen raised his hand and said, "So that's how it is. I once owed your ancestor a favor. Today, I'll repay it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped Master Dao Hai's temple. Dao Hai was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What? You? And my ancestor? Spiritual energy surged from Xuanchen's hand, entering the old master's head. This was a mental transmission. He instantly perceived everything, the forms of the art, and their comprehension. It was the complete Xuantian Imperial Flame Art. After comprehending it, Dao Hai immediately knelt down to thank young Master Ji. He thought to himself, transmitting a technique purely through mind, that requires at least the spiritual power of a 5th-grade alchemist to achieve. This young Master Ji, who conceals his true strength, is truly an expert, judging by Dao Hai's appearance, making Ji Xuanchen recall someone from the past. In my previous life, Tao Yun and I were originally strangers, yet he stood up for me when others mocked me, calling me a useless nobody in the Qi condensation realm. At that time, Dao Hai's ancestor stood up and berated that group of people, a bunch of scum who only dare to badmouth others behind their backs. Because of this, I also transmitted the Xuantian Imperial Flame Art to him in repayment. I didn't expect his descendants to have fallen so far. Ji Xuanchen looked towards Qing Yue and asked, "And you?" The arrogant girl turned her face away and scoffed. "You? If you want to kill, then kill." Xuanchen stepped forward and immediately gave her a slap. "Snap out of it!" Qing Yue covered her face, whimpering, "You dare hit me?" Ji Xuanchen asked back, arms crossed. "Why wouldn't I dare? Your master spoils you rotten. But that doesn't mean everyone else has to coddle you. You're already over 20, yet only a level 2 alchemist. What's there to be so arrogant about, huh? If I didn't have a past obligation to your master, you'd already be a corpse right now." Her old master respectfully bowed, thanking young Master Ji for his leniency. Qing Yue remained defiant. Ji Xuanchen, exasperated, thought, why bother arguing with a girl old enough to be my grand disciple? Suddenly, columns of fireworks appeared in the sky, startling everyone and grabbing their attention. Ji Xuanchen immediately recognized these as the Ji clan's emergency signal arrows. He was certain that the Ji clan only sent out such signals in matters of life or death. It was a call to all clan members in the city to return for defense. Faced with this situation, he gritted his teeth in worry. Could something have possibly happened to the Ji clan? At this moment, at the Ji mansion, a man aggressively held a saber to the neck of a Ji clan member, interrogating. I'll ask again. Where is Ji Xuanchen? The young Ji clan member tremblingly replied, I truly don't know. Please spare my life immediately. That man immediately ended the young Ji clan member's life. Blood splattered everywhere, scaring the others stiff. The executioner, annoyed, turned to his master and reported, Patriarch, what should we do now? They refused to confess. The man, his master, commanded, kill them one by one. Someone is bound to be afraid of death, and will reveal the mastermind, who will finally come to light. None other than the Ling family's patriarch, Ling Xiaotian. With a cold, sharp blade lifting Wu Han's delicate face, he spoke in an evil tone. But I won't kill you. Bear likes you so much. You must have a ghost marriage with Bear. Right. Just as he finished speaking, a majestic figure strode in through the main gate. A deep, steady voice rang out, drawing everyone's gaze. Because of your words. That was Ji Xuanchen, and an overwhelming spiritual power radiated around him. He declared, terrifying everyone from now on. A fierce burst of spiritual power erupted from his body. Anyang City will no longer exist! As the Ling family saw the familiar figure, Wu Han, overjoyed, cried out loudly, Big Brother! Amidst the encirclement, Ji Xuanchen's aura made both the Ji family and the Ling family tremble in fear. The Ji family was overjoyed to see their patriarch. You have finally returned. Ling Xiaotian observed Xuanchen's astonishing aura. He then turned to an elder from the Ji clan, asking with deep suspicion, a mid-stage heaven spirit realm cultivator? The trader of Feng Kui, prostrated at Ling Xiaotian's feet, tremblingly reported, That's the clan elder's third son. He begged, Ling clan head, it's clear that before he left, that brat Ji Xuanchen had only just reached the minor spirit realm. I don't know why this happened either. Witnessing this eyesore from Ji Xuanchen, Ling Xiaotian's face darkened, and he unleashed a lightning strike. With just one move, that traitor Jiu Feng was sent to the western heavens. Xuanchen's face was filled with killing intent. Traitor! I found you! The Ling clan lackeys quickly rushed out to shield Ling Xiaotian. They yelled, "Quickly protect the clan head!" Ling Xiaotian, seething with boundless rage, roared, "Everyone, step back! Let this old man torment him with my own hands." He drew the Patfandao from his waist. Xuan Chen's gaze grew solemn, ready to face the battle. Ling Xiaotian slashed out an overbearing sword intent. A stream of blazing red qi. It ferociously attacked Ji Xuan Chen. Two terrifying streams of power collided, creating a terrifying shockwave. Unexpectedly, Jiju Xuan Chen was actually gaining the upper hand. He scoffed. "You dare flaunt such a worthless martial art in front of me?" Xuan Chen swung a sword, repelling Ling Xiao and making him furiously yell, "You rotten punk! You won't even give your opponent a chance to breathe." Xuan Chen relentlessly unleashed a barrage of sword strikes, his face as cold as ice. Ling Xiaotian, on the other hand, had fallen into a difficult spot, struggling to parry each move. He gritted his teeth. What in the world? No matter how many times he swung his saber, he couldn't block all the razor-sharp, penetrating sword strikes from Xuan Chen. He couldn't quite grasp it. What's going on? Why do these slashes just keep multiplying the more I try to defend? Gripping his saber tightly, he decided to unleash a finishing blow. HMPH. This is nothing but a pathetic farce. I'll take your life. Not waiting for his grand performance, Xuan Chen soared up, delivering a fatal blow. His eyes turned chillingly cold, almost intimidating, as he activated his ultimate technique, the separation sword art. Hundreds of sword chi slashes erupted from Xuan Chen's single strike, tearing through Ling Xiaotian's body and sending him sprawling backward. He coughed up blood. Witnessing this all-too-familiar technique, Wu Han was utterly bewildered. What? The separation sword art is the foundational sword technique of the Xiao Yao sect. I heard only those who reach the elder rank or above are qualified to learn it. But how does Big Brother know it? Meanwhile, Ling Zhao's paltry subordinates still ferociously charged forward to protect their family head. Kill him! For the family head, we've arrived. With merely a light flick of his sword, Xuan Chen swiftly dealt with this annoying bunch. Ling Xiaotian's face was utterly drained. He was utterly pale, hastily ordering his subordinates to retreat quickly. However, how could Xuan Chen let him have his way? He suddenly appeared right behind him and coldly asked, "Trying to escape, are we?" He was so terrified his eyes nearly popped out. Xuan Chen simply uttered, "Too late." Throughout the GU residence, only piteous screams remained. The doors were utterly destroyed by terrifying explosions. Just then, Tao Hai rushed in from outside. "Young Master GU! Word has it the GU residence was in trouble, so I personally dispatched Dan Tang martial artists for backup." However, the scene before him left Master Tao Hai utterly dumbfounded. Xuan Chen stood imposingly atop a mountain of corpses belonging to the entire Ling family. Blood dyed the entire reception hall crimson. He coldly spoke, "This unfortunate family matter. It must be quite the spectacle for you all." He merely snapped his fingers, and the GU residence's people were immediately untied. The Dan Tang martial artists, who had originally come for backup, were now each scared out of their wits by Xuan Chen's murderous aura. Tao Hai stood huddled by the doorway, his mouth stammering, "Young Master GU, you." Tao Hai still hadn't fully recovered his senses. He thought to himself, "It's a good thing I already went to gather martial artists for backup immediately. I can't believe it. He alone could annihilate all the Lang family members. Not only does he possess terrifying alchemical arts, but even his martial prowess strikes fear into others." He then immediately ordered his disciples, who were still standing there dumbfounded, "What are you all still standing there gaping for? Quickly bring the injured members of the GU clan to the Dan Hall for treatment, you lot." Dan Hall disciples chorused, "Understood." Deep down, Tao Hai understood that GU Young Master was a figure who hid his true capabilities. He absolutely could not be offended. Yuhan rushed over from a distance, throwing her arms around senior brother Xuan Chen. "Are you all right?" Xuan Chen's expression was a little flustered. "I'm fine," he replied. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. "That's good, then." Suddenly, her expression turned serious as she asked Xuan Chen, "But earlier, when you killed the Lang family members, why did you use the sword techniques of the Xiaoyao sect?" Yuhan grumbled, pouting. "Do you perhaps have some connection with Luo Shengshu? If that's the case, I won't let you off, senior brother." Tao Hai, the Dan Hall master, immediately stepped in to mediate. "It's like this. Miss Luo just got Mo He, the elder of the Xiaoyao sect, to accept her as his disciple. I suppose Miss Yuhan wants to know why you are so proficient in the Xiaoyao sect's foundational sword techniques. Could it be that Miss Luo taught her?" Wu Han was half-believing, half-doubting, grumbling with a huff. After hearing Tao Hai explain about the Xiaoyao sect, Xuan Chen immediately asked Hallmaster Dao, "What's the relationship between this Xiaoyao sect and the Xiaoyao sect of Mount Penglai?" He wondered. "The Li sword art is the foundational sword art of the Xiaoyao sect." Tao Hai then recounted, You may not know, but 3,000 years ago, the Xiaoyao martial emperor established the Xiaoyao sect. It was renowned for a time on Mount Penglai, the place overflowing with the most spiritual energy, known as the greatest 6 Qingyun stars. Upon hearing this, Xuan Chen realized, "So that's how it is." Xuan Chen mused inwardly. I was the one who named the sect for my 10th disciple. The sect protecting grand formation was also laid out by me, so naturally, I would know all about it. He recalled that year, when his 10 disciples established their sect. Their master had imparted formation techniques to them. The 10 disciples knelt before Xuan Chen, thanking their master for bestowing the formations. At that moment, he took out a command token. This is the formation talisman for the heavenly illusionary space formation. Take it. The 10 disciples carefully accepted it, and according to Tao Hai's account, regrettably, 700 years ago, the martial emperor mysteriously vanished after ascending. Many enemies then came seeking revenge. The Xiaoyao sect lost its leader and gradually declined. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat to the Nanhuang border, which is the Xiaoyao sect of today. Jiyu Xuanchen realized that Nanhuang was very far from Penglai. Before, when I heard the 3 clan elders mention the Xiaoyao sect, I just thought it was a coincidence of names. I didn't expect it to be the disciple of my grand disciple, especially since the Xiaoyao sect was founded by my own disciple. I thought, knowing Shaoxi's personality, he would surely always be looking for my aura after enduring the lightning tribulation. If it weren't for me, his sect wouldn't have declined to such an extent. After all, we were once master and disciple. I, your master, will restore the Xiaoyao sect to its former glory for you. Jiyu Xuanchen then asked Tao Hai, I remember Luo Sheng Jue has a biological brother, doesn't she? Master Tao immediately replied, That's right, the Luo clan's only eldest son, Luo Tao. He has committed many evil deeds in Anyang City. But because the Luo clan leads the 8 great clans, no one dares to provoke him. Hearing this, Jiyu Xuanchen showed interest. Leading the 8 great clans won't be for much longer. In his heart, he was full of disdain. That grand disciple Mo, he is truly blind, letting the Cao Xiao sect protect the Luo clan. This sect needs some serious rectification. He turned to leave, not forgetting to ask Tao Hai for a favor. Hall Master Tao, please take care of the Jiyu clan members for a moment. I'm going out to explore a bit. While we're at it, let the people in Anyang City know the consequences of offending the Jiyu family and what they truly entail. At the Luo family's banquet venue, the sounds of lively chatter and noise filled the air. Man stood up, raising his wine glass. Congratulations, Luo family head, on acquiring the Xiaoyao order. This decree is truly one of a kind. That was the Wei family head. The person next to him also chimed in. With the Xiaoyao order, not to mention Anyang City, you could travel throughout the entire Xiaoyan nation and beyond. That was the Lu family head. The host of the banquet, a middle-aged man with purple hair, raised his wine cup and replied, Oh, you gentlemen flatter me far too much. He was none other than the Luo family head, Luo Sihai. The Wei family head immediately presented a box to the Luo family head. I've sent people to the Tianhe territory to find blood ginseng. I hope the Luo family head accepts it. Luo Sihai happily replied, Very well. Suddenly, a Luo family member was struck from outside, flying through the door and into the hall, drawing everyone's attention. Luo Sihai immediately slammed the table, stood up and roared, Who dares? Xuan Chen calmly walked in, remarking, It's quite a lively gathering today, wouldn't you say? I, Jiyu Xuan Chen, have gone to great lengths to prepare a special gift, you see. He then stomped his foot heavily onto Luo Sihai's son. He then taunted, I hope my dear future father-in-law accepts this gift from your future son-in-law. He was battered and bruised, constantly crying for help. Father, save me! Luo Sihai went berserk. He roared, Very well, Jiyu Xuan Chen, release my son at once. The head of the Liu family panicked. Jiyu Xuan Chen, have you lost your mind? Release young Master Luo. The head of the Wei family also looked stern, warning Jiyu Xuan Chen. The Luo family is protected by the Xiaoyao Ling. You cannot afford to offend them. The Luo family disciples and those from several other families stood with their blades drawn, ready to strike. They shouted loudly, Release the young master at once. As for Luo Sihai, his face was now purple with rage. Red veins were clearly visible in his eyes. His hands trembled, unable to maintain composure. Jiyu Xuan Chen, release my son. This old man, will ensure your death is exceptionally pleasant. Xuan Chen disdainfully brought his hand to his neck, cracking it a few times. Those who dared to threaten me have now been reincarnated into dust. He grabbed Luo Sihai's precious son by the collar and lifted him. Luo family head doesn't seem too pleased with this gift. In that case, I suppose I'll offer another generous gift, shall I? Finishing his sentence, he punched the man directly in the ribs, leaving him unable to resist. Lu Sihai's eyes widened, and he gaped, shouting loudly, Stop! Stop your hand, Lu Sihai! He channeled his energy and a surge of purple power emanated from his hand. He roared, "Release my son!" He launched an incredibly powerful palm strike towards Xuan Chen to rescue his precious son. Lu Sihai rushed over to support his son, anxiously asking, "Dawer, are you all right?" His son's face was contorted with agony and despair. "Father! My Danchin, my cultivation, patriarch." The Lu clan patriarch gritted his teeth, clutched his son, and glared furiously at Xuan Chen. "How dare you cripple my son's cultivation?" Xuan Chen chuckled mockingly. "Already can't bear it, huh?" "I've only repaid 2/10 of what the Lu clan did to me." A man wielding a saber charged forward. "Patriarch Lu, why bother talking nonsense with him? We'll just kill this guy for you." He scoffed disdainfully. "Mere heavenly spirit realm cultivators daring to kill me? How incredibly ignorant. In that case, you'll be annihilated, along with the Lu clan." He gently laid his precious son on the ground. Lu Sihai spoke up. "Annihilate my Lu clan, huh? How utterly arrogant." A terrifyingly powerful surge of purple energy burst forth from around him, striking fear into all who witnessed it. "With your cultivation, you'd need another 100 years to even think about it," he roared. "How dare you offend the Lu clan and disrespect the Xiaoyao edict? This old man will ensure you die a grisly death." He lunged at Xuan Chen with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. A loud explosion rang out. Boom! Xuan Chen chuckled. "You're absolutely right. With my current cultivation, that would be quite difficult." He made a threatening hand seal. "But unfortunately, I'm holding all the trump cards. My blessed treasure will become the weapon that obliterates all of you." He leaped up like lightning, dodging Luo Sihai's attack. Seeing Luo Sihai struggling to find a way to kill him, Guan Chen then spoke. "Luo clan, you must be annihilated." Whoosh! A sound came from above. The Xiaoyao edict flew down, following Xuan Chen's command. He caught it, firmly grasping the Xiaoyao edict in his hand. Command talisman glowed brilliantly as if sensing its rightful owner, and floated up into the air. Holding the command talisman, he created a magic circle array. An oppressive aura radiated, crushing those below until they gasped for breath. From Xuan Chen himself, a giant ball of light appeared. He created explosions that shook heaven and earth. Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! Everyone witnessing the scene panicked. What in the world is this? Xuan Chen can control the Luo clan's Xiaoyao edict. Luo Sihai rushed forward, attacking with palm force, but Xuan Chen easily spun around to dodge the move. He asked, "How do you know the secret incantations for the Xiaoyao edict's formation?" Xuan Chen, forming hand seals, spoke. "There's still a lot you don't know." The Luo family head, furious, bellowed, "This isn't good! Kill him quickly!" He commanded his allies to charge together, immediately. Xuan Chen slammed his hand down, cracking the very ground. An incredibly powerful pressure blasted the Liu family and Wei family members away. From within the formation, Xuan Chen unleashed flames that engulfed the entire space. Those who had just threatened him were now incinerated to ash, screaming in agony. "Help! Save me!" Luo Sihai only truly panicked upon witnessing the scene before his eyes. A charred corpse, still engulfed in fierce flames, flew near him. He watched Xuan Chen step out from the sea of fire, countless incinerated bodies still littering the ground. Luo Sihai, in disbelief, thought, how could this be possible? This kid not only controls the Xiaoyao order, but also knows advanced attack formations. Seeing Xuan Chen approach, he subconsciously fell flat onto the ground in terror. Xuan Chen sat down, leaned close to his ear, and softly whispered, "Luo family head." When Xuan Chen called his name, Luo Sihai, drenched in fearful sweat, looked utterly terrified. He then said, "I sincerely advise you of one thing. In your next life, if you reincarnate, don't mess with people." The Jiyu family's Xuan Chen flashed a threatening smile. With a resounding thud, he struck Luo Sihai squarely in the chest with one hand, sending the Luo family patriarch to his ascension to heaven. The Luo family patriarch fell, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The patriarchs of the other sects, seeing that scene, immediately knelt before young Master Jiyu. "Spare our lives," pleaded Patriarch Jin Wanwu of the Qin family, and Patriarch Ma Ben of the Ma family. "From now on, we vow to serve as your oxen and horses." Patriarch Jiyu, taking a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hand, Jiyu Xuan Chen ordered, "You all have half an hour to completely eliminate the Ling family and the Luo family, and I will spare your lives." "Yes, Master. Your command is clear." At this moment, the Luo family was plunged into a sea of blood. Back at the Jiyu family residence, Jiyu Xuan Chen sat in his study. He was watching everyone arrange the spoils. A man holding ledgers was tallying the spoils of war after the purge. He smiled radiantly, reporting, Patriarch. After taking over the Ling family and the Luo family, we now possess a total of 70 spirit stones and 62 Grade 2 medicinal pills. Also 94 Grade 2 medicinal ingredients. As for weapons, Jiyu Kai Yuan, Jiyu Xuanchen's uncle, took a sip of hot tea. He watched Jiyu Xuanchen calmly sipping his tea. Master Tao Hai's expression held a hint of fear. He thought, Jiyu young master said he was going out for a bit, but it was to wipe out the Luo family? Jiyu's second uncle exclaimed. Furthermore, I asked the family head to take over tax collection in Anyang City from the 8 great families. Hearing this news, Tao Hai Master was even more shocked. Not only that, he even subdued the remaining 6 great families. I'm afraid Anyang City will become his domain. The Jiyu family now occupies the family head seat. Jiyu Xuanchan said, I have eradicated the root of disaster in Anyang City. As for the remaining matters, second uncle in Wuhan can decide. Turning to Wuhan, she immediately asked, Brother, where are you going? He replied, Xiaoyao sect. As he spoke, he thought of Luo Shengsui's face. He was determined to settle this debt. He mused thoughtfully. There's still a fish that's slipped through the Luo family's net. If there's trash in my own sect, then I must eliminate it myself, mustn't I? Wuhan, startled, asked, Why do you suddenly want to go to Xiaoyao sect, brother? Xuanchen immediately said, Wuhan, do you know why you haven't been able to cultivate martial skills for many years? It's because you are a chaotic celestial body, not some born with broken meridians disaster. The master standing next to them heard this and exclaimed in surprise, What? A chaotic celestial body? The most suitable physique for cultivation in legends. Speaking of a place that can help Wuhan, Xuanchen nodded. That's right. If a martial artist with this constitution doesn't have the Hongmeng fruit, which is one of the 9 great spirit treasures, activated, then they won't be able to cultivate because their spiritual energy cannot flow through their meridians. However, once activated, their innate potential will far surpass that of other martial artists. After Xuanchen finished his explanation, Wuhan's eyes widened in astonishment. As he walked out the door to leave, he didn't forget to tell Wuhan, I still have many things to take care of, so I can't protect you forever. Patting her head, he gently reminded her, So, this time, when we go to the Xiaoyao sect, if I can find the Hongmeng fruit, I can help you quickly open your meridians, so you can protect yourself. Wuhan's face crumpled sadly as she hugged him tightly, exclaiming emotionally, Big brother, you're just too good to me! Xuanchen saw his little sister like this and felt a wave of exasperation. He wondered, when will she ever break this habit of getting emotional at every opportunity? As he saw him off, Master Tao said worriedly, Young Master Jiyu, the Hongmeng fruit is the Xiaoyao sect's most treasured artifact. They definitely won't hand it over easily. You must be careful on this journey. Not bothering to care about the Xiaoyao sect's people, he confidently replied, Master Dao, rest assured, I have a way to make them obediently hand it over. Night has fallen, and a full moon hangs over the mountain peak. This is the Tiandang mountain range. Xuanchen's footsteps strode across the rocky outcrop, entering the territory of the Xiaoyao sect. He thought he couldn't be mistaken. Surely the remaining spiritual energy fluctuation of the Heavenly Illusion Spatial Array is here. He reached out and grasped a thread of spiritual energy. Who would have thought? The spiritual energy fluctuation of the array talisman would be so weak? It's wasted so much of my time. With his might, he condensed spiritual energy to break the array. Xuanchen's hand exerted its power, emitting a golden light. He swung his hand, shouting loudly, Open! Streams of spiritual energy surged into him like a waterfall. At this moment, when the array was broken, a passage appeared before him. Xuanchen immediately flew up, soaring towards the door. He sped so rapidly that only a streak of golden light could be seen flying straight into the passage. After flying through the door, he landed on a high cliff. It seems this is the Xiaoyao sect from 100 years later. A slight stirring of emotion resonated within Xuanchen's heart. He gazed at the Xiaoyao sect, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. That year, when his 10 disciples established the sect, Xuanchen, from high above, used his hand to part the waters. I've split this river for you, so you'll never have to worry about lacking spiritual energy again. Xiaoyao Wu Di, controlling a mighty, ferocious beast, asked, Master, may I use this ancient divine beast to guard our sect? Xuanchen immediately replied, I only care about catching it, not about taming it myself. Upon hearing that, Xiaoyao Wu Di was left utterly bewildered and awkward. The 10th disciple looked excitedly at the ancient tree before him. In another 3,000 years, this Hongmeng tree will bear bountiful fruit. Master, you've toiled hard. Xuanchen merely snorted coldly in response. At that time, the Xiaoyaolong domain was overflowing with spiritual energy. Perched atop it was an ancient Hongmeng tree and an ancient divine beast guarding the sect. Compared to the Xiaoyao sect now, Xuanchen irritably remarked, I clearly provided the best possible conditions. Yet, after Little Ten disappeared, They could only rely on the great sect guarding formation to crawl into this muddy, desolate corner. Truly useless. Suddenly, he detected something unusual. Placing his hand on the ground, he immediately sensed spiritual energy radiating from it. In the distance, someone was battling a water monster. This monster was a level 2 spirit beast, a shui jiao long. Its power was far from ordinary. It spat out beams of light that tore an entire forest in half. The girl, clutching her stomach with a pained expression, was Mo Tianyan, a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. She shouted, unleashing her wind-like sword skill, and slashed a sword strike towards the flood dragon. Unexpectedly, her skill couldn't penetrate its thick scales. Her move failed to injure it. Instead, it only enraged the creature further, making it lash its tail and send Mo Tianyan flying backward. Just in time, Xuan Chen flew over to rescue her, helping her up while scoffing. Is this all the skill a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect possesses? Mo Tianyan was utterly stunned. Upon seeing a strange man supporting her, Xuan Chen released her, remarking, "The Lai sword art is so formidable, yet you've cultivated it to asterisk this extent?" His hand reached for her sword. "Watch closely!" He then flew towards the flood dragon, which was attacking with its mouth agape. With a single sword strike, Xuan Chen unleashed a sword intent that manifested as a swirling vortex. It tore straight through the water monster. Upon witnessing Xuan Chen unleash his martial skill, Tianyan covered her mouth in astonishment. How does he know my sect's martial arts? Guiding qi back to its origin, using qi to control wind, wielding the sword by pure will. Xuan Chen glided effortlessly like flowing water. Although his movements were light and graceful, the sword strike was incredibly sharp, slicing the water dragon into 100 pieces. After demonstrating his technique, Xuan Chen immediately sheathed his sword. Just then, Mo Tianyan, who was nearby, radiated an incredibly powerful spiritual aura, startling Xuan Chen. Huh? Tianyan broke through her realm right after witnessing my sword intent. Xuan Chen praised, "Oh, quite impressive. Such talent. In my past life, I couldn't even reach the spirit stage, so I could only pass down teachings verbally to my disciples. Now that I've entered the spirit stage in this life, every single word and action I take will become a profound sword art secret, capable of aiding others in their cultivation." Meanwhile, Tianyan was utterly overjoyed. I've always been unable to break through the late lesser spirit realm, yet this senior, just now, merely demonstrating a sword move, allowed me to comprehend and break through to the heavenly spirit realm. She recalled the sect master and all the elders, saying, "The Xiaoyao sect must now retreat to Nanhuang." However, reclusive mighty cultivators are still diligently training within the sect. Once they emerge from seclusion, the Xiaoyao sect will have a chance to rise again. She immediately knelt before Xuan Chen and respectfully said, "Junior Mo Tianyan offers her deepest gratitude, Senior." The sect had taught her to perform this ceremonial bow because she thought that if this person truly knew the foundational sword art of her sect, then he must undoubtedly be a reclusive grand master of our Xiaoyao sect. Xuan Chen tilted his head, replying, "This venerable asks you, is your sect? We just admitted a disciple named Luo Shengshui, right? Where is she now?" Tianyan immediately asked, "Are you talking about Elder Luo?" After Elder Luo joined the sect master and the elders jointly opened the Hongmeng Blessed Land to help her cultivate. She thought, exactly, this reclusive senior must have suddenly emerged from seclusion for that Elder Luo, who was personally chosen by the founding patriarch. With his arms crossed, Xuan Chen wondered. Luo Sheng Shui just joined the sect and already became an elder, even entering the Hongmeng Blessed Land. He then asked Tianyan, "How many people are still outside the sect now?" Tianyan reported, "Reporting to you, sir, each of the 7 Big Dipper peaks has an elder presiding over it. There are over 100 official disciples handling daily affairs, including myself." Xuan Chen turned and commanded, "Aside from the elders guarding the 7 peaks, summon all remaining disciples to Lingyuan Peak for me." Tianyan immediately complied. "Understood. So you even know the mountain guard?" The two of them flew together towards Lingyuan Peak. Hurriedly following Xuan Chen, Tianyan spoke up. "Senior, please wait for me." As he zipped off, Tianyan relentlessly pursued from behind. She was annoyed. "Ugh, I clearly gave it my all, so why can't I catch up? This senior is only at the middle stage of the spirit realm, yet his stellar steps are astonishingly powerful. With senior status, how could you not have a flying artifact? Yet now you flew over, using the power of the mid-stage celestial spirit realm. You did that specifically to teach me movement techniques." Tianyan moved. "Thanks, senior. I won't let down your expectations." Xuan Chen leapt nimbly across the terrain. Contrary to Tianyan's thoughts, Xuan Chen was frustrated at that moment. This venerable one used to leap over an entire mountain with just a single bound. 2 steps, and I could cross a long river. But this current body is slower than a crawling turtle. Wouldn't saying that be like calling Tianyan a turtle? He mused after consuming the level 2 spirit pill. This venerable one has expanded my Dantian tenfold, using my own unique method. Although my cultivation speed is slower than those around me, I can store more spiritual energy and gradually solidify my foundation. He glanced towards Mo Tianyan, but in such a short time, this girl had already comprehended the essence of the Starfall steps. If this continues, I'll be inferior to my own disciple. I'll be outclassed by my own disciple and even my grand disciple. She shouted loudly as she chased after him. Senior, wait for me! He quickly sped up, leaving Tianyan behind in a blur. I cannot lose face here at Lingyuan Peak. Xuanchen's feet touched the ground, stopping in front of a door. Behind him, Tianyan was still panting, timidly thanking the senior for his guidance as they entered Lingyuan Peak. He instructed her to master the sword arts and movement techniques there that he had just comprehended, and then wait for everyone else to arrive. Senior, wait. Huan Zhen interrupted her. Up ahead is the forbidden area of our Xiaoyao sect. I'll go take a look, just to see. Huan Zhen slowly stepped into the passageway leading into Lingyuan Peak. Though it was night outside, the inside glowed as if it were day. Tianling He looked at the surrounding scenery. Huan Zhen secretly pondered. Sure enough, the spiritual energy has significantly dwindled. He immediately used his hand to unleash spiritual power. Whoosh, whoosh! Under the lake's surface, a colossal whirlpool instantly appeared. Amidst rumbling sounds that echoed to the heavens, the Lingyin Divine Temple gradually rose from the bottom of the waterfall, majestic and magnificent. Clasping his hands, he chanted an incantation. He let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness these troublemakers didn't demolish the Lingyin Divine Temple that I had buried deep underground. The Lingyin Divine Temple was constructed with the finest spiritual energy, and within it lies the evolution of the heavenly Dao. Its surging spiritual energy makes it the ultimate tool for cultivation. The spiritual energy in the Divine Temple has greatly diminished compared to that year, yet it's still much better than the Southern Barrens region. Xuanchen sat down next to the Divine Temple and began cultivating. To quickly strengthen the Xiaoyao sect's disciples, we'll have to rely on this. Suddenly, Tianyan's voice shouted, Senior, be careful! Behind Xuanchen, Tianyan was struggling, fending off a Xiaoyao sect disciple. It seemed his combat power was weaker than hers at the moment. He was pushed back after a few sword strikes. He clicked his tongue. TCH! This is Nie Chuyuan, a Xiaoyao sect disciple! He pointed his sword at her. He cursed, Mac Tianyan, are you out of your mind? How dare you let outsiders rush into the forbidden area and destroy all of our Xiaoyao sect's spiritual energy source? Tianyan reminded him, Nie Chuyuan, don't be disrespectful to Senior. Open your dog eyes and look properly. Clearly, the restriction spell is still intact. Senior entered here using high-level dispelling magic. That's enough to prove Senior is one of our sect members. That unhygienic Nie Chuyuan immediately spat a mouthful of saliva. Senior, I spit on that. He's just a mere heavenly spirit realm. A nobody. You call someone like him a senior of the Xiaoyao sect? Don't tell me you and this man came to this forbidden ground to have a romantic rendezvous? You were secretly discovered by us, then you lied about him being a senior to scare us away. Suddenly, a flash of light gleamed, making him cry out, Ugh! It was lightning fast. Before he could even react, blood gushed from his nose and mouth, making him turn pale. The remaining few rushed over to help him, crying out, Senior Brother Nee! Senior Brother Nee! Are you all right, Senior Brother? Meanwhile, Tianyan spoke up. Senior Xuanchen has stopped meditating. He got up to deal with this disrespectful bunch of disciples. He said in a low voice to Nie Chuyuan, This blind fool, I'm sure you won't need this mouth anymore. He resentfully gave the order, Kill him for me! Kill! Kill him for me! The remaining few grabbed their sabers and charged forward, shouting, Kill! Loudly. Xuanchen glanced at them. He casually performed a few basic moves, which was enough to deal with these guys. Thump, thump, thump. Seeing his men being dealt with by Xuanchen, Nie Chuyuan got even angrier. His junior brother next to him pointed with a trembling hand. Senior brother, this guy is too strong. I'm afraid we're going to die. He grabbed the junior brother's collar. He grew even more furious. You useless lot, attack for me. He grabbed his junior disciple's collar and spat. You useless lot, attack for me. His tactics were utterly contemptible. He hurled his own men towards Xuanchen, then declared, If you are a protector of the mountain, you should have been ready to die long ago, shouldn't you? Tianyan positioned herself in front of Xuanchen. She strenuously urged her fellow disciples not to act rashly. She was actually trying to prevent her fellow disciples from dying by his hand. Senior's martial arts are profound and unpredictable. If you provoke him, our fellow disciples will surely perish. Nie Chuyuan, however, only added fuel to the fire. Have you perhaps forgotten the duty of a protector of the mountain? What is it, huh? Quickly capture that wretched pair. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, when instigated, immediately charged forward recklessly. 4 or 5 fearless individuals surrounded and attacked Xuanchen with their swords. HMPH! Xuanchen stomped forcefully onto the ground, creating a circular shockwave that sent all those sect disciples flying. It seems he went easy on them, not actually injuring them, just knocking them into the water. He rotated his wrist and scoffed. When facing an enemy, even ordinary disciples know to be cautious and tuck their heads in like frightened turtles. But for protectors of the mountain to charge forward like that? Truly laughable. He pointed at the group of people he had just knocked into the lake. But these mountain guards, they're truly magnificent. I shall reward you all by allowing you to cultivate with me in the divine hall. They looked utterly bewildered and astonished. Xuanjin led the group into the Ling Yin Hall. At this moment he sat in their midst. Spiritual energy emanated around him, swirling rapidly in a circular formation, enveloping everything. The spiritual energy from him also affected the mountain guards. Below, everyone's eyes widened in shock, whispering amongst themselves, "The spiritual energy is incredibly abundant. Is this the domain of the Xiaoyao sect? I've never seen such rich spiritual energy in my entire life." Suddenly, an immense surge of spiritual energy violently erupted from Xuanzhen. His eyes opened, revealing only mystical golden streams of light. As if resonating, the spiritual energy was transmitted to the cultivators surrounding him. They raised their hands, mouths agape in astonishment, watching the spiritual power streams encircling them. One person exclaimed, "What in the world is happening? It feels like a figure is transmitting a sword art within my mind." The person next to him chimed in, "Me too! All the meridians throughout my body are circulating." Over by Mo Tianyan, her vital energy violently erupted, instantly breaking through to a new realm. Her eyes wide, she thought. So Senior can transmit cultivation to 100 people simultaneously? However, Ni Shuyuan had already taken advantage of the chaos to make a sneaky escape. I'll definitely go report this to the senior uncles. Earlier, a junior disciple couldn't find him and asked where senior brother Ni went. She's worried that senior is about to run into some trouble. Suddenly, a disciple cheered, "I've broken through! I've broken through!" The next person wasn't far behind. "I broke through from the Qi refining realm to the late-stage heavenly spirit realm." "Me too!" Tianyan came and bowed to Xuanchen, thanking Senior for his assistance. She was secretly grateful. She'd toiled in cultivation for years with no results. Yet today, after meeting Senior, she broke through 2 whole levels. What incredible luck! Suddenly, thunder and lightning erupted in the sky. Alarmed, Tianyan exclaimed, "The heavenly human thunder tribulation." She explained that upon reaching the peak of the late-stage heavenly spirit realm, the spiritual power accumulated within the body, and the martial artist's physical limits are pushed. With just a little more comprehension of the heavenly Tao's true meaning, one can connect with heaven and earth and grasp the heavenly secrets. However, grasping heavenly secrets goes against the will of the heavens, thus provoking the heavenly human thunder tribulation. Her face was filled with terror. If one overcomes it, they can enter the first realm of the heavenly human stage, which is the Dongtian realm. If they fail, the thunder tribulation will strike them to smithereens. Glancing at Xuanchen, whose face had now darkened, Tianyan quickly apologized. "Senior, please don't be angry with us. We didn't expect to attract the heavenly tribulation." Xuanchen's eyes were filled with fury. "Once those disruptive bunch leave the Hongmeng blessed land, I want to see what kind of talents they possess. To have such good aptitude and yet be made into mere mountain guardians? Are the people of the Xiaoyao sect completely blind?" Xuanchen stepped down from the hall, spiritual energy continuously radiating from him. Seeing this, Tianyan was utterly bewildered. It looks like Senior really wanted to kill someone just now. The lightning tribulation descended, striking countless mountain guardians. Some people frantically screamed, "Run!" Tianyan worriedly grabbed Xuanchen's hand. "Senior, run quickly. You'll be struck by the lightning tribulation." He immediately reassured her, "Don't worry, with me here, you won't perish yet." Despite Tianyan still not understanding what was happening, he immediately waved his hand, casting a technique. The mountain guardians were each protected by spherical barriers. As Xuanchen created countless bubbles, he brought them to hide inside the Yinling Divine Palace. Once they were inside, Xuanchen let them drop with a rather unceremonious thud. The lightning tribulation continued to descend fiercely without cease. At this moment, a barrier formed around the Divine Palace. It protected them from being struck dead by the lightning. Xuanchen stood steadily on the water, folding his arms as he spoke. Even if the Lingyin Divine Palace isn't as powerful as it was a year ago, it still has more than enough power to block the celestial tribulation. Just now, I allowed you all to temper your physical bodies under the lightning tribulation. Once you couldn't take it anymore, just duck in here, all right? Okay, enough with the surprise. Calm your minds and spirits. Comprehend what the divine palace has brought forth from the lightning tribulation. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan Chen soared upwards, a whirlpool still surging beneath his feet. He raised his hand and told them, "Those are Taoist principles." The crowd went from one astonishment to another. What? Don't we only comprehend and accumulate Taoist principles by ourselves? Can it be extracted from the lightning tribulation? From within the ground, it immediately trembled, creating a rotating radiant mark. Upon seeing this scene, Tianyan was utterly dumbfounded. She waved her hand and called out, "Elder Xuan Chen, please come in here." Xuan Chen closed his eyes and waved his hand. "You all just cultivate on your own. These principles are pretty much useless compared to the heavenly Tao laws of the heavenly human tribulation, which are already far too weak for me, let alone these paltry spirit qi." He then thought, if I refine this qi numerous times, I could maximize my cultivation energy through self-refinement. Fighting someone 1 or 2 realms higher would be a piece of cake. After using the expansion method, my cultivation is currently at the mid-heavenly spirit realm, but my actual strength has almost reached the human emperor level. A few disciples came to his side and said to Xuan Chen, with Senior's capabilities, "It seems you must have comprehended these heavenly Tao laws long ago. Your recent cultivation display was to pass on the cultivation method to everyone. Otherwise, why would Senior value those spirit artifacts?" Immediately, they prostrated themselves before Xuan Chen. "Having Senior is truly a blessing. Senior, we will follow you." Seeing their determination, he couldn't help but think, I really need to seize the time to cultivate. These disciples are almost all entering the cave heaven realm, and I'm still just a weakling. It's truly embarrassing to admit. Outside the Lingtian River came the voice of Nie Shu Yuan. "Hurry, pursue." He brought along several other people who seemed quite strong. Elder Shi, who was right there, griped that Mo Tianyan didn't just lead people into the Forbidden Land, but also incited the Mountain Keepers to enter and destroy the spiritual energy source. They defied the ancestors' teachings, which is why the lightning tribulation occurred, you see. Elder Shi immediately reassured him, "Don't you worry. The 4 elders won't let them off the hook. Not a chance." Hyo Yuan hesitated. "But they are both numerous and powerful. I'm still afraid." Elder Shi shot him a glare. "Have you forgotten the rules of the Xiaoyao sect, boy?" He continued, fuming. "Whether they're a disciple or a mountain keeper, as long as they reach the heaven realm stage, they will become a sect elder of the Dung Tian realm. Do you think an elder like me is just for decoration?" Hearing Elder Shi's outburst, he was utterly terrified, stammering, "I wouldn't dare." The elder further emphasized that everything is decided by one's true strength. At this moment, Mo Tianyan and her group had already exited the Lingtian River. Standing high up, with the wind whistling around them, Xiaoyao sect disciple Han Gong spoke up, asking, "Junior Sister Tianyan, Ancient Senior, told us to come out, but why is he still cultivating inside? What's going on?" She immediately put a hand to her chin, pondering. With that Senior's cultivation, what more is there to cultivate? Clearly, he doesn't even bother with the Heavenly Tao's laws. Could it be that you want to show us that even after a breakthrough, we can't slack off on our cultivation? Han Gong slapped his hand and declared, "Exactly! That must be it!" Just then, that fellow Yiqiu Yuan arrived. He immediately pointed, "Mo Tianyan, you wretched girl, hurry up and get over here. Childer already knows about all the wrongdoings you've committed." However, when he saw their cultivation realms, his expression completely changed as he looked at Han Gong, Tianyan, and the others. He blurted out, "You've all broken through?" She Elder, seeing this, was equally flabbergasted. "The Dongtian realm? How is that possible?" He stepped back a few paces, just to make sure he wasn't seeing things. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. If only one mountain guardian had broken through, it might have been a coincidence. But for all of them to break through, then, immediately, Shy Elder dropped to his knees. "Greetings, elders." She Elder's words utterly terrified Yiko Yuan, who then burst into a furious rage. He roared at Shy Elder, asserting that those scoundrels must have definitely drained the Spirit River for their cultivation. That's why they were able to break through so quickly. Before he could utter another word, a mighty slap, carrying the full wrath of the elder, landed squarely, smacking his cheek, followed by a firm declaration, "No, you're the scoundrel." The slap sent Nishu Yuan staggering, several of his teeth flying out. The elder, blazing with fury, grabbed him and roared, "Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. The spiritual energy in the heavenly spirit, huh? It hasn't decreased at all. In fact, it's several times more abundant than before. You tricked me into coming here to arrest someone, trying to make me the eternal sinner of the Xiaoyao sect. Is that what you want, huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed his head and shoved it down in front of Tianyan. Then he raised his voice and asked the other elders, "I've subdued this disciple who's been spouting nonsense. Now, how should we handle this whole mess?" Tianyan replied blankly and indifferently, Whatever, it's up to you. At once, the Xiaoyao sect disciples rushed in to vent their anger on the troublemaker. Endless punches and kicks rained down, accompanied by vicious curses, directed at Nie Shu Yuan. You scoundrel! You made us miss out on a great opportunity. Now, they have all advanced to the Dongtian realm. Only we are still stuck in the heavenly spirit realm, and you almost made us commit some serious blasphemy. You good-for-nothing. Beat him hard. In the midst of the chaos, a command token unexpectedly flew in. Tianyan deftly pinched it with 2 skillful fingers. Her expression changed, sensing something ominous. Oh no, it's the Lingyun Sword Sect. The Wuji Palace and the Xingyue Pavilion have come to visit. She hurriedly entered where Xuan Chen was cultivating with Han Gong to report the situation. Han Gong quickly analyzed. Senior, it's probably because many people are undergoing tribulation simultaneously, causing the spiritual energy here to fluctuate. This attracted people from the 3 sects, and now all our key elders are in seclusion. What should we do? Xuan Chen's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and a majestic question resounded. What kind of power do these 3 sects possess? Tianyan respectfully reported. Right now, the Xiaoyao sect, the Lingyun Sword sect, the Wuji Palace, and the Xingyue Pavilion all belong to the territory of the Liehuo sect. She continued to recount the complicated relationship between the sects. The 4 great sects must annually pay tribute to the Liehuo sect. On the surface, they live in peace, yet internally, conflicts over resources silently simmer. Throughout the past 100 years, the Xiaoyao sect has grown weaker and weaker, constantly suppressed by other forces. Upon hearing that the Xiaoyao sect even had to pay tribute to the Liehuo sect, Xuan Chen secretly thought to himself, a mere nameless sect dares to bully and oppress the Xiaoyao sect? The sheer audacity. What an absolute disgrace to our venerable lineage. Han Gong bowed and let out a long sigh. Alas, senior, that year the previous seniors retreated to Nanhuang. Many ancient texts have been lost. Truly, the present can't compare to the past. Xuan Chen simply waved his hand, issuing a decisive command. Handle it yourselves. Just do it now as you did before. He told himself these trivial squabbles weren't worth his concern. He'd wait for the day he left the mountain. Then he would personally annihilate the Liehuo sect. After that, he promptly ushered both of them out. Stepping out the door, utterly bewildered, Han Gong couldn't help but ask his junior sister, what did Senior Ji-Yu mean by that? Tianyan pondered for a moment before replying, Senior brother Han, have you forgotten? Senior Gu's last sentence about the Xiaoyao sect still needing to pay tribute, offerings to the Liehuo sect? Scratching his head and tugging his ear, Han Gong still couldn't grasp her meaning. Or perhaps he'd misunderstood Xuan Chen's intentions. Tianyan asserted confidently. Think back to Senior's disgruntled expression when he uttered that line. He already disdained the Liehuo sect. Why would he care about those 3 other sects? She then gave a meaningful smile. She explained, Senior Gu's meaning is quite simple. If they behave, then all is well. But if they don't, well, we'll just send them off for good. The scene shifted to the majestic main hall of the Xiaoyao sect, where the atmosphere was as tense as a plucked string. Elder Shang Yun of the Lingyun Sword sect loudly questioned the Xiaoyao sect. Don't you people know any manners? How dare you send mere disciples to receive us? Beside him were Elder Qing Kong of Qingyue Pavilion and the Elder of Wuji Palace, Ku Hai. Elder Ku Hai and Elder Qing Kong also chimed in. Are all Xiaoyao sect disciples just a bunch of ill-mannered brats? Just then, Tianyan entered, leading countless brethren, and said with a cold voice, if you want proper etiquette, leave a name card and come back in 10 days. Maybe we'll send you off then. The elder of Wuji Palace immediately flew into a rage and charged forward, intending to attack Tianyan. Impudent! Since when do we need an invitation to enter the Xiaoyao sect? Let me pluck off this arrogant girl's head. Then I'll go find Mo. Huh? As reasoning met a mighty fist, Han Gong stepped forward to shield Tianyan. He shouted loudly, Tianyan, be careful! 2 fists clashed, creating a deafening explosion. The elder immediately threw another punch, roaring, Only at the Dongtian realm, yet you dare to stop me? Who gave you the guts? Han Gong also refused to back down, tightening his fist. The 2 clashed once more, and terrifying pressure spread throughout the space. The elder of Wuji Palace, with his bulging muscles, attacked while laughing arrogantly. It seems Elder Kuhai's strength cannot be underestimated. This made Han Gong struggle to defend himself. Kuhai continued to hurl insults at that ignorant beast who didn't know his place. Han Gong gritted his teeth, struggling to put up a fight. He then asked with a sneer, Who exactly is your master? Charging like an idiot, begging for death. Did he teach you that? Suddenly, amidst their fierce clash, Han Gong's spiritual energy surged. He actually broke through right here. Even Kohai, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but be utterly astonished. At this moment, A truly formidable aura radiated from Han Gong's body. It completely overwhelmed Elder Kohai. That elder from the Wuji Palace could only cower in abject terror at this point. Han Gong unleashed a single strike, sending him soaring through the air. The explosive surge of power even ripped his own clothes to shreds. He roared furiously, "Your dog-like mouth!" Spiritual energy surged wildly around him. "You are utterly unworthy of even uttering Elder Gu's name." The two remaining elders exclaimed in utter terror, "This is a heavenly Tao reflection." That Kohai was beaten so badly his mouth was askew, he couldn't even form proper words. "You've reached the human emperor realm." The fellow disciples rushed forward to ask Senior Brother Han, "Senior Brother, are you all right?" Gazing at his own hands, Han Gong mused to himself, "Just now, I merely attacked with all my might, just as Elder Ji had taught me, and I actually broke through." The two elders from the remaining two sects, seeing the situation turn sour, immediately tucked their tails and ran. They were running quickly when Tianyan, swift as lightning, moved to block their path at the exit and shouted loudly, "Who dares to run?" The two elders froze in fear. They too had achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation realm, yet it sent chills down Ching Kong's and all their spines. All of them were sweating profusely. They realized this was the legendary Heavenly Tao reversal sound, a unique talent that only a martial artist who has entered the Emperor realm could generate this sound law. Shang Yun, holding his sword, trembled intensely, remembering that in the past, the Xiaoyao sect once possessed an emperor scripture passed down by the emperor sect. Could it be now? So many people at the same time can generate such heavenly Dao reversal sound? They hastily knelt down, offering, "We'll prepare our formal submission cards." Tianyan smiled dangerously, not giving them a chance. "No need for submission cards anymore. Just leave your heads here instead." Elder Tianyun's face was drained of all color, and he wondered to himself, since when did the Xiaoyao sect become so terrifying? Jing Kong, trembling with fear, mumbled, I want to go home." Their fate was sealed within the main hall of the Xiaoyao sect. At this moment, only screams full of misery remained. After Tianyan and Han dealt with the people from the three sects, Han Gong brought their severed heads to report to Xuan Chen. Placing the heads of the three elders down, Han Gong reported, "Senior, we've eliminated those three, as per your instructions." Xuan Chen, with an impassive face, asked back, confused, "Eliminated all three of them? When did I ever instruct that?" Both were stunned. Tianyan turned to Han Gong and whispered, "Could it be we misunderstood Senior's intentions?" Xuan Chen immediately spoke up, scolding, "You all acted so rashly. What if the power behind them comes seeking revenge? While there's nothing to fear, if they keep causing trouble, it'll disrupt my cultivation." "What's done is done." He pointed at Han Gong. "Oh well, forget it. Since it's already happened, hurry up and go cultivate. Elder Han, that last Tianyan is still young and acts impulsively. Keep an eye on her." Han Gong nodded and replied, "Understood." As the two stepped out of the spirit hall, Tianyan regretfully asked, "Senior Brother Han Gong, did we really misunderstand Senior's intentions?" Han Gong replied with a somber expression, "Of course. Didn't you hear Senior say, what if the power behind them comes seeking revenge?" Tianyan looked at him, full of questions. "Senior Brother, do you mean—" He raised a hand to his neck, making a cutthroat gesture. Han Gong explained clearly, "Our senior is reminding us, compared to waiting for them to seek revenge, we should strike first. We should eradicate that entire sect to prevent future troubles." A few days later, a mighty pillar of light suddenly shot straight up from the ground into the sky. It was none other than Xuan Chen. He had successfully broken through his realm. His spiritual energy violently erupted at that moment. Xuan Chen smiled, looking at his own hand. Though the spiritual energy generated by the spirit-concealing divine palace is no longer pure enough, it barely managed to help me break through to the Dongtian realm. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking alarm rang out, catching Xuan Chen's attention. He instantly realized the cloud drum had rung 9 times. It was a signal to summon all members of the Xiaoyao sect back. Perhaps the Xiaoyao sect has encountered some major trouble. Could it be that those 3 sects have already come seeking revenge? At the Xiaoyao Grand Hall, Xuan Chen stepped into an incredibly chaotic scene. His disciples lay injured everywhere, and Han Gong was severely wounded, kneeling on the ground. He was mumbling in pain, calling out, "Senior! Senior!" A man with red hair and matching red clothes, Jihuo Laozang, spoke up, asking, "Xuan Chen, are you the senior these weaklings are all babbling about?" Tianyan immediately reminded him, "Elder Jihuo, this is Senior Ji. Mind your manners." He angrily roared, "Why should I be polite to asterisk him if he's so capable? Why'd he send you guys to fight those 3 sects?" Tianyan said, blushing, "Senior Gu's advice was spot on, honestly. It's our fault for being utterly useless and getting humiliated like this." Ji Xuan Chen, walking, sniffed disdainfully. Well, that was certainly embarrassing. All my efforts teaching you cultivation, only for you to be trampled by those nobodies in the end? Chihuo's eyes blazed, and he dramatically tossed the medicine bottles in his hand. What did you just say? Hangong quickly tackled him in a hug. Elder Chihuo, don't you dare get worked up. Xuanchen used his hand to channel spiritual power, conjuring streams of spiritual energy that zipped around the room. As they zipped past Chihuo, he was utterly bewildered. From mid-air, the spiritual energy immediately entered the bodies of the Xiaoyao sect disciples who were injured. Elder Chihuo rushed forward to stop Xuanchen. Hold it right there. What in the world are you trying to pull? Looking at him with a serious glare, Xuanchen said, if you want them safe, then scram now. Stunned by Xuanchen's reply, he froze like a statue. He clenched his fist, which was practically glowing with spiritual energy. At this moment, his disciples cheered. Wow, it's true. Our bodies don't hurt anymore. I, too, Tianyan expressed, offering thanks. Elder Chihuo's jaw dropped in astonishment, and he thought to himself, to treat so many people like this, even a high-level alchemist couldn't possibly endure it without sleep or rest for 7 whole days just to refine elixirs. And yet he can treat 100 people simultaneously. Seeing this, Elder Chihuo hastily knelt down respectfully, lamenting, Chihuo was truly blind. I did not recognize Senior's vast divine powers. If I have offended, please forgive me. Chihuo secretly exclaimed, he truly is the reclusive master of our Xiaoyao sect. Oh, ancestors! Thank you! The Xiaoyao sect is saved! Jiyu Xuanchen glanced at him and said, you are Chihuo. From now on, you will manage them in my stead. Little did he know, the very ancestor he was referring to was standing right before him. Just then, a few injured disciples rushed in to report urgently. This is bad. The 3 great sects have already reached the foot of the mountain. Yanyan and some junior disciples took out several large bags of items and offered them to Jiyu Xuanchen. Senior Jiyu, this is what we gathered after attacking the 3 great sects. Even though we couldn't defeat them, we still managed to acquire many weapons and treasures. These are all things like elixirs, high-grade materials, weapons, spirit stones, and cultivation techniques, she continued. Please, Senior, accept these. The remaining disciples, we shall use them as self-defense weapons to immediately greet the enemies. Xuanchen turned away and asked, I remember, didn't our sect possess 1,000-year-old profound iron and an ancient dragon tooth? Were they tossed away during the cleanup after being used to prop up this table leg? Chihuo quickly replied, I wouldn't dare. Those are ancestral artifacts passed down through generations. They are currently enshrined in the ancestral hall on Kaiyang Peak. Xuanchen thought to himself, 1,000-year-old profound iron, ancient dragon tooth. How could those possibly be mere table props? Order them to bring them here to me. I will personally forge these into weapons for you all. He thought disdainfully, treating that pile of junk as treasures. Asterisk. Haven't they caused me enough humiliation already? Xuanchen was about to voice his concerns, however. Chihuo quickly interjected. But the enemies have already arrived. Xuanchen immediately said, then it's perfect timing. I'll show them they've messed with the wrong person. His eyes instantly gleamed with dangerous intent. Outside the mountain gate, forces from the 3 great sects had already completely surrounded the Xiaoyao sect. A man wielding a massive sword bellowed a challenge. The Xiaoyao sect has once again retreated into their turtle shell. What a nuisance! That swordmaster Qing Zhanzi of the Lingyun sword sect. Beside him was a woman. Seated in a place of honor, she spoke. After all, we've already reported this matter to the Laihuo sect. As long as we guard here and wait for the envoy to arrive, they certainly won't be able to withstand it. This woman was Palace Master Dongfang Wuji of the Wuji Palace. Slamming his great staff onto the ground, a burly figure roared, but my iron staff has been itching to make those Xiaoyao sect folks bleed. He was Pavilion Master Zhang Zaixing of the Xingyue Pavilion. Immediately, with unmatchable speed, Jiyu Xuanchen appeared behind him. Jiyu Xuanchen, scolding him, asked, what dog is barking nonsense in the Xiaoyao sect's territory? All 3 were startled and terrified. The sword master of the Lingyun sword sect, the palace master of the Wuji Palace, and the pavilion master of the Xingyue Pavilion, dumbfounded, exclaimed in unison, who is it? Jiyu Xuanchen unleashed a palm strike to Zhang Zaixing's chest. His immense power sent him flying, without even a chance to grab his weapon. He spat blood, his face a ghastly sight. Moving in front of that Zhang Zaixing, who now lay motionless on the ground, Xuanchen squatted down, uttering words of contempt. Doesn't know his own strength, does he? The sword master of the Lingyun sword sect immediately attacked with a sword slash. You beast, Xuanchen, I'll chop you to death. In a blink, before he could even see anything, his sword shattered with a look of horror from behind. Xuanchen's threatening voice rang out, since you're so old, I'll give you a choice. The swordmaster immediately reacted, spinning around. The Eastern Master of Wuji Palace was also utterly astonished at the sight. Xuan Chen had the swordmaster by the head, causing him immense pain as he cried out, "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" He asked with a mocking tone, "Which foot did you use to step into my sect's gates first? And which hand did you use to kill my disciple?" He immediately snapped the swordmaster's hand. Which eye dared to disrespect my ZU sect? His eyes also couldn't escape the fate of being crippled. He was now nothing more than a pathetic cripple, screaming, "Release me!" His hand was still toying with him. "Too bad you answered too slowly. Then I'll decide for you." From a distance, a whip lashed out towards Xuan Chen in an attempt to rescue. The Eastern Master of Wuji Palace relentlessly whipped towards Xuan Chen. She helped up the swordmaster, anxiously asking, "Swordmaster, are you all right?" Immediately, Elder Chi Huo and his group arrived, and Tian Yan loudly proclaimed, "Senior Xuan Chen, what you need is right here." She threw 2 divine weapons towards Xuan Chen. He grabbed the weapon, grumbling, "It's too late!" Blind swordmaster, his mouth still spitting blood, cried out, "Kill me! I want to kill him!" With those words, he collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. Hong Zhijing then said, "Wuji Palace Lord, let us both unite our strength to slay that beast and avenge the sword master." Wuji nodded. "No problem at all." The Xingyu sect master pointed straight up to the sky. "They will unleash the ultimate technique, Jin Ding Zhen Tian." Dongfang Wuji, not to be outdone, employed his strongest move, Fei Long Lei Ding. The two of them generated an immensely powerful aura and struck down upon the Xiaoyao sect. The Xiaoyao sect disciples were affected, enduring wave after wave of impact. As Chanyan exclaimed, "Is this a human emperor realm expert? They can actually draw power from the heavenly Dao's laws for their own use, just like that." Xuanjin smiled. "Indeed. And perfectly timed, too." He threw the divine weapon in his hand forward, clasped his hands, and began chanting a spell. Immediately, the 2 divine weapons in the air absorbed all the power from the techniques of the 2 sects. Masters! The scene was truly spectacular. The 2 divine weapons immediately merged their power, creating a truly profound stream of light. Both Wu Ji and Hong Zhijing exclaimed in shock, "What?" From within the light in the sky, countless weapons rained down. Weapons flew down, right in front of Tian Yan. Not only her, but all the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect widened their eyes and exclaimed, "These are all high-grade weapons." Xuan Chen then said, "Go on, take them and play around." At this moment, those 2 sect masters gnashed their teeth. Just now, he dared to brazenly use our power to forge weapons? Xiong Zhijing gritted his teeth in fury. Fighting against 2 experts like us, and he still managed to forge weapons? Is he making fools of us, treating us like monkeys? The 2 instantly erupted with killing intent. "You damned brat! Hand over your life now!" They charged forward, attacking Xuan Chen. "Die!" Xuan Chen used his hand to conjure an orb before his chest, unleashing the heavenly illusionary annihilation array directly at them. It made them completely unable to resist. Xiong Jijing's face, utterly shocked, his eyes wide, activated their sect protection grand array. From Xuan Chen's hand, mystical blue explosions erupted. They cautiously retreated. Wait, that explosion, that was just the beginning. From within it, hundreds of thousands of blue arrows soared out, piercing through Wu Ji and Zhijing, shattering them into hundreds of pieces. The 2 soulless and essence-siphoning cultivators, caught by the formation, instantly fell. They died on the spot. Standing before their corpses, Xuan Chen sneered, "Too weak! I thought you'd last a little longer against me." This move isn't on par with the Emperor's tome. It's perfect for handling you pesky flies. Meanwhile, the arrows continued their relentless sweep, the remnants of the 3 great sects. Down to the very last one, they immediately fled, but there was no escape. Each fell like straw. Chihu, witnessing it, exclaimed with wide eyes, "The heavenly illusory cross-slaying formation! That's a slaughter formation!" The decisive formation that has been passed down for many years in our Xiaoyao sect. Legend has it that, as long as it senses the spiritual energy of a martial artist within a 10-mile radius who doesn't belong to the Xiaoyao sect, it will slaughter them all, stopping only when they're dead. The corpses of the 3 sects' disciples have now piled up into mountains. The survivors fled for their lives, amidst booming explosions and mixed with screams. "Quick, run for your lives." Hearing Chihu say that, Xuan Chen closed his eyes in exasperation. "Oh, little ten. It seems your descendants still need to be a bit smarter." His face darkened. 10 miles? What a joke. The remnants of the 3 sects, running out of Xiaoyao sect's territory, still incessantly shouted, "Hurry!" But these arrows, they're like a vast net cast from the heavens themselves, pursuing them to the ends of the earth. No matter how far they run, they'll still be killed. Hundreds of miles away, a group of people are engaged in battle. A fierce-looking fellow with a saber threatened Hu Hai Quan. Our three sects respectfully came to visit, yet you dared to kill all the elders of our three sects. Today, you of the Xiaoyao sect owe a blood debt, and it must be paid with blood. Beside the Xiaoyao sect master was Sheng Sui. He resisted with all his might, declaring, "My words are backed by proof. Recently, no one from my sect has descended the mountain. How could we have killed the elders of your three sects? On the contrary, it's you. You're blocking our way back to our sect. What are you trying to do?" They immediately charged forward, refusing to listen to reason. No need for wasted explanations. Avenge Master quickly. Luo Sheng Sui used her sword to block an attack from a nearby assailant. Immediately, her senior brother came to her rescue, shouting, "Junior sister, be careful!" After dealing with that assailant, he immediately asked, "Are you all right, junior sister?" Sheng Shu replied, "Many thanks, senior brother." That person was Dao Qian. The elder, Hu Haiquan, saw Luo Sheng Sui's strength and was puzzled. What in the world is going on? Clearly, Luo Sheng Su occupies the best position in the primordial blessed land. Yet her cultivation level isn't even as good as an ordinary sect disciple's. To aid her cultivation, the sect nearly exhausted most of the spirit stones that the Xiaoyao sect had painstakingly accumulated over the past 15 years. Already, 9 disciples couldn't withstand the lightning tribulation she caused and died on the spot. Sect Master Haiquan turned to Elder Sheng Shui and asked, "Can you summon the old ancestor?" To ask him for help, she hesitated. "Let me try and see." He thought, the great enemy is right before us now. If we keep fighting like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on any longer. Then Sheng Shui tremblingly prayed to that so-called old ancestor of the Xiaoyao sect, "If you're truly divine, then quickly come out and save your useless disciples and grand disciples. This young lady doesn't want to die here, all right?" More enemies kept pouring in, and an elder screamed, "Sectmaster! They're swarming us to fight us to the death. Why waste words with them?" The other one retorted even more fiercely, "Excellent! To the death! Let's avenge our fallen comrades from above." Just then, arrows from Xuanqian's formation also arrived. The tall, saber-wielding enemy of the Xiaoyao sect had just turned his head to look when the arrows immediately struck the heretics. Everyone seeing this scene still couldn't comprehend what was happening. Elder Dao Qian was puzzled and surprised. "What's going on?" Hu Haiquan immediately knelt down. He loudly proclaimed, "This is the Heavenly Illusion Intercepting Formation. Grandmaster has intervened to help us eliminate the enemy." In front of him, corpses were already piled high on this side. Xuanzhen then opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Finally, I've got you, Luo Shengshu." From the Xiaoyao sect battlefield, Jiyu Xuanzhen instantly shot off. Watching Jiyu Xuanzhen's departing figure, Tian Yan called out, "Senior, where are you going?" Simultaneously, Hu Haiquan turned to Luo Shengshu, saying, "Elder Luo, please quickly relay this message to the Grandmaster. We need his guidance on our next steps." She feigned a polite response. "Yes," she uttered, though confusion swirled within her. What in the world is going on? Clearly, I wasn't doing anything just now. As she was pretending to chant a spell, Dao Qian suddenly yelled, "Junior sister, be careful!" Boom! A resounding explosion. Something plummeted from the sky, and Luo Shengshu, startled, narrowly dodged it just in time. It was Jiyu Xuanzhen, his face radiating murderous intent as he spoke. "Luo Shengshui, it's been a long time." An elder immediately asked him, "Who are you?" When she saw him, Luo Shengshu's expression was filled with dread. "Jiyu Xuanchen, why are you here?" "I already crippled your Dantian, didn't I?" Smiling, he replied. "It's good that you haven't forgotten." The sectmaster turned to Elder Luo Shengsu and asked, "Ah, Elder Luo Shengsui, you know him?" She explained, "He's the useless husband my family arranged for me. However, I abandoned him a long time ago." "Sectmaster, this fellow is truly bizarre. He definitely has ill intentions, wanting to conspire with those three sects to destroy the Xiaoyao sect." Sectmaster Hu Haiquan pointed his sword at Xuanchen. "Is that true?" Xuanchen glanced at him scornfully and asked, "Are you the current sectmaster?" Immediately, Hu Haiquan yelled furiously, "I'm asking you!" Without another word, Xuanchen immediately delivered a resounding slap. "Impudent!" Two people nearby immediately turned pale. "You brat! How dare you hit the sect master?" Xuanchen replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I did hit him." With the Lingyan orb in his hand, he interrogated them. "I heard your patriarchs guided you to Anyang City to find a genius, and yet you brought back this piece of trash, Luo Shengchue, into the Hongmeng Blessed Land. After all this time, she only managed to break through to the early stage of the Dongtian realm, and you dare call her a genius?" Luo Shengsui flew into a rage upon hearing that. "What did you say, Xuan Chen? The Xiaoyao sect has many people with excellent talent, yet you don't recognize them. Instead, you let them be mountain guards, and you dare to claim to be worthy of being a sect master?" Hu Haiquan ground his teeth. "Shut up!" Luo Shengshu immediately added fuel to the fire. "Sectmaster, don't listen to his nonsense. Jiyu Xuan Chen, How dare you insult a sect master? I will not spare you. She tightly gripped the sword in her hand. Watch this! The sword blade hadn't even touched Jiyu Xuanchen's body when, push! He activated his protective shield. He moved extremely fast, darting past Luo Shangsui, which caught her completely by surprise. When they saw that scene, Tao Qian, along with several other elders, were startled. They were wide-eyed. Xuanchen didn't even need to use any techniques. Luo Shangshui was already sent flying, falling to the ground, her sword broken in half. Xuanchen spoke disdainfully. Task. Is Asterisk this the genius in your eyes? Around him, the protective shield vanished. Lying on the ground, Luo Shengsu looked utterly awful. Jiyu Xuanchen, how could you? Since when did his martial arts become so profound? He couldn't even clearly see how he made his move. Sectmaster, go help her. Elder Luo, are you all right? Tao Qian panicked, junior sister. Hu Heitong shouted loudly, drawing his sword menacingly. How dare you injure a disciple of the carefree sect? Today, I, the Sectmaster, shall teach you a lesson. From afar, a group of people was flying towards them. Immediately, a man spoke up to remind the Sectmaster. This isn't good. There are dozens of powerful cultivators of the Grotto Heaven realm heading towards us. It must be the reinforcements sent by those three sects. Heitong, the Sectmaster, roared, prepare to meet the enemy. The group flying from afar immediately landed on the ground. It was the group of Chihuo, Tianyan, and Han Gong, along with many carefree sect disciples. They knelt down to pay respects. Greetings, Senior Jiyu. Greetings, Sectmaster. Elder Chihuo, Han Gong, Mo Tianyan, and Hu Heitong all looked utterly bewildered. You all... What happened to you? Tianyan happily introduced to the Sectmaster. During this time, thanks to Senior Gu's guidance, all of us have broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm. Han Gong also added, Indeed, and that terrifying celestial tribulation too, I only got through it thanks to Elder Gu's help. Only then could I easily withstand it. At this moment the Sectmasters and their company stood dumbfounded, mouths agape, as one asked loudly, all of you, dozens of people, have all of you already overcome the celestial tribulation? Is that really true? Sectmaster Hai Quan gritted his teeth, deep in thought. Just what kind of background does he have after all? Jiyu Xuanchen approached Hu Hai, his murderous aura terrifying, and spoke. It seems this venerable one just heard you say you wanted to teach me a lesson, didn't I? Everyone was now in the main hall of the Xiaoyao sect, where the Sectmaster asked Jiyu Xuanchen, are you truly the reclusive elder of our Xiaoyao sect? Luo Shengchui interjected. Sectmaster? That's impossible. He's merely a live-in son-in-law of my Luo family, whom I imprisoned in the dungeon for 2 years. His Dantian was even crippled. For all these years, he's always been in Anyang City. How could he possibly be the Xiaoyao sect's reclusive elder? Tianyan and several others nearby, their faces darkening, warned, Elder Luo, though you were chosen by the ancestor, if you dare to be disrespectful to Elder Jiyu, don't blame us for not holding back. As she spoke, she drew her sword, threatening, while Luo Shengshui flew into a rage, ready for a challenge. Let me see who dares to lay a hand on me. He turned to Hu Haiquan. I want to push Xuan Chen to his death. Master, that Xuan Chen clearly wanted to ambush us just now. If you don't execute him immediately, when the ancestral master comes to punish, how do you plan to explain yourself? Exploiting the sect master's reverence, they pushed him into a difficult position. Standing before the grand statue of Xiaoyao Wudi, Xuan Chen spoke, asking Luo Shengshui, you claim you can communicate with Xiaoyao? Then try communicating for this venerable one. Upon hearing Xuan Chen's tone, Hu Haiquan furiously roared, insolent! Within the great hall. How dare you utter the ancestral master's taboo name directly? The ancestral master has been missing for 100 years, and it was with great difficulty that he finally chose Luo Shengshui. Considering the numerous good deeds you've performed for the sect, now, immediately prostrate yourself in apology before the ancestral master's divine statue. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy. He thought that, as the sect master, even if he had to offend a senior, I cannot go against the grand ancestor's instructions. Xuan Chen sighed, clicking his tongue. Task! Oh, little tenth, your judgment is truly terrible. How can someone like you possibly be the sect master? As he spoke, Hu Hai delivered a full saber strike at the stubborn fool Xuan Chen, whose expression remained unchanged. With just 2 fingers, he effortlessly clamped down on the sect master's saber blade. Hu Hai was scared out of his wits. Still grasping the saber blade, he raised his voice. You want me to kowtow and apologize? Then you'll have to ask him if he can even handle it. He glared, and a terrifying pressure radiated, flinging everyone far away. At this moment, the Xiaoyao sect master, spitting blood, fell backward. Elder Tao Qian exclaimed in panic, This is the Xiaoyao imperial scripture. Suddenly, the statue of the Xiaoyao emperor moved, causing dust and rocks to fall thickly. The statue of the Xiaoyao emperor lifted its leg, stepped off the stone pedestal, and lowered its sword. The Xiaoyao disciples, seeing this scene, were utterly terrified. Below, Tianyan immediately shouted, "Quick, look! The Grand Ancestor's divine statue is moving." Luo Shengsue's face was triumphant as she spoke up. "Xuanchen, you're finished. Just now, you disrespected the Grand Ancestor. He will immediately manifest to kill you." The statue stopped in front of Xuanchen and plunged the stone sword straight into the ground. The Xiaoyao Emperor knelt before Jiyu Xuanchen. He respectfully announced, "Your disciple Xiao Yao greets Master." Everyone, upon seeing the Xiaoyao Emperor bow to Jiyu Xuanchen, all gaped, their faces turning pale. What? Master! Jiyu Xuanchen slowly ascended the stone blocks, which instantly transformed into stairs, forming a grand throne. Jiyu Xuanchen sat on the imperial throne, propped his foot up, and asked, "I'll ask again. He wants me to kowtow and apologize? Is he even worthy of such an honor?" At this moment, Jiyu Haiquan prostrated himself on the ground and respectfully declared, "This disciple was utterly blind. Dare offend an immortal ancestor. Please, immortal ancestor, punish me." He never expected the person before him to be the master of their founding ancestor, the legendary divine dragon, elusive and mysterious. How could this be? They said he perished in the lightning tribulation. From a distance, Luo Shengshu also collapsed to her knees. Her expression was utterly grim. Jiyu Xuanchen, seeing her like this, felt utterly satisfied. Luo Shengxue understood that death for her was inevitable. She simply couldn't believe what was happening. "No! This is absolutely impossible!" The Xiaoyao Emperor then spoke. "Master, your incompetent disciple still hasn't been able to find it, even after 100 years. You even mistakenly guessed that you were in the Holy Domain." Tianyan and Han Gong, though aware of Xuanchen's formidable power, never imagined he was their own old ancestor, their eyes wide with shock. When Xuanchen heard Emperor Xiaoyao speak, he waved his hand. "If you've already flown to the Holy Domain, then return. The heavenly punishment that comes with transcending realms is not something that currently you can withstand. We, master and disciple, will naturally meet again." Emperor Xiaoyao immediately obeyed, declaring, "This disciple complies with your command." Then his spirit departed. Before leaving, he also issued a solemn command. "Xiaoyao's disciples shall revere you as they revere me." The Xiaoyao sect master immediately accepted the order, kneeling and kowtowing to pay respects to the ancestor. "Your disciple vows to obey the ancestral master's teachings." All disciples of the Xiaoyao sect also paid their respects together. Even at this moment, Luo Shengxue still couldn't accept the truth. What is this? Wasn't he just an ancient waste? How did he become the revered master of the Xiaoyao martial emperor? Then, sensing the situation, she also knelt down and kowtowed. "Your disciple Luo Shengsue pays respects to the ancestor." "Ancestor," she gasped in fear, begging, "please consider our past as husband and wife and spare my life." Immediately waved his hand. Xuanchen used his inner energy to disperse her with a single strike. Luo Shengxue was hit by a move and thrown far away. Jiyu Xuanchen spoke up, asking, "Where is the hall master of the punishments hall?" He immediately stepped forward and said, "Shen Qiao Yue of the punishments hall pays respects to you, ancestor." Jiyu Xuanchen ordered, "Abolish her cultivation, take her to the punishments hall, and imprison her for 5 years. After that, throw her out of the Xiaoyao sect." Upon hearing this, Luo Shengshue's face contorted in horror. The hall master of the punishments hall obeyed the command. "Yes, sir." Luo Shengxue furiously shrieked, "Jiyu Xuanchen, you! How dare you do this to me?" "My Luo family will definitely not let you off." Jiyu Xuanchen covered his face and chuckled softly. "The Luo family?" He instantly teleported next to Luo Shengxue. He lifted her face and said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you about your Luo family. The entire clan, all 107 of them, have already been exterminated by this venerable one. Only you remain. Tell me, how exactly do they plan to not let me off now?" Shengxue, upon hearing the dreadful news, her eyes turned bloodshot, and tears gushed out as she wailed in despair. You demon! Just stab me with a sword and kill me already." Xuanchen stood up and smirked. "Kill you? How could I let you off so easily?" With eyes full of hatred, he told Shengshu, "This venerable one actually wants you to live. Just watch how I, Jiyu Xuanchen, rise. I want you, this life and the next, to be unable to live and unable to die." Jiyu Xuanchen's image at this moment appeared like an archdemon. Immediately, the chains clinked as the punishment hall master, holding the chains, approached Luo Shengsui. She was terrified. "No! Jiyu Xuanchen, this madman!" Without another word, he chained her neck, just like chaining a dog. Shen Xiao Yue choked her, saying, Senior Ancestor, rest assured, your disciple guarantees her next 5 years. They will feel longer than an entire lifetime. At the same time, she won't be able to utter another disrespectful word. As he spoke, he brought a sharp sickle to Luo Shengshui's mouth. With one swift slash, he took away her tongue. Luo Shengshui made muffled sounds, unable to utter a word. MMPH. My tongue wants to kill you. He grabbed Luo Shengshui's head and dragged her away, leaving streaks of blood trailing behind. Frightened by their Grand Ancestor Master, Hu Haiquan immediately asked, "We don't know what instructions Senior Ancestor has next. We are willing to obey Senior Ancestor's words." Ji Yu Xuanchen patted his head. All right. Stop calling me Senior Ancestor over and over again. You can just call this Venerable One, Master, just like Xiaoxi does. Elder Xiao Yao spoke up. Ancestor, no, Master. This time, coming down the mountain. You surely have a detailed plan, don't you? He turned and settled onto his seat. He replied to them. A plan, you ask? For now, I have none. Still, I have a question for you all. Previously, you mentioned, where is the leader of the Blazing Fire Sect? In the main hall of the Blazing Fire Sect, a man slammed the table in a fit of rage. This sect master of the Xiaoyao sect is asking for a rebellion. I can't believe he dares to declare war on the people of our 3 sects. The man with the slanting bangs covering one eye, standing nearby, was equally furious. All the envoys we sent were killed. Clearly, they don't even see our Blazing Fire Sect in their eyes. Sect Master Lai Yan of the Blazing Fire Sect, seated high above, ordered a head count of their forces. Immediately, surround the Xiaoyao sect. Just then, a figure flew straight into the main hall of the Blazing Fire Sect. A Blazing Fire Sect disciple drew his sword and shouted, "Who goes there?" Ji Yu Xuanchen then declared, "A mere mob of nobodies isn't even worthy of this Venerable One stating his name." He placed his hand down on the floor, generating streams of spiritual energy that choked all the surrounding elders. The red-haired fellow, who was so arrogant just moments ago, was now reduced to pitiful begging. "Sect Master, save me!" The Blazing Fire Sect Master dug his hands into the ground, unleashing roaring flames. "You brat, prepare to die!" He furiously launched fire essence to attack Ji Yu Xuanchen. From his arm, he conjured a fireball, striking towards Ji Yu's Xuanchen. Ji Yu Xuanchen easily dodged his fiery fist. Ji Yu Xuanchen retaliated, striking him with sword energy. The Blazing Fire Sect Master's arm flew off, severed. He screamed in agony, "My arm! Arg!" Ji Yu Xuanchen used his spiritual power to conjure a sword. He slashed him. The Blazing Fire Sect Master lay on the ground, clutching his severed arm in pain. Ji Yu Xuanchen approached him and asked, "The Blazing Fire Sect, correct?" He conjured a fireball with his hand. "Since you said so, then you all shall die just like this guy." Blazing Fire Sect Master hadn't even fully grasped what was happening. He saw the flames reflected in his eyes, his face filled with utter terror. Ji Yu Xuanchen unleashed fire, incinerating the Blazing Fire Divine Sect. Screams echoed everywhere. "Run!" Outside, Tianya stared at the sea of flames, utterly shocked. "Sect Master, could it truly be like this? The Blazing Fire Sect has oppressed us for hundreds of years, and now they're annihilated in just one night?" Hu Haiquan reassured them. "Calm down a little. Later, if you follow Master and see a scene like this, don't be too surprised, lest you embarrass him. Just one word from the sect master makes the entire sect eager to comply upon seeing Haiquan's smile." Tianyan quietly reminded the sect master to control the corners of his mouth, which were almost reaching his ears. Would that be possible? He pointed his sword to the sky. The sect master commanded, "All sect disciples, listen to my order and follow me. We will kill the people of the Liehuo sect." They fiercely rushed down. They massacred the Liehuo sect, leaving not a blade of grass behind. The Liehuo sect, the strongest sect in the Yan nation, completely vanished from this continent overnight, from old to young. As long as they were members of the Liehuo sect, they were killed on sight. Meanwhile, the Xiaoyao sect, after a century of decline, suddenly rose from obscurity. With an unstoppable aura, they massacred foes in all 4 directions. In the Honghuang Blessed Land, Xuanchen silently faced the magnificent Hongmeng tree. He had originally thought that the Xiaoyao sect's spiritual energy had been utterly depleted. Yet this Honghuang tree had grown far beyond his wildest imagination. The Xiaoyao sect had been completely reorganized. All that was left was to bring the Honghuang fruit back, can completely unravel Wuhan's chaotic celestial body. Just as Xuanchen closed his eyes, remembering his younger sister, voice unexpectedly rang out, "Disciple Xiaomeng greets Shizun." The unfamiliar sound startled Xuanchen, putting him on alert. He immediately swung his sword towards the source of the sound, yelling loudly, "Come out!" What appeared was a tiny tree spirit, who dodged in fear. The spirit flew over and embraced Xuanchen, sobbing, Shizun, why did you just appear and immediately attack Xiao Meng? Xuan Chen's face was utterly bewildered. Disciple Xiao Meng, when did this seat ever take such a disciple? She then began to recount memories. Master, have you forgotten, Xiao Meng? In the beginning, when you were guiding senior brother Xiao Yao on the profound truths of the heavenly Tao, Xiao Meng was also listening by your side. Hundreds of years later, I finally evolved spiritual consciousness. Xuan Chen was utterly astonished. You are that primeval tree? The tree spirit immediately hugged and kissed him passionately. Finally, Shizun remembers Xiao Meng. He took hold of the spirit, speaking in a reprimanding tone. You haven't even borne fruit yet, and you've already developed sentience and even struggled to take human form. Then he called out loudly, Summon Han Gong! Han Gong immediately flew over, knelt down, and greeted Xuan Chen, this disciple. He immediately ordered the summoning of all celestial human-level martial artists who possess Dongtian realm cultivation, or higher, to the Hong Huang Blessed Land, to arrive within the time it takes an incense stick to burn. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect had already gathered in full. Hu Hai stepped forward to report, Master, I have finished checking the number of people in the sect. There are a total of 101 disciples with Dongtian realm cultivation. Xuan Chen waved his hand, and the Lingyin Palace immediately appeared. The sect master was utterly astonished. I can't believe Master could so easily move the Lingyin Divine Palace all the way from the source of the Spirit River to here. Waves of spiritual energy from the Lingyin Palace rose up along the tower. From the Hong Hong tree, spiritual energy continuously surged forth, enveloping the Lingyin Palace. Both absorbed from each other, harmoniously blending their spiritual energy, creating soft, rustling sounds. The spiritual essence from the Lingyin Palace was then absorbed by the large tree, becoming nutrients to nourish it. The spiritual energy of the Lingyin Divine Palace and the Hong Huang tree were nourishing and circulating each other. Xuan Chen pointed his hand and commanded, Everyone, begin cultivating! After everyone had cultivated for some time, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a lightning tribulation descended. Fierce lightning bolts created tremendous rumbling explosions. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, terrified beyond measure, cried for help to Sectmaster Xuan Chen. It seems we've already sensed the heavenly human tribulation. This is indeed the lightning tribulation for ascending to the human emperor realm. It's so terrifying. Seeing the lightning tribulation descend, Tian Yan's heart was filled with worry. It's the heavenly human tribulation for nearly 100 people. What exactly is Sectmaster going to do? Sectmaster Xuan Chen raised his hand to activate the heavenly illusory void 7-star pearl, then shouted loudly. The spiritual energy from the Hongmeng tree fused with the lightning and shot straight into the sky. Everyone cried out in alarm. Wait, Sectmaster! He wants to channel all the heavenly Tao laws into the primordial tree. Xuan Chen used his spiritual power to gather the heavenly Tao laws. From above, all the lightning energy poured down onto the heavenly Tao laws, which were completely absorbed by the primordial tree. The tree trunk at this moment underwent a violent transformation. Lightning veins extended from the top all the way down to the trunk. The spirit, Xiao Meng, slowly transformed into a complete human form. Xiao Meng at this moment had become a beautiful girl. She joyfully exclaimed, Your disciple Xiao Meng thanks Sectmaster for this immense favor. Then she suddenly burst into tears. That's all because of that damn lightning tribulation. It took away my eyebrows. She offered Xuan Chen 2 fruits from the Hongmeng tree, saying, quote, Master, please enjoy the primordial fruit. Xuan Chen took them, then waved his hand and tossed the lightning tribulation into the air. He raised his hand and chanted a spell. The lightning tribulation unleashed fierce, crackling thunderbolts. He used his hand to firmly clench and gather spiritual energy, absorbing the lightning tribulation into it. Jiyu Xuan Chen opened his eyes, and the lightning bolts transformed into spiritual energy rays, striking wildly in all directions. The spiritual energy then erupted with a mighty roar, forming powerful and imposing streaks. Witnessing this scene, Jiyu Haiquan and his disciples had their horizons truly broadened. After Jiyu Xuan Chen finished his cultivation, he commented with satisfaction, The primal chaos fruit has successfully undergone the tribulation. Indeed, after being forged by the lightning tribulation, its spiritual power is much denser. Moreover, it also contains the power of the lightning tribulation itself. In the future, I can use it directly. Everyone cheered with immense joy, offering their congratulations. Master's strength has broken through yet another level. Back at the Jiyu family's main hall, Wu Han was using a primal chaos fruit to cultivate. The spiritual energy around her surged powerfully, swirling with whooshing and zapping sounds. She used her hand to create a sphere, gathering all this spiritual energy into it. When her cultivation finished, she opened her eyes and ran to hug Ji-Yu Xuanchen. "Brother, I can finally cultivate now." Xiaomeng also flew in from somewhere, hugging Ji-Yu Xuanchen and exclaiming, "This is great, master." At this moment, he was feeling extremely uncomfortable. He could barely breathe anymore. "It hurts, master." When he saw the human form of the primordial tree, he was utterly astonished. Legend has it that the primordial tree needs hundreds of years just to gain sentience. Furthermore, it must attain enlightenment before it can cause a thunder tribulation to manifest in human form, Ji-Yu Gongzi. Yet he can make the primordial tree demonize and take on a human form, and even bear primordial fruits that have survived heavenly tribulations. The playful primordial spirit chirped, "Master, quickly praise Xiaomeng." However, what astonished everyone the most was, as Ji-Yu Gongzi even subdued the Xiaoyao sect. Behind them, Xuanchen's grand disciples congratulated in unison, "Congratulations, young Lady Yuhan." Bao Hai, trembling with fear, leaned against a pillar, his face pale and his mind reeling. "Surely I haven't done anything to offend Ji-Yu Gongzi before, right?" Hu Hai bowed completely, stammering, "Ji, our Grand Master Uncle, congratulations." Ji-Yu Kaiyuan immediately helped him up, saying, "Sect Master Hu, I wouldn't dare. There's no need." Seeing this, Xuanchen immediately stated, "From now on, let everyone address each other according to their respective ranks. You can just use normal addresses." The two of them immediately complied. "Yes," Yuhan said with a mournful expression. "Brother, tell me, how wonderful it would be if father could see with his own eyes how the Ji-Yu family is rising now." How keenly Xuanchen's eyes glanced at Yuhan. He stepped out, calling to Ji-Yu Kaiyuan, "You two uncles, come with me on a trip." He quickly obeyed. Amidst the fresh air of the great Qingyun continent, in the Ji-Yu family's garden, Xuanzhen and Kaiyuan uncle were strolling. He spoke up and asked his uncle, "Uncle, 2 years ago, when my father left, did he say where he was going?" In the memories of this current body, Ji-Yu Tianhua, the father of this body, he was a man who loved Xuanzhen immensely. When Xuanzhen was little, his father personally taught Zhener that every sword move must be mastered by him. In his memory, even though the original owner's talent was ordinary, Zhou Tianhua always cared for him and taught him with utmost dedication. Xuanzhen's father always dedicated himself to teaching him wholeheartedly. He once said that this was the dignity of a martial artist. Little Xuanzhen immediately affirmed, "Your son has remembered it well." Initially, when he became a live-in son-in-law in the Luo family, he was also the first to object. In the end, unable to convince the clan members, he left in anger. Kai Yuan's face was mournful. "Zhener, this matter truly shouldn't be hidden from you any longer. Actually, when you first married into the Luo family, your father didn't leave because he was angry, but to save you." Xuanchen was aghast, his face darkening. He had to save Ku Yuan. "To tell the story, we must begin with your mother." Xuanchen recalled, "Didn't mother pass away from complications during childbirth? After giving birth to Wu Han?" The two uncles sighed. "Actually, those were just words we told outsiders. The truth is, your mother came from the Long family in Wanji-Yu continent. That year, after she gave birth to Wuhan, she was taken back by her clan." Xuanchen was startled, utterly astonished. "What?" "I recall Wanji-Yu continent is where spiritual energy is most abundant in the southern wasteland, and the Long family seems to be one of the major clans there." The two uncles' eyes began to well up. "That's right! Initially, when you were forced into that marriage, your father wanted to find your mother, and while he was at it, asked someone from the Long family to step in and save you. Who would have thought? This time he went and completely vanished without a trace." Xuanchen decided, "Now that my cultivation has greatly improved, I'll go find them and bring them back myself." A bird flew across, like an omen for Xuanchen's next distant journey. The place Xuanchen is headed is Wanji-Yu continent, to a sect on the sea displaying the characters Ji-Yu Zai. Once again, Xuanchen set off on his journey, soaring across treacherous terrain. The place he set foot upon was Wanji-Yu continent. Upon arriving, he suddenly stopped to assess the situation. Looking at the surroundings, Xuanchen secretly sighed in admiration. Truly, this is Myriad Ancient Continent. The closer he got, the richer the spiritual energy became. This trip to Myriad Ancient Continent, firstly, allows me to utilize the spiritual energy here for cultivation. Secondly, I can find my parents for Yuhan. It can be said that this is hitting 2 targets with 1 arrow. Xuanchen cautiously observed the surroundings and decided that the spiritual energy here was the most abundant. Cultivating first before continuing the journey wouldn't be too late. With that, he immediately sat down next to a moss-covered stone cave, circulated his qi into his dantian, and seized the opportunity to cultivate. Xuanchen set up a formation, blocking the entrance and exit. This was to prevent others from disturbing him while he was cultivating. However, inside the cave, he wasn't alone. A little girl touched the barrier. She said to her grandfather, "Grandpa, why did someone set up a formation at the cave entrance? The two of us can't get out anymore." The old man stroked his beard and examined it. "Oh, this is a level 4 illusion formation used to aid cultivation. It has no offensive capabilities." He looked at his granddaughter. "Since we can't get out, why not borrow this illusory realm to temper your mind a bit?" The child sighed in frustration. I know. It's just my luck to have to go herb picking with Grandpa, and I still can't escape cultivation. Early next morning, Xuan Chen had completed his cultivation. He took a refreshing breath, then dispelled the formation. Xuan Chen stood up under the morning sun. At this moment, a grandfather and granddaughter nearby. The little girl immediately pointed. "Grandpa, that person finally finished." Her grandfather immediately reminded her, "Dong-er, you mustn't be rude." The words of the grandfather and granddaughter caught Xuan Chen's attention. The old man spoke up. "It seems this old man has not been strict enough in his teachings. I hope young master isn't amused by our antics." Xuan Chen immediately replied, "It's quite all right." He secretly thought to himself, "Are these two trapped here by my formation?" As he approached, the old man casually praised, "Young master's formation is truly marvelous. May I ask which sect you hail from?" Xuan Chen looked up. He heard the rustling sound of leaves. Elder Xiao Yao Kong then extended an invitation to Xuan Chen. The old man said, "Wait, young master is truly a rare talent. Would you perhaps do this old man the honor of visiting my manor?" He didn't allow. Xuan Chen thanked the old man and immediately soared away. "However, I still have matters to attend to. I won't trouble you any further." After Xuan Chen left, the old man mused, "Xiao Yao sect. I don't recall any such power existing in the southern wilderness." Tonger, who was next to him picking mushrooms, reminded him, "Why wouldn't there be?" That year, the sect in Xian Kingdom that Auntie joined, wasn't it precisely the Xiao Yao sect? He brought a hand to his chin, lost in thought. The Xian Kingdom is extremely desolate, with scarce spiritual energy. How could it possibly nurture such a formation genius? The little girl, holding her grandpa's hand, scoffed. What kind of formation genius? In front of a formation grandmaster like Grandpa, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Her grandpa sighed and said, "Tonger, you're mistaken. His illusion formation fundamentally cannot be broken." The little girl's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" Grandpa and grandchild walked back home. He said, "However, just now, by observing his illusion formation, I gained some insight. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to advance to a level 6 formation master." In the main city of Wanjiyu Prefecture, Xuan Chen gazed at the scenery from high above. He held a jade pendant in his hand. A few days ago, second uncle had told him, "These are all things my father left behind before he departed." This jade pendant. He turned his head to look, saw it was always placed on his desk. Ji-Yu Xuan Chen closed his eyes tightly, activating the heaven-gazing star art. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately cast the 1,000-mile tracking technique, a skill akin to a clairvoyant eye. However, it doesn't necessarily pinpoint the exact person he's searching for. The clue that appeared were the silhouettes of two girls. He exclaimed, "Found them! They're in some tavern." One girl was constantly drinking wine. The maid beside her, seeing this, wordly reminded the young lady, "Please don't drink anymore." She irritably snapped, "Leave me alone!" She was Qi Ziyan, the eldest young lady of the Qi family. The surrounding patrons couldn't help but start gossiping. "Hey, look, isn't that the eldest young lady of the Qi family, the renowned alchemy clan? What's going on? Why has she come here to drown her sorrows with alcohol like this?" His friend also chimed in. "I heard that the legendary alchemy genius, young Master Han, has taken a fancy to her. He's even preparing to go to her family's door to propose, isn't he? Isn't that a good thing approaching? What's with the grumpy face?" These words accidentally reached Qi Ziyan's ears, and she gave an order. Xiao Yu poured a full cup, while the maid looked at her, exclaiming, "Miss!" At this moment, Ji-Yu Xuan Chen, following Qi Ziyan's footsteps, arrived at the purple pavilion. "Waiter, come here!" The guest sat down near Qi Ziyan, making it convenient for observation. Carefully examining, Ji-Yu Xuan Chen surmised that they carried an aura of Ji-Yu Tianhua. Though extremely faint, it clearly indicated they had at least come into contact within the past year. What would the esteemed guest like to order? As Ji-Yu Xuan Chen spoke to the waiter, Qi Ziyan immediately cast an attentive glance his way. Sitting there, Ji-Yu Xuan Chen spoke up, "2 gin of good wine." The waiter hurriedly fetched the wine, saying, "All right." This extraordinary demeanor made it difficult for a woman like Qi Ziyan not to notice. She involuntarily flushed crimson and turned away, as if trying to hide from his gaze. Her hand tightly gripped her robe. Qi Ziyan decided to stand up, carrying a bottle of wine. Xiao Yu was surprised as the miss placed the wine bottle in front of Ji-Yu Xuan Chen. She spoke up and asked, "Young master, Aren't you bored sipping all by your lonesome? With a flushed face, Cheesy Yan proposed, how about we, drink together? Ji-Yu Xuanchen simply replied, please, sit. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. I was still wondering how to strike up a conversation, and yet you came right to my door. Sitting down, Ziyan asked, young master, you look quite unfamiliar. Are you from another land? I wonder what brings you to Wanjiyu continent. Xuanchen replied, I am from Ziyan Kingdom, here to find my kin. He showed the two girls a portrait of his father, asking, I wonder if you two young ladies have ever met my father. The two girls were startled. Xiao Yu immediately exclaimed, Miss, isn't this Elder Ji-Yu? Xuanchen immediately asked, you two know him? Xiao Yu recounted. That year, when Elder Ji-Yu entered Wanjiyu continent, he was severely injured. He was unconscious by the roadside and was brought back to the Qi family for treatment by our eldest young miss. Afterwards, our patriarch learned that he was a son-in-law of the Long family, so he was sent to the Long family. It's just that after that, he was never seen again. However, I've heard rumors from outsiders that it seems he was placed under house arrest by the Long family. Ziyan interjected, reminding Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, you shouldn't just blurt things out. Xuanchen said to Ziyan, can the two of you take me to the Long family? Ziyan's expression turned serious. Young master, if you risk going there, I'm afraid you'll end up like your father, unable to get out. Raising the wine cup to his lips, he chuckled softly. You don't need to worry about that. I have my ways. Xiao Yu next to him covered her mouth and chuckled. Young master, don't be so naive. This is the Wanjiyu continent. I'm afraid you don't know the Long family's true strength, do you? She went on to explain. The Long family maintains its firm foothold in the Wanjiyu continent using array formations. Within the family, there are 3 level-5 array masters and numerous formidable cultivators. To boot, all from the reversion to void stage, standing guard. Jian slowly poured a glass of wine for herself, then spoke. Young master, there's no need to rush. Instead of risking a head-on assault on the Long family, wouldn't it be better to find a way to lure your father out? Wouldn't that be much better? Xuanchen, full of curiosity, asked, oh, you have a way to get him out? She then poured Xuanchen a cup of wine. There's a method, but I'm unsure if the young master is willing to make a tiny sacrifice. Xuanchen, growing impatient, urged, just say it. Qian gently opened her mouth and proposed, the solution is for you to become the live-in son-in-law of my Qi family. Xuanchen was immediately dumbfounded. What kind of brilliant idea is that? Qian explained. Given the Qi family's standing on the Wanjiyu continent, if we were to marry, the Long family members would undoubtedly attend. At that point, you'd naturally discover the whereabouts of your old uncle. He stood up. There's no need for such trouble. Looking at her, he declared, no one can stop what I intend to do. Immediately, Xiao Yu looked at Shu Yan, and the two exchanged a knowing glance. Xiao Yu knelt down, hugging young master Xuanchen's leg. How could you be so heartless? Xuanchen, flustered, said, hey, let go. Xiao Yu wailed. My lady once saved your father's life. Now is the time for you to repay her. A true man, one who stands tall between heaven and earth, accepts his debts and must know how to repay them. She blubbered, her tears getting all over Xuanchen's clothes. Now you're forgetting kindness, betraying justice, and repaying good with evil. How is that any different from a petty scoundrel? Ugh, so gross. Xuanchen felt extremely awkward. The people around immediately started whispering and speculating. What's going on? This man dares to bully 2 young ladies in broad daylight? Xuanchen was afraid of losing face, so he was caught between a rock and a hard place. This is truly troublesome! He waved his hand, conjuring ropes to bind Xiao Yu, who cried even louder, Wah! Wah! Let me go! Are you even worthy of my lady? You heartless wretch! Shu Yan, standing nearby, called out to Xiao Yu worriedly. Young master Xuanchen glared menacingly. Shut up! Haven't you said enough? You're annoyingly loud. This venerable one agrees. So what's the big deal? Xuanchen's weakness is dealing with women. Annoyed, he got off this venerable one first. Seeing Xuanchen's expression, Xiao Yu couldn't help but shiver. She whimpered, Ah, yes. Xuanchen followed Cheesy Yan back to the mansion on the carriage. She said, Young Master Ji-Yu, I'm truly sorry. I just don't want to marry the Han family's young master. That's why I resorted to this desperate measure. Ziyan blushed. You are from another place. There will be no more trouble. The two of us will pretend to be relatives. With this opportunity, you can make contact with the Long family, and I can also escape this marriage alliance. After we succeed, you can leave Wanjiyu Prefecture with Uncle Ji-Yu. Even if the Han family learns the truth, they value their reputation. They won't be able to marry me anymore. Upon hearing Ziyan say that, Xuan Chen immediately asked. Then won't that affect your future marriage? Ziyan said after a moment of silence. I wholeheartedly want to reach the peak of the alchemy world. I've never once thought about ordinary romantic affairs. Resolutely, Ziyan smiled. My reputation is ruined if it's ruined. So be it. Being undisturbed and able to focus on cultivation at the right time is the best. Seeing her spirit, Jiyu Xuan Chen secretly admired her, thinking, she truly is a woman of ambition. He thought, fine, forget it. Consider it this venerable one doing a good deed. Xiao Yu spoke up. That's right, young Master Jiyu. If you want this marriage arrangement to proceed swiftly, you must create an identity that is in no way inferior to young Master Han Mo. Since you've come here from the Xi'an Kingdom, how about pretending to be the young sect master of the Xiaoyao sect? Jiyu Xuan Chen found himself in an awkward predicament, thinking to himself, me? Pretend to be the young sect master of the Xiaoyao sect? She added. Though the Xiaoyao sect has been in decline for many years, they are still, after all, descendants of an imperial sect, and I heard they've recently begun to regain their former strength. As long as the young miss is absolutely determined to marry you, the old master certainly won't object. Jiyu Xuan Chen waved his hand. All right, I'll do as you say. Arriving at the Qi Manor, Xiao Yu helped Ziyan dismount. Young miss, be careful. Suddenly, someone called out to Ziyan. The man cheerfully exclaimed, You finally returned? I've been waiting for you for so long. It was young Master Han Mo. Suddenly, his expression soured. HMPH, he grumbled, seeing Xuan Chen walking right behind her. Han Mo fumed. He's an AI. Ziyan tossed her head and declared. My friend? Han Mo questioned. Friend? What kind of friend? The one sitting in the carriage with you? Ziyan, further provoking him, shot back. Why should I tell you that? The Qi family head, Qi Hongguo, her father, immediately warned Ziyan loudly. Don't be rude. You're already so grown up. Why do you only ever roam around outside all day? It seems I'll have to find someone to manage you. Ziyan immediately turned around, intentionally seeking out Xuan Chen. At this moment, that fellow Han Mo revealed an utterly shameless expression. He chuckled, licking his lips with a mischievous leer. Ziyan turned back, annoyed. Father has a point. Seeing his daughter's actions, Qi Hongguo was surprised. Oh, just a few days ago, when we talked about marriage, she was still strongly opposed. Has she finally come to her senses? She then grabbed Xuan Chen's hand. She then pushed him forward and declared, Father, let me introduce you. This person is the young sect master of the ancient Xiaoyao sect. Xuan Chen, I want you to manage me. Father, I only want him to be the one to look after me. What do you think? Qi Hongguo's face twitched in surprise. What did you just say? This person is the young sect master of the Xiaoyao sect. He immediately approached Xuan Chen respectfully. How many people from your esteemed sect have come to the Wanjiyu continent this time? And for what purpose? Xuan Chen immediately replied, Elder Qi, the sect master still has to handle the aftermath. After annihilating the blazing fire sect, I merely came to broaden my horizons. Elder Qi's forehead beaded with sweat as he mused inwardly. It seems the rumors weren't false. The Xiaoyao sect truly has annihilated the Blazing Fire sect. Though Ziyanguo isn't on par with the Wanjiyu continent, this man's demeanor and aura are truly extraordinary. It seems he will also be a formidable talent in the future, not to be underestimated. I mustn't be disrespectful. Han Mo, exasperated, spoke loudly. Elder Qi, please wait. He fumed. You had previously agreed to the marriage between me and Ziyan. He stroked his long beard. Elder Qi then said, I have always only cherished Ziyan. If I had known earlier that she already had someone in her heart, I definitely wouldn't have agreed to unite you two. He covered his mouth and smirked maliciously. If that's the case, I won't make things difficult for Elder Qi anymore. Although I am an alchemy master, I will concede. He gripped his sword, pointing it at Xuan Chen, challenging him to a duel. Since Ziyan wanted them to use their martial prowess to decide the victor, Xuan Chen's face remained impassive. Ziyan stepped forward and spoke. Han Mo, even though you are a pill refinement master, you have also reached the late stage of the Ruo Shu realm. Yet you demand a duel with someone in the late stage of the Dongtian realm. Do you have no shame? It was then that Xuan Chen finally spoke. 5 days. 5 days later, the Qi family will prepare the wedding. I, Xuan Chen, accept the challenge. Whoever wins between us two will marry Ziyan. What do you say? That guy Han Mo smirked sinisterly. It's a done deal. Stinky brat, you want to court death again. Very well, I shall grant your wish. In 5 days, we'll determine the victor. A fight to the death. No quarter given. The duel is set. No one will retreat. That evening at the Qi family residence in Wanjiyu province, Qi Ziyan's voice was filled with remorse. Young Master Jiyu, I'm so sorry. Ziyan clutched her head in distress. I never expected things to turn out this way. This duel is far too dangerous. Please, you must leave this place quickly. I'll handle other matters myself. Ziyan was tearing her hair out in frustration. Holding a hot teacup, he calmly said, If I were to leave, wouldn't that ruin the Xiaoyao's sex reputation? Don't worry, it's just a weak void realm. I don't even bat an eye at it. Xiao Yu spoke up. Young Master Ji Yu, you certainly talk a big game. Now, let me tell you loudly, no matter how strong you are in the Ziyan Kingdom, you'll still be defeated in Wanjiyu Continent. Whether it's cultivation techniques or martial arts, or rare treasures, ours are all 10,000 times better than yours. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xuan Chen found it incredibly grating as she openly disdained him. She then said, Our young lady is truly worried about you. How could you be like this? If you don't believe I'm at the initial stage of the weak void realm, why don't we two have a little spar? Xuan Chen looked at her with amusement. He immediately put the hot teacup down on the table, saying, A spar? Why not? The two went to a deserted place, convenient for sparring. Xun-ji said, Young Master Ji Yu, pardon my offense. Cracking her shoulders and twisting her body a few times, she challenged, Today, I'll show you what high-level martial arts really look like. Having said that, Xiao Yu clasped her hands together and unleashed the dragon claw palm. Her aura manifested as a fearsome purple dragon. She lunged, attacking Xuan Chen. Take this! She closed in on Xuan Chen with lightning speed. Xuan Chen seemed rather surprised when he saw it. Qi Ziyan spoke up. Xiao Yu, you mustn't injure him. Contrary to Ziyan's worries, Xuan Chen blocked Xiao Yu's attack with a single move. She gasped in shock. Seeing this, Qi Ziyan covered her mouth in astonishment. Xiao Yu's face was filled with annoyance. She stammered, How could you? I was actually defeated by a martial artist. From such a remote place, huh? And what's more, in just a few seconds, Xuan Chen turned around, full of questions. Are there still people practicing the Tian Gengju these days? Ziyan asked aloud. How do you know about the Tian Gengju? She asked. Xuan Chen, letting Xiao Yu go, then said, So, you cultivate it too? The little lass coughed a few times. Cough? Cough? Qi Ziyan spoke up to explain, Of course, the Tian Gengju is the ancestral secret technique of my Qi family, so naturally I've cultivated it. Xuan Chen pondered, then asked, Are you from the Wu family or the Qi family? Has anyone ever lived for more than 500 years? Ziyan was surprised, mouth agape. You? Xiao Yu's expression was no less surprised than hers, as she exclaimed, How do you know? At this moment, Xuan Chen was utterly flustered. I truly didn't expect this, to meet Xiao Jiyu's descendant in this manner. He remembered back then, when he was protecting his disciple. He had said, This Tian Gengju technique still has flaws. If I, your master, wasn't here protecting you, you'd easily suffer qi deviation. Don't practice it next time. Xiao Jiu, the disciple, happily sat into Xuan Chen's lap, ignoring his words while gazing at him affectionately. Why can't Master always be here to protect me? Protect me for my whole life. Upon hearing Ziyan mention young Master Ji Yu, this could be the revered immortal ancestor, the most precious Jutian Dan Shen, or it could be the only Gongju technique passed down. How do you know? Xuan Chen then realized the similarities between Ziyan and his disciple from back then. Xuan Chen closed his eyes, contemplating deeply. Flustered, he awkwardly held his head. I, of all people, was actually so muddle-headed to foolishly intend to marry Xiao Ju's descendant. You're completely messing with our proper roles. In the Qi family's alchemy room, Xiao Yu stood beside him and whispered, Milady, does young Master Ji Yu truly know how to refine pills? Why have I never seen this method before? Putting a finger to her lips, signaling silence, Ziyan said, Don't say anything. Just focus and observe. Xuan Chen opened his eyes wide, waved his hand to open the cauldron's lid, and countless refined pills immediately flew into the air. These pills emitted a spiritual aura surrounded by strange, glowing symbols. Upon seeing this, Ziyan gasped in shock. 4 patterned spiritual pills? And so many refined in a single batch? She couldn't believe her eyes. She was utterly astonished. She, a Qi. Ziyan pulled Xiaoyu's hand, knelt down, and respectfully declared, This junior, Qi Ziyan, was blind to the truth and dared to offend Senior. I beg Senior to please forgive me. Sweat dripped down her forehead. Ziyan's face paled as she thought, the Qi family once had an old ancestor who refined just 1 4-pattern spiritual pill and was celebrated as one of the highest level alchemists in the Wanjiyu continent. But young Master Ji Yu can refine 100 4-pattern spiritual pills all at once. And he just gave 2 spiritual pills to the 2 of us. Xuan Chen said, Swallow one first. The 2 girls immediately obeyed, putting the pills into their mouths. Ziyan and Xiao Yu swallowed them simultaneously. From behind, Xuan Shen circulated his qi, preparing to guard the two girls as they assimilated the pills. With both hands, he struck the backs of the two girls. Their dantian were now clear. Ziyan blushed and softly moaned. Beside her, Xiao Yu exclaimed, "Young miss, I'm burning up." Ziyan, her face as red as a gak fruit, reminded Xiao Yu, "Bear with it. Young Master Ji Yu is protecting us." From behind, Xuan Chen spoke up. "The cultivation technique you two are practicing has some serious flaws. If you keep cultivating it, you'll damage your very foundation. I am currently repairing your meridians. It can't be helped. A disciple's debt is paid by the master after all. From now on, just follow the cultivation art I've improved and transformed." "To cultivate?" the two girls replied in unison. "Yes!" Mysterious light emanated from the Dan chamber, and spiritual energy violently burst forth. Ziyin joyfully exclaimed, "I've broken through to the late-stage weak void realm." Beside her, Xiao Yu wasn't far behind. "Young miss, I've broken through too." Ji Yu Xuan Chen handed them a bottle of elixirs and instructed, "Take these essence meridian pills back and give them to your clan members. Those who practice the heavenly stem cultivation art should take them and use the cultivation techniques I just taught you. There shouldn't be any problems anymore." Meanwhile, in Qi Hongguo's private chamber, upon hearing his daughter recount everything, he rested his hands, deep in thought. "Are you truly telling the truth?" Xiao Yu immediately replied. "Indeed, young Master Ji Yu is truly phenomenal." Ziyan added, "Father, young Master Ji Yu is definitely an extraordinary individual. Your daughter followed his instructions. Not only was the pain in my body lessened, but the power of my techniques also increased tremendously." Qi Guogong's eyes widened in astonishment. He thought to himself, "It seems this young master is no ordinary person." He immediately stood up and commanded, "Issue my order. Everyone in the Qi family, begin refining this pill. Intensify your cultivation." The attendants immediately acknowledged. He then walked over to his daughter, Ziyan, and patted her on the shoulder. "My child, you've done a great service for the Qi family this time. Tell me, how did you come to know this young master?" Ziyan's face flushed with embarrassment. "Father, actually," after hearing everything, Qi Gong was utterly flabbergasted. "What? You're telling me you found young Master Ji Yu just to put on a show?" Bashfully, Qi Ziyan replied, "Your daughter never expected him to possess such hidden depths." Clasping his hands behind his back, Qi Guogong paced back and forth, deep in thought as he walked away. "Though I don't know what his plan is. If he insists on putting on a show, we also cannot mess it up. Even if young Master Ji Yu and Ji Yu Tianhua are truly father and son or not. But since he mentioned it, I will definitely find a way to invite brother Ji Yu out." Ziyan immediately said, "But our marriage isn't real." Hongguo revealed a cunning smile. "Yaner, haven't you always pursued the path of alchemy? This young Master Ji Yu refined a single furnace of elixir that could make my Qi family rise to the top in myriad ancient continent. If you can truly marry him, with his guidance, isn't this a good thing?" Hearing this, Ziyan's face showed shyness and embarrassment. 5 days later, at the Qi Manor, Qi Hongguo greeted aloud, "Ah, Clan Head Han, you've gone to great trouble to come here." Standing next to Mohan, the man spoke, "Clan Head Qi, you're too polite." "Clan Head Han, Han Ding." Han Mo bowed his head. "This grandson greets Uncle Qi." Han Ding, next to him, immediately winked and pulled, "You're almost part of the family now. Why don't you change it to calling him father-in-law?" He obediently replied, "Yes." Old Qi decisively said, No. If you already have an appointment with young Master Ji Yu, it's not too late to change it after the duel is over, lest you speak too soon." Han Mo immediately replied, "Yes, sir. But this guy is truly two-faced, outwardly so well-behaved, yet on the other hand revealing an unpredictably scandalous side. You old fool. Just wait until I win. We'll see if you dare to speak to me like that again." Old Master Han Ding noticed and immediately asked Patriarch Qi, "I can sense your aura. Have you perhaps broken through to the reversion to void stage?" Lord Qi immediately waved his hand. "Ha. It was just luck, that's all," scoffs mentally. Outwardly, he praised Patriarch Qi for being so young and for having already broken through to the reversion to void stage. The future of the Qi family will surely be vast. In his heart, he thought, it seems the Qi family won't be easy to manipulate from now on. Without further ado, Qi Hongguo immediately led Han Ding into the manor. "Elder Han, please come in." A group of people was also slowly approaching, and their leader spoke up. "Today, the Qi family specially invited my Long family to witness this. Later, remember to pay close attention. Don't cause any trouble." The disciples replied in unison, "Understood." The person arriving was Long Yong Yi, patriarch of the Long family. Behind that group of people, two figures were slowly watching. Those were Ji Yu Xuanchen's father and mother. He immediately told his wife, "Fourth mistress, Stop looking. It's probably just someone with the same name. Fourth mistress, full of doubt, wondered, then why did Patriarch Qi specifically emphasize it? You must go see what if it really is our Chen who has arrived. The master of Qi Manor hooked his arm with his wife's. I know Chen personality best. He can't handle big things like this. Besides, his martial arts skills are quite ordinary. An impudent brat. You're absolutely right, your good-for-nothing son. Doesn't even have the right to step onto the arena to seek death. Fourth madam, furious, reminded Longbin not to be disrespectful to fourth uncle-in-law. The disrespectful Longbin slowly stepped closer. Fourth aunt, the clan only spared his life because of your pleas. Tell me, what right does a good-for-nothing like him have to be my uncle-in-law? Fourth madam was so furious she couldn't utter a word to you. He made a face, twisting his hands and squinting his eyes, teasing, nya nya nya. If it weren't for the Qi family remembering their old ties with him, I'm afraid he'd still be a house dog right now, you know. Suddenly, thunder and lightning gathered in the sky, like a heavenly tribulation, crashing down. Longbin was immediately struck by lightning. He only managed to scream, ah! With a thud. He was burnt to a crisp, sizzling and smoking. Before the elderly couple at this moment stood the figure of their son. Ji-Yu Xuan Chen, lightning crackling in his hands, had just punished Longbin. Fourth madam, stunned, gasped, Chen! Chen-er! His father immediately ran over and grabbed Xuan Chen's hand. Is that really you? You've run away from the Luo family again? Xuan Chen replied, the Luo family matter has been resolved. Cough, cough. I've come to take you both home. Xuan Chen, having spoken carelessly, quickly corrected his address. Fourth mistress Ji-Yu, teary-eyed, exclaimed, Chen-er! Is it really you? Is it really you? Judger, come here. Let your mother get a good look at you. You've grown so much, your mother almost didn't recognize you. As his mother's hand was about to touch his face, Xuan Chen immediately swatted it away. Xuan Chen didn't even have time to react. Oh no! My filial son image is ruined! I accidentally pushed her! As Long Yongyi stepped out the door, the noisy commotion caught his attention. Huh? Fourth mistress Ji-Yu, with a face full of sadness, said, Chenner, are you still angry with your mother about what happened back then? This child looks at me like a stranger. Xuan Chen's father came to hug fourth mistress Gu's shoulder, saying, Chenner, you're wrongly blaming your mother. That year, the Long family found someone from our Ji-Yu family and threatened them using your life. They forced your mother to return. Recalling that year, Long Yongyi threatened with his sword as the Long family's #1 Dao-shaking genius. How could you marry a commoner? Come back to me now. If not, I will kill that little beast. His father has been secretive for many years. Your mother had to grit her teeth and endure to protect you until your father sought out the Long family. Only then did she make a condition with the Long family. If she could break through to become a Southern Domain array master, within 1 year, the Long family would send someone to rescue you from the Luo family. For your sake, your mother has always cultivated with all her might these past few years. Mother Zhuan Zhen's tears began to trickle down as she tried to hide her hands, which were full of wounds. Don't say any more, Tianhe. Xuan Zhen's heart ached beyond measure. It seems she also suffered quite a lot. He then said, Father, Mother, everything is in the past now. Your son has come to take you both home. Wuhan misses you both very much. From behind, Long Yongyi aggressively charged forward, exuding murderous intent. Who dares to severely injure my banner? Ji-Yu Xuan Zhen quickly drew the sword from her shoulder and with one strike sent Long Yongyi flying. He turned pale with shock. Ji-Yu Xuan Zhen followed up with another palm strike, striking Long Yongyi directly, making him cry out, Arr! Terrifying palm force sent him flying far, far away. Xuan Zhen's face clearly showed anger. After taking a palm strike from Xuan Zhen, that guy Long Yongyi was still able to endure and stand up. He furiously yelled, You little punk, do you even know who you're making an enemy of? Meanwhile, fourth madam spoke up. Second brother, please, show some mercy. This is my son, Ji-Yu Xuan Chen. He's also a member of the Long family. Long Yongyi, by this point, was absolutely seething with rage. Get out! How dare he lay a hand on my banner? Today, I'm going to kill him, because you still hold some slight value to the Long family. I'll spare your life, you standing guard before your mother. Amidst the palpable tension, fourth madam spoke resolutely. I absolutely will not let you lay a hand on him. However, a sudden voice rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Wait a minute. Hearing the call, both fourth madam and Long Yongyi stopped. A figure flew in from afar. It was none other than Qi Hongguo, who then spoke. Young Master Ji-Yu, the match is about to begin, and Ziyan is still waiting for you. Xuan Zhen's face was still radiating killing intent, while Master Qi deliberately intervened. He thought to himself, if young Master Ji-Yu is allowed to cause chaos here, this Wan Ji-Yu prefecture might not remain peaceful. Turning to Long Yongyi, he spoke gently. Long family head, regarding this young master GU. You absolutely cannot harm him. Or perhaps, out of respect for my Chi family, could we temporarily halt this conflict? Long Yongyi suddenly burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. So it's this brat who doesn't know his place, daring to challenge the Han family. It's him, Xuan Chen replied contemptuously. Doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How shallow. Madness surged within Long Yongyi again. He gritted his teeth. You! Suddenly, a weak groan from Long Bin echoed from the ground. Long Yongyi rushed over. He asked anxiously, Binner, how are you? His fury reaching its peak, he turned back and roared, HMPH! Out of respect for the Chi family, I'll settle the score with you once your match is over. I hope you little brat, can still keep your life until then. Hearing the threat, Xuan Chen merely glared resentfully at him. On the dueling arena, the audience was packed, their voices buzzing with discussion. Some said, this Xiao Yao sect is truly mad. They just destroyed a small blazing fire sect, and now they dare to challenge the Han family. This isn't just challenging the Han family. This is treating them as nothing. Let's see how he dies today. High above, Ziyan and her father were also watching the two step onto the martial arena. Ziyan's heart was filled with worry. The referee loudly announced, let the martial arts battle begin. Hanmo's hand glided lightly over his sword. With contempt in his eyes, he sneered, You still dare to stand up here, huh? How amusing. He charged forward, aiming to finish off Xuan Chen with a single sword strike. Today, I'll show you the consequences of incurring my wrath. Xuan Chen slowly drew his sword and coolly remarked, You really talk too much. Then he added, My apologies, but I'm quite in a hurry. His body moved with terrifying speed, so swift that no one could discern the path of his sword. With a whoosh, he had already leaped off the arena. Longban, his face riddled with injuries, laughed loudly and foolishly. How dare he jump off the arena? Does he intend to run away? According to Wang Jiyuzu's life and death contract rules, anyone who jumps off the arena will face retribution. On the other side, Hanmo hadn't even processed what had happened when his body was struck by an invisible sword strike of old. Xuan Chen sliced him clean in half. He collapsed, to the astonishment of everyone present. In the stands, Long Yongyi's jaw dropped in utter shock. What? Han Ding cried out, My Moor! He rushed down, frantically calling Moor's name. Gasping for breath in a pool of blood, Hanmo weakly uttered, His father, Han Ding, quickly said, Moor, my son, don't speak anymore. His face ashen. He couldn't believe it. How could this have happened? Just now, I couldn't even clearly see how he made his move. Xuan Chen spoke as soon as he stepped down. I already said, I'm in quite a rush. Next up is you, turning to look directly at Long Wingyi. Such a provocative tone. Challenging the next person, aren't we? Long Wingyi's face was utterly drained of color at this moment. Long Wingyi's expression was utterly grim. He growled, This brat. Fourth Ant hurriedly ran to Xuan Chen's side, anxiously inquiring about him. Chenir, are you all right? I'm fine. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed everywhere. Ha 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 ha. The three of them, Xuan Chen included, took notice. That was Long Wingyi, boasting happily, Truly the bloodline of my Long clan. With your performance today, I shall allow you to become a member of the Long clan. Hearing this, Fourth Aunt joyfully asked, Uncle, are you truly serious? She turned to Xuan Chen, urging, Chenner, quickly thank Uncle. At this moment, Long Wingyi's mind was teeming with schemes. He thought to himself, This brat has extraordinary talent. It's better to seize control of him. Even a conflict with him could make the Long clan stronger. Xuan Chen scoffed. HMPH. When did I ever say I wanted to be a member of the Long family? You must be dreaming in broad daylight. Xuan Chen's reply utterly stunned Long Yongyi and the members of the Long family. Longban spoke up, scolding, You stinking brat, don't you know what's good for you? It's your good fortune to be valued by my father. Long Yongyi, at this moment, adopted a very pleasant demeanor. Young people with talent can be arrogant. That's quite normal. However, his eyes were full of menace. If you don't know your place, then, I'm afraid. Suddenly, a surge of killing intent swept in, drawing Xuan Chen's attention. Long Yongyi continued, Even this immediate hurdle before you will be hard to overcome. The Han family's members, radiating overwhelming killing intent, advanced towards Xuan Chen. Old Han gnashed his teeth and gripped the staff tightly in his hand, revealing a sharp blade. You killed my son. He flew into a rage, demanding Xuan Chen's life. This old man will certainly make you pay in blood. Long Yongyi chuckled triumphantly. Kneel down and join our sect now. There's still time. Otherwise, you're definitely finished. Xuan Chen scornfully replied, relying on these guys. His father immediately advised him, Don't get agitated. Listen to your two uncles. Fourth Aunt, standing nearby, also chimed in. That's right. Your two uncles just have fiery temperaments. They're not bad people. Xuan Chen waved his hand, urging the two to step back. Otherwise, They'll just get hit again in a moment. Chi, seeing the Han family causing a commotion, immediately stepped in. Patriarch Han, please wait. Old Master, Han Mo and young Master Ji Yu have already sworn a life and death pact. What you're doing is going against the rules. Han Ding, utterly disregarding his words, fixed his gaze on Patriarch Chi. What, do you want to get involved in this too? Duke Chi retorted immediately. According to our previous agreement, if young Master Ji Yu wins, he will become my Chi family's son-in-law. So how can I not concern myself with his affairs? The imposing aura radiating from him made others feel intimidated. The Han family was astonished by Patriarch Chi's sudden move. Xuan Chen, standing nearby, also couldn't help but be taken aback. Ji Ziyan softly called out, "Father!" Long Yongyi watched with a dark face, finding the spectacle entertaining. He thought to himself, this Ji Xuan Chen certainly possesses extraordinary talent. However, for his sake, the Qi family is completely turning its back on the Han family. Is it truly worth it? Han Ding growled at them. The engagement with Ziyan hasn't led to marriage yet, so he can't be considered a Qi family member. If the Qi family insists on meddling, then they'll lose a son. At this moment, Han Ding showed no mercy to anyone, pointing his sword directly at Qi Hongguo. And don't you dare blame me for not showing mercy. Qi Gong immediately retorted. Then let's fight until death. Behind Qi Hongguo, the Qi family members stood up in unison for young Master Ji Yu. Our Qi family fears nothing. Seeing the Qi family protect Xuan Chen Long Yongyi, he was utterly shocked. How could this be? In just a few short days, how could the Qi family members? All of them broke through to the late Void Realm already? Han Mo commanded. Don't be afraid! Kill Ji Yu Xuan Zhen! I will definitely reward you handsomely. The members of the Qi and Han families exuded a strong, murderous aura. They prepared for a clash, where blood would flow like rivers. A roar rang out. Kill! From above, members of the Xiaoyao sect arrived for rescue, and a powerful voice rang out. Who dares lay a hand on our young sect master? Hu Haiquan landed, his power radiating and overwhelming those around him. HMPH, the sect master of the Xiaoyao sect, spoke up. They truly wish for death. Long Yongyi was surprised, yet again. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect also arrived. How are all of them already myriad law realm experts? Xuan Chen crossed his arms calmly and said, You're too slow. The scene returns to a few days prior, when Xiao Yu was screaming and clinging to Xuan Chen's leg. You unfaithful, heartless scoundrel! It was exactly 5 days ago. In the small pavilion, Xuan Chen grimaced and let go. A disciple of the Xiaoyao sect sitting nearby, Tianyan drew his sword, ready to charge forward. I'm going to help my master. Hu Haiquan immediately reminded Tianyan. Don't get agitated, Tianyan explained. Sect leader, during this time, we have all been diligently cultivating as per master's instructions. Now everyone has entered the myriad Dharma realm. How could I be afraid of 2 mere cultivators from the myriad ancient continent? Hu Haiquan carefully said, Master told us to resolve the Blazing Fire sect's matter, and then meet up in the myriad ancient continent. But he didn't say why. Master's martial Dao is extraordinary. If he doesn't want to be in this myriad ancient continent, no one can force him. Tianyan said worriedly, but Chi Huo next to him patted his shoulder to reassure him. That's right. Indeed, you don't need to worry about Master. Master's cultivation is profound, and he's also a man. Who knows? He might even be enjoying it. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect then remained still. Sect leader Hu Haiquan placed a hand on his chin, lost in thought. These past few days, I've heard many rumors about Master pretending to be the young sect master of the Xiaoyao sect. He's about to marry the young lady of the Qi family, though I don't know what his intentions are. He then approached Xuan Chen, bowing his head in respect. Young sect master, we've arrived late. Please forgive our tardiness, he secretly thought. But I wouldn't dare expose him. Xuan Chen waved his hand, giving an order. You've arrived at just the right time. These small fries are yours to deal with, understood? Clean them up thoroughly. Xuan Chen glanced disdainfully at the Han family, then instructed his Xiaoyao sect disciples. Do not dirty the Qi family's courtyard. The Xiaoyao sect disciples, brimming with vigor, responded in unison. As you command, Han Gong said. I just broke through a cultivation technique, and I was just wondering who I could practice with. Tianyan piped up. That old geezer is mine. Don't you dare fight me for him. The Han family members' faces became extremely grim at this sight. You all, Han Mo exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear in the Qi family courtyard. Screams from the Han family members echoed across the heavens. Arg, erg, arg. A moment later, the corpses of the Han family lay strewn across the ground. Han Ding, covered in injuries, weakly gasped. HMPH. Tianyan grumbled. Senior brother, you're still hiding your killing moves? That's just too much. Lord Han chuckled. Well, naturally, one shouldn't underestimate the enemy, right? At this moment, the Long family members present watched the scene with utter terror. It was truly beyond imagination. A measly Xiaoyao sect could, with a mere flick of a wrist, wipe out the entire Han family, the premier clan of the entire Wanjiyu continent, no less. Xuan Chen spoke up. Had your fill of gawking? Sword in hand, he approached Long Yongyi and said icily, "Those who got in the way have been neatly disposed of. So shall we begin our little tete-a-tete?" Seeing this, Madame C quickly rushed to stop Xuan Chen. "Shenner, stop it!" he retorted indignantly. "He treated you like dirt. Are you seriously still going to plead for him?" Tears welled up in Madame Cai's eyes as she cried, "No, that's not it. I'm pleading. For your sake, my child. I'll be fine no matter what. It doesn't matter if I'm not part of the Long family anymore. But still, he's your maternal uncle. I don't want this to happen. Jenner, you'll be branded a kinslayer for life." Hearing this, Xuan Chen finally noticed the bustling crowd of onlookers, and their whispers began to rise. Killing the Han family wasn't enough. He's even going to kill his own maternal uncle. What a truly cold-blooded monster. Another person chimed in. Precisely. Xuan Chen shot them an angry glare. The busybodies instantly elbowed each other. "Whisper, you fools, unless you want trouble knocking on your door." "Uh-oh." Fourth mother pleaded with Xuan Chen. "My son, please stop this. We don't want outsiders gossiping about you." Xuan Chen pondered inwardly. Criticism, huh? But I couldn't care less, frankly. He lowered his sword, a warmth spreading as he felt his family's protection. He then told Long Yongyi, "Out of respect for my mother, I'll let you live today." A faint warmth blossomed in his heart. It was a first for him. Yet, he firmly declared, "As my mother already stated, you no longer wish to be a member of the Long family." The Long family head, seething, clenched his jaw. He channeled his spiritual energy, levitating his sword toward the Long family. "If any of you dare to trouble her again," he swung his hand, a furious HMPH escaping his lips. The sword flew, impaling itself into a pillar and snapping in two, right before Long Yongyi's eyes. He threatened, "You'll end up just like this sword." Xuan Chen's audacity made Long Yongyi clench his fists. "You!" Xuan Chen turned away, then commanded all his disciples. Long Bin turned to his father and asked, "Father, how can we just forgive them like that?" Long Yongyi's fury surged to his head. His veins bulged as he roared. "Quickly, invite the old master to descend from the mountain to the heavenly hall of the Qi and Jiyu families." Jiyu Tianhua bowed his head deeply in thanks. "Patriarch Qi, for your righteous assistance. If not for your alliance with my son's family, the three of us wouldn't know when we'd be reunited." Qi Hongguo quickly helped Jiyu Tianhua up, saying, "Brother Jiyu, you speak too highly. We are all one family. Why the need for such formalities?" Patriarch Qi spoke up. "Oh yes, young Master Jiyu, I've already told Ziyan to prepare. The wedding can begin immediately." Xuan Chen was startled. "So soon?" He chuckled, stroking his beard. "No hurry, no hurry. The Wanjiyu continent has always been like this. We don't have too many fussy rituals. Young Master Jiyu only needs to put on his wedding attire." He inwardly gloated. This big thigh must be embraced quickly. Jiyu Tianhua went to his son, patted his shoulder. "That's right, go quickly and change into your wedding attire. If you miss the auspicious hour, Miss Ziyan won't be happy, you know." The wedding day of Xuan Chen and Qi Ziyan was held. Not long after, the surroundings were ablaze in brilliant red. The bride slowly walked up to bow before both fathers. The beautiful Ziyan, shy in her wedding dress, was reassured by a wink from Xiao Yu. "Miss, don't worry. Young Master Jiyu will be here any moment." She recalled her father's words. Young Master Jiyu is incredibly upright. If you two can turn this fake engagement into true love and solidify your union, he will definitely take responsibility for you. Ziyan couldn't help but feel awkward. Do I really have to marry young Master Jiyu just for the elixir Dao? Just then, a voice announced the groom's arrival, as Jiyu Xuan Chen, in his wedding attire, slowly entered. His handsome face beamed on this auspicious day. Qi Ziyan blushed as Xuan Chen appeared. What in the world is happening? She thought. She placed a hand over her chest. "My heart feels like it's about to burst." Xiao Yu spoke up, addressing Xuan Chen. "Young Master Jiyu, you finally arrived." Together, the two clasped the red silk, performing the ritual bows to finalize their marriage. Both sets of fathers were also delighted and contented. The Xiaoyao sect and everyone else around them also joyfully blessed them, all while the ceremony was underway. Xuan Chen gently asked, "Do you truly wish to get married?" Looking at Xuan Chen's face, Qi Ziyan immediately replied, "I only want to pursue the path of alchemy. I also need to find someone to utterly demolish my reputation, don't I? Please, I beg you, if this is already an act, then see it through to the very end." Xuan Chen reluctantly nodded. "Fine." A gong sounded, as Xiao Yu, striking a gong nearby, announced, "The auspicious hour has arrived. The auspicious hour has arrived. The bride and groom will bow to heaven and earth." The two knelt down to perform the ritual. First bow to heaven and earth. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the high hall. Second bow to the parents. Good, 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 good. Third bow, husband and wife bow to each other. The surrounding crowd cheered, as Xiaoyu quickly and loudly declared, now into the bridal chamber. Next to them, members of the Xiaoyao sect also teased their master. Hurry up, master, go on. Don't miss out on the bridal chamber festivities. When they had entered the bridal chamber, the two sat looking at each other for a long while. Ziyan shyly blushed, thinking to herself, what am I supposed to do next? She remembered that just a moment ago, Xiaoyu had given her a book and even instructed her on how to use it. Young miss, tonight you must do it like this, and then like that. I guarantee you'll have him wrapped around your little finger. Ziyan, flustered, lowered her face, then slowly took off her outer robe, trying to calm herself down. Ziyan, you can do it. Just be a little more proactive. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanquan's hand landed on her bare shoulder. She turned to look, and Xuanquan's face was now inches from hers. This made her freeze. Ziyan's heart pounded like 1,000 waves. She was startled. Could he have changed his mind? She was utterly astonished. Pouting, Ziyan lay down and whispered, Young master, be a little gentle, she thought to herself. She took them off, then closed her eyes, awaiting Xuanquan's move. Suddenly, Xuanquan spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, your eyes also show a lot of worry. He turned and asked a bewildered Ziyan, but why are you lying down? Someone was so worried. They couldn't sleep all night. Xuanquan raised a hand, using his cultivation to lift Ziyan off the bed. He began to protect her. I'll teach you cultivation techniques first, he said. It's certainly not so you can empty my family's treasury to aid your practice. The basics are to be quick and solid. Ziyan glanced at Xuanquan, perplexed, thinking, what in the world? Is this man a fool? Xuanquan transmitted the cultivation technique to her. Endure a little. Tonight, I'll train you very thoroughly. Ziyan's face was filled with disappointment. Yes, master, she replied. Ziyan's cries echoed. A little gentler, please. Xuanquan said, I wasn't even using my full strength. You're just too weak. Outside, Xiaoyu, who was eavesdropping, blushed as she thought. As expected of young miss, she managed to catch her so quickly. The next day, Xuanquan pushed open the door of the bridal chamber with a creak, stepping out. Behind him, Ziyan shyly followed. The dispersed sect members had already blocked their path. Good morning, young sect master. And young madam, cough, cough. Each person's face was filled with a mischievous smirk. Their attitude made Ziyan even more flustered, thinking, oh, how embarrassing. She quickly found an excuse to retreat. I must respectfully go see my mother-in-law now. Red Flame, standing nearby, called out, Young madam, don't run off so fast. Xuanquan, utterly bewildered, asked, What's wrong with her? Elder Red Flame clicked his tongue a few times, thinking to himself, Young madam's face is so red. Yesterday, Master surely engaged in dual cultivation to train. No wonder the two of them slept until the sun was high before finally waking up. Hastily, Xuanquan rushed to the study to offer tea to fourth aunt. He immediately asked, Aunt, why did you call me here? She patted his shoulder a few times. Fourth aunt said, You truly are something. On your wedding night, you showed no pity for that poor young lady, making her only wake up now. Yes, your father and I truly yearn for grandchildren, but you also need to pay attention to the young lady's well-being, won't you? These words left Xuanquan so exasperated, he just propped his chin, too annoyed to speak. I thought I was clearly helping her cultivate. Who knew Ziyan was so delicate? Last night, Ziyan kept sighing. I can't take it anymore, I'm exhausted. He replied, I know. Tonight I'll definitely keep track of the number of times. Xinyan quickly admonished, Pay attention to the number of times? No, absolutely not. For the next few days, no more sharing a room. She needs time to recuperate. He quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about this anymore. Mother, I've always had a question. Why did the Long family insist you be restrained by a formation? Master, before they would let people go? Xinyan closed her eyes and sighed. It's a long story. According to Xinyan's tale, I was born to my father and a maid in the Long family. I originally held no status whatsoever. If not for my innate talent in the art of formations, I would have been cast out ages ago. When I was 5, I broke through a 4 realms formation array. I coincidentally comprehended the Long family's hidden treasure scroll, which triggered a reaction in their ancient restrictions. It was only then that they finally started to value me, huh? Xuanquan inquired. Hidden treasure scroll. Xinyan continued. The hidden treasure scroll was something the Long family's ancestors stumbled upon by chance. Theoretically, it contains a plethora of weapons and rare treasures that could greatly aid one's cultivation. That's why many have tried to break its seals. The Long family members all speculated that only by breaking the 5 realms formation could one lift the seals. So they've always used my father and son to make me bend to their will. Xuanquan remarked, It seems I'll have to pay the Long family a visit then. Meanwhile, in the Long family's secret chamber, the old man whom Xuan Chen first encountered, upon arriving at the Eternal Continent, was struggling to exert his spiritual power, panting heavily. HMPH, he grunted, withdrawing his power and shaking his head in utter dismay. It's no good, he muttered. Long Yongyi thought to himself, even after receiving guidance from an expert and entering the high Level-5 realms formation, he still couldn't break the seal. It seems only Fourth Mistress can truly unlock its secrets, he mused. With that thought, he stood up and barked orders at his disciples. All of you, follow me to the Chancellor's residence. We're demanding someone back. Yes, family head, he acknowledged. As he strode, he thought, with the old master here, a GU family, no matter how powerful they think they are, wouldn't dare to act rashly. Suddenly, a blood-stained subordinate burst in, frantically delivering an urgent report. Family head, this is terrible. GU Xuan Chen. He's broken through our Long family's protective grand formation and is about to break right in. Long Yongyi was absolutely furious, exclaiming, What? Long Yongyi and his men rushed to check the situation. Upon their arrival, the corpses of the Long family members lay strewn across the courtyard. A servant with a pleading face cried out, Master, help us. Ji Xuan Chen stood behind him, a look of contempt on his face. Is this the formation that the Long family of Wan Ji Yuzhou takes such pride in? It's utterly pathetic. The Long family head, enraged, immediately lunged to attack Ji Xuan Chen. You've lost your mind. This is truly going too far. He unleashed a technique, emitting a dazzling golden light all around, intending to strike him dead. Ji Xuan Chen didn't even need to lift a finger. The moment his opponent unleashed his move, Ji Xuan Chen's Dharma Protector avatar was more than sufficient to repel him. Witnessing his attack fail to have any effect, he was utterly astonished. Ji Xuan Chen simply stared as the suppressive power from his Dharma Protector avatar counterattacked, sending him flying backward. He cried out in pain, a guttural, "Ugh!" escaping his lips. Long Yongyi mustered all his strength, attempting to stand firm once more. Unexpectedly, the pressure emanating from Ji Xuan Chen rendered his body completely immobile. At this point, the Long family head was prostrate on the ground. With a bewildered expression, Long Yongyi gritted his teeth. My legs! I can't control them! Longban, who was next to him, quickly called out. Father! The spiritual energy around Xuan Chen erupted with extreme power, threatening him. If you want to speak, you must kneel and listen. The old master boomed from within. Who dares? Xuan Chen turned to look as the old master flew out from inside, sword in hand. How dare you be so insolent in my Long clan? He was suddenly stunned when he saw Xuan Chen. Wait! The old master quickly sheathed his sword. It was Long Yongyi who then cried out, Old master! Please, avenge me at once. He fumed. I am the dignified head of an entire clan, and he dared to force me to my knees. How utterly humiliating is that? Suddenly, the old master respectfully knelt down and bowed in greeting. Your disciple, Long Qingyun, respectfully greets the esteemed senior. Xuan Chen looked like a lightning rod amidst booming thunder. The spectacle terrified everyone else. At this moment, when the Long clan members saw the old master kneeling and bowing to Xuan Chen, they were completely bewildered. What? Long Yongyi's face was ashen. He pointed at Xuan Chen. Old master, that esteemed senior. He is asterisk the esteemed senior who gave you guidance. The old master quickly gestured and whispered, Enough! Don't speak any more, or you'll displease the esteemed senior. Looking towards the old man, Xuan Chen asked, Are you someone the Long clan took in? He replied, Indeed. The old man happily recounted, At that time, you left behind the formation secrets and departed. After I comprehended them, I've become so proficient I could break through 5 formation masters, arrays with ease. Long Yongyi's face unwillingly looked at Xuan Chen. He said his father is the son of 4th Madam. The old man was startled. Huh? The old master was instantly moved. You are 4th Madam's son. My grandson. Old Master Long ran to hug Xuan Chen, but he quickly dodged. Xuan Chen said, I am indeed my mother's son, but not your grandson. The reason doesn't need to be explained, does it? Everyone from the Long family present trembled. They immediately bowed their heads. The old master replied, This old man was truly muddled. I beg the exalted one not to reprimand me. Please forgive me this once. Seeing the old master's demeanor, despite his advanced age, he had to bow his back and head. Xuan Chen waved his hand. Just let it go. I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Since that's the case, then go fetch the secret treasure scroll for me. Old Yongyi exclaimed, The secret treasure scroll is a confidential secret of my Long family. How could we possibly? The old master immediately scolded, Silence! He then led Xuan Chen forward. Esteemed master, Please follow this path. Today is precisely the day of the crescent moon at the secret chamber. Xuan Chen of the Long Clan chanted the incantation and uttered the command to break it. The door of the secret chamber burst forth with a dazzling light. Slowly, the seal on the treasure scroll gradually vanished, leaving the Long Clan members wide-eyed in astonishment. Long Youngyi gaped, speechless. The seal, it truly has dissolved. They couldn't believe their eyes. The Long Clan had poured their hearts and souls into this for so many years. Yet, he could resolve it with such ease. Just who's he, exactly? Once Xuan Chen broke the seal, he immediately obtained the treasure scroll. Around Xuan Chen, a mysterious transformation suddenly occurred. This quite caught him by surprise. From high above, a pillar of light struck straight down onto the Wanjiyu continent. Seeing this, Xian immediately pointed and exclaimed, "Father, look! That beam of light! Could it be?" Qi Hong looked up in astonishment. That is, a colossal silhouette, as if it contained tens of thousands of stars, appeared in the sky above the Wanjiyu continent. It was the saint's image morphed magically, resembling the Milky Way, alongside ancient mystical relics. According to eccentric Xian, they were a formidable expert with power comparable to the Emperor realm. Not to mention the southern wilderness, even the entire Qingyun continent couldn't disregard them. Legend has it that some ancient eccentrics, before their lifespan ran out or before they ascended, would gather their life's achievements and leave them within a relic site to be passed down to those fated to discover them in later generations. Clutching the treasured scroll, Xuan Chen remarked, "I thought it was some grand treasure. Turns out it's just an ancient eccentric's relic. If I recall correctly, this aura belongs to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian ascended via the righteous path, which is why they left this relic behind. And yet, here I am, finding it." Immediately, Xuan Chen ordered the assembly of the Xiaoyao sect members. Instantly, disciples of the Xiaoyao sect appeared. Subordinates knelt at Xuan Chen's feet. He reported, "The location of this relic is in the Tianhe territory, a place overflowing with spiritual energy, which is perfect. It's the very location the Xiaoyao sect chose to relocate to." Within the Tianhe territory, streams gurgled merrily amidst picturesque scenery. Xuan Chen and the Xiaoyao sect members were riding flying weapons, ascending against a waterfall. Tian Yan questioned Sect Master Hu Haiquan of the Xiaoyao sect, "Are we truly relocating to the Tianhe territory?" Recalling the events of that day, Xuan Chen instructed me to summon you all to Wanjiyu continent. Originally, I intended to find a more suitable place for you all to cultivate. This peculiar ancient ruin isn't a bad choice. Xuan Chen also specifically entrusted Elder Qi Huo. "Qi Huo, you are to bring my father and mother back to reunite with Wuhan first. Everyone else, follow me." "Understood, Sect Master." Hu Haiquan immediately turned and yelled at a dazed Lan Tianyan. "No questioning Master's actions. Hurry up and follow." Still dazed, Tianyan had one lingering question. "Master just got married not long ago. He's already gone so far away. Isn't Miss Ziyan angry?" At the Qi family residence, Jiyu Xuan Chen left a letter on the table before departing. Ziyan fumed. "He just left, just like that." The letter read, "Ziyan, I have matters to attend to. Tell outsiders and Shibo that I am in seclusion for cultivation. Our marriage was a sham, so I'm only leaving my name here for now. In the future, if needed, you can write a divorce decree to end this marriage." Zhao Yu, standing nearby, immediately commented, "Senior Gu's foresight is truly comprehensive, giving all decision-making power to young miss. Now you can fully focus on the Tao of alchemy." She was the one who understood the truth of that night. Qi Ziyan sorrowfully spoke, "What is this person even doing?" Her eyes shimmered with deep emotion. From the depths of her heart, she wished to express her gratitude to Jiyu Xuan Chen. At a place with a city wall tens of thousands of feet high, Jiyu Xuan Chen's group of 4 landed atop it. Hu Haiquan spoke, asking, "Master, this is..." Jiyu Xuan Chen motioned for silence, maintaining vigilance. Sectmaster Hu Haiquan was startled at that moment. He looked down at countless corpses of humans and demonic beasts strewn across the ground below. He spoke up, asking, "Why is it like this?" Jiyu Xuan Chen explained that it seemed that the prior appearance of the ancient phantom had exposed the treasure's location. The allure of one step to heaven was too immense, and the various factions had quickly forgotten the immense destructive power of the spirit beasts in the mountain, thus recklessly advancing into the celestial river territory. Jiyu Xuanchen's figure slowly came into focus. He took a single leap from the wall down to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The ground cracked as he stomped down forcefully. Thus, the previously cracked ground collapsed beneath Hu Haiquan and Han Gong. Tian Yan was astonished at the sight before her eyes. Before their eyes, a pathway appeared, and Jiyu Xuanchen immediately called out, "Follow me!" The group proceeded inside. Tian Yan covered her mouth and spoke in fear. "Master, look!" They looked up. staring straight ahead. Here, it's marked as Lingtian Jiyu Guai. Upon closer inspection, the stone tablet clearly stated it was the Lingtian Jiyu Guai, containing treasures safeguarded by Han Gong and Tianyan. Upon seeing them, the treasures made their eyes light up completely. This is truly amazing, Master. So many treasures. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Aren't these ancient ruins something that the Nan, Huang, all of you want to fight over?" A sword strike came slashing down, making Hu Haiquan instinctively look over. He immediately blocked the attack, exclaiming, "Master, be careful." The Xiaoyao sect leader raised his sword, cautiously examining the situation. Formidable-looking fellow, halberd in hand, spoke up, "Either scram or die." He was even sporting a rather flashy horned helmet. Hu Haiquan, terrified, fumbled and dropped the sword he was holding. These were all Golden Body Realm experts. Facing each other, the horned helmet guy pointed his halberd towards Xuan Chen. He arrogantly asked, "Are you their leader? I advise you to scram quickly or you won't even know how you died." Xiaoyao sect leader immediately drew his sword to engage in battle, relying on you? "You're not worthy for my master to make a move." He merely waved his hand lightly. Immediately, Hu Haiquan was hit by an attack and cried out in pain. "What?" Han Gong and Tianyan, who were nearby, couldn't help but be astonished either. He fell backward, catching Haiquan. They then worriedly asked their sect master. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The horned helmet fellow spoke up scornfully, mocking them. "Is this the best you've got? You members of the Xiaojiao sect? A trashy sect actually dares to come here and snatch a monster treasure?" Unable to tolerate it, Han Gong and Tianyan advanced together to attack. Upon seeing their swords, a bald-headed fellow immediately hurled his weapon back at them, showcasing his terrible technique. Han Gong blocked it with his sword, while Tianyan was hit by the attack and suffered greatly. Both couldn't hold on and immediately fell down. Looking towards Xuan Chen, who was motionless, he spoke words of contempt. "So, after seeing us make our move here, are you perhaps too scared to make a move now?" He raised two fingers to provoke Xuan Chen, taunting, "Such a weak disciple. Your master probably isn't much to look at either, eh?" Xuan Chen appeared weak. He was startled upon seeing someone insulting Xuan Chen. Haiquan then unleashed his power. He moved behind him extremely fast. "It seems you don't know." He reflexively turned to look. He was immediately punched by the Xiaojiao sect master, a blow that sent his entire body crashing into the ground. He was absolutely livid. So this is what true power looks like. Han Gong and Tianyan were nowhere in sight at this moment. Only their voices could be heard. The Kia group was utterly flabbergasted. "Dare to insult my master? You shall die." Han Gong's Xiao Yao Jue, the heavenly Tao harmonious yin spiritual qi, erupted ferociously. A terrifying pressure arose, one a nearby individual couldn't possibly withstand. He spat out blood. The very attacker who had just assaulted Han Gong immediately covered his ears. The emanating sound made his ears bleed profusely. It was tearing his eardrums. He was utterly bewildered. How? How is this possible? But that's not all. Tianyan appeared behind him and stated, "There's still much you don't know." As he turned around to look, Tianyan unleashed the Weizong Heavenly Ring Slash. With ethereal grace, she swiftly decapitated him. Clearly, he overestimated himself. After dealing with the group blocking their path, their allies immediately knelt. "We have finally comprehended the true essence of the Imperial Tome. We swear to protect Master with our lives." Tianyan's clone also gradually faded away. Xuan Chen chuckled contentedly, praising them. "You all did splendidly. It seems you haven't forgotten my instructions." The man in the horned hat was baffled. "What in the world? They've all comprehended the true essence of the Imperial Scripture." He slowly rose. "Even if it's passed down through the Dizong, for one or two people in the same generation to comprehend it is already incredibly difficult. They're still so young, yet they've already comprehended the true essence of the Imperial Scripture." Meanwhile, Tianyan grumbled, "Master, I brought shame upon you." Senior brother and the sect master both defeated their opponents. Yet, I had to use 2 moves. The horned hat fellow's face darkened with anger. "This isn't merely about losing face for oneself. This is clearly a slap in the face to all martial artists in the world. Killing someone in asterisk at most 2 moves? Is that not enough?" He then called out, "Miss Chin!" They have all comprehended the true essence of the Imperial Scripture. We can't contend with them, so we hope you'll lend a hand. As for the ruins of this monster, Miss Twin, how about your Qin family take 6 parts? The people of the Xiaoyao sect immediately turned to look at him. From over there, someone called out. A girl replied, "All right." That was Qin Guan, a descendant of the Qin family. She declared, "I want 9 parts." The horned hat fellow nodded frantically, agreeing. "All right, 9 parts it is then." She candidly agrees, then draws the massive sword from her back. Her sword radiates, brimming with spiritual energy. Xuan Chen immediately notices her weapon. Tan Guan raises the sword with both hands. instantly unleashing astonishing power. She challenges, "Come at me, all of you!" The horned fellow in the middle grins widely from over here. Hu Haiquan exclaims, This is the Emperor's sword." Tianyan immediately asks, "What is that Emperor's sword?" He explains, "The Emperor's sword is the weapon with the strongest destructive power. The Emperor's sword itself is already an extraordinary artifact. Furthermore, it has accompanied the martial emperor for many years. It has been nourished by the martial emperor's qi and blood. Therefore, its destructive power is truly beyond imagination." Han Gong speaks up, "I'll go seize that sword." Haiquan hastily stops him. "No, the emperor's sword cannot simply follow just any emperor's heir. As long as one has talent, they can cultivate. However, for a sword nourished by the martial emperor's qi and blood, it's extremely difficult to subdue. Even the martial emperor's own descendants struggle, just a moment of carelessness, and it could very well backfire on you." Maiden Tanguan proudly declares, "If you already know how formidable this maiden is, then get out of here while you're still alive." At this moment, Xuan Chen opened his mouth and asked, "Are you a descendant of the sword-wielding Qin Tian?" Pointing her sword at Xuan Chen, she bristled, "You actually have some knowledge, I see. But to dare utter my ancestor's name so directly, that is disrespect." She swung her sword, unleashing Tengzhou, a rift that split space apart. It ripped it in two, shattering the very fabric of space. This move left Han Gong, Haiquan, and Tianyan absolutely speechless. Even Xuan Chen himself seemed rather impressed by it. She then asked, "Scared speechless now, are we?" Despite such power, Xuan Chen didn't budge an inch. He simply commanded, "Xiao Jin, come back here." Immediately, the sword in Qinguan's hand flew straight back to Xuan Chen. Qinguan let out a shocked cry. Her sword streaked right past the group of onlookers. Qinguan's sword flew gracefully into Xuan Chen's hand. He gripped the blade tightly. It was now humming softly. Within mere moments, Xuan Chen had vanished without a trace, leaving the bewildered group to wonder, what just happened? What in the world? Miss Qin's imperial sword was snatched so easily by him. Enraged, Qinguan conjured two streams of deep crimson light. She chanted a spell, "By my blood, summon the ancestral sword." Two beams of light, like two blood-red arrows, shot straight towards Jiyu Xuan Chen, followed by, He raised his sword to parry her attack, deflecting it right back at her. Suddenly, Qinguan spat out a mouthful of blood and tumbled down from the large statue. The crowd below exclaimed in panic, "The Emperor's sword didn't even recognize its own master!" Even the blood ritual had no effect. Jiu Shan Chen leaped up with a whoosh. He rushed to where Qinguan was free-falling. He reached out, caught her, and embraced her tightly. Qinguan's companions fled in a panic, yelling, "This guy is not to be messed with! Run!" Jiyu Xuan Chen gently set Qinguan down, leaning her against the wall. He pulled down her robe shoulder, revealing a distinct mark on Qinguan's shoulder. Jiyu Xuan Chen seemed to recognize something important. He mused, "Indeed, she's a descendant of Shao Tian." Meanwhile, Tianyan, standing nearby, curiously asked, "Master, who is this person?" Hu Haiquan answered her. "Master must have uncovered some secret about her," Hu Haiquan replied. "Prepare yourselves." Han Gong spoke up. "Junior sister, let's go! Let's go check out the ancient monster's legendary treasures over there." A moment later, Qinguan woke up. She looked at Jiyu Xuan Chen in a panic and shrieked, "What do you want to do?" She angrily yelled, "If you're going to kill me, just do it. Don't even think about that." Jiyu Xuan Chen replied to her with a calm expression, "You're overthinking. I simply have an old acquaintance with the Qin family." He drew his sword and continued, "If you don't believe me, just see for yourself." Jiyu Xuan Chen swung his sword, creating a massive flame. Qinguan exclaimed in surprise, "Heaven-shocking sword art? How do you know this?" As if recognizing something. She screamed, Wait! My clothes!" At this moment, Qinguan's clothes had already been burnt to ashes by the flame, and Jiyu Xuan Chen covered his face. Two words flashed in his mind. "I'm screwed!" Just then, Han Gong's group had just returned. They hastily asked, "Master, this place suddenly shook. Are you all right?" The scene before their eyes left Han Gong and everyone else utterly dumbfounded. Han Gong's nosebleed flowed incessantly. As for Hu Haiquan, he quickly covered his eyes. Lo Tianshan explained, "It seems Master is giving her a rather rigorous greeting. She probably won't be able to bear it much longer." "Let's go comprehend that strange ancient legacy," Mo Tianxian said, blushing and stuttering. "Master's actions are truly formidable." Jiyu Xuan Chen conjured a set of clothes from his palm and handed them to Qinguan. He draped the clothes over her, then gently said, "Put them on." She stuttered in reply, "Okay." After changing into the new outfit, Qinguan curiously asked him, "How do you know my Qin family's sword arts?" He glanced at her and replied, I already told you. I have ties with the Qin family. I bear no ill will towards you. Ji Xuanzhen returned the sword to Qin Guan. She happily reached out to take it and asked him, "Is that really true?" Unexpectedly, the sword resisted, forcing her to retreat several steps. It emitted a blinding light that prevented anyone from looking directly at it. Ji Xuanzhen extended his hand and gently said, "Little Kim, from now on, she is your new master. Be obedient and follow her." As if it understood, the sword bowed up and down, as if apologizing. Xingguan, a little disappointed, said, "Imperial sword, don't you recognize your master anymore?" Ji Xuanzhen glared, his voice stern. "Imperial sword! Could it be that you won't even listen to my words?" The sword immediately glowed and flew around him. Then it transformed into a human form. Xingguan exclaimed in surprise, "You awakened the sword spirit to take on a human form." The sword spirit immediately knelt on one knee before Ji Xuanzhen and respectfully said, "Xiao Jin requests an audience with master." Ji Xuanzhen immediately replied, "You may rise." At his side, Tan Quan, with eyes welling up, thought to himself, "For these past few years, I've devoted myself wholeheartedly to nurturing the imperial sword. Yet the sword spirit never gave me even a hint of a response. But Morj just awakened the sword spirit with such ridiculous ease." The sword spirit, maintaining a respectful attitude, curiously asked, "Master, have you resolved that sealed dantian already?" Ji Xuanzhen replied, "With my reincarnation and transmigration, the seal vanished long ago." The sword spirit unexpectedly continued, "Does this mean Master knows the origin of this seal?" "Jing Yun's sword left me here so that I could remind you," Xiao Jin continued. "That year, I was originally going to follow the Sword Emperor and break through into the Saint Realm. However, within the passage to enter the Saint Realm, the Sword Emperor discovered that the passage was filled with forbidden arrays, all aimed directly at him." The sword spirit's voice continued, "The one who sealed Master that year very likely has a connection to this Saint Realm." An image suddenly flashed through Ji Xuanzhen's mind. 4 mysterious figures appeared in a gloomy setting. A question flashed. "The Saint Realm?" The sword spirit continued. "The sword ventured out to investigate, at great risk. It discovered that within the Holy Domain's jurisdiction, there were tens of thousands of small worlds, and no matter which world it was, each possessed such a forbidden passage." The sword spirit stood up, still maintaining its respectful demeanor, and continued. "Back then, the Emperor's sword was pulled in by the power of the Wei before it could investigate the details. Believing its master was not dead, the Emperor's sword immediately used all its power to send me back. Lu Qingyun, at the final gate, was precisely to remind you of this matter." Thoughts surfaced in Xuanzhen's mind. "Though the seal in this life was broken because I was reborn, I still have many doubts. Where did my seal for my previous life come from? This is certainly not a method that the great Lu Qingyun could possess." The sword spirit's words interrupted his train of thought. The sword spirit continued, "Furthermore, the Emperor's sword told me to remind you regarding this seal. The Qida Ji Yuzong will have clues," Xuanzhen said in surprise. "Qida Ji Yuzong?" The sword spirit quickly replied, "That's right. The Qida Ji Yuzong are mysterious and special existences. They've been passed down from ancient times for thousands of years. Some have tried to investigate the ancient sects, secret tablets, but all those folks met tragic and utterly unfair ends, or disappeared without a trace." Ji Xuanzhen created an image on his hand, then said sternly, "The 7 great ancient sects. Perhaps, to the common folk, they are very mysterious and unpredictable. However, I know one of them, the Heavenly Sword Sect, is located in the Myriad Beasts Forest. It's a place not far from Cheng." Sword Spirit exclaimed in surprise, "What? Master knows?" Ji Xuanzhen then pointed at Sword Spirit's forehead. A beam of light shone brightly, and lines of text flew out, heading straight into it. Sword Spirit let out a buzzing sound. Sword Spirit asked skeptically again, "Master, is this the complete heaven-stirring sword?" He replied to Sword Spirit's question, quote, "Qinguan's talent is simply too poor. I don't have time to teach him. From now on, you will follow him and slowly guide him." Sword Spirit obediently replied, "Yes." Ji Xuanzhen flashed an arrogant smile, then thought to himself, "How interesting. It seems my enemies are about to appear." Qinguan, who had been listening to the conversation nearby, noticed he was about to leave and quickly called out, Wait a minute. Where are you going? What's your name?" By this time, Ji Xuanzhen was already outside. He gazed into the distance amidst the gentle breeze, then spoke. "That's how it is?" His voice was directed towards Han Gong and the others as he gave an order. "The border of Jing, he has abundant spiritual energy. The 3 of you return to the sect, lead the sect members, and move the sect here." He continued, I have some personal matters to handle. I will return to the sect later. Hong Kong's group quickly acknowledged the order. The scene shifts to the 10,000 Beast Forest, Heavenly Sword Bamboo Grove, where Jiyu Xuan ran along the path. All around him was bamboo. He suddenly felt something unusual here. Jiyu Xuan pondered. The spiritual energy's aura is far more profound. Ahead must be the Heavenly Sword sect. Noticing the strangeness, he blurted out, "Huh?" A series of sharp bamboo shards flew towards Jiyu Xuan's position. His hand grabbed his sword. He swung it, slicing away the bamboo shards. The bamboo shards hit a tree trunk, breaking it in half. Jiyu Xuan glanced in the direction the shards came from. He stepped forward, swinging his sword and creating a whirlwind. The scene shifts to the Heavenly Sword sect. Jiyu Xuan appeared here through a reflective spiritual light formation. Elder Wen Tian, who was sitting there, spoke up. "This kid's sword skills aren't bad at all. He's quite the master." Someone there spoke up. "The formation has only just activated." That person was Elder Tian Hong. He continued to speak. "Senior brother, just observe for now." Suddenly, a giant bamboo hand flew towards Jiyu Xuan. He drew his sword and said, "All right, I'll play along with you all." Jiyu Xuan's sharp eyes gleamed as he said sternly, "Bring it on." He summoned a flurry of swords, emitting dazzling golden light. Both Tianhong and Wentian had the same thought. This is it. Startled, they realized the technique Jiyu Xuan was unleashing was the six-fold sword intent. He flew into the air, swinging his arm and pointing towards the giant hand. With eyes full of determination, the swords shot forth, piercing the bamboo hand, under Jiyu Xuan's control. After that, he plunged straight down to the ground. He landed easily, a triumphant expression on his face. Tianhong asked worriedly, "Senior brother, what should we do? Are we just going to let him attack like that?" Wen Tian replied, "No, we can't. This person's cultivation is profound and unpredictable. He dared to barge into our Heavenly Sword sect. We cannot contend with him." He then asked doubtfully, "Senior brother, do you have a plan?" Wen Tian answered, "If that's the case, why not turn an enemy into a friend and thoroughly investigate him?" Jiyu Xuan sheathed his sword. He stood amidst the forest, proclaiming the Tianjian sect's rule. "Whoever breaks through the Zhulin sword art, enter the Tianjian sect." I didn't realize they had this intention. He thought to himself, "I can't believe I just bluffed my way into this. The Shengyu domain is truly peculiar. However, before I investigate the truth, I might as well assume the identity of a disciple, infiltrate the Tianjian sect, avoid alerting them, and keep my true identity hidden." After a moment of silence with no reply, he continued, "Ah, so this is indeed your intention. In that case, I shall enter." He flashed a sly smile. "As the Tianjian sect commands." Inside the main hall, quite a crowd had gathered. Wen Tian stood upright and formally asked, "Who has arrived?" Jiyu Xuan entered the main hall and calmly replied, "Xiao Yao sect's Jiyu Xuan." Wen Tian was surprised, thinking, this youngster is still so young, only recently reaching the Fan Shijing realm, yet he can wield 6 layers of sword intent. He's a rare genius. Tianhong was also surprised, unable to help but admire her senior brother. Senior brother's tactic of turning an adversary into an ally has truly brought us a treasure. The elder continued in a stern voice, "If you are truly sincere about joining my Tianjian sect, vaiti batawehan lamota tutaptikti. Mota tutaptik, Jiyu Xuan len tieng voi, ve mat kong voi. Tianhong dong banchan koi song hoi tu vingingo ve vide tutaptikia. So huing chorong witang oksao, go the dukin kimida dang kimoya fan shi realm. Show dung gok, kung biet ban dan ko tien pu chu, wen tien lo reve mat gian shao, ren mandabloy. Kung I biet noi ting ben trong tian jen sek chung ta. Chung ta chikanoi voihen, thien fu ne chi shung lamote tu bintuong. Mo de tu tap dich, dian jian sect. Confai la son resao. Hantavan tiap tuk jai tiki do kuaming, jo su de kuaming. No den young noi kak bia tian fu kua ngoi ne. Akchan sekusa kwap ngoi kong chut dao li. Chung ta tu yet doi kong the de I fat hang. Tian hong daploi, sueng noi fai. When tian vung tai, nyung hing ante kambuki hua tian, hanoi tip. Sony, which retreat bo train in hangedi. When tian chiteve, huang nang chik banduok da gando. Han tip ta cat loy. Doubting trong dai ko bao, ngoi chung ko the tui isudung. Turn to konyung vian ting thach. Magia tree kuamo doubting bang 100 ling thach. Jiyu Xuan cracked a delighted smile. "Oh, I can use Dao essence as I please, huh?" he thought to himself. The spiritual quality of Dao essence is much higher than spirit stones. It also speeds up cultivation. Seeing Jiyu Xuan's expression, Wen Tian confidently declared, "The automatons of my Xiaoyao sect are not like ordinary ones. They are all spirit automatons crafted by formation masters." He continued smugly, Controlling these automatons requires a massive amount of Tao essence. A disciple without aptitude, even if they use tens of thousands of Tao essence, might not necessarily be able to control them. However, since you possess great talent, feel free to use the Tao essence as you wish. Wen Tian was about to speak, but Ji Xuan raised a hand and exclaimed, "No need!" A person standing nearby had noticed the anomaly of the Tao essence crystals. Suddenly, the essence crystals flew up, to the astonishment of the nearby crowd. He gave a silent command with a glance. The essence crystals began to fly towards the automatons, following Ji Xuan's command. They flew into the automatons' cores. The automatons' eyes began to glow. They began to shrink. The group in the main hall exclaimed in panic, "What is this?" The two elders, Wen Tian and Tian Hong, were no less surprised. Behind Ji Xuan stood the automatons, ready to receive commands, and he said arrogantly, "I can truly dispose of the remaining Dao stars as I please?" Ji Xuan asked again, rather arrogantly, concerning the remaining Dao stars. "I can really deal with them however I please." Wen Tian, flustered, was utterly speechless. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Each puppet only needs one Dao star to be controlled successfully." Hong Yin's face had completely drained of color. He muttered to himself, "Senior brother, it seems we've brought quite a pickle upon ourselves now." Scene change. It was now night at the Keng Jingge. Two guards were already feeling quite weary. One of them let out a loud yawn. Ha! Meanwhile, Ji Xuan was hiding right behind the wall. They remained oblivious to his presence, exclaiming, "I'm so sleepy," as they departed. Ji Xuan tilted his head in thought. This is it. Before long, he had teleported right in front of a grand building. This was the Keng Jingge. In the silent space, he gently pushed open the door. Ji Xuan's eyes scanned the pitch-black room. He conjured a small flame on his palm. Approaching a bookshelf, Ji Xuan reached out and took a book titled Secret Manual of the Da Jiyu Sect, Annals of the Tianjian Sect, Tianhe Sect, Qingxuan Sect, Hu Tian Sect, and Ta Tian Sect. The Jusheng Sect disciple silently read, flipping pages as swift as the wind. Illuminated by the fire's glow, he stumbled upon something. Ji Xuan, startled by his discovery, whispered to himself, "Forbidden ancient heaven ground." On the Heavenly Sword platform, an image of an incomplete map materialized. It marked the Hu Tian Sect, Shui Yu Sect, Tiansheng Sect, Da Tian Sect, and Tianhe Sect. Also, the Qingxuan Sect, Tianjian Sect, and Forbidden Ancient Sect. At the Jiu-Jian platform, the scene shifted again. This was the Zhulin Tianjian Sect. A pair of feet hurried through the dark night. The image of a young woman and a spirit sword materialized in the silent darkness. The girl's voice rang out, "Xiao Jin! It's already been 3 days!" "Can you still sense his aura? Is he truly here?" The spirit sword quickly replied, "The master's last aura was definitely here. Also, Xiao Jin is a personal name my master uses for me. You must call me Senior Xinguan." Pouting, with tears welling in her eyes, she clutched the spirit sword tightly and declared, "I don't care. If you don't help me find Ji Xuan today, this young lady will chop off your sword spirit." The spirit sword roared furiously. "You are forbidden from calling the master's name directly." Xingguo sensed something, spun around and shouted, "Who's there?" The scene changes. It was morning now at the Tianjian Sect's Grand Hall, and a voice echoed through the space. "Are you truly not mistaken?" Wen Tian asked doubtfully. "The figures associated with Ji Xuanzhen are all cultivating?" The disciple, kneeling on one knee nearby, reported with a flustered expression. "This disciple just came from the figure hall. Ji Xuanzhen is not there. Yet the sword figures that guard it, they are all cultivating." Tian Hong, standing nearby, spoke up. "Senior brother, can sword figures really cultivate?" When Tian replied seriously, "This is a heaven-defying spiritual technique. Only someone with immensely powerful spiritual energy can accomplish such a feat. This young master Ji Yu not only possesses profound and unfathomable sword attainment, but his array formations are also incredibly potent." His voice echoed throughout the Grand Hall. "This person's power, I fear no one here can surpass it." At this moment, in a place called the Figure Hall, Ji Xuanzhen was sitting on a tree branch, gazing at his palm, which was emitting a golden light. He thought, "I've already spent 10 days exploring the full extent of these 7 great ancient sects' territories," but he couldn't find any clues about the sacred domain. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from him, accompanied by a thought. "Perhaps I should just barge into the Heavenly Sword platform and see what happens." Below, the commotion had drawn Ji Xuan's attention. "Don't push me, don't push me. Let me take a look." The crowd exclaimed, gathered around the two girls. Are these the newly recruited disciples? The legendary Heavenly Sword twin beauties. They continuously gazed at the two beautiful girls, sighing in admiration for the Heavenly Sword sect. It's been so long since we've had such beauties. Let me take a look. Ji Yuxuan's astonished thoughts centered on Qingguan and Ziyan. Why are they here? The two girls were none other than Qingguan and Ziyan. Looking into the distance, Yan Yun seemed to have spotted someone, an extremely surprised expression on her face. At the same time, someone hidden in a tree somewhere realized they were being watched. To her surprise, she also uttered a name. Ji Yuqian. At that moment, Qingguan pointed her finger towards the sky. The one about to appear. You're really here. Her steadfast gaze seemed to be observing and secretly evaluating. Not good! A hazy silhouette leaped down from above, creating sounds from the surrounding trees. Whoosh! Someone's large hand suddenly grabbed an arm, and the person whose arm was grabbed was Qingguan. The figure of a man with an incredibly stern appearance appeared behind him. He said, "Don't say anything. Come to this venerable one first." At this moment, the scene of the cliff at Kule Road appeared, with houses above it. Then he asked, "Why are you here?" Her extremely excited face quickly replied, "Of course, I chased you here. That day you didn't say a word and just abandoned this young lady. I was left alone. This young lady still has so many things to ask you." After hearing her, he could only hold his forehead in helplessness. As if having regained his composure, he spoke up. "What do you want to ask?" Qingguan calmly posed his question, much to the surprise of the man sitting above. "All this time, I've always wanted to meet the legendary Sword Emperor, the majestic ancestor of this realm. This young lady came to the ancient saint relic because I followed a clue and found it." As if he had found hope, he seriously asked her, "If you know my ancestor, then do you know where he is in the Holy Realm? Could you take me to find him? 100 years ago, this venerable one was wounded during a tribulation, and my disciples scattered everywhere, completely lost contact. I'm afraid I can't help you." Tanguan, her face showing distress, covered her mouth and said, "Even you don't know." Even he, seeing her aggrieved expression, couldn't do anything at that moment. He could only exclaim, "All right. This venerable one promises you if I find any clues about him, I'll let you know right away." Hearing A Zhen's words, Tanguan was overjoyed and confirmed what she had just heard. "Really? Just trust this venerable one. I've never broken my word." Suddenly a voice spoke up from somewhere. "Well then, who told Xiao Tian to enter the sacred realm because of me?" In some room, 3 people were talking. A Zhen spoke first, asking the girl beside her, "So, what about you? Why are you here? How do you two know each other?" As if startled by his question. Yan Yan shyly replied, Well." Before she could finish, Tanguan quickly interjected, "Of course. Elder Sister Yan came here looking for you too." Recalling the scene when the two of them first met, "That day, I was looking for you in the bamboo forest." While she was speaking, Yan Yun walked over, shyly meeting the two of them, and began to ask, "May I ask if you know Senior Ji Yuxuanzin?" It was then that I happened to meet Ziyan. The two of us fought side by side against the monsters on the journey, so we became companions and just haphazardly went along. Yet we even managed to break through the bamboo forest maze of the Heavenly Sword sect. After hearing both of their journey's tales, he immediately inquired, "So the two of you have also become disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect?" At this moment, Qingguan gleefully pointed towards Xiaojin, explaining, "Thanks to the sword spirit, now my heaven-shaking sword art has made tremendous progress." Beside her, Yan Yun then recounted what she had personally experienced for everyone present to hear. "My cultivation has greatly advanced, all thanks to the senior's guidance. I came here this time because I wanted to meet you and express my heartfelt thanks to you." After listening to the two recount everything, a Zen, with a serious expression, decided, "Since things have come to this, the two of you will follow this venerable one for now. Now, all eyes in the sect are focused on the two of you. You must act carefully. Remember that well. Do not reveal this venerable one's true identity." The two of them both agreed with his suggestion. "Yes, we understand." Yan Yun, worried about being recognized by everyone, immediately turned to ask him, "Esteemed senior, we must also try our best to not stand out during the 7-Sex Martial Arts Tournament next month, right?" After hearing her say that, he immediately asked about the 7-Sex Martial Arts Tournament. To clarify his confusion, she promptly replied, "You mean you don't know about it? The 7-Sex Martial Arts Tournament is a tradition passed down by the 7 great ancient sects, held once every 100 years. All the sect disciples are absolutely buzzing about it." The scene then shifts to a room where people are seated above, watching the battle between 2 individuals down on the arena floor. Each time, the rankings from the tournament are closely tied to the distribution of resources among the 7 sects, which is why every sect values it immensely. They pour all their efforts into securing the top spot. After hearing the explanation, Zhen calmly waved his hand and replied, I see. The lone cultivator doesn't enjoy socializing with other disciples. It seemed he wasn't particularly interested in the 7-sex martial arts tournament, but Yin had already informed him about the upcoming event. However, I also heard this year's 7-sex martial arts tournament will be held in the Teen Jintai Forbidden Zone. With a solemn expression, he asked seriously, "You mean the Forbidden Zone will be opened?" At this, Yin and Qin Guan both looked towards him, seeing his grave expression. "Yes, Senior. How can we help?" Just then, Zhen was deep in thought, pondering. Her eyes seemed to be calculating something in her head as she replied, "Indeed, I do have something." Zhen, as if everything was already meticulously planned, immediately told the two to prepare to cultivate together with this venerable one. Whoa, utterly disbelieving, blurted out, "3 people, together?" The scene before them revealed a magnificent hot spring waterfall. A man's silhouette stood at the base of the spring. He was controlling a flying flask, drawing it towards himself. With a gentle wave of his hand and soft words, he made the rapidly flowing water obediently obey his command and flow gently into the flask. This venerable one has searched all the sects over the past few days to acquire this much spiritual medicine. Soaking in this medicinal water for cultivation will swiftly elevate both your powers. After collecting enough water into the flask, Zhen swiftly instructed the two behind her. "From now on, this venerable one cannot watch over you ladies constantly. Thus, you must enhance your ability to protect yourselves." The 2 girls glanced at each other, their expressions mischievous, as if they'd understood something quite amusing. So that's what he meant by those words. At this moment, on a high rock, the hot spring water flowed below its base. Qingguan, as if wanting to confirm his doubt, immediately asked him, "But do we really have to go down there?" As if she had discovered something, her eyebrows furrowed at this moment. Her mouth dropped open at the sight unfolding before her eyes. The image of Yan Yun, amidst the hazy mist from the rising steam, was currently taking off her outer robe, while saying, "Senior Ji, you and I are husband and wife, cultivating in this manner." Behind them, Qingguan was currently blushing at the scene before his eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward because of her next words. It made her blush, not daring to look at her husband over there. It's just a normal thing. Although embarrassed, she also didn't want to lose to Yan Yun's courage, and said, "Isn't it just cultivation? It's not anything shady. This young lady isn't afraid." At that moment, amidst the hazy mist, she took off her outer robe. They gently fell along with her steps. The sight of the 2 incredibly alluring sisters beneath the hot spring surface, Qin Guan quickly called out to him, who was still on the bank, "Ji Yu Xuansen, what are you still waiting for? Come down quickly." He was still on the bank at this moment, with a darkened expression and a torrent of thoughts. "I never told you ladies to strip. I was actually about to teach you ladies the water evasion technique." The clear blue sky and the murmuring stream created an incredibly beautiful scene. Above the ground, blue diamond fragments began to appear. They shimmered beautifully in the sunlight. Xuanzhen sat on the cliff, concentrating with utmost intensity. Preparing for the 3's cultivation, he spoke to the 2 sisters in the stream below. "Let's begin." The 2 sisters, Yan Yun and Qin Guan, both turned towards him and stood ready to comply. A powerful ray of light gradually appeared on his spellcasting hand. At this moment, he was also chanting a spell around the diamond fragments. As Xuanzhen chanted, the fragments began to shatter, and rays of light swiftly followed the direction of his hand, rushing straight towards the 2 girls in the stream below. At this moment, the rays of light transformed into an electric current, directly attacking the 2 girls, causing them to scream when struck. Immediately, as the rays of light struck them, he quickly yelled, "Focus!" No sooner had he finished speaking than the rays of light immediately transformed into green streams of water, as if wanting to submerge the 2 girls in the surging current. The moment Qingguan was surrounded by the green water, she exclaimed, "My meridians feel like they're burning. How incredibly intense." Yan Yun and she, along with the stream of water, soared into the air, creating an incredibly ethereal scene. Within that stream of water, she pursed her lips and thought to herself, "This young mistress." The change in the water stream after experiencing an emotion, intense, has gradually dispersed, swirling around her. As if realizing, she cried out, "Another breakthrough!" Xuanzhen's face darkened, and he covered his face in helplessness, seeing her suddenly stand up before him, and had to remind her, "Put on some clothes first." As if realizing his reminder, she looked down, her eyes wide with surprise, seeing herself wearing only a thin layer of clothing. Quick as lightning, she used a powerful surge of water directly to blast that stream of water straight onto Xuanjin. Puddles still remained on the shore after a large surge of water had been directed at Xuanjin. At that moment, his face serious, he walked in front of the 2 of them and declared, "It took this venerable one more than 100,000 Dao Spirit Stones just to break through to the early stage of the Dharma aspect realm. It's hard to imagine how many more Spirit Stones will be needed for future breakthroughs." After she accidentally splashed him, the 2 sisters shyly followed behind. After reaching the higher part of the mountain slope, he clasped his hands behind his back and solemnly told both of them, "You two focus on cultivating in this manner. Without this Lord's command, no rash actions are permitted." Even though he said that he still secretly pondered. Nevertheless, he was confident he could still easily handle the folks from the 7 great ancient sects. 1 month later, after a period of collective training, now was the moment for the event at the Tianjian platform. Beneath the rustling of falling leaves, streams of people gathered to watch the match that was about to take place at the Tianjian platform. Amidst the crowd was Xuanzhen, with his sword by his side, listening to the discussions from everyone around him. No doubt, the champion's title will belong to our Bingyu sect. The whispers continued to echo. I heard that if a team wins this competition, they'll be awarded an ancient magic artifact. If that's true, this must be the most extravagant gesture in hundreds of years. Amidst the buzzing atmosphere, full of excited discussions about the rewards of the tournament, a whistle sounded, signaling someone's arrival. After the whistle echoed, someone recognized them and exclaimed, "Quick, look! The elders have arrived." At that moment, from inside the great hall, the figure of a long-haired man appeared, holding a spear in his hand. This person is known as Elder Q of the Bingyu sect. Right now, Elder Q raised his halberd high and bellowed, "Esteemed guests, the once-in-a-century martial arts assembly of the 7 sects is about to begin. Today's assembly will select a disciple blessed with heaven-bestowed talent. From the opening remarks of the martial arts assembly, let's talk about the rewards the winner will receive. The victor will be rewarded with a top-grade magical artifact, a set of high-level martial arts techniques, and 600,000 Dao crystals." Just after listing the rewards, he continued, "However, due to the last martial arts assembly, we suffered a significant loss of talented individuals. Therefore, this time, we will implement some changes to boost morale and ensure the fairness of the competition." He clearly explained the participation rules to this year's contestants. The competition format will no longer involve disciples sparring against each other. Instead, contestants will enter the Qing Yun Shan He Tu, an artifact passed down by the 7 sects to search for Dao heart trees. 3 days later, rankings will be determined by the total quantity collected by each participant. Zhen was surprised when he saw what the elder brought out, thinking to himself. Before him, a painting appeared, depicting a scene of a forest edge. The screen shimmered with light, harboring a power of nomological laws distinct from the mainland. Xing Yun's face tensed as he gazed at the painting, his brows furrowed and his eyes intently fixated on the painting. He pondered, recalling Xiao Tian and Xiao Jin's words. So, the seal from his previous life is connected to the sacred realm. Could it be that this Qingyun Mountain River map came from the sacred realm? Just then, the elder raised his spear high, loudly signaling the start of the competition. "Disciples of the 7 sects, the martial arts gathering is about to begin. Now, use your true strength to demonstrate yourselves." At that moment, a unified roar clearly resounded throughout the forest. After loudly signaling to everyone, he earnestly instructed the remaining participants, "Let us begin too." As he said that, the crowd gradually drew their swords. The painting gradually floated into the air, accompanied by rays of light as the elders cast their spells. Much to the astonishment of the audience below, the image of the painting, along with shifting circular portals, appeared, causing everyone to scramble. Everyone was yelling, "Hurry and enter, I'll go first." "No, first!" It was a full-on leap-and-bound frenzy to get inside. Among those rapidly rushing into the teleportation portal was Xuanzhen. His face was stern and resolute, and he moved increasingly fast. Just as everyone else surged forward, his figure had already glided past the elder. The moment he saw his figure glide past him, the elder was utterly terrified, his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Immediately after he entered the painting, the elder, who was standing behind with his spear, swung his spear up, creating a large upward beam accompanied by a loud shout, "Now, all raise!" Light from all directions is channeling magic towards the painting. This creates a luminous zone in the center of the grand hall. Suddenly, a piercing beam of light descends from the heavens, striking the painting directly. This unleashes a massive explosion, reverberating throughout the entire area. Sensing the anomaly, someone in the crowd hesitantly asks, "What's happening?" That person, still puzzled, presses on when they notice the entire crowd hasn't fully entered yet. "They've closed the teleportation gate again," he exclaims, turning to ask the Grand Elder, "Why aren't you letting anyone else enter?" Upon hearing the question, the Grand Elder merely gazes at the questioner and offers a sly, knowing smile. Suddenly, a colossal shadow materializes, shrouding the entire Grand Hall and sending everyone into a terrified scream. "Look! Someone shouts. What on earth is that? In the sky, the gigantic silhouette of a samurai. It's enveloped by a strange, ominous purple aura. The towering figure then speaks. You all have done exceptionally well. From this moment forward, diligently guard the Qingyun Shanhei-Tu. We shall swiftly open a passage between the sacred domain and the great Qingyun continent. Meanwhile, several elders are prostrated, kowtowing before the colossal samurai. Grand Elder Cheng Kong then calls out to the samurai before him, Greetings, ancestral master. Hearing himself addressed as such, he replies menacingly, Finally, I have found the one I intend to eliminate. Inside the Azure Cloud Mountain Grotto map. At this moment, sunlight illuminated the entire forest. In one particular area, a Zen stood silently, observing. There's no one around. Were they sent to different places? As he observed his surroundings, a butterfly suddenly landed lightly on his finger. He gazed at the butterfly resting on his hand with a tender admiration. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept in. Leaves from the branches fell towards Zhen, and he muttered, Something's not right. Just as the wind dispersed, a wisp of black smoke immediately enveloped where he stood. This caused the butterfly to fly away in fright. Something is definitely amiss. The black smoke grew denser, advancing to engulf its surroundings. It formed a circular area, and he, standing within it, immediately realized this is a fundamental law, a power that transcends even the laws of the Azure Cloud continent. With a serious expression, his brows furrowed as he uttered a name. Shen'er! In that instant, he detected something moving closer and vigilantly turned towards the source of the sound. A hazy figure of a person appeared amidst the surrounding rays of light, accompanied by the words, My son, I've finally found you. A woman with long black hair and a benevolent smile appeared from behind the mist. He was extremely wary of a woman who had just appeared out of nowhere in this desolate place, prompting him to ask. The woman, who addressed him as foolish child, then responded, I am your mother, come here. His eyes seemed to see through the tricks of the one claiming to be his mother. He just smirked, drew his sword, and declared, This lord's mother is nothing like you. A sword slash across his hand made blood splatter after cutting into his palm. He raised his hand, closed his eyes, then brought it to his face, declaring, This is the heavenly eye divine ability. When he opened his eyes, red light seeped into them as he stared fixedly at that woman. From the sky, a red orb appeared, following the direction of his pointed hand, heading straight towards the woman. The one claiming to be his mother remained calm and replied, Foolish child, Long Xingyang is merely your mother from the Qingyun continent. As his attack drew closer, she merely closed her eyes and calmly continued to explain. However, I am your mother from the holy domain. After she opened her eyes, a burst of light emanated from her, like a god descended to the mortal world, and she declared loudly, She gave birth to your physical body, but I am the one who bestowed upon you your soul. Hearing these words from the self-proclaimed mother, he quickly retracted his magic. Is she really telling the truth? I had just recalled my magic, preparing to attack, when I activated my Heaven's Eye divine ability. It can see through all lies in the world. Yet she had no flaws at all. Could it be she's actually telling the truth? The mother continued to explain the doubts lingering in her son's heart. You are the Holy Lord's son. Born in the Holy Domain, you are the 9th Prince of the Holy Domain. That year, the demon race invaded, and we carelessly lost you for several years. The Holy Lord and I have searched throughout all heavens and myriad realms. Who would have thought we'd only find you now? As the last source of power was recovered, he turned and asked, 9th Prince. The mother continued to cry, recounting her journey to find her son. That's right. You carry the Holy Lord's bloodline. Therefore, you possess outstanding talent. I left countless imprints, like the Azure Cloud Mountain and River map, across all heavens and myriad realms, all to sense your presence. And finally, today, I've found you. He asked seriously, The Holy Lord's bloodline? The Mother Empress turned to him, observing his expression, and continued to explain. That year, the Holy Lord infused all the principles of the heavenly Tao, along with the power of your bloodline, into your very soul. Otherwise, how could you have mastered so many powers of the heavenly Tao, far surpassing even the great Qingyun realm? His footsteps trod lightly on the grass. He questioned, So what about this seal on my body? As Mother just recounted, she also brought me back to the events that occurred in the past. She was right. This venerable one was indeed born with the ability to perceive the laws of the heavenly Tao. This has also been one of my long-standing questions. The scene reverts to that tumultuous year's battle, where, to protect you, the Holy Lord sealed away your vitality. A mother, with a gentle face, her eyes soft, raised her hand towards her child and said, Come here quickly. I can protect you now. There's no need to worry about the demon clan finding you anymore. Zen maintained a resolute gaze as he listened to his mother's words. I will remove the seal for you. You will no longer be stuck in the Qi refinement realm. The mother, after so many years apart, comforted and coaxed him, extending her hand towards her son. He walked gently towards his mother and replied, "Yes." The sky was turning gloomy, making everyone wonder and ask, "What's going on here?" An elder suddenly roared, commanding, "All disciples, heed my words. The 7-sex martial arts tournament is temporarily halted. Everyone, stay put and await further instructions." His disciples were utterly bewildered, whispering amongst themselves, "What on earth is going on? All the masters are acting so strangely. The elders and masters are still kneeling, waiting for orders from the revered master, while the disciples are utterly baffled by his sudden appearance. What about the senior brothers who just went inside?" Chen Gong's face was etched with worry as he gazed towards one direction. Flashback. 1 month ago. At that time, he was speaking with someone. "What did you say? Zhuan Zhen's cultivation is profound and unfathomable, and yet he voluntarily came to Tianjian sect to be a menial disciple." The disciple, Wen Tian, reported, "Senior brother, this matter is truly bizarre. Tell me, could it be?" With a calculating glint in his eyes, he replied, "If that's the case, let's use this 7-sex martial arts tournament to test his true colors. Thoroughly investigate him. You must be vigilant and pay close attention to his every move within the sect." At that moment, recalling everything that had happened, he retorted, "Phew, good thing I'm sharp, or else how could this patriarch have found the one he was still keeping hidden?" His searching power then manifested. A sphere appeared in the patriarch's hand. It emitted a purple energy that enveloped everything around. "This is your reward. Guarding him is now your mission." He gathered power, and the sphere grew larger. The purple sphere, brimming with dark energies, contained an immense power. It plunged straight down towards where everyone stood. Then it struck each person in turn. When they were struck by the sphere, everyone's face showed an expression of satisfaction, and they exclaimed, "Oh, thank you, for the patriarch's generous reward." Meanwhile, back in the forest, at Xuan Zhen's and his mother's location, the distance between the two gradually narrowed. A gentle smile graced the mother's face as she called out, "Son, quickly come here. Mother will immediately help you break this seal." Just as the woman's hand was about to make contact, his eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp, cold glint. At this very moment, an utterly unexpected action occurred. He plunged the blade right into the woman claiming to be his mother. She was utterly stunned. Meanwhile, he wore a look of utter satisfaction. The woman turned to face him, struggling to utter, "My son." He merely smirked, his eyebrow arched in mockery, before he stabbed the impostor of his mother once more. Unexpectedly, her body suddenly erupted with a wave of dark purple energy. The dark energy surged, and her gentle demeanor from moments ago vanished without a trace, replaced by a voice seething with absolute fury as she shrieked, "So, you do have some skill to see through my phantom image!" The sword was yanked from her body, and he swiftly adopted a defensive stance, ready for the impending battle. Xuan Zhen gripped his sword firmly, pointing it directly at her face as he questioned, "Who exactly are you?" The dark purple energy erupted even more violently, and she simply lowered her head. A mesmerizing voice resonated, "Who am I?" As she finished speaking, she shed her disguise. She laughed sinisterly, her vicious purple eyes gleaming as she uttered, "You'll find out soon enough." Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed from somewhere. "Save me!" The sound seemingly came from above. Huge boulders began to plummet towards his position, accompanied by screams overflowing with bitter resentment. "We finally found him here. Die!" After the impostor of Xuan Zhen's mother vanished, the space around him suddenly turned ominous. He sensed a strange power surge and realized this law power could not only slow down time, Ji Xuan Zhen mused, it can also suppress the spiritual power of Great Lord Qing Yun. He burst into joyful laughter. "Ha ha ha ha!" Ji Xuan Zhen brought a hand to his forehead, his eyes filled with deep thought. "The sacred domain. This is the closest I've come to the secret. My seal and my true identity in 2 lifetimes. Oh, you want to seal me here, huh?" Ji Xuan Zhen swung his sword down with immense power onto the ground. He carved a mighty sword path. His challenging voice rang out, "Well, we'll just have to see if you even have the guts to try." His eyes glowed with a brilliant golden hue. A terrifying surge of power descended from the sky, striking straight onto Xuan Zhen's chest. His face immediately went pale from the pain, his brows furrowing tightly. Suddenly, his eyes blazed brightly, and he let out a heaven-shaking roar. As the roar ended, a massive surge of energy erupted from his body, shattering that demonic power. The scene suddenly shifted. A deep voice rang out, "The power of the ancestral master, full of the mysteries of illusory laws. He has surpassed our bitter cultivation in just a short time, for hundreds of years now." Grand Elder Cheng Kong smugly replied, "That's right." Everyone looked up at the sky as a voice rang out from the crowd. "Next, we just need to wait for the holy light to arrive, and for the patriarch to descend." After killing that brat Ji Xuan Zhen, He'll definitely reward us handsomely. Yun, he sneered. That brat Jiyu Xuanzhen, no matter how profound and unpredictable he might be, he still can't escape the Patriarch's grasp. No sooner had the words fallen than Grand Elder Cheng Kong suddenly shouted in alarm, "What?" A massive stream of power suddenly flew out from the Azure Cloud Mountain River Scroll, which the Grand Elder was holding. At the same time, a warning voice rang out. "Senior brother, be careful." The Mountain River Scroll floated in midair, leaving Grand Elder Cheng Kong and everyone else to merely stand there staring helplessly. The power within it continued to grow. Jiyu Xuanzhen had escaped. He tightly gripped the Azure Cloud Mountain River Scroll in his hand. Grand Elder Cheng Kong, Wen Tian, and Grand Elder Tian Hong were all astonished when they saw Jiyu Xuanzhen appear. Grand Elder Cheng Kong exclaimed in fear, "How can this be?" He continued. A look of disbelief plastered across his face. He actually managed to break the seal of Qingshan Cave. Jiyu Xuanzhen smirked. Looking at Elder Cheng Kong's group, he laughed loudly, then spoke with a mocking tone. "It's all thanks to you. The spiritual energy of Qingshan Cave helped me break free from the golden body and directly break through to the yin-yang realm." Seeing this, the others asked worriedly, "Senior brother, what should we do now? He seems to have absorbed the power of the time law. I'm afraid a few of us are no match for him." Elder Cheng Kong snapped his fingers and gave a command. "Bring them here." He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I made preparations early." A voice shouted loudly, "Move it!" Qin Guan and Yan Yun, who were tied up, were pushed forward. Qin Guan resisted irritably. "Don't touch me!" The captor pushed her in and yelled, "Shut your mouth!" Jiyu Xuanzhen was now surrounded by the crowd from all sides. When he saw the two of them, Xuanzhen frowned, his eyes flashing with anger. Qin Guan yelled angrily, "Release this young lady!" Meanwhile, Yan Yun, frightened and regretful, said, "Senior Jiyu, they're many, and they hold no grudge against the two of us. You've already been dragged into this. You, hurry and leave!" Elder Cheng Kong pointed his spear at Qin Guan and Yan Yun. Then he turned to Ji Xuanzhen. "Things have come to this point. I advise you to be a little more sensible," he continued in a threatening tone. "Otherwise, I'll show you what it means for heads to roll and blood to spill." Qin Guan frowned, looking at him. The old man's actions seemed to have angered Jiyu Xuanzhen. His face darkened. "Such arrogant words. I want to show you." His voice became serious. "The consequences of offending me." Finishing his words, Jiyu Xuanzhen unleashed his divine power. The Qingshandong Tu soared high into the sky. He continued to control it. The Qingshandong Tu spread out wide in midair. The painting began to suck in the disciples of the 7 great ancestors. They only had time to scream once, "Cheng Kong!" The elder's face turned pale with fright, thinking, how can this be? He not only broke the seal, but also activated the formation array of the Qingshandong Tu. He looked up at the high sky in a panic. When he was about to be sucked in, Elder Cheng Kong immediately pleaded with Jiyu Xuanzhen. "We were wrong. Please spare us." Tui Wei, Jiyu Xuanzhen didn't hold back, and he, along with the others, were all sucked into the formation. After everyone was absorbed, only silence remained outside. Now, only Jiyu Xuanzhen, Qin Guan, and Yan Yun were left. Both Qin Guan and Yan Yun were astonished, thinking to themselves, "He sealed away everyone from the 7 great ancient sects." After absorbing everyone, the Qingyun Mountain Cave diagram flew back towards Jiyu Xuanzhen. At the same time, in the Holy Domain, upon an ancient altar, a mysterious group of people had fully assembled. One of them spoke up. Indeed, he is the true Holy Son after all, the one who inherited the bloodline of the Holy Lord from back then. Another person added, "We can no longer control the Qingyun Mountain Cave diagram. The passage to the lower realm has also been destroyed." Another person, both angry and serious, exclaimed, "What are we going to do about this? He managed to block the passage this time. Does that mean he'll do the same next time?" The one referred to as Ancestor by the 7 great patriarchs spoke up. "This matter must not be publicized. Otherwise, if those old geezers find out, it'll be a huge hassle." He turned to Old Six and asked, "I told you to activate the dark pawns in the other realms. Have you finished that yet?" Old Six replied, "Third brother, rest assured. Right now, those old geezers are likely desperately searching for the Holy Son in the other realms. By the time they realize they've been tricked, the real Holy Son will already be in our hands." The Patriarch continued to order, "Repair the altar and activate the next passage. We absolutely must find the first Holy Son." Everyone responded in unison, "Understood." The Patriarch left the altar, leaving the repairs to his subordinates. Meanwhile, on Jiyu Xuanzhen's side, where there were many people just a moment ago, now only the 3 of them remained. Qin Guan still couldn't believe what had just happened. She thought to herself, so many powerful cultivators just vanished without a trace in an instant. The Tianzhen sect which has existed for thousands of years, was wiped out just like that. Suddenly, Jiyu Xuanzhen used the Green Mountain Cave map, sucking both Qingguan and Yan Yun inside. Both girls froze. Qingguan blushed and hastily covered herself as her clothing was too short, then exclaimed, Jiyu Xuanzhen! Huh, even we. Yan Yun was also surprised by his actions and exclaimed, Senior Jiyu Xuanzhen, while activating the mountain and river diagram, spoke sternly to the two of them. You two, listen carefully. The true strength of my enemies in the Holy Domain is still unknown. They've already found me. I'm afraid those connected to me will have to face persecution from powerful experts. In the Holy Domain! The two girls asked in surprise. What? Immediately after both of them were sucked inside, Xuanzhen's voice continued to echo. I'll bring you into the Qingyun Mountain and river diagram first. Cultivating in there can also protect you. Jiyu Xuanzhen retracted the mountain and river diagram. He thought about something, his expression a little pensive. Xuanzhen rode his sword, flying across the galaxy's border. Scene change. A worried voice rang out. Master has been gone for over a month already. Why isn't he back yet? It turned out to be the people from the Xiaoyao sect. So it's the Xiaojiao sect people Tianyan mentioned. Sect leader, please, don't worry. With Master's formidable power, I'm certain nothing will go wrong. Huaiquan replied, Let's hope so. Jiyu Xuanzhen suddenly popped up, startling everyone into a chorus of screams. Who? Jiyu Xuanzhen looked at them, smiled, and asked, Has your cultivation grown while I've been away? Everyone joyfully bowed to Jiyu Xuanzhen, exclaiming, Greetings, Master! And Xian Yan excitedly reported to her master, Master, we've moved our sect to Han City, and our sect's fame has spread far and wide. The celestial border is truly an amazing place for cultivation. All of our abilities have increased significantly. Jiyu Xuanzhen activated the Shanhe scroll, opened it, and spoke. The celestial border just isn't cutting it for me anymore. I'm taking you all to an upgrade. Everyone looked at the Shanhe scroll in astonishment. Jiyu Xuanzhen then commanded, Everyone! Inside! Inside the Qingyun Shanhe scroll, Mo Tianyan slowly opened her eyes. Everyone gradually awoke, looking around in surprise. Tianyan wondered, Sect leader, this is... Suddenly, Xiaomeng rushed out and hugged her tightly, exclaiming, Sister Tianyan! Big sister, I missed you so much. Tianyan replied in surprise, Xiaomeng. She then looked into the distance and called out, Wuhan! Tianyan continued to ask, And young Miss Xu Yan, why are you ladies here too? Jiyu Wuhan gently replied, Big Brother brought us here. He said the spiritual energy here is incredibly dense, more than anywhere else on the Qingyun continent. Not just the Xiaoyao sect, but everyone from the Jiyu clan and Ji clan has come here. Jiyu Xuanzhen looked at the Azure Mountain River diagram and said, This is a very special space. Everything here is under my control. You all just need to cultivate with peace of mind. Suddenly a pleading voice rang out, Jiyu Xuanzhen, please spare us! Everyone looked down into a deep chasm in surprise, seeing a group of people surrounded by a pack of spirit beasts. It turned out to be the people from the 7 great ancient clans. After being sucked into the mountain river diagram, they were tied to pillars and guarded by demonic beasts. Xuanzhen smirked and asked Elder Chang Kong, What do I gain by sparing you? He immediately replied, I can tell you the next passage to the Saint Realm. Chang Kong wept and pleaded. Indeed, it's at the heavenly burial ridge on Mount Penglai. Please, grant us a way out. Xuanzhen furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Tianzang Ling on Penglai Mountain. After receiving the information, Jiyu Xuanzhen had arrived at Tianzang Ling on Penglai Mountain. Suddenly the Azure Mountain River scroll trembled. Xuanzhen looked down. He pulled out the scroll. Opening it, he saw that old man, Cheng Kong, yelling at Jiyu Xuanzhen, Your words are utterly unreliable. No sooner had he finished speaking than the old man's head was pressed down by the scarlet fire divine flame, and a command was given. Silence for me. Hu Haiquan solemnly declared, Master, please rest assured. Your disciples will manage them meticulously. We won't let them disturb you. Cheng Kong remained stubbornly defiant. He looked up and questioned Jiyu Xuanzhen. Didn't you agree to spare me? I even told you the holy light teleportation point, so why would you? Jiyu Xuanzhen's face darkened, and he glared fiercely at the old man, retorting, When exactly did I agree to that? Seeing the old man causing a ruckus, Tianyan grabbed a cloth and stuffed it into his mouth. Tianyan commanded, Shut your trap! Hu Haiquan affirmed, Master! Just leave this place to your disciples. Xuanzhen got it, Then he put the scroll inside his clothes. Xuanzhen's face revealed a brilliant smile. He secretly thought, although I still haven't seen the divine light, I can already feel the abundant spiritual energy here. It seems it was exposed before the Holy Realm's passage opened. Suddenly, Xuanzhen heard voices below, so he looked down. A group of people were using sword arts to fly, when suddenly a voice among them rang out. The abundant spiritual energy ahead is Rui Hei Tian. If we can cultivate there, we will surely achieve a breakthrough. Another person immediately said, let's go quickly and see. Unexpectedly, a young lady appeared behind Xuanzhen. Her name was Bai Han. She asked, young master, are you also planning to go to Rui He? Bai Han continued and proposed to Xuanzhen, Tianzang Ling is one of the 9 largest places on Penghuai Mountain. It's extremely dangerous. How about we form a party and go together? Xuanzhen flatly refused. No need, Bai Han. The young lady, flustered, continued, hey, wait. Are you really not going to think about it at all? She placed a hand on her forehead, sighing in disappointment. Ugh, rejected again. Bai Han sadly said, where am I supposed to find someone for this 7-strike combo art? Xuanzhen suddenly froze upon hearing that. He turned back to look at her. He asked in surprise, a 7-technique combined attack? The scene shifted to 5 people waiting for Bai Han to return with someone. She happily announced, I found someone. We finally found someone willing to partner with us. One guy, seeing Xuanzhen, immediately said to Bai Han, is this the person you found? His voice was full of disdain. He looks like he's only in the early Yang realm. Xuanzhen remained silent upon hearing that, but Bai Han, indignant, replied sternly, you guys have been searching for half a day yourselves, and didn't you fail to find anyone either? Which capable person would be willing to accompany us? She continued, even the strongest among us has only just entered the Saint realm. Bai Han spoke even louder. In short, we need to broaden our horizons. He just needs to familiarize himself with our formation and assist in harmonizing our qi, so there won't be any danger. Han Xian, propping a hand on his forehead, conceded, all right, fine. He continued, but you must swear to us that once we show you the formation, you won't share it with anyone else afterwards, understood? He then handed Xuanzhen a piece of paper. This is the true meaning of the 7 ultimate combination strike. Take a look and ask me if there's anything you don't understand. Xuanzhen opened it and read, muttering, indeed, I wasn't wrong. He recalled a past memory. This was the formation array he had given to little Fengzi when the latter came to become his disciple. Back in reality, Xuanzhen tossed the true meaning back to him, saying, got it. Han Xin, utterly surprised, exclaimed, huh? Xuanzhen pondered. He wondered where little Fengzi had wandered these past few hundred years. This Han Xin must be his descendant. The enemy in the Holy Domain still doesn't know who he is. We should act like strangers. The Qingyun Mountains and Rivers map can accommodate more people. Seeing Xuanzhen only skim through it, Han Xin suggested, your cultivation isn't high. Later, don't show yourself. Just stay stable in the core of the formation. If things go south, remember to let us know, okay? He thought to himself, where did Bai Han even find this blockhead? He probably doesn't understand anything about formation arrays at all. Han Xin was deep in thought, so he didn't notice that everyone else had already gone ahead. Bai Han called out, Senior Brother Han, hurry and enter the formation. If you keep dawdling, we'll run out of time. Only after being reminded did he hastily speak. Wait for me! Han Xin and I will quickly fly on our swords to catch up with everyone. The 7 of them flew together on their swords towards the array. Han Xin glanced at Xuanzhen, thinking to himself, this little rascal just took one look. Did he really understand the secret art passed down by my ancestor? Suddenly, the leader commanded them to halt. The person trailing behind asked curiously, what's wrong? The leader replied, can you all sense it? An incredibly powerful aura up ahead. All of a sudden, a massive surge of power materialized right before them. Bai Han exclaimed in shock. This feeling? Are over 100 people breaking through at once? Another person excitedly chimed in. It's like this from such a distance. If we reach Rui He, could we perhaps directly break through the realm and ascend? Han Xin spoke with concern. However, if we clash with these martial artists, I fear we'll face more peril than reward. Jiyu Xuanzhen, ever the hothead, flew ahead on his sword and declared, well, we're here now, so what's with the hesitation? Han Xin stared at Xuanzhen in a panic, then commanded, wait, stabilize the true formation for me. Han Xin angrily thought to himself, this brat is acting on his own again. Once this is all over, I'll definitely have to teach him a lesson. An incense stick later, everyone had depleted their energy and was panting heavily. Han Xin glared at Xuanzhen, thinking suspiciously, just what kind of person is that fellow, really? To travel such a long distance and remain completely unscathed. Suddenly, a majestic voice boomed. So you little rascals managed to make it this far. She continued, you do have some capabilities. She, highly value talented young individuals. So this person is the alliance master of the Qiankun Alliance. Seeing this, Everyone respectfully greeted Jie Baiyu. Han Xin spoke up. "Greetings, senior of the Qiankun Alliance." Jiu Xuanzhen looked at her, thinking to herself. Bai Han of the Qiankun Alliance said softly, his voice stern. "The Qiankun Alliance is a rising power that emerged just a century ago. However, it has already become one of the three great sects on Mount Penglai." Shiba Yu proudly extended an invitation for them to join. "It's destiny that we've met. Come with us then. We are very familiar with this heavenly burial ridge. It will make things easier for you. Otherwise, if you encountered danger, you'd be screaming for your lives again." Han Xin's group, except for Xuanzhen, happily accepted the offer. "If that's the case, then many thanks, Alliance Master," everyone thought. Traveling with the Qiankun Ming would surely lessen many dangers on our journey. Jiu Xuanzhen seemed to have caught on to her scheme, but Jie San Yu still feigned kindness and led the way for them. At night, she'd dispatch beasts, protecting Jiu Xuanzhen's group. Along the way, everyone stayed cautiously vigilant of their surroundings. Then, Jie San Yu abruptly commanded them to halt. Han Xin and two others cried out in alarm, "These are corpses!" A gruesome sight unfolded before their eyes, sending them into a frenzy. A terrified Han Xin asked, "Why are there so many corpses in such a remote place?" Jiu Xuanzhen silently scrutinized the wounds on the bodies. She mused, "Such clean work. One strike, and they're gone." The victims didn't even have time to react. She continued to deduce. "It appears the killer is a martial artist of the Saint Realm's late stage or higher." Jie San Yu extended a hand towards the bewildered group and said, "My dear brothers, since we're traveling together, shouldn't we share both fortune and misfortune?" One of them spoke up, asking with a hint of suspicion, "Clan leader CA, you mean?" She then dramatically placed a hand on her chest. Her sharp gaze swept over the bewildered group, and she spoke. "All those spirit beasts we dealt with earlier on the road? My Qiankun Ming took care of every single one. So now isn't it about time you all pulled your weight?" Her voice still echoed. "You guys, send someone to check out the situation." They were startled. With pale faces, they pondered. So, this was their main objective. Accompanying us was just to use me as a stepping stone. The atmosphere became unusually quiet. The thoughts continued to churn. "But we're just a temporary gathering, aren't we? Would be willing to sacrifice for others, really." A voice rang out, catching their attention. "How long are you going to stay dazed?" Surprised by the sudden presence, they blurted out. A young man's back appeared before them. Surprisingly, he mused. "He's stepping up right now?" Jiu Xuan calmly replied. "What else? Just stand there?" Thought flashed through his mind. "Still wasting time? It's already getting dark." Jie Banyu smiled, extending his hand towards him. Truly a courageous young man. Wei Xinmoi, young Master Ko. The group began to venture deeper into the forest, led by Ko Xuan. Suddenly, one person among them saw something behind the tall grass. His face went pale with terror when he realized it was a human face. A girl spoke up. "What's going on? We've only found corpses. We haven't encountered anyone else alive." Immediately after, the young man beside her replied with irritation. "Keep your voice down. I don't want to die here." Ko Xuan's gaze turned serious. He looked intently in one direction. At this moment, a brilliant, colorful aurora appeared before him. The young man in the group cheerfully pointed towards the aurora and said, "Look, everyone, we've reached the edge of Rui He." He continued, "Let me see." With that, everyone excitedly scrambled forward to get a clearer look. Indeed, it's the spiritual energy of a heavenly treasure and earthly wonder being purified right now. Its power is even stronger than usual, Jie San Yu said with a happy expression. Beside them, someone else spoke up. "Alliance Master." "That's wonderful," a voice chimed in. "Another person has arrived." The newcomers began to thank the Alliance Master. The one who spoke up was the sect master of the Tianjing sect. The person on the right is the Palace Lord of the Tongfeng Palace. We were just discussing how this Rui, he should be divided. Shi Bingyu's disciple pondered with a terrified expression. Those are people from the Tongfeng Palace and the Tianjing sect. Terrifying and sinister images of those people flashed through his mind. It seems those roadside martial artists were killed by them. Although the Qiankun Alliance is also one of the three great sects of Mount Penglai, their resources. The Tongfeng Palace and Tianjing sect are 100 times stronger. The tension was clearly visible on his face. Along with that, a voice whispered in his head. If a conflict breaks out now, I'm afraid, even if we are one of the greatest powers, the Qiankun Alliance won't be able to withstand it. The Palace Lord of Tongfeng Palace stepped forward. Toying with his sword, he calmly said, "Alliance Master Xie, do you also want to share?" Shi Bingyu nervously replied, "How could I dare?" Jiu Xuan chuckled and said, "Share what? There's nothing to share." With one hand, he swung his sword, and with the other, he pointed at Shi Bingyu and declared, "This Rui is the prophesied landing spot for the sacred light within the Qiankun Alliance's sacred domain. We want it all. Get out of our sight immediately. The group of people immediately showed anger upon hearing his words. They yelled, "What did you just say?" Jie Sen Yu, from his side, also roared back. "Shut up!" Ji Xuanzhen said sternly. "Did you hear that? The Alliance Master told you all to shut your mouths or else." His sword then emitted a beam of blue light. It stretched towards the aggressive group, making them scatter. He declared, "Don't blame us for being impolite then." They were so astonished and terrified that their faces lost all color. The group desperately tried to dodge Ji Xuanzhen's attack amidst their anxiety. Ji Xuanzhen's attack created a plume of smoke taller than a mountain. That smoke spread throughout the entire forest. The palace lord of Gongfeng Dian, despite his injured face, still roared. The Qiankun Alliance truly intends to monopolize this for themselves. Then we'll just have to see if you have the guts for it. He pointed his sword at Ji Xuanzhen and ordered, "Annihilate the Qiankun Alliance." Jie Sanyu frantically raised his hand and called out, "It's just a misunderstanding, everyone. It's all just a misunderstanding." The group behind Jiu Xuan also prepared for battle, grumbling, "Darn it, we can only go all out now." Jiu Xuan then snapped his fingers and declared, "Let's move." A snap of fingers echoed with a sharp crack. Someone nearby suddenly exclaimed, "Oh!" At this moment, a halo of light appeared around Ji Yuxuan and his group. They gradually ascended, leaving Xie Sanyu and her disciples behind. Someone in the group frantically shouted, "Young Master, Ji Yu!" With a whoosh, the halo soared away, carrying Ji Yuxuan's group. After they arrived, the halo vanished, releasing everyone. They cried out in panic, "Ah! Ah!" They landed, exclaiming, "Asterix, cough, cough. What just happened?" Ji Yuxuan said cheerfully, "Dogs fighting dogs, how amusing. At this moment, a scream echoed from the other side of the mountain. "Kill them all," his companion thought, a horrified expression on his face. The moment he drew that sword, there was an incredibly powerful force within his sword intent. That thought was directed at Ji Yuxuan. This is absolutely not something an ordinary yin-yang realm practitioner could accomplish. On this side, Xie Sanyu's disciples were being ravaged, screaming, "Ah, ah, ah." Beams of light pierced through the murky black clouds. Sanyu, covered in injuries, clutched her chest and muttered, "Damn it." The palace master of Tongfeng Palace, sword in hand, approached her and addressed Xie Sanyu. "This day next year will be your death anniversary." Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Everyone unexpectedly looked up at the sky, where lights pierced through the dark, murky clouds. They cried out, "What's happening?" On this side, Ji Yuxuan and his companions were no less surprised. They stared blankly at the heavens. A girl in the group pointed skyward, exclaiming in astonishment, "Everyone, look, the aura is converging," the young girl continued. Upon seeing the brilliant streams of light continuously gathering in the sky, after converging in the middle of the sky, a pillar of light shot straight down. The pillar of light struck directly towards the group of Xi Sanyu, who were clashing. He continued to hurtle straight towards Ji Yuxuan's group, where they stood. He suddenly thrust out the sword he held. Ji Yuxuan's face contorted as he blocked it. His hand, still gripping the sword tightly, he strained, exerting all his might to fend off the strange light rushing in. Ji Yuxuan swung his sword, slashing at the pillar of light. The aura shattered into numerous rays of light, shooting straight towards him. He had no time to react. Those rays of light plunged straight into Ji Yuxuan's body. The young man and the girl standing nearby were alarmed at the sight and cried out, "What's going on? The holy light just automatically entered young Master Gu's body." At this moment, Ji Yuxuan's body radiated a glow. He thought doubtfully, "I can't sense any attack from the holy light. Could it be Xie Baoyu's group rushing out of nowhere at that very moment?" Ji Yuxuan was still pondering the previous phenomenon with a serious expression. "As expected. You want me to become the target of the Great Azure Cloud's attack?" She rushed to his position, shouting loudly, "Kill them all, then rip the holy light out of his body." Dian Lord and the Feng Lord echoed Xie's words. "The Alliance Lord is absolutely right. We can't let one person monopolize the holy light." Ji Yuxuan's companions panicked and screamed, "Wait, we don't know him. We're strangers." They stammered, unable to form words. "We're also not Ji Yuxuan's group. We're about to be surrounded by Xi Baoyu's people," one in the group yelled urgently. "If we don't go now, do you want to confront this stranger? Quick, run now while we still can." The girl with them hesitated and replied, "But the Dian Lord and the Feng Lord, with their blood-stained faces. Fiercely, he pointed at Ji Yuxuan and said, "You little punk, you're all alone now." He maintained that intimidating posture, threatening him, "Now, quickly release that sacred light. Otherwise, don't blame us for not holding back." Suddenly, another person appeared beside him. That person didn't flee, but stayed. He spoke with great fervor. "Who says he's all alone?" Ji Yuxuan glanced at him, then asked, "Aren't you afraid of death?" The young man immediately replied, "Of course I am afraid. However, Rui, he proactively sought you out. It's certainly because you possess extraordinary talent. I want to take a gamble." He drew his sword along with his Xuanzhen, pointing it at the armed crowd in front, and said, "If we can overcome this immediate obstacle, relying on this gamble of our lives, and you accept me as a disciple, passing on to me the Tao of formations and magical arts, that won't be a problem, will it?" Ji Yuxuan crossed his arms over his chest and said solemnly, "Mastering the Tao of formations, that's doable. As for taking on a disciple, no thanks." At that moment, he also thought to himself, "It's not that a disciple would betray me. However, if I take on more disciples, the entire hierarchy will be a complete mess." From Xie Baiyu's group, Sect Master Tian Jingtong roared, "Two puny yin-yang realm cultivators, and they dare to boast so arrogantly. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Everyone here is a Saint Realm cultivator. Killing them is as easy as swatting a fly." Meanwhile, Ji Yuxuan simply watched them with an unperturbed expression. Shi Sun Yu looked at him with disdain and a mocking smirk, saying, "Young Master Ji Yu, don't act like you're not impressed. Don't go claiming we're just ganging up on you." Her followers also joined in, bursting into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." Suddenly, Ji Yuxuan's resolute voice cut through the air. "When you descend to hell later, don't go crying to the King of Hell, and tell him that I, with my numbers, bullied the few." As he finished speaking, a wisp of smoke materialized, and within it, figures gradually emerged. The smiles vanished from their faces. They shrieked in panic, utterly astonished. "What?" Shi Sanyu couldn't believe her eyes, her face filled with utter bewilderment as she spoke. How is this possible?" By this point, her people were completely encircled by Ji Yuxuan's forces. Hu Haiquan stood rigidly, respectfully declaring, "Master, we followed your instructions perfectly while cultivating within the Qingyun Mountain River map. Most of us have already broken through to the Emperor realm." Haiquan proudly continued, "This time, I absolutely won't trip anyone up." The young man beside him at that moment thought in a panic, "Master, so many Emperor realm cultivators. All of them are his disciples?" Ji Yuxuan still stood there, smugly replying, "Then show me the results of your cultivation." Upon hearing his approval, his disciples, practically chomping at the bit, immediately rushed towards them, the group who had the audacity to disrespect their master. Xie Sanyu's group was attacked. They desperately tried to resist. They screamed loudly to stop them, as each strike flew swiftly. That group couldn't resist against the rapidly flying attacks. They only managed to utter a few words, "Too fast!" Their screams echoed throughout the forest. "Arg!" The strike flew straight to Xie Sanyu's position. She begged in fear, "Please, no, don't!" After that, only a scream rang out as the ground below was splattered with her blood. Having dealt with them, everyone sheathed their swords. Haiquan knelt on one knee before Ji Yuxuan and respectfully said, "Master, everything has been handled cleanly." The aggressive group from before now lay scattered like bowling pins on the ground. Ji Yuxuan quickly praised, "Well done!" Ji Yu Xianyun, beside him, wordedly spoke, "Senior Ji Yu, the holy light has disappeared, so those people won't cause you trouble anymore, right?" He quickly replied to her question, "You're absolutely right." Lightning flashed behind Ji Yuxuan. He cracked his knuckles and continued, "However, they believed they went to great lengths to reach the Qingyun continent to kill me, only to expose themselves." He formed an orb in his palm. "I'm not the type to play hide and seek," Ji Yuxuan said with a smirk. His voice echoed, "I must go meet them myself. I must go meet them myself." With that, he tossed the orb into the sky. The orb created a whirlwind that enveloped him. The wind from Ji Yuxuan's activated formation blew towards his disciples. They had to brace themselves. Shu Yanyun grunted while bracing himself. Ji Yuxuan raised his hand and yelled, "Bah!" A black portal appeared in the sky, surrounded by a dark, blood-red hue. Tianyan exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the passage to the Saint Realm?" With a smug, self-satisfied smile, Ji Yuxuan said, "I suppose I should thank my opponents too. This holy light, yet the spiritual power it gathers, is even purer in nature. With it, we can replenish the aura of the sacred domain." He continued to command his disciples, "You all, quickly return to the Qingyun Qianhe map. Then, follow me to the sacred domain for research." They immediately knelt down, received the order, and replied in unison, "Yes." The young man, who had been standing dumbfounded, suddenly spoke, Wait, Ji-Yu Xuan! Senior Ji-Yu, what about me then? Ji-Yu Xuan glanced at him, then replied, As for you, I already have arrangements. The scene shifts to a different dimension. Ji-Yu Xuan is moving through a space, like a universe, full of sparkling stars. As his foot touched down, that spot immediately created glowing ripples. Ji-Yu Xuan, genuinely bewildered, pondered, is this the place that links to the pathway? He looked around, and suddenly purple streams of light appeared in the air. It began to materialize into mysterious, purple snake scales. A giant python with glowing eyes appeared. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs. Ji-Yu Xuan, his neck encircled by the python's tail, drew his sword and said solemnly, Do you still fantasize about devouring me? Suddenly, a blue light shot forth. That beam of light shot straight towards the python, striking it directly. Afterwards, the light beam converged, forming a sphere right in midair. Ji-Yu Xuan seemed to recognize something. This familiar aura, he said. That sphere suddenly sucked him in. He was sucked into the sphere. Afterwards, the sphere vanished, returning tranquility to the space. 10 days later, a group of mysterious people stood surrounding a rock pinnacle placed upon an altar. A voice suddenly rang out. Damn it! What in the world is going on? Holy light cannot connect with the passage to Qingyun continent. To this day, the holy sanctuary has thousands of holy light connections. 2 passages have appeared on Qingyun continent. This is the holy sanctuary's tomb altar. A fully cloaked person among them spoke up. However, recently, the holy light, no matter where it's placed, is being destroyed. What exactly is going on here? One person in the group immediately replied, They say it's being destroyed. But in reality, it's quickly being refined, and the Qingyun continent has appeared. Since when have such formidable martial artists existed? The man in black immediately responded, Tell me, isn't it that brat, Ji-Yu Xuan? Someone must be secretly helping him. Another man in black solemnly commanded, immediately spread the rumor that the Saint's son is on the Qingyun continent. His terrifying tone still echoed, even if it meant turning heaven and earth upside down. His eyes blazed, accompanied by a profound silence. Even if it enrages the populace, we must find Ji-Yu Xuan. Suddenly, an image of Ji-Yu Xuan appeared within the black mist. Mist was enveloping his body. Ji-Yu Xuan opened his eyes wide, looking in one direction. A voice appeared in his head. The stone chamber. Ji-Yu Xuan's feet strode down the steps. As he walked, he thought, This place is filled with the power of laws everywhere. It's truly a sacred realm. Suddenly, a skeleton appeared before him, seated and leaning against the rock wall. Ji-Yu Xuan exclaimed, Desiccated! Examining the skeleton before him, This person must have been dead for a millennium. Placing his hand on it, he mused. The cause was chi deviation. Using his spiritual power to sense, he withdrew his hand, saying thoughtfully, This body doesn't possess that familiar aura. It seems it's not him. The one who saved me here before must have been that little eccentric one. I wonder where they are now. They must have ascended to the holy realm by this point. Descendant, you are fated to connect with me. I hereby pass down to you the art of array formations. This technique can absorb holy light, thus increasing your cultivation. If the Qingyun continent reappears, the holy light shall be at your Han family's discretion to manage. He recalled how, years ago, he, Xuanzhen, had been granted countless cultivation techniques. He immediately bowed in, thanks to the ancient predecessor. Fortunately, before entering this passage, I had already arranged everything properly. Looking at the skeleton before him, he thought, Han Jin and others in the Holy Realm will surely believe that I am still on the Qingyun continent. I can stay here, wait to clearly investigate who the enemy is, and strike them before they can react. But suddenly, he noticed a token on the skeleton's body. Picking it up, he saw it read, Ji-Yu Lan Sect. Outside, someone suddenly shouted loudly, Martial Uncle, please come out of seclusion. When Xuanzhen heard it, he immediately wondered, Martial Uncle. This person is their Martial Uncle. He put the token away for safekeeping. Away from outside, Zhao Guofeng, along with the other disciples, respectfully noted that the Martial Uncles and revered masters have all departed to the west. We now eagerly await your emergence from seclusion to preside over the grand affairs of our Tianwu Dian. Zhao Guofeng. Someone standing behind him then spoke up. Senior brother, Martial Uncle still hasn't shown any signs of activity. Or Zhujiang. Another disciple quickly interjected, his voice resolute. Although legend says our master is the #1 genius of our Tianwu Dian, he's been in seclusion for 1,000 years and hasn't emerged to this day. Back then, his senior brother, our revered master, all of them ascended to immortality. Could it be that he... Guofeng's eyes flashed with determination, his hand already resting on his sword hilt. He seemed to have made up his mind. If that's the case, we can only follow the revered master's last instructions, he loudly declared, giving commands to his fellow disciples. Guofeng said, Disciples, listen to my command. Form the 7-star formation to break through the array. Upon hearing the command, all the disciples of the Tianwu Dian loudly shouted, Understood! In unison. Just as the atmosphere grew tense like a taut bowstring, The heavy stone door suddenly creaked and began to move. Slowly opening a narrow gap, an ancient yet powerful aura surged out in torrents. Following that, a figure calmly stepped out from the shadows. That is Xuan Chen. Zhou Qiang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Senior brother, could it be? Guo Feng was also stunned upon recognizing Xuan Chen's familiar figure. Immediately, everyone knelt down in unison, shouting, "Greetings, martial uncle!" Zhao Guo Feng, pale as a ghost, hurriedly kowtowed, begging for forgiveness. "Martial uncle, your disciple didn't know you were still here and accidentally activated the formation. I humbly beg for your forgiveness." Noticing the group's fear and reverence, Xuan Chen mused to himself. "It seems they've mistaken me for that corpse, huh? Well, what perfect timing to turn their misunderstanding into my advantage. I'll use this false identity to investigate the sacred domain." He then asked, in a majestic voice, "What is your name? Why did you so urgently wish for my emergence from seclusion?" Guofeng quickly replied, "Your disciple is Zhao Guofeng. Before Master departed, he instructed your disciple to invite you out of seclusion to preside over the grand affairs." Xuan Chen continued to ask, "Your master is?" While he remained prostrate at his feet, Guofeng respectfully replied, "My master's given name is Sheng Cheng." Xuan Chen slightly furrowed his brow in thought, asking, "Senior brother Sheng Cheng, has he ascended? Why didn't he wait for me?" Well, Fing's answer made Xuan Chen nearly lose his footing. "Martial uncle, master is your senior sister." Caught off guard by everyone's bewildered stares, Xuan Zhen quickly let out a cough to hide his embarrassment. He explained, Ahem, you guys just don't understand. Back then, senior brother Xing Chang and I were as close as brothers. In my heart, I always considered him a senior brother, not a senior sister. But within his heart, waves began to stir. How could a woman have such a masculine name? Ironically, Guofeng added, "Martial uncle, you always considered martial master your brother, but you were clearly engaged to martial master." Skepticism was clearly etched across his face. Unwilling to prolong the discussion, Xuan Zhen's face immediately darkened. His voice carried the oppressive authority of an elder. "Are you implying that an elder's affairs are now for you to gossip about?" Guofeng, startled, quickly bowed his head. "Yes, this disciple understands his transgression." Seeing this, Xuan Zhen waved his hand. "All right, now quickly lead me to pay respects to senior brother Sheng Cheng. I've been in secluded cultivation for too long. Tell me everything that has happened these past few millennia." At the main hall of the Tianwu Palace, Xuan Zhen intently read the records in his hand. Bai Jiantang, a small sect within the sacred domain, is further divided into 4 martial halls, namely Tian, Dai, Xuan, and Hong. The Tianwu Hall was originally the head of the 4 halls. However, after numerous battles over the years, many powerful cultivators have been lost. Now, they've fallen to last place, according to the rules of the 100 Battles Hall. If there isn't an elder to oversee the overall situation, the Heavenly Martial Hall will be destroyed. All disciples will then be transferred to the 3 remaining halls. This is why they must invite Gu Santong to appear, no matter the cost, to take charge of the overall situation. Zhao Qiang leaned over and whispered to senior brother Zhao, "Senior brother, isn't something wrong? I feel that Martial Uncle's aura is incredibly weak. It seems even weaker than ours." Junior brother standing nearby also nodded in agreement. "That's right. I feel his aura is only at the early stage of the myriad manifestations realm." Guofeng immediately gestured for silence and said sternly, "You guys truly don't understand our Martial Uncle at all. He is still the #1 genius of our Heavenly Martial Hall, wholeheartedly pursuing the Supreme Grand Tao. That's why he's been in seclusion for so many years." "That so-called Grand Tao, you fools," he said, lightly tapping Zhou Qiang's head, "is a realm that we can never hope to reach." The senior grandbrother mused, "That makes sense." Just then, Xuan Zhen called out loudly, "Zhou Jiang!" He startled and quickly replied, "Disciple is present." Xuan Zhen leisurely put away the book, then asked, "I'm asking you, how much do you know about the Hao Tian Holy King of the Holy Realm?" He stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. A disciple brother quickly reminded him, "Speak quickly. Martial Uncle is definitely testing you to see how deep your knowledge of the Holy Realm's history is. Remember to perform well." Zhu Qiang clasped his hands and began to recount. The Hao Tian Holy King, relying on supreme methods, dominated the Holy Realm for tens of thousands of years. At that time, the Holy Realm flourished immensely, which attracted attacks from myriad races. However, 10,000 years ago, a Heaven's Mandate sword appeared in the Holy Realm. Legend has it that whoever obtains the Heaven's Mandate sword can defy Heaven's Mandate, break the shackles of the mortal world, and enter the Divine Realm, a place no one has ever entered before. Hao Tian Holy King, thanks to his supreme divine abilities, managed to obtain this Heaven's Mandate sword. However, before he could comprehend its power, he was attacked by powerful experts from other dimensions. Legend says that the Holy King entrusted the secrets of the Heaven's Mandate sword and his lifelong knowledge, sealing them into the bodies of 9 holy sons. He then hid them in various corners of the Holy Realm. Xuanzhen gestured for him to continue about the 9 holy sons. According to Zhou Qiang's account, some people rumor that the Holy King concentrated all secrets into the bodies of the holy sons. He possessed the greatest innate talent, however. Others speculate that he sealed a piece of himself within each of the 9 holy sons. Only by gathering them all can the secret of that year be unveiled. With so many theories, it's hard to tell truth from fiction. And to make matters worse, the Holy Sons' whereabouts have completely vanished. Listening to Zhou Qiang's story, Yu Xuanzhen became even more convinced of his own hunch. It seems I truly am one of those 9 holy sons. No wonder that black-clad creep has been trying everything to capture me. It's because of the power inherited from the Holy King's bloodline that I could access the heavenly Dao and become sensitive to all things. As for the seal on my body, the Holy King placed it himself, probably to hide his aura from prying eyes. Xuanzhen let out a faint smile. This Baizan Hall, despite its mediocre strength, the identity of Yu. Santong is perfectly suited for me to gather intelligence, but the most troublesome part now is how on earth do I guide these guys? He glanced down at his disciples. Though mere disciples of the Tianwu Palace, their strength far surpassed the imperial realm, even the martial emperors of the Qingyun continent. Seeing Xuanzhen deep in thought, the disciples below started to wonder, why is martial Uncle Xuanzhen's expression growing so dark? Suddenly, Xuanzhen ordered, "Everyone, gather in the martial arts hall." A senior brother looked fearfully at Zhou Qiang. "Zhou Qiang, what exactly did you say wrong just now? It seems martial uncle wants to teach you a lesson on the vast training grounds." Xuanzhen gathered all the disciples. In his mind, he quickly analyzed the cultivation methods of the holy domain. Unlike the Qingyun continent, this holy domain primarily cultivates laws and principles. The cultivation ranks also advance much faster here. The myriad manifestation realm is the lowest, followed by the divine bridge realm. Then nirvana, grand primordial, heavenly yang, earthly yin, heavenly origin, and the highest is the Saint King. One can comprehend heaven and earth and ascend to the divine realm. Myriad manifestation, divine bridge, nirvana, grand primordial, heavenly yang, earthly yin, heavenly origin. Standing on a high platform, Saint King Xuanzhen's voice resonated loudly. "I need to clearly understand all of your strengths. Now, each of you, choose a worthy opponent and spar with one another." The disciples immediately acknowledged the command. "Understood," Zhou Qiang whispered joyfully. "Oh, thank goodness. I thought martial uncle was going to beat me senseless." The rule established was that absolutely no one was to be injured during the matches here. Senior brother Guo Feng was the first to step forward and loudly announced, "Disciple Zhao Guofeng will fight against junior brother Luo Ming." He then glanced towards Xuanzhen. His heart was filled with determination. This martial uncle is a legendary genius. If he intends to guide our cultivation today, I must certainly seize this opportunity. Immediately, Xuanzhen commanded, "Begin!" As soon as he finished speaking, Guofeng charged forward, launching his first move. The 2 senior and junior brothers clashed. Their moves exchanged without pause. It seemed Guofeng had a slight edge, forcing Luo Ming to struggle in defense from up high. Xuanzhen attentively observed every punch and kick. A moment later, Guofeng struck Luo Ming. It caused him to cry out in pain, "HMPH!" Luo Ming couldn't withstand it, staggering back a few steps. Xuanzhen then commanded, "All right, that's enough." The 2 immediately stopped fighting, bowing to each other. Guofeng said, "Looks like I got lucky, junior brother Luo." Luo Ming also replied courteously, "Many thanks, senior brother, for holding back your strength." The next round continued. Another disciple immediately stepped forward, announcing his name. "Disciple Yan Jingkai, please, senior brother Xiao Yun, instruct me." Watching them fight, Xuanzhen secretly thought, the martial artists in the Saint Domain are truly different, whether it's grasping the power of the laws or their martial skills against an opponent. They're all much stronger than the martial artists of the Qingyun continent. While the Qingyun continent mainly cultivates spiritual energy, the Holy Region focuses on tyrannical law power. However, with the 100 Battles Hall in decline, capable individuals are few and far between, leaving no one to guide these new disciples. Meanwhile, down in the arena, 2 cultivators were fiercely exchanging blows. One landed a punch, the other a retaliating kick. Xuanzhen's sharp gaze swept over them. He noticed their techniques were still incredibly green. They hadn't even begun to tap into the full potential of their moves. Yan Shikai, getting absolutely pummeled, couldn't help but grunt, Xuanzhen chimed in with a reminder. "Your chi is practically non-existent. Focus on your extraordinary meridians first. Only then can you tap into the Wu-Wei acupoint. Shikai, upon hearing this sage advice, immediately put it into practice. Suddenly, his aura erupted with ferocious power. Whoosh! A swift counterattack landed squarely on his senior brother. Xuanzhen immediately yelled, "Stop!" Junior brother Shikai thankfully halted his hand just in time. He stood there dumbfounded. Wait, did I actually win? Xuanzhen then called for the next group. In a quiet corner, Guofeng couldn't help but feel a bit perplexed. Martial Uncle Zhou Chang leaned in and whispered to him. That martial uncle, just now, when he guided senior brother Yan, he taught senior brother Yan moves that weren't in any of our sect's official records. Yet, somehow I can't shake the feeling it was actually closer to the heavenly Dao. Back on the high platform, Xuanzhen continued to impart cultivation techniques without a break, guiding them to condense sword intent and circulate qi with their left hand. Guofeng watched in awe, joyfully thinking to himself, Master wasn't wrong, Master Ji-Yu. He truly is a one-of-a-kind genius. Our heavenly martial hall has finally welcomed its savior. Xuanzhen thoughtfully placed a hand on his chin. The Saint Lord's bloodline is indeed useful. As long as I understand the heavenly Dao and the power of the laws guiding these disciples, there will be no problem at all. Xuanzhen then loudly addressed the disciples. All right, that's enough for now. Everyone, stop what you're doing. They looked at him, bewildered. He stepped closer to them and continued, all of you, continue to practice on the spot according to your usual daily cultivation intensity. I will personally guide your cultivation techniques. Everyone wondered. Guide cultivation for everyone at the same time. Hearing their skepticism, he spoke, Don't believe me? Then watch this, he declared, abruptly activating his cultivation technique. Believe me now? He used his spiritual intent to transmit cultivation techniques to countless disciples, all at once. Guofeng was astonished. How is that possible? Whether it was circulating their cultivation techniques or comprehending martial skills, everything instantly became crystal clear in their minds. Disciples spoke up. I just saw Martial Uncle Gu's amazing sword technique in my head. Me too, Ji-Yu Xuanzhen reminded them. You know it, so get to practicing already. The disciples joyfully cheered. As you command, Zhou Chang rushed over to report to Martial Uncle Ji-Yu. His face was panic-stricken. The head disciple of Xuanwu Hall, Chen Hanfeng, along with the disciples of Xuanwu Hall, has come, saying they wish to pay their respects to you, Martial Uncle. He is now already outside the hall. Meanwhile, at the Xuanwu Grand Hall, a chubby fellow was leisurely enjoying a table piled high with food. He was none other than Luo Hong, the branch hallmaster of the 100 Battles Hall of Xuanwu Hall. While he was wolfing down his food, someone immediately spoke up. Hallmaster, you absolutely must get justice for us. A group of people knelt on the ground, covered in injuries. The person in the middle was none other than the head disciple of Xuanwu Hall, Chen Hanfeng. The chubby old man, gulping down a drink, asked, Speak up. What trouble have you stirred up now? That Hanfeng covered his face, whimpering, I heard. Martial Uncle Ji-Yu, who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years at Tianwu Hall, has come out. I originally wanted to pay him a visit. Who would have thought? I'd be beaten up by them and then kicked out. He wiped his mouth, then inquired further. I see you lot were just bored, went looking for trouble, and ended up getting a good thrashing, didn't you? The subordinates below them trembled like leaves. Hanfeng spoke up bitterly. Hall Master, but you weren't beaten by Martial Uncle Ji-Yu, were you? Instead, you were thrashed by those weak disciples from Tianwu Hall, right? Tell me what happened. Hanfeng recounted. Hallmaster, you wouldn't believe it. Those people from Tianwu Hall, at that time, upon encountering Junior Xuanzhen, Chen Hanfeng heard that Martial Uncle Ji-Yu had left seclusion. So, we specifically came to request guidance from Martial Uncle Ji-Yu. Guofeng, sword in hand, scoffed. You dare to ask our martial uncle to make a move with your meager skills? If you seek guidance, we'll be happy to oblige and see it through to the end. He arrogantly declared, Senior brother Zhao, I recall you're merely in the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm, aren't you? Perhaps you should retreat now so you don't get hurt. The moment he finished speaking, a strike landed on Hanfeng's face, making him bleed from his ears as he stood there, bewildered. He still hadn't grasped what was happening. Guofeng threatened, Junior brother, it's best you lead your people and leave now, lest I accidentally injure you and you all break through. Hanfeng's group was terrified and astonished. What's happening? The weakest among them were at least at the middle stage of the Divine Bridge realm. Senior brother, this is not good. Ji-Yu Xuanzhen then said, Guofeng, seeing how eager to learn Xuanwu Hall is, you all should teach them a few moves. However, remember to hold back. We wouldn't want people saying our Tianwu Hall wasn't hospitable enough. Guofeng, leading the disciples with murderous intent, respectfully asked, Martial Uncle, please guide us. At this moment, Hanfeng and his people were scared pale. The Tianwu Hall courtyard only had the sound of screaming, "Ah, senior brother, save me!" Back at Xuanwu Hall, Han Feng bitterly reported to the hallmaster. Those people from Tianwu Hall suddenly all broke through to at least the third realm. Our disciples were no match for them, so we've come here to ask you to get justice for our disciples. If the news of Tianwu Hall's disciples suddenly increasing their strength reaches the ears of the other hallmasters, then the 4 halls will have to recompete for ranking. This will affect the resources our Xuanwu Hall receives. Then Luo Heng stood up and remarked, "How interesting. It seems this fatty's foundation is quite formidable. He's emitting such a thunderous aura. In that case, come with me to see." At that moment, at Tianwu Hall, all the disciples were overjoyed. "My martial technique is perfected. Did you see that? I just broke through to the peak of the Divine Bridge realm. Master Ju is seriously incredible. Just a casual lesson from her. Already surpassed our 15 years of arduous training," Xuan Zhen grumbled internally. "It's too noisy!" All the disciples' strengths have increased, so I also need to find a quiet place to cultivate. Only a certain someone, Zhu Qiang of the Wanqiang realm, was still pouting, recalling Master Ju from earlier. Why did she send someone to reorganize all our cultivation techniques and scriptures? Could it be she wants to enter secluded cultivation? I still want her to teach me more. Xuan Zhen sighed, thinking with a headache. Must find a way to avoid them. Luo Heng walked in, saying, "Senior brother, those from the Heavenly Martial Hall have really gotten bold. I heard you come out of seclusion. That's why I'm here. I asked the disciples to come pay respects to Senior Brother, as per the rules, and perhaps get some guidance while we're at it. Yet you, Senior Brother, ordered the disciples of Heavenly Martial Hall to injure fellow disciples. That's not right, is it?" From behind, Guofang whispered, "Allow me to introduce to Master Uncle Xuan Zhen. This is Hall Master Luo Heng of the ancient Heavenly Martial Hall." Xuan Zhen sat up majestically and spoke. "I had no intention of seriously injuring fellow disciples. I just didn't expect that you, who are renowned as the top of the 4 halls, possess incredibly high martial power. Yet the Xuan Wu Hall disciples are merely a bunch of seniors famous in name only. If you don't believe me, go on and ask. After just one move, will your disciples even be able to continue? That Luo Heng, how infuriating. He's implying our Xuanwu Palace will fall after just one move." His face purple with rage, he ordered Guofeng and Xuan Zhen. "While it may be so, injuring people like that is wrong. Guofeng, hurry up and apologize." Stepping forward, Guofeng immediately said, "Hello, senior brothers. I, Guofeng, apologize to all of you here. Truly, I had no idea you all were so weak before." Behind him, Han Feng trembled with anger, pointing a finger. "You injured people, and then you insult them too? This is truly going too far. Hallmaster, don't bother being polite with them. Let's fight back." The Xuanwu Hallmaster's face darkened. "If the disciples have already competed, then how about the 2 of us seniors? Also set an example, and while we're at it, prove which of our 2 palaces is stronger." Xuan Zhen smiled, not even bothering to spare him a glance. The 2 then stepped onto the arena. Speaking up, Xuan Zhen asked him, "What do you wish to compete in?" Lu Heng chuckled, "I also know that in terms of martial arts, I'm definitely not as good as Senior Brother. Xuanwu Hall specializes in array formations. Senior Brother, do you dare to have a match?" Guofeng spoke up to stop Junior Uncle Xuan Zhen. "No, you can't. Junior Uncle Lu is the leading expert of our 100 Battle Hall in array formations." Xuan Zhen's face was full of interest. "Array formations, Junior Brother Lu? Truly interesting. Then let's do it." Lu Heng immediately laid down the rules. "So let's use array plates fairly. Each person uses an empty array plate. Draw their own array formations on it. Then trap the opponent. Finally, whoever steps out of the opponent's array formation first will be the winner. How about it, Xuan Zhen?" "No problem," he thought to himself. It's a good time to see how the array formations in the Holy Domain and the Azure Cloud continent differ. He brought out his equipment and began setting up the array. "Senior brother, just set up the array plate." He turned to Xuan Zhen and asked Guofeng, "Do you have a spare array plate? I forgot mine. For many years I haven't carried one with me." He took out an array plate from his person. "I do, but the Heavenly Martial Hall has never been allocated anything good. The array plates our disciples use are also very ordinary." Xuan Zhen took it. "It's fine to use." From Guofeng's hand, Xuan Zhen immediately took his array plate. Han Feng, who was below, was bragging nonstop, completely ignoring the hallmaster. "We haven't encountered a single opponent in array formations for 100 years. Just the array plate in your hand, even without setting up a formation, is already a spiritual artifact with boundless spiritual power." His junior brother spoke up, asking, "Senior brother, according to you, Luo, Tangju should have long become a prominent figure in the Saint Realm by now. Why then," he then said, "why is he only a mere Tangju at Baijian Tang? You don't know this, but the Luo Tangju's array formations are unmatched. His personality isn't that of a ruthless person, nor is he easy to deal with. Whenever there's a fight, Luo Heng always goes, "Ugh, another fight? Nah, I'm good. Even though we're ranked first among the 4 halls, what we've won is enough for us to eat and drink comfortably for 100 years already. I don't want to jump into a pit of fire, only by stopping him from enjoying himself. Will he get up and fight?" Han Feng threw out a signal flare. Boom! A series of signals lit up the sky. Wang Guofing fumed. "Chen Shidi, you don't have to be so excessive." That Han Feng smirked slyly. "Me? Excessive? If you're so confident, then what's wrong with letting everyone witness it?" He thinks only by making a big fuss will Luo Tangju go all out to deal with it. Everyone from the sect hurried over. Someone spoke up. "What's all the commotion about?" That was Dong Fang Hai, Hall Master of the Hongwu Hall. Beside him stood Liu Ban, Hall Master of the Diwu Hall. Han Feng then announced, "You 2 Master Uncles have arrived at the perfect time. Our Hall Master is about to have a formation battle with Master Uncle Ji-Yu, who just emerged from seclusion. We'd be honored if you 2 would bear witness." Dong Fang Hai raised his teacup, a smirk playing on his lips. "Master Uncle Ji-Yu, isn't he the legendary senior who's been in seclusion for 1,000 years?" "He's out of seclusion!" Liu Ban's eyes twinkled. "Perfect timing to see what he's truly capable of," Luo Heng interjected. All right, let's just get this show on the road already." The auspicious hour had struck, and the formation competition was about to begin. Luo Heng channeled his chi, deploying his formation. Ji-Yu Xuanzhen, not to be outdone, also began to make his move. Whoosh! The formation disc in Luo Heng's hand gradually transformed, radiating soul-stirring spiritual energy. Xuanzhen, with a swift motion, chanted an incantation in return. Whoosh! The oppressive aura emanating from both of them created a blinding light that overwhelmed the spectators. Ji-Yu Xuanzhen's eyes widened. He stood, trapped within Luo Heng's formation. All around him, it was like a veritable sea of fire. He offers his praise to him. This formation is ridiculously powerful, hitting both the soul and the body at the same time. Is this a Saint Realm formation? Yikes, I'm afraid this thing could actually kill everyone below the Emperor Realm on the continent. Even Qing Yun in the late Emperor Realm would find it hard to discover a way to break this formation. Xuanzhen waved his hand, summoning his sword. Phew, it's been ages since I actually had to get serious like this. Each slash struck the formation. He remarked, "This Saint Realm is truly fascinating." Arcane energy surrounded Xuanzhen. He moved constantly, searching for the formation's weak points. He decided to unleash his full power, strengthening his body and soul, which then condensed into his newly imbued sword. The spiritual energy armor on his body transformed, taking on the Emperor's form. Sharp claws appeared on his hands, and his entire battle armor transformed completely. Looking at this form, he said, "Yeah, this should definitely stop that pesky formation from munching away at me." He stared, observing the central flame fiercely radiating, boom, boom, boom! Seeing this, Xuanzhen was surprised. This flame, compatible with Luo Heng's law power, has opened up its spiritual intelligence? From within the fiery cloud, a horned demonic beast appeared, roaring as it flew towards him. Seeing this, Xuanzhen just sighed. Well, this just got a little inconvenient. Outside, Xuanzhen's physical body was transforming, making everyone worried. "Look, Martial Uncle Gu's vision stone just lit up," Guofeng frowned. "This isn't good." The difficulty of the formation has increased. If Martial Uncle Ji-Yu can't break the formation within the time it takes an incense stick to burn, it's highly probable his life will be in danger. Everyone around was still eagerly anticipating who would solve the formation first. Meanwhile, on Luo Heng's side, his vision stone still showed no movement. Seeing this, Liu Bin secretly thought, Hallmaster Luo's vision stone hasn't changed at all. Looks like this competition isn't hard to predict. No sooner had he finished speaking than Luo Heng's vision stone exploded, sending everyone into a panic. This is Hallmaster Luo's vision stone. It didn't even light up. It just exploded directly. What in the world is going on? Inside the formation, Lu Hong seemed to be fighting against himself. He was facing countless corpses of himself, piled up into mountains. Looking at the pile of Luo Heng's corpses in front of him, a Luo Heng standing on the mountain of corpses spoke loudly once more. Luo Heng was sweating, astonished and bewildered at the scene unfolding on Xuanzhen's side of the formation. The fire beast furiously attacked, and Xuanzhen launched himself into the air. Dodging it, the beast opened its mouth wide in front of Xuanzhen, who, wielding a massive sword, faced it head-on. He immediately jumped up and clung to the fire beast's body, then slashed upwards, piercing through the fire beast's thick skin. The other beast, witnessing this scene, roared nonstop. The fire beast, having just taken the hit, crashed to the ground. Immediately, the other fire beast, right beside it, opened its fire-filled maw and snapped at Xuanzhen. He jumped up just in time, evading the two demonic beasts' furious assault. Fire spewed from its mouth. Disregarding them, Xuan Zhen quipped. Ignorance can be a form of bliss too. He slashed forward, unleashing hundreds of attacks on the two fire beasts. At this moment, Xuan Zhen, wielding two swords, fiercely dashed left and right, causing a beast to roar in agony. That sudden roar made Xuan Zhen flinch and turn his head. The beast, using its claws, slashed extremely powerfully towards him. Suddenly, at this moment, a dark aura emanated from within Xuan Zhen's body. Seeing this dark energy, he wondered, "What is this?" Just as he momentarily lowered his guard, the fire beast opened its mouth to attack. Xuan Zhen, pouring all his strength into his greatsword, unleashed an explosive, decisive blow. He slashed, creating swirling vortexes that brought down the fire beast. Xuan Zhen lowered his sword and stopped. The corpses of both beasts lay beside him. After dealing with them, he became curious about the aura he had just emitted. What was that black mass that appeared on my body just now? Xuan Zhen raised his hand to sense, recognizing that stream of power. It gave me a feeling very similar to a fundamental law. What on earth is going on? Outside, in the arena, two people were competing. Dongfang Hai asked, wondering what exactly had happened. Has senior brother Luo encountered some danger? Suddenly, Luo Heng's scrying stone emitted an intense light. He couldn't bear it anymore, left the formation, and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The two hallmasters immediately ran over to check on Hallmaster Luo. When the Tianwu disciples saw that Luo Heng had come out, their hearts were filled with worry. Zhou Qiang asked Guofeng, "Hallmaster Luo has already come out. Why hasn't Uncle Master Ji Yu come out yet?" Senior brother Guofeng replied, "Trust me, Uncle Master will be fine." From Luo Heng's formation, a brilliant light shone forth. Guofeng cautiously stepped back. From within the formation, Xuan Zhen walked out. The disciples ran over. "Uncle Master Ji Yu, are you all right?" Xuan Zhen replied, "What could possibly happen to this venerable one?" Glancing at Luo Heng's utterly spent face, Xuan Zhen remarked, "Not bad at all. He came out faster than I, Dongfang Hai, had imagined." The Hallmaster observed from behind, utterly stunned. The aura around him, why is it even stronger than before he went in? Could it be that Zhuanshen's praise for Luo Shidi's array was actually true? I just had a little practical combat and already broke through. It's all thanks to Luo Heng's formation, based on a cultivation manual found in Tianwu Palace. This way I avoid the disciples' suspicions. Han Feng yelled loudly, even if Martial Uncle Ji Yu had a breakthrough according to the rules. "Our Hallmaster came out first." So, perhaps Xuanwu Palace wins this martial arts competition. "Stop him," Luo Heng interjected. "Wait! Xuanwu Palace concedes defeat." He was furious. "Hallmaster, clearly you broke his formation." Angrily, Luo Heng snapped at him. "If you don't want to lose face, shut up." The truth is, I absolutely couldn't break his formation. Instead, my legs were trembling as I stumbled out. His formation's methods are truly terrifying. It seemed to have malevolent energy. Now, Hallmaster Luo respectfully stated, "Today, I received guidance from Senior Martial Brother Ji Yu. There's always a higher mountain to climb. There's always someone better. From now on, Xuanwu Hall will cause no more trouble. This Luo will certainly discipline his disciples strictly." That Han Gong still isn't convinced by the Hallmaster. Luo Heng immediately slapped him across the face, teaching him to shut up and say no more. Senior Brother Ju deserves the position of Hall Guardian. "Disciples, return with me. Don't cause any more trouble." His disciples immediately obeyed. "Understood. The Tianwu Hall disciples can't believe this is real. Did we really defeat Xuanwu Hall?" Immediately, everyone cheered joyfully, "We've defeated Xuanwu Hall." Luo Bing and Dongfang Hai exchanged a knowing glance. They knelt down respectfully and said, "We kneel and beg you, Senior Brother Ju, please accept this position." The new head hallmaster term, Dongfang Hai of Baizan Hall. Respected senior brother, you probably don't know, but 100 years ago the old hallmaster passed away. Since then, we've always been like a headless snake, scattered and disorganized. After you came out of seclusion and guided the Tianwu Hall disciples, their strength increased significantly. This proves your martial arts are truly extraordinary. Afterwards, you and Senior Brother Luo competed in array arts. Your array formations further demonstrated extraordinary strength. With such divine abilities, it would be best for you to become the head hall master. Lead the Baizhan Hall, guide the disciples, and revitalize the sect. Jiyu Xuan Zhen mused, "I read in ancient books that, as the current hallmaster, the sect's resources would be distributed by him, and he could also enter the treasure vault. He would also gain access to the secrets of Baizhan Hall. If I could read the ancient books kept within, first, I could learn more about the sacred land. Second, I could utilize the cultivation resources to rapidly increase my power. Third, I could clarify what this strange evil energy within my body truly is." Jiyu Xuanzin smiled and agreed. Very well. Everyone knelt down, paying respects to the Hall Master. 1 month later, under Ji-Yu Xuanzhen's guidance, the disciples continuously cultivated, making excellent progress. Wo Feng was supervising his fellow disciples' training. He smiled contentedly. Ever since Uncle Master Ji-Yu, ever since the Hall Master took over, the disciples' martial arts have progressed by leaps and bounds. Uncle Master Ji-Yu is truly the lucky star of our Baizhan Hall. Meanwhile, Ji-Yu Xuanzhen was strangely troubled. Even though I have examined the most crucial secrets of Baizhan Hall, I still haven't found any records concerning this evil energy. On the other hand, the sacred stones used for cultivation yielded a significant harvest. Help me break through my cultivation realm. The holy stones and spirit stones from the holy domain can definitely aid in cultivation. Outside, the disciples stood in line, and Grand Hall Master Dongfang Hai spoke on their behalf. The day for offering tribute to the Tianzhen sect is drawing near. I await your instructions, Grand Hall Master, regarding this year's tribute amount. Xuanzhen asked in surprise. The Tianzhen sect? Tribute? Lebing immediately explained. Hall Master, you've been in secluded cultivation for so long, so you wouldn't know. The Tianzhen sect is the strongest sect in the eastern part of the Holy Domain. There are dozens of other forces, like us, under their jurisdiction. It's precisely because the Tianzhen sect is protecting us from above. Even though our Baizhan Hall has declined, as long as we offer annual tribute, we can barely manage to hold our ground. Xuanzhen sat on his chair, listening intently when a disciple rushed in, urgently reporting, "There's trouble, Grand Hall Master! The new elder of the Tianzhen sect has brought people here." At the Grand Hall, a yellow-robed figure glanced at Xuanzhen. Lebing introduced. This is Qin Chang'ang, one of the Tianzhen sect's remaining elders. He's also the leader of various regions under the ancient Tianzhen sect's jurisdiction. Xuanzhen entered the Grand Hall. A group of people were already waiting for him there. Sect members in yellow robes. The person in the middle was Qin Changming of the Ming Tianzhen sect. Xuanzhen cupped his hands in greeting. Ji-Yu Santong greets you all. Qin Changming spoke. I heard that the 100 Battles Hall has a new clan head. I specifically came to congratulate you. Unexpectedly, clan head Ji-Yu, having just taken office, clan head of 100 Battles Hall, doesn't think much of our Tianzhen faction. Have you even forgotten about the tribute offerings? Dongfeng Hai's face turned purple with rage. Despicable! What kind of congratulations is this? They're clearly trying to oppress our new clan head. Xuanzhen immediately stopped him. Qin Changming continued, if clan head Ji-Yu truly has the ability, then in the future, it might not be impossible for them to offer tribute to your 100 Battles Hall. Xuanzhen's expression was solemn as he spoke. If Elder Qin already has such kind intentions, then I, Ji-Yu, humbly accept. Behind him, Dongfeng Hai was startled. Clan head! Wait! He slowly walked towards the chair. He sat in the clan head's chair. He spoke. From now on, the amount of tribute for the 100 Battles Hall. All of you, double your tribute now. Chen Shuangming was enraged. What did you say? Are you deaf? Your ears must be failing already. You should hurry and yield your position to someone else. The Tianzhen sect disciples rose, exuding murderous intent. You stinking brat! Before you dare offend my Tianzhen sect, you'd best think carefully. Can you truly bear the consequences? The Tianzhen sect then unleashed their formation. Cupping his hands, Xuanzhen unleashed a spiritual attack. Red vortices created by him soared towards Xuanzhen. Hall Master Qin Shuangming arrogantly declared, Baizhan Hall dares to challenge the Tianzhen sect. Death is too good for him. I'll personally end him right here. Consider it a warning. Xuanzhen swiftly moved to him, grabbing the man by the throat. The Tianzhen sect members were utterly horrified. He tightened his grip on his neck and demanded, Where did you learn this 4 symbols combined attack formation? He grimaced in discomfort, muttering, How did you break our formation? He tightened his grip further. Spill it now, or you won't last much longer. He spat blood. All right, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. This is our Tianzhen sect's ancient, ancestral grand formation. Xuanzhen was surprised, recalling that this 4 symbols combined attack formation was originally something he had taught to Xiao Fengzi. Could he be at the Tianzhen sect? According to Qin Changming, 700 years ago, a disciple from the Qingyun continent soared into the sky. He emerged, relying on formation arrays to establish himself and lead the Tianzhen sect, becoming the #1 force in the northern sacred domain. The formation ancestor was named Han Tianfeng. Xuanzhen recognized him as an old acquaintance, thinking to himself, Well, I actually managed to stumble upon clues about Xiao Fengzi. I might as well ask him for some juicy intel about the sacred domain while I'm at it. Gazing at the formation's entrance, this must be a formation he comprehended after entering the sacred domain and upgraded. It truly is ingenious. Xuanzhen waved his hand and shouted loudly. He jumped straight into the formation. But no matter how profound, his knowledge of fundamental formation arrays was all taught by yours truly, the Venerable One. Stepping into the formation, this place is where Xiao Fengzi's spiritual energy is densest. But he's not here! That rascal must be hiding in the formation's core. Xuanzhen raised his hand to break the formation and investigate. And what do you know? Absolutely no one. He thought it was highly probable that he had descended to the lower realm to find this Venerable One. Suddenly, a pillar of spiritual energy burst forth, shining straight through the sky. A figure appeared before Xuanzhen. From high above, he saw Xuanzhen breaking the formation and threatening with a royal sword. Who is that? Vying for control of the formation. That is Lord Qi Long Ji Yu, the formation master of the Qi nation. Xuanzhen explained. This Venerable One has come to find your sect master Han. I hold absolutely no ill intent towards any of you. I hope you all will cooperate a little. Lord Qi Long Ji Yu, furious, his rage accumulating in his threatening sword, declared, You barged into the forbidden ground without permission. Furthermore, you shattered our formation array. What's more, you intend to harm our venerable master. You even wish to seal our sect master in the lower realm. Everyone, we absolutely cannot let him have his way. From 4 directions, the formation guardians called out in unison, As you command! Xuanzhen, controlling the formation, told them, If you don't want your sect master to have something happen to him, then quickly relinquish control of the formation. The formation guardians angrily warned, Youngster, if you know what's good for you, stop at once. Even if you gain control of the formation, don't you dare think you can leave Tianjin. Sect! Even if we die, we won't let him break the formation. Xuanzhen stomped his foot firmly on the ground, creating a shockwave. It blasted away the array guardians surrounding him. Qi Guolong couldn't withstand it and was hit squarely in the stomach. From within the formation array, a figure slowly emerged. As soon as Xuanzhen saw this person, he exclaimed, Jiao Fengzi! Qi Guolong immediately fell to his knees. Sect Master! Sect Master, how did you get so gravely injured? He loudly commanded his comrades to protect the Sect Master. Xuanzhen rushed to Xiao Feng's side, quickly supporting him. Xiao Fengzi was incredibly weak, a thin stream of blood trickling from his mouth. Qi Guolong, seeing his Sect Master's injury, was utterly consumed by worry. Immediately, Xuanzhen channeled his energy, forming a glowing red orb in his palm. He placed his palm right behind Xiao Fengzi. The bewildered subordinates, misunderstanding his intent, cried out, He wants to kill the Sect Master with that move. Xuanzhen intended to heal Tianfeng, pouring all his internal energy into him. Han Tianfeng's eyes rolled back, unconscious. This was the burning blood sacrifice to the heavenly Tao. It was a price paid with one's own essence blood, exchanging it for a rapid surge of power in a short time. The array guardians standing around watched in utter astonishment, unable to tear their eyes away. Who is he? Willing to pay such an immense price to save our sect master? After regaining consciousness, Xiao Fengzi vaguely questioned, You are? The surrounding disciples spoke up worriedly. Sect master? Are you all right? At this moment, Han Tianfeng immediately knelt down, crying as he spoke. Disciple. Your disciple, Han Tianfeng, greets Master. Many thanks, Master, for saving my life. Those around were shocked upon hearing this, exclaiming, He's the sect master's master? Xuanzhen smiled. Get up. Inside the Tianzian sect's main hall, Han Tianfeng brought the array guards out for judgment. Master, these disciples were disrespectful to you. He angrily grabbed his weapon, declaring, Your disciple will kill them immediately. Then I'll cripple my own cultivation to atone for my sin to you. Qi Guolong and the others were terrified. They pleaded, Sect Master, please spare our lives. It was all a misunderstanding. Please don't hold it against us. Xuanzhen waved his hand. They didn't know, so they aren't guilty. Let them go. The matter was urgent, and I didn't have time to explain. Besides, he's still as crazy as before. They are so loyal to you. If you kill them, how will the Tianjin sect submit to your leadership? Only when Xuanzhen said this did Han Tianfeng's anger subside. He ordered, All of you leave. Master and I need to talk. Having narrowly escaped death, Qi Guolong and the others hurriedly obeyed. Yes, they hurriedly left the hall, secretly rejoicing. Thank heavens we still have our lives. Xuanzhen then asked, Tianfeng, little Fengzi, why are you injured? Where are the others? Han Tianfeng recounted the situation, saying, Master, because 700 years ago your whereabouts became unknown after enduring the lightning tribulation, your disciples decided to disperse to search for you across many regions. However, the sacred domain is too vast. This disciple has yet to reunite with the other senior brothers and sisters. Most of them went to search for you as well, scattering into numerous other areas. Jiyu Xuanzhen replied, Forget about it. As long as destiny calls, there will be some action. According to Han Tianfeng's account, after he ascended to the sacred domain, he discovered that Master had passed down the heavenly Tao's secret art, a peak existence. Even within the sacred domain, this led people to speculate that you might be related to the Saint Sun from legend. Hearing this, Xuanchen asked, "Therefore, you placed that protective formation at the lower realms passage. Could it be that you secretly wished to protect this venerable one?" "You were immediately certain that this venerable one was not dead?" With unwavering conviction, Han Tianfeng affirmed, "Master's magical power reaches the heavens. There's certainly nothing that could go wrong. It's just that this disciple is incompetent. Even after detecting Master's aura, this disciple only then managed to pinpoint your whereabouts, causing you to personally come here. This injury was also caused by using too much law power, which led to him losing consciousness." Xuanchen immediately asked, "How many protective formations did you set in total?" He lowered his head and replied, "I haven't counted them all. Probably close to 1,000. Whenever I noticed anyone activating a passage, I would place a probing spirit orb in the gap. As soon as I sensed Master's aura, I would release it immediately." Upon hearing the answer, even Xuanchen was left speechless by his disciple's reckless actions. Forcibly using formations to monitor others is extremely dangerous. At best, it backfires. At worst, you could lose your life. The path of cultivation is already fraught with peril, yet he risked everything to find me. Even himself. Touched by his student's devotion, he tossed him a vial. Tianfeng caught it and wondered, "Master, this is—" Xuanchen instructed, "Heal your wounds first. If you act so recklessly again, you will definitely be severely punished." The vial contained 2 spirit pills. When Tianfeng saw them, he was astonished. "These are 9 patterned spirit pills." He was overjoyed, his heart filled with contentment. After 100 years, finally, he could hear his master's guidance. Oh, the patience. Witnessing this scene, Xuanchen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Suddenly remembering something important, Xuanchen then asked, "Oh, right. Little Feng, do you know which force in the Holy Land owns the Qingyun Shanhe map, that magic treasure?" Tianfeng replied respectfully to his master, "Your disciple doesn't know, nor have I ever heard of this treasure." This answer caused him to fall into deep thought. Could it be that the clue is cut off here? The Holy Land is so vast. It seems that searching for that shadow figure will truly not be easy. Just at this moment, Han Tianfeng suddenly remembered something and said to his master, "The Tianhaicheng Lu is about to begin. I wonder if Master is interested in going." Hearing about this place, Xuanchen's interest was piqued. "Tianhaicheng Lu. Little Feng, you mentioned Venerable Tianhai." The Tianhaicheng Lu is said to be a famous relic of Venerable Tianhai within the Holy Land. It opens once every 100 years. It is said that Venerable Tianhai left behind an inheritance to find a successor and pass on his life's work. But even if one doesn't obtain his inheritance, many martial artists still enter every time. Everyone obtained different opportunities. Their cultivation realms increased dramatically in a short period. To obtain such opportunities, all the factions are watching each other. "Master, why don't you give it a shot? Perhaps you might stumble upon the faction you're seeking." This suggestion immediately captured Xuanchen's attention. Indeed, it's worth a shot. Since the enemy is lurking in the shadows, it's best to bolster my own strength first. At the east gate of Tianhai 4 cities, Xuanchen had arrived. The gate was strictly guarded by soldiers. He then presented the scroll bearing the seal of the Tianjin sect. At the east gate, 2 soldiers took the scroll and declared, "A member of the Tianjin sect. Let him pass." Xuanchen stepped inside, his eyes scanning the surroundings. At this moment, the city was bustling with people coming and going, filled with shouts of "Form a party! Form a party! Form a party!" Seeking companions at peak incomparable realm or above. We'll share prosperity and endure hardship together. Xuan Yudan. Sacred grade healing elixir. I'll take 1 Xuan Yudon. Entering the Tianhai ruins is like getting an extra life. This bustling scene even made Xuanchen gasp in awe. The eastern district of Tianhai City is truly incredibly vibrant. His gaze suddenly stopped at a green gem on a stall. Ling Mu. This lord once read its description in Baizan Hall. This item is transformed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, containing abundant spiritual energy. It can continuously regenerate. Its appearance resembles an ordinary spirit stone. That's why it's extremely difficult for others to recognize it. Isn't this the beneficial cultivation artifact that I need? The vendor saw Xuanchen pick up the spirit stone and immediately greeted him. "Hello, young master. Everything here is beautiful. If you like anything, just say the word." Xuanchen held up the spirit stone and asked, "How much is this spirit stone?" The vendor immediately said, "I also don't know where this stone came from. If you want it, 1,000 saint stones will do." He thought he'd struck a bargain. Turns out it's just a poor kid who doesn't know the true value of this item. "So, your profit is 900 saint stones, then." Xuanchen nonchalantly tossed him a pouch of gold. "Take it." His eyes immediately lit up. "Many thanks, my lord." The transaction had just been completed when a clear voice rang out from nearby. "Wait, I want the stone in his hand." The fellow beside her interjected. "Shopkeeper, Miss Chin-Ni has her sights set on that stone. Name your price." The vendor hastily replied, "My apologies, but I've just sold this stone to this young master here. Perhaps you'd care to browse some other wares." The young man beside the lady then addressed Xuan Chen. "Young master, whatever you just paid for that stone, I'll offer double." Xuan Chen, tucking the spirit stone away, simply refused. "My apologies, but I have no intention of selling." The young man countered with an offer of 10 times the price. Xuan Chen shook his head, reiterating, "I already said I'm not selling." Seeing Xuan Chen's unwavering resolve, Miss Chin-Ni finally spoke. "It seems you've recognized its origins," she stated. "Name your price. As long as it's not utterly outrageous, I'll accept." The seller looked utterly bewildered. "Origins? What origins? Isn't it just a normal stone?" Turning to leave, Xuan Chen remained resolute. No matter the price, he wouldn't sell. A long-haired fellow next to her immediately drew his sword, its cold, sharp blade pointing directly at Xuan Chen. He paused, his gaze sweeping over him, eyes blazing with killing intent. Seeing that guy about to make a move, the vendor hurriedly stepped out to stop them, saying, "Everyone, before the Heavenly Ocean Jade Pavilion begins, the Heavenly Ocean 4 cities strictly forbid fighting. Please don't break the rules. If bloodshed occurs, I'll surely be out of business." That guy sheathed his sword, but his words were full of provocation. HMPH. Consider yourself lucky. Fighting isn't allowed in the Heavenly Ocean 4 cities, but once you step into the Heavenly Ocean Jade Pavilion, then killing is fair game. Ignoring the threats, Swanshin walked away. Those two girl-crazy guys immediately turned to flatter Maiden Chin-Ni. "Let me give you something else, my lady." Ignoring those two's attention, she just coldly ordered, "Search! Search for all information related to him for me." Just then, a loud bell reverberated across the sky. Suddenly, a gigantic purple gate appeared. The people exclaimed, "Look! The Heavenly Ocean Jade Pavilion has begun." Immediately, countless people cheered and charged into the gate. "I've waited 100 years. This time, I will definitely obtain the Venerable One's legacy." "Dream on! The legacy is mine." Zhuangzhen still didn't act hastily. He calmly observed. Then, his image slowly began to unfold. He moved deeper into the ancient ruins. Inside the ruins, Xuanshan slowly moved, observing the surroundings as he walked. The laws of power here are truly formidable. No wonder everyone who enters here can increase their strength. He carefully cast his gaze around. However, he sensed something was amiss. The laws of power within felt a bit off. Although these laws of power were easy for others to comprehend, they contained a hidden power that wasn't easily discernible. A wisp of black smoke appeared. Was this the unknown dark energy within my body? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind, cutting short his train of thought. "Bro, wouldn't you say we're fated rivals, always bumping into each other?" It was those two guys who were with young lady Tan Ni earlier. "Hand over the spirit, mother, and I'll spare your life." A sword flashed in Xuanshen's hand as he retorted, "Enough talk! Make your move!" The arrogant, long-haired guy scoffed. "You're clearly only at the late Divine Bridge realm. You're one major realm beneath me. Yet you dare to call yourself this young master and challenge me head-on. For Tan Ni's sake, how about I take you on with just one hand?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Xuanchen shot past him like a gust of wind, before he even had a chance to react. Seeing him collapse, Xuanchen declared, "Now you finally concede to this venerable one, with me merely using one hand." Witnessing his comrade's defeat, the other fellow promptly drew his sword and charged. "How irritating!" Xuan Chen, with merely one hand, struck him. The blow left the guy wide-eyed, gnashing his teeth in utter agony. Panicked, he clutched his injured arm with his other hand. "Qian," he cried loudly. "The two of us are no match for him. You must flee," he urged, though the young lady had already bolted ages ago without an invitation. This left the young man feeling quite sour. Confound it. We brothers risked our lives for her, yet she didn't even spare a thought for our lives. When exactly did she vanish? Observing the two pitiful men, Xuan Chen didn't press the matter further. He simply let them go and spoke. "You may leave. Spiritual energy abounds within these ruins. If you manage to reattach your broken arm within the next half hour, you won't end up crippled. It's hardly worth it for a woman with such a venomous heart." Overwhelmed with gratitude, the two immediately presented Xuan Chen with a treasured family heirloom. "Many thanks, young master, for sparing our lives. This is the map to the entrance of Tianhe Chonglu. Our ancestral Xuan men records the path that leads directly to Qianglu. It's the quickest route. Neither of us has any desire for Qianglu. Today, we owe it all to you. That woman has finally shown her true colors. I hope you seize this opportunity." Xuan Chen reluctantly accepted their kind intentions. Suddenly, a wave of dark energy appeared again, drawing his attention. The dark energy intensified with each passing moment. He cast a spell, placing his hand on the ground to perform a spiritual scan. The source of the dark energy was concentrated to the east. As soon as he retracted his spiritual sense, a shadow suddenly enveloped Xuan Chen. Behind him, it felt as if a pair of dark, lurking eyes were watching. By reflex, he spun around, trying to perceive with his senses. The eyes had vanished, leaving Xuan Chen with a lingering question. What on earth just happened? For a moment, he felt like he was being watched. What secrets does this Tianhai Chonglu truly hide? At the Xuan Men of Tianhai Chonglu, the gateway was opening, attracting countless people. Xuan Chen was currently standing on a high cliff, observing from afar. According to the map's guidance, this place is indeed the Xuan Men. The Xuan Men must be teeming with powerful laws and principles. Suddenly, the Xuan Men underwent a change. Someone pointed at the sky and shouted loudly, "What's happening? Look, everyone!" A giant eye appeared from within the Xuan Men, making everyone panic and exclaim, "The Xuan Men? How could it have changed so much? This is a demonic eye. Could a demon clan member have already sneaked in? What's happening? Why has the Xuan Men turned into a demonic eye?" Amidst everyone's panic, Xuan Chen observed and suddenly exclaimed, "A demonic clan!" From within the demonic eye, a terrifying suction force began to drain the spiritual energy of everyone present there. The crowd panicked. Why do I feel my cultivation power disappearing? No, that demonic eye is draining our cultivation power. Those whose strength was drained by the demonic eye turned into desiccated corpses. They only had time to let out a horrified gasp. As dark energy surged towards Xuan Chen, he quickly drew his sword to fight back. Suddenly, a giant tower appeared. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment, "Look, this is Qianglu." As soon as the spiritual palace appeared, everyone immediately told each other, "Look, this is Qianglu." Countless people scrambled to rush inside. This is our great fortune from the ruins. We finally waited for the inheritance of Venerable Tianhai. Xuan Chen also jumped down, blending into the surging crowd entering Qianglu. In front of them, countless corpses, affected by the demonic eye, still lay there. "Quickly, enter the palace. Perhaps we can resist the demonic eye's assault." By this time, Xuan Chen had already entered Qianglu. A man beside him breathed a sigh of relief. "We're safe." Inside, amidst the gloomy atmosphere, colossal divine statues stood tall. Xuan Chen thought to himself, "I can't sense any martial artist's aura anymore. It seems this place is completely cut off from the outside world." The statues, with their mouths agape and glowing, instilled fear in anyone who passed by. Two formidable figures shivered strangely. Why does this place look so grim? Foolish! How could an inheritance be acquired so easily? This courage, this must be part of the World Venerable's trial, a trial specifically for us. Xuan Chen moved cautiously, full of doubt. Is that really the case? This Qianglu appeared at just the right moment. It's as if someone lured these people here. Moreover, the dark energy here is even denser than outside. The chilling atmosphere made a young man speak up and ask, "Friend, there aren't any hidden demons in this place, are there?" Closing his eyes, Xuan Chen reasoned, "This venerable one once read in the ancient texts of Tianwu Temple that demons and devils are a hostile race to the righteous path within the sacred land. They are bloodthirsty and seek to wage war. Could it be that this venerable one's sealing in a previous life was related to them?" Suddenly, someone exclaimed excitedly, "Amazing! I've broken through!" That guy was overjoyed. "Originally, I only intended to cultivate a bit, but who would have thought I'd break through a full 2 levels? He raised his hands to the sky and said confidently, "This is definitely the benefit that Venerable One, Tianhai, bestowed upon everyone." The person next to him also exclaimed, I've also broken through. This place truly is a blessing, a treasure land." Xuan Chen also tried to sit down and cultivate. He realized that just by circulating his energy a little, he could break through directly to the mid-stage of the Chaojing realm. Truly, cultivating in this place can increase one's progress exponentially. However, this is no longer simply the power of the laws, but rather dark energy that has been subtly added. The group with Xuan Chen quickly sat down. "Begin your cultivation. It would be a real shame not to cultivate in such a good spot. Cultivating here for just 1 hour is even equivalent to cultivating for a month outside. Didn't we enter precisely to find fortuitous encounters? I must cultivate diligently to obtain the Tyrant Bone's holy sanctuary's inheritance. Ha ha ha!" After a long while, someone suddenly spat blood. "Cough, cough, cough!" His junior disciple quickly rushed to stop him. "Senior brother, stop it! Don't cultivate anymore." He, oblivious to life and death, fought back against his junior disciple. "This is an opportunity given to us by the Venerable One. Get lost. Don't disturb my cultivation." Seeing someone spit blood, Xuan Chen became even more certain that this situation seemed to be filtering out those who couldn't withstand the harsh energy. While the crowd was absorbed in chaos, a stone door in the distance slowly opened. 3 figures emerged from the doorway. their appearance full of mystery. Let this old man see which disciples from which sects have entered the tower. Someone in the crowd recognized them. Martial Uncle Zhao, Martial Grand Uncle Qin. Everyone is still alive. That's Martial Uncle Zhao and Martial Grand Uncle Qin, the elders of our Soaring Sword sect, and also the former sect leader of our Cloud Immortal sect. How can this be? 100 years ago, everyone didn't return. We thought you'd all gone and fallen inside. The old man stroked his beard and explained. We didn't fall in at all. 100 years ago, I arrived at this place, but unfortunately, my fated connection wasn't enough. I couldn't obtain the true inheritance. Thus, I've always remained here. He then pointed. An ray of light shot out from his finger. The fact that you all can come here now also means your talents have been recognized by Venerable Tianhai. We will now lead you to see who among you can obtain Venerable Tianhai's inheritance. Immediately, a pillar of light appeared, slowly soaring high and piercing straight into the sky. He called out, "Let's go! We will lead you all to the second floor." The crowd scrambled to enter. Wait, let me go first. Me first? No need to push and shove one by one. Xuan Chen didn't rush in. He stood observing. This deception could not fool Xuan Chen. He had long since realized the method of using puppets to control the walking dead. It seems those elders had long lost their lives, and someone is exploiting their corpses, their bodies, to lure people in. Just as they stepped onto the second floor of Qionglu, everyone was astonished by the sight before their eyes. What kind of creature is this? A gigantic demonic beast, its eyes glowing crimson, stood before them. Jiyu Xuan Chen frowned. This beast doesn't look easy to deal with at all. The hooded man spoke up to encourage them. Don't be afraid. This is a trial the Venerable One has set for you. Whoever can tame the demonic beast within 2 hours will be able to enter the third floor. Someone spoke up, asking, what if we can't tame it? From the crowd, a confident young man stepped forward, his body radiating spiritual energy. A bunch of fools. If this is a trial left by Venerable Tianhai, it naturally includes a test of courage. You're already this scared by a little danger. What right do you have to receive the inheritance of Venerable Tianhai? He held a wooden staff in his hand. He loudly commanded, "Filthy beast, kneel!" One would have thought this young man was formidable. Who knew the demonic beast would immediately attack him? With just one move, the young man was taken out. He screamed in agony as the demonic beast bit him in half, baring its bloody, sharp fangs. It continued to tear and bite. And behind that demonic beast, not just one, but tens of others were growling, thirsting for blood. The crowd below was utterly terrified, exclaiming, This is real!" It opened its huge mouth wide towards the distant prey. A cloaked man immediately intervened, stopping the demonic beast by using his skill. He shrank the demonic beast. He activated the triple binding seal skill, immediately trapping the demonic beast within a cube. As he pulled the cube into his hand, he had successfully subdued the demonic beast. "I succeeded." The hooded figure nodded as the stone door slowly opened. "You may now ascend to the third floor." Another person wielding a whip also rushed forward. Indeed, from his weapon, myriad thunderbolts erupted and struck down. How mighty! Countless people followed suit, employing every method imaginable to subdue the demonic beasts. The blessed spirit net bound the demonic beasts with golden chains. Simply tame a demonic beast, and you can ascend to the third floor. At this moment, another demonic beast attacked Xuan Chen. He merely drew his sword, challenging it to approach. He glared at it with just a single glance. The beast instantly cowered in fear, prostrating itself at his feet. Everyone witnessing this was utterly astonished, practically falling into line. What in the blazes just happened? From within the demonic beast, a red orb appeared. Xuan Chen immediately collected it, which greatly puzzled the witnesses. That guy hadn't even done anything, and the demonic beast was already subdued. How peculiar! Xuan Chen smiled. This is a beast contract. Once contracted, no matter how powerful the demonic beast, a single thought from its master can decide its life or death. They wouldn't, without cause, gift this lord a demonic beast that surpasses the suffering sea realm just like that. Within this essence, blood lies a well-hidden restriction. He used 2 fingers, channeling spiritual energy, closed his eyes, and sensed the secret art hidden deep within. Once the contract is signed, the restriction will use spiritual power to grasp all of my information. How could this lord possibly comply with your wishes? Xuan Chen rotated his finger, and a profound intention emerged from it. A red orb was created. It then merged with him, transforming into a flame. Meanwhile, a masked figure was secretly observing everything. He saw Xuan Chen through his divine sense. The man behind him immediately reported, "Master, is that him?" The masked figure mused. This brat, truly, from beginning to end, he was not eroded by magic. Just now, by accessing his memories, he indeed is not the saint son of Haran Saint King. That year, a subordinate reported, Master, there's really no need for such trouble. We just need to capture him and interrogate him with torture. Won't that suffice? Immediately, he angrily yelled, Fool! If the Saint King's restriction on him is activated, we won't be able to do anything. This subordinate is foolish. He continued, If he is from the Heavenly Array sect, go investigate it. There are any disciples of the Heavenly Array sect inside or outside Qin Lao, or if anyone among his companions knows him. If not, bring them here. The subordinate knelt and obeyed. Sitting on his throne, the masked man speculated, could it be that he knew my intentions and fabricated the memories? On the third floor of Qin Lao, a cold wind blew. A giant stone hand appeared, astonishing everyone. A colossal stone statue materialized before Hu Yintran's eyes. From his astonishment, a young man exclaimed, Is this the third floor? The stone statue spoke. You've made it to this place. This shows you have an affinity with this venerable one. Are you willing to accept this venerable one's inheritance? The crowd's eyes widened in delight. Could this be the inheritance of Tianhai Changlu? I am willing. However, things weren't as the people below imagined. From the stone statue's hand, a stream of black energy continuously poured out. Then meditate, calm your minds, and accept the inheritance. The black energy flooded down, entering their bodies. It caused them to scream in agony. This black energy also surged towards Xuan Chen. It was about to enter his body. Xuan Chen, surrounded by the black energy, speculated he wants to use this to corrode people's bodies, then control everyone's souls. Am I right? Xuan Chen had anticipated this. He immediately formed a hand seal. My guess wasn't wrong. This law power and the black energy are linked. If I don't want to be controlled, I must refine it into my own power. He cast a spell, and a circle appeared from his palm, absorbing the black energy. First, he extracted the corroded black energy from within the law power. Then, he refined it and stored it in a corner of his dantian. Spiritual energy and black energy intertwined, revolving around Xuan Chen. Observing Xuan Chen from afar, the subordinate reported to his master, Your lordship, if he is the saint's son, he should have an aversion to demonic laws. However, demonic laws are currently flowing incessantly into his body. His body, how truly bizarre. His lordship pondered, Could it be that I've overthought this? Suddenly, a report came, Master, a disciple of the Tianzhen sect has been brought in. A shackled Tianzhen sect disciple was brought in, screaming incessantly, You, what do you want to do? The Lord clutched the Tianzhen sect disciple's head, causing him immense pain. Arg! He used the great soul scrutiny art on the memories of those two individuals. He immediately learned Gu's true identity, Xuan Chen, from the Tianzhen sect. This person truly is from the Tianzhen sect. To be cautious. Further verification is necessary. Upon entering the fourth level, a peculiar scene appeared. Those who passed the trial saw a man shackled upon a grand throne. Have we really passed the trial already? The girl beside them pointed. Everyone, look! Up there. Someone is unconscious. A long-haired man is chained to a chair. It seems he is severely injured. Upon seeing this man, Xuan Chen felt a strange sensation. Although he had never met this person before, yet he felt a sense of familiarity with him. From within him, a voice declared the final test. See who can heal him. Xuan Chen sat down, slowly examining him, intent on saving him. Is this meant to test our mastery of the pill Dao? The young man behind him scratched his head. Although I pride myself on having extraordinary martial arts talent. However, I know absolutely nothing about the pill Dao. Taking the chained man's hand, Xuan Chen began his examination. The young man's eyes shot open. Xuan Chen exclaimed. The revered lord, who was observing, gasped in surprise. His body actually reacted to this kid. He waved his hand, instantly seizing control of the minds of Xuan Chen's two companions. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Suddenly, from behind, Xuan Chen's two companions, now under control, prepared to attack him. Xuan Chen quickly dodged the attack, muttering, What in the heavens is wrong with you two? Their eyes, completely devoid of life, furiously charged forward to attack him. Not bothering to retaliate, Xuan Chen merely leaped, expertly dodging their assault. So this is the Gairiel test, huh? Their attacks, it seems, are imbued with a trace of dark energy. If my counterattack doesn't also contain dark energy, it'll surely be seen through in an instant. Waving two fingers, Xuan Chen grinned. All right, come on then, let's play. From within him, dark energy erupted with ferocious intensity. Let's see if you're even worthy opponents for me. The Venerable was utterly astonished. This was upon witnessing Xuan Chen utilize dark energy. He was completely flabbergasted. This is the demonic god art! The three figures fiercely clashed. Xuan Chen flew back a few paces. He abruptly stopped, unleashing a black sword strike brimming with dark energy. This sent the two others sprawling far backward. Xuan Chen clenched his fist, absorbing the dark energy from the two defeated figures. Observing Xuan Chen, The Venerable's eyes widened in utter disbelief once more. He's absorbing all the demonic Tao's laws. Unbelievable! Xuan Chen then flew directly into the Venerable's hiding spot. Placing his sword against the Venerable's neck, Xuan Chen flatly stated, "You led me here, didn't you?" He parried Xuan Chen's sword with his hand, then launched a surge of power towards him. However, Xuan Chen reacted swiftly and managed to dodge it. The one who proclaimed himself the Venerable Lord was none other than Tian Hai. When he saw Xuan Chen suddenly kneel, Tian Hai greeted, "I pay my respects to the demon god's envoy." Xuan Chen, bewildered, asked him, "Demon god's envoy?" Tian Hai explained, "If you manage to obtain the demon god's art, inherited from the demon god, you are precisely the envoy sent by the demon god." Xuan Chen then asked him, "You just said you were Tian Hai. Could it be that you are the Venerable Lord Tian Hai from back then?" Reflecting on everything, this Venerable One merely relied on my own comprehension of the laws of primordial force, and simply tried to refine the demonic path's laws. Why was I mistaken for the demon god's envoy? He then took off his mask, a piece of flesh still adhering to it. "That's right. I am indeed the Venerable Lord Tian Hai that the world often speaks of." Pointing his sword at him, Xuan Chen demanded, "What is your purpose in bringing this Venerable One here?" Listening to Tian Hai's account, it turned out everything was a conspiracy. Back then, Lord Demon God knew that Saint King Hao Tian would pass on his legacy to the Saint's son, yet he didn't know if it was just one of them or more. Thus, he designed this situation for me to cultivate the heavenly Tao, entering the spirit cultivation world, creating a stir, and leaving behind relics. Yet, I ended up in this state today. It's due to the interaction of the demonic Tao laws within my body. I've been hiding here, searching for the Saint's Son. It is precisely to fulfill the entrustment of Lord Demon God. I didn't expect the Demon God's envoy to be human. If you've comprehended the Demon God's art, then you are surely the one chosen by the Demon God. You can help my demon clan achieve the grand task of unifying Xuan Chen. So does this mean this Venerable One is now considered a demon? Tian Hai burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! What is it? Being born human merely means you have a different cultivation method, that's all. What's wrong with using some extreme measures to pursue power?" He conjured a few things before Xuan Chen's eyes. Those so-called righteous path cultivators, they cultivate the heavenly Tao laws. Yet, the darkness within them is no less than ours. So aren't they demons too? Before Xuan Chen, a scene of a father killing his own son appeared. Only one person can leave this cultivation chamber. The son cried out in agony. "Father, how could you?" Xuan Chen replied, "No matter what cultivation technique one practices, as long as kindness resides in one's heart, then it's the righteous path. If your heart is evil, you will fall into the demonic path. So what if he spouts off about the heavenly Tao? What's wrong with the demonic path anyway? If you wish to maintain steadfastness in your heart, then you must possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, everything is mere empty talk. Demonic arts are the quickest way to gain power." Xuan Chen looked quite annoyed with him at this moment. Immediately, Xuan Chen grabbed his throat. Angrily, he threatened, "When is it your turn to lecture this Venerable One?" From within Xuan Chen's body, he spotted a purple orb. This is the demonic path's seed. Kneeling, he admitted, "This subordinate has been overly suspicious. Therefore, I invite you, esteemed envoy, to return with me to the demonic palace and preside over the main affairs." The esteemed one looked coldly at Tian Hai. "Next time you dare to probe my identity, I won't let you off so easily, you hear me?" Xuan Chen mused internally. That sly fox deliberately tried to bewilder this Venerable One, almost luring me into the demonic path. I would have been unable to escape. Xuan Chen smirked. "It appears this demonic palace is somehow connected to my true identity. We must go." Tian Hai led Xuan Chen to the 5th floor of the Tian Hai Chonglu. He introduced, "To Your Excellency, the emissary. These are the people we caught by baiting them with the Tian Hai Chonglu when they entered the 3rd floor. You can directly absorb their cultivation." From within the shackles, the imprisoned continuously cried for help. "Save me! I beg you, release me. Save me and let me out." He ordered them all to be released. Tian Hai was surprised. "Release them?" Xuan Chen said that these people are low level. Absorbing them would affect the foundation of this exalted one. Tian Hai placed a hand on his chest and bowed. "It was my oversight. I didn't consider it thoroughly. When we reach the demon realm, I will certainly provide the emissary with high-level demon slaves that have been carefully nurtured for your enjoyment." Hearing this, Xuan Chen grew eager. "When do we depart for the demon realm?" Tian Hai waved his hand and said, "No rush. Although we didn't capture the Holy Sun this time, we did have an unexpected gain. We have captured the Holy Maiden, a girl, bound and lying motionless." Xuan Chen followed Tian Hai inside. He asked, "You said she's the Holy Maiden? The daughter of the Hao Tian Holy King?" He pinched her chin, lifted her face, and replied, "That's right. She was born to reject the dark arts principles. She is certainly the saintess, without a doubt. If, through the saint's son, the saintess can learn the secret of that ancient demise, then she can acquire the power to dominate the holy domain. At that time, it won't just be about becoming the leader of the holy domain, but she can stand at a higher cultivation level, known as the divine realm itself. Throw her down. He sighed in disappointment. It's just a pity this woman admitted she was the saintess, but then no one else acknowledged her, so we can only continue with the torture. Suddenly, someone rushed in to report, "Your Reverence, this is bad! That saint's son is in trouble." The person Xuan Chen was just designated to heal suddenly emanated a violent aura around him. The guys around him could only try to restrain him. Quickly, subdue him. Xuan Chen looked at this guy and smiled. So he is indeed the saint's son. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity upon meeting him. Tian Hai took a purple elixir from his person. It seems our torture earlier, to extract a confession from him, was a bit too cruel. Thus, adverse effects will emerge. Ji Xuan Chen quickly stopped him. The current situation isn't suitable for taking a demonic pill. He explained, however, this demonic pill of yours can temporarily suppress the wounds in his body, yet will also harm his cultivation foundation. If that happens, conversely, even if his life could be saved, I fear he wouldn't be able to speak again. If he couldn't speak, then for us, how is that any different from death? He quickly asked. Then envoy, what should be done? He extended 2 fingers, unleashing a stream of qi that struck the saint's son's neck. The saint's son's entire body reacted violently, while Tianhai stared, utterly astonished. He explained to Tianhai that to treat him, one must rely on the laws of the heavenly Tao. I cultivate the very laws of the heavenly Tao myself. Naturally, to save him, I must use this. It's just unfortunate that recently, I have been cultivating the demonic god art. A lot of my law power has been assimilated, so it seems I cannot completely cure him. Tianhai immediately offered a solution. If we want to uncover the Saint King's secrets, it seems there's no choice but to begrudgingly, for the demonic god envoy, to temporarily halt cultivating the demonic god art. Cultivate law power to save him first, and later convert the heavenly Tao power into demonic Tao power. I wonder what the envoy's intentions are. Agreeing with him, Xuan Chen said, if you have pleaded so sincerely with this venerable one, then this venerable one will reluctantly agree to your request. Extending his hand, Tianhai loudly commanded, someone, bring all the holy stones, those accumulated for 1,000 years in the Chenglu. Bring them here for the envoy to use. Seeing the benefit for himself, Xuan Chen smiled. If that's the case, how could this venerable one possibly refuse disrespectfully? Meanwhile, the saint's son lay motionless on the bed. Xuan Chen approached to treat him. He created a magic circle, then snapped his fingers, casting a spell. Sitting down on a nearby chair, Xuan Chen asked him, let's talk. This venerable one has already created 2 layers of restrictions, so no one will overhear us. The saint's son slowly opened his eyes and weakly said to Xuan Chen, I never thought we'd meet this way, my younger brother. Xuan Chen asked directly. This venerable one wants to know the full truth. The saint's son said that what he knew wasn't actually much more than Xuan Chen did. He gave a bitter laugh. Everyone supposedly knew and passed down secrets to us, but in reality, that wasn't the case at all. The only thing I know is that year, our royal father entered our divine souls. Aside from the profound meaning of the pure heavenly Tao, the power of our bloodline is the most important. Xuan Chen furrowed his brow in thought. Bloodline power is exactly as that person in black armor described. Lying on the bed, the Holy Son mumbled weakly, complaining. The profound meaning of the heavenly Tao's laws can be stolen, but bloodline power resides within the soul, so it absolutely cannot be snatched. Relying on the bloodline power between us brothers, we can not only sense each other, but more importantly, with the existence of bloodline power, regardless of whether we cultivate the heavenly Tao, demonic Tao, or even demon cultivation techniques, in the end, we can all transform it into our own strength. Upon hearing this, Xuan Chen was startled, realizing the Holy Son was weakly complaining. If it weren't for my reckless ambition back then, I wouldn't have suffered the torture of the demon race. Now, I can no longer reach the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao. If you don't mind, I will now impart the heavenly Tao's laws that belong to me to you. Consider it my thanks for saving me from the demon race's clutches. Xuan Chen asked with interest. The heavenly Tao's laws that belong to you. Holy Son struggled to sit up, murmuring, earlier, when you treated me, I could feel it. The heavenly Tao's laws you comprehended are different from mine. Perhaps Father has dispersed it and then instilled it into our bodies. Xuan Chen recounted, since this venerable one was born, there has been a seal on my dantian, preventing me from cultivating. Do you also have such a situation? The saint's son, surprised, questioned the seal. His own people have never even had one, though. Xuan Chen put a hand to his chin, deep in thought. He has no reason to lie to me. It seems there's a hidden story behind this seal. I should still continue to investigate. Just then, the saint's son chimed in. Oh, that's right. If you get the chance, save that little girl. She's technically your niece, you know. Xuan Chen questioned. Li Qi Ni is asterisk our niece? The saint's son recalled, explaining. I can sense a faint bloodline resonance in her body. That means she shares the same bloodline as both of us. You can't feel it? That's because her blood power is too weak. It also proves that she isn't from our era. I guess her father was most likely a saint's son and passed down that bloodline to her. So if you can, please help her out of consideration since we're all family. Xuan Chen turned away, stating, All right, I've got it. This venerable one will go handle it. No wonder Li Qi Ni could sense the spirit mother's existence back then. And after entering the Heavenly Sea Jade Pavilion, she could even protect herself from demonic influence. Ji Xuan Chen stepped out to confront Tianhai, then told Ji Xuan Chen, Actually, envoy, you don't need to rush cultivating demonic power. For now, it's best to preserve his life. He thought to himself. In just a brief moment, he broke through to the middle stage of the Tongyu realm. Ji Xuan Chen replied to him, This venerable one only wishes to ensure the cultivation can control his heavenly power. But other methods are still more effective at cultivating demonic power. Indeed, he said, blood power can completely transform the laws of the demonic path into one's own power through this method. This is quite convenient for this venerable one when investigating among the demon tribe. Tianhai spoke up. That's true. There really is no faster way to increase one's power in this world than to cultivate demonic power. In his eyes, it seemed, even the demonic envoy of the demonic god couldn't resist the temptation. He then said, Follow me. Someone can't wait to meet you. In the main hall of the demonic god, Tianhai knelt and said, Esteemed demonic sovereigns, I've brought the person. Ji Xuan Chen slowly stepped out. Those sitting above spoke up. Venerable Tianhai, don't just bring any random person and claim they received the inheritance of the demonic god lord. If you dare to deceive us, you know the consequences, don't you? Manasera's demonic venerable, a fellow with greenish-blue skin, spoke up. Another person, whose face was covered in countless eyes, hundred-eyed demonic venerable, raised a wine glass and drank. Manasera's demonic venerable, don't waste words. Did you really receive the inheritance of the demonic god lord? Or not? That's hundred-eyed demonic venerable. From his mouth he spat out a pile of slimy goo, saying, You'll know if you try it yourself. Threads, resembling spider webs, flew toward Xuan Chen. Black qi slowly emanated from within Xuan Chen, activating his protective dharma. It was now formed from demonic Tao laws, shielding Xuan Chen from the attacks. Hundred-eyed demonic venerable was startled, crying, What? Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his hand in retaliation. Powerful surge of qi immediately flew towards and enveloped hundred-eyed demonic venerable. Then it pulled him back towards Xuan Chen. His hand tightly clasped his throat, leaving him to scream in vain. Xuan Chen's sharp gaze seemed to want to pierce right through the overly talkative fellow. Witnessing the terrifying scene, the surrounding demonic cultivators couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This is the demonic god's art. With just a flick of his hand, that demonic cultivator was flung to the side. Xuan Chen spoke with a dignified voice. A demonic god's envoy such as myself. Do you still have any doubts, esteemed sirs? The entire demonic tribe gawked in astonishment. All doubts in their hearts vanished. Lord Envoy, this person's qi might seem weak, but the demonic Tao within him is utterly incomparable. At this moment, Tianhai spoke up. If I, this venerable one, have found the demon god's envoy, based on the demon clan's agreement, the envoy can pass on the demon god's decree to me. Do any of you have any objections? The other demon clan members could only seethe, utterly furious that he'd stolen a march on them. Upon hearing the covenant, Xuan Chen secretly thought, Oh, Tianhai, you never breathed a word about this agreement to me, this venerable one. And that shifty look on your face. Is he planning to use me to balance out the other demon venerables? Tianhai, startled, immediately bowed his head. Tianhai said, Envoy, please don't be angry. This is a rule set by the great demon god. On one hand, it's to reward meritorious officials. On the other hand, it can also increase the power of our demon clan. I also hope the envoy will not hesitate to enlighten me. Tianhai will not betray the trust of the great demon god. I will follow the envoy to bring glory to the demon clan. Unexpectedly, Xuan Chen then declared, Because I want to strengthen the demon clan, I, this venerable one, will pass on the demon god's decree to all of you who are present. Let us cultivate together. The other demon clan members couldn't help but be astonished and couldn't believe their ears. What? He wants to pass on the demon god's decree to asterisk us? This cannot be accepted, Tianhai hastily said. Wait, envoy, this is against the rules. Xuan Chen simply crossed his arms, looking utterly unbothered, and calmly replied, currently, the demon clan is in decline. This is the fastest way to increase your power and revitalize the demon clan in a short time. Why, Tianhe? Do you not wish to see the demon clan rise and dominate the Holy Land once more? In response, Tianhai could only kneel down. Tianhai wouldn't dare. Everything will follow the emissary's arrangements. Xuan Chen nodded. It's good that you understand. Of course, Xuan Chen wouldn't be so foolish as to reveal the entire cultivation method. Instead, he compiled a demon cultivation technique based on his understanding of the heavenly Tao from the two holy kings, transmitted. Even so, its intricacy still surpassed the divine arts of the demon lords. He used the pretext of imparting the cultivation method to create balance for the great demon lord and the demon clan members. After comprehending the truth, he could only obey. With this advantage, Jiyu Xuanchen not only quickly broke through the initial stage of the Bitter Sea, but also entered a realm as if he had no peer in the demonic realm. At this moment, Li Qin'er stood behind him. Jiyu Xuanchen turned around and told her, I will let you handle your daily life. If you don't want to die, don't act thoughtlessly. Qin'er's face darkened. I understand. As his cultivation realm increased, Jiyu Xuanchen's perception of demonic power became increasingly stronger. Standing on a cliff, a blazing red mountain appeared before Xuan Chen's eyes. Xuan Chen gazed for a moment, then spoke up to ask, What mountain is that? The accompanying demon clan member immediately replied respectfully, Lord Demon Emissary, that is Beiwang Mountain. It's the junction between the demon clan and humans. Xuan Chen fell into deep thought. The junction between the demon clan and humans, huh? In the demon realm, doesn't the demonic energy get denser? The deeper you go, then why is the demonic energy stronger in areas close to humans? At the border city of Beiwang Mountain, corpses are strewn everywhere, and white bones litter the entire region. As Xuan Chen stepped onto this land, not a single leaf could be seen on the trees. This is indeed the border city of Beiwang Mountain. Suddenly a voice rang out, Hey there, demon bro! You want to come to Beiwang Mountain to make a fortune too, huh? A tall young man with horns on his head approached with some other demon clan members. Shall we travel together? That way, we can also save a bit on travel fees. Demon clan youth Moji. Hearing him speak, Xuan Chen wondered about travel fees. Moji immediately explained. Is this your first time coming to Beiwang Mountain, demon brother? There are many cultivation treasures buried in Beiwang Mountain. However, the path is extremely dangerous. If you explore the dense forest by yourself, you essentially can never come back. But Beiwang Mountain has a secret safe passage, and at each section, a magic array will open. As long as there are enough magic stones, you can take a shortcut into Beiwang Mountain and make a fortune. Understanding the situation, Xuan Zhen replied, So that's how it is. Then you all go first and lead the way. The man next to him whispered to Moji, Is that okay? This fella, he can't even manifest any magic. Won't he just hold us back later? The girl next to him spoke up. Do you think there are geniuses everywhere with innate bloodlines? Like Big Brother Moji? We're just looking for someone to pay for the journey, so don't be so picky. A moment later, Moji was huffing and puffing. Phew, wait up! They gasped. Magic brother, I didn't expect that even though you're only in the Sea of Suffering realm, your movement technique is so amazing. Xuan Jian pointed forward. That's the safe passage you mentioned, right? In front of him was an entrance to a passage. It was a path leading through the forest, a lush, verdant green. Black crows flew all over the sky. Moji said, The so-called safe passage isolates us from the magic beasts outside, so we can get to where we want faster. The demon girl, when she saw a magic beast pass by, immediately got scared. Whoa, the magic beast can't see us! The sound of the magic beast's footsteps right beside them still thudded. The passage led to a secret path. The demon stones, currency of the demon realm, Ma Ji immediately placed on the table. The path immediately expanded. Ma Ji exclaimed, Hurry! The next passage has opened! They then entered the door. As soon as they stepped in, the purple passage gradually vanished. Ma Ji spoke up. If we go deeper from here, we'll reach the entrance to the central part. With our current strength, entering would be far too dangerous. Xuan Chen immediately asked, Are you planning to go out? Looking at the surrounding scenery, he thought, This place is still far from where this venerable wishes to go. The red-haired demon youth spoke up. Oh, so you want to go even deeper? Don't you have a death wish or something? If we go on, we'll encounter a whole horde of high-level demonic beasts. Xuan Chen tossed out 2 demon stones. Consider these 2 demon stones this venerable's fee. So don't you dare cross this line. Ma Ji and the others, seeing this, immediately felt tempted. The red-haired one started, These are supreme-grade demon stones. Ma Ji tried to reason with him. Seriously, brother, just listen to me. With your current power level, You'll definitely die if you go in. Raising 2 fingers, he cast a magic spell, and a protective enchantment radiated forth. Xuan Chen stepped in, venturing deeper inside. At that very moment, Xuan Chen transformed into a phantom, donning a set of demon armor. A few more horns sprouted from his head. Seeing this, Ma Ji's group exclaimed, "What? He can actually manifest demon armor?" He inserted the demon crystal into the stone pillar, and a cracking sound rang out. The door opened, and Xuan Chen leaped into the passageway, leaving the red-haired young man flustered. "Brother Ji, what shall we do?" Watching Xuan Chen, Ma Ji spoke. "His strength is far from ordinary. He might just help us get rich. Let's check it out." They pointed excitedly. "Look, everyone, these are demonic martial stones and demonic cloud ore." The red-haired demon immediately clutched a demon crystal. "This is a demonic flash blossom! We're rich!" Xuan Chen looked up, sensing the demonic energy growing increasingly potent. Behind him, the mountain peak glowed a vivid, blood red. Xuan Chen immediately realized something was approaching. The demon group behind him shrieked frantically. "Arg!" They were in a panic. "This isn't good! The demon beasts are here." Something was moving swiftly right beside them. A horde of demon beasts was attacking and surrounding Xuan Chen's group. One demon beast charged forward, only to be effortlessly cleaved away by Xuan Chen. He used long-range magic attacks to prevent them from getting close. The demon wolves howled in terror. Whoosh! Xuan Chen went on a rampage, each slash dispatching a demon beast. His cold expression made it clear he wanted to slaughter every single one of them. However, the demon wolves charged on relentlessly and ferociously. He uttered, "You won't stop, will you?" As a vicious demon beast roared, suddenly, demon masters appeared, roaring as they began to tear things apart. The demon wolves witnessed this peculiar sight. Xuan Chen gasped in surprise. "Oh!" Mo Ji quickly pointed. "Everyone, look! The demon masters are actually extracting the demon cores from the demon wolves." One demon master opened its maw, bit down hard on a demon core, then trampled over the corpses of the demon wolves. The demon wolves were now completely dead, lying motionless. The demon master then approached Xuan Chen, before immediately kneeling down. Its face softened, its mouth still tightly clenching the demon core. Xuan Chen was equally dumbfounded by this sight. This was truly strange. Mo Ji, utterly bewildered, thought, "Are they trying to curry favor with him using these demon cores?" These beast cores are a great tonic for demonic beasts. In fact, among demonic beasts, there are situations where they slaughter each other to contend for these demonic cores. But just now, those demonic masters risked their lives like that. Was it merely to show their submission to this man? Ji Xuan Chen collected the beast cores the demonic masters offered up, then asked them, "Oh, you all know this venerable one's identity. However, the news of this venerable one's arrival here must not be revealed to others, understood?" They rubbed their heads against Ji Xuan Chen, just like little kittens. They circled Ji Xuan Chen, considering him their master, growling and purring. He ordered them, "You all, keep an eye on those people. Release them after a month." Ma Ji hurriedly called after him, "Wait for me, senior." Ji Xuan Chen had already flown off, not even bothering to look back. He mused to himself. After all, if those demonic clan people found out I brought them here, I'm afraid it would just cause trouble. Best to just let these demonic beasts watch over them for now. At Beiwang Peak, Ji Xuan Chen stood on a dead tree trunk, observing the terrain. With a flash, he leaped down, landing on the ground, which glowed crimson like lava. Immediately, a formation was activated. Gazing at the formation, Ji Xuan Chen exclaimed in admiration, "This venerable one hasn't seen such a marvelously top-tier formation in tens of thousands of years." Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to one direction. HMPH. He clasped his hands, channeling magic and shouting, "Shatter!" A strange phenomenon then appeared. Surprising Xuan Chen, a strange vortex appeared in the sky. A tornado descended from high above, plummeting towards the ground. Xuan Chen was caught in the magic storm, his armor shattering to pieces. He struggled to resist it. The tornado was too powerful, completely disintegrating Xuan Chen's armor. He stomped his foot hard. He used all his strength to fly straight into the formation. Brushing off the remnants of his shattered armor, he thought to himself, "This formation, to think it could even break my magic." Suddenly, human voices in this remote mountain after so many years. The first beings to step into this place would be mere mortals. Xuan Chen was taken aback. Shocked, he heard loud human voices within the formation. "I can't believe that after so many years, the first ones to set foot here would be humans." Xuan Chen was startled, then he spoke up, asking, "Who?" A colossal female figure then appeared. Well, isn't that quite the captivating sight? Upon seeing her form, Xuan Chen was slightly astonished. A strange demon indeed, but why can't I sense even a shred of demonic energy from her? Still, I can't sense any heavenly power. Xuan Chen channeled his spiritual energy, manifesting a menacing sword intent. aimed at the shadowy phantom. "Why don't you reveal yourself to this venerable one at once?" The shadowy figure of the demoness uttered, "Jur?" He was utterly bewildered, hearing her call out to him. Her phantom soul shrieked, "You are Jur!" Meanwhile, within the sealed magic formation, a woman frantically pounded on the door. "Let me out! I must see my boy!" Xuan Chen's face hardened as he demanded, "Just who are you?" The woman, tears streaming, sobbed, "My silly child, I am your mother." Xuan Chen stared, utterly disbelieving. "My mother," she affirmed, tears flowing freely. "Yes, I am your birth mother, the one who bestowed upon you your very soul, whose ancient origins are utterly unknown to the mortal realm." Xuan Chen's face paled considerably. "The demon god?" According to her account, legends claim that the Sheng Wang gained the sword of heavenly mandate, thereby achieving peerless martial arts. However, the truth is far different. Your father and I were both originally of the demon race, and through an extraordinary twist of fate, we obtained a book of yin-yang from the supreme divine realm. He cultivated the yang art, while I cultivated the yin art. Throughout his cultivation, the demonic energy within your father's body slowly faded away. He also became more and more like a human. To rule the sacred realm, he entered the human race. Relying on his extraordinary power, he became the sacred king of this world. As for me, because I cultivated the yin art, my demonic energy surged, and because of that, I became a demonic god, earning the heavenly mandate, and also to prevent outsiders from contending for the yin-yang heaven book. Though the two of us sat close, we were separated by a yang heaven ice wall, so the sacred king and I were driven apart. After hearing this, Xuan Chen was full of questions. "But the human and demon races have been enemies since ancient times. How could the two of you?" She continued, "Therefore, to prevent opposition between the human and demon races, we never publicly revealed our true identities. Either your father appeared in the demon race as a demonic god, or I appeared in the human race as a sacred empress. One day, the true owner of the yin-yang heaven book would appear, intending to reclaim the book. That was a formidable expert, who came from a dimension even more powerful than the sacred realm. We fought him for 3 months, day and night, without pause. But ultimately, we couldn't defeat him." Xuan Chen's mother was beaten, lying motionless on the ground. His father collapsed to his knees, blood flowing in streams. After the powerful master retrieved the yin-yang heaven scroll, he didn't take our lives. He only made us swear not to reveal any information about him, and to ensure the safety of both realms, we could only obey the powerful master's commands. However, many powerful experts, seeing your father was gravely injured, foolishly charged right in. They aimed to kill the Saint King, then frame me to unite the two realms. The origin of Xuan Chen's seal gradually revealed itself during our escape. The enemies pursued your father and me, and we couldn't ensure your safety, nor that of your 8 other elder brothers. In desperation, the two of us could only divide the cultivation method that we had comprehended into 8 parts. We passed it on to your brothers. As for Xiaojiu, who had the highest Heaven Force resonance, to ensure your safety, we stored the most complete cultivation technique within your body. After that, we sealed your Dantian. Only after your transformation could you remove the seal. Upon hearing this, Jiyu Xuan Chen instantly understood everything. "So I'm also a member of the demon race. Therefore, you too are a member of the demon race." Hearing this, Xuan Chen immediately spoke up. His mother said that year your father cultivated the heavenly book of yang arts. The demonic energy on his body was cleansed a long time ago. So from a physical perspective, you're human now. But as a child in this world, it actually doesn't matter if you're human, demon, or monster. None of these things truly matter. Her single sentence made Xuan Chen truly understand a profound truth. A heart set on good is righteous, but a heart set on evil is wicked. Still puzzled, Xuan Chen asked his mother, "Then, how can my mother be saved?" She replied, "That year, I risked my life to bring you to the lower realm. My life was hanging by its last thread, and your father could only burn his remaining life force, his very last lifespan, to create a time stasis seal and imprison me here." She looked up, sighing wearily about the indefinite time in this place. The time within the seal has practically stopped, allowing me to survive until now. If I try to leave, I'll die within a year. Xuan Chen pressed, "Isn't there another way?" His mother then informed him, "Unless you can merge the yin-yang heavenly books into one and cultivate it to the extreme limit." The yin-yang heavenly tome carries the profound meaning of cultivation laws for the 3 paths: humans, demons, and monsters. If you can comprehend it to its absolute peak, then you can certainly break your father's seal. Back then, your father and I already passed down the yin-yang heavenly tome to you. It's just that, considering the reputation of the demon tribe, we sealed the yin arts a bit deeper. It would only appear to protect you when you were in danger. He suddenly recalled being puzzled by a dark aura while fighting the fire dragon in the formation. Now he finally understood. So that's what it was. The yin arts are the demon god arts. And the black energy is demonic energy. She waved her hand. Countless streams of demonic magic surged from Jiyu Xuanchen's body. Today, I will completely unseal the yin arts. This will help you recall all of its techniques. He closed his eyes and sensed an abundant stream of purple energy erupted from Jiyu Xuanchen. He felt it. This was the complete yin-yang heavenly tome. As Jiyu Xuanchen cultivated, red streaks of light appeared behind him. His mother saw it. Vigilantly waved her hand, stopping and batting them away. She exclaimed, "Jur, be careful!" Surprised, he asked, "What are those?" She explained to him, "That is the bloodline tracking art, a dangerous forbidden technique, to exchange my own life force, borrowing the power of the bloodline to find someone. However, this technique, besides the bloodline's power, secretly harbors a devouring, murderous aura." Xuan Zhen thought to himself, remembering, it seems the ripped space in the Qingyun Shanhe painting was when this venerable had just activated the bloodline power and heard those sounds. Such is my deduction. The person in black robes must be related to those older brothers of mine. If that's the case, then one of the elder brothers I was looking for, whose face became incredibly dangerous, making such a fuss, wanting to kill this venerable. How interesting. At the Qianjian sect's Sheng Yu, one of the 7 great sacred sects, someone ran in to report to the sect master. Reporting, sect master. According to intelligence from the Mo realm, these past few days, a Mo Shen's envoy has arrived, and it seems a major development is imminent. Oh, a Mo Shen's envoy? The one sitting on the chair was Wu Tianlong, the sect master of Tianjian sect. He asked where that person came from. The disciple immediately replied, "This person's origins are unknown. We only hear that this person's cultivation technique is incredibly profound. All the Mo Zuns obey his commands. Everyone from top to bottom is currently cultivating." An old man spoke up. "Sect master, the branch of Qingyun continent in our lower realm disappeared without a trace. Could that also be the work of the Mo realm's people? Is the demon clan really preparing to wage an all-out war against us this time?" At the border of the Holy Realm, amidst desolate ruins, another sect member scoffed, "HMPH! Although the demon clan resides in the north, they relentlessly harass the borders of our Holy Realm. They want to start a war. Are we truly still afraid of them?" A disciple, with a grave expression, added, "Sect master, your subordinate has also heard something else. Seems the demon realm has captured a saint's son." Everyone was astonished. What? A saint's son has fallen into their hands? As soon as this saint's son fell into their hands, the demon clan members began to cultivate. Could it be that the demon clan has uncovered the Saint King's secret and is now cultivating the Saint King's cultivation technique? Sect master Wu Tianlong rose and declared, "Since ancient times, demons and righteous cultivators have been irreconcilable. Back then, even the Hao Tian Saint King was gravely injured by a demon god, leading to his eventual demise. It's truly time to bring an end to this," he commanded. "Hear my decree," the Tianjian sect declares. "I shall rally the 9 immortal sects, the Dan Shen Temple, the Zhenwang Pavilion, and the 7 great holy sects. We shall dispatch 100,000 troops to advance towards the north. Any sect that answers this call may join us to suppress the demon clan and rescue the Saint's son, everyone united, firmly resolved to annihilate the demon clan." 10 days later, the human race gathered a grand army of 300,000 and marched north, stationing themselves at the human-demon border near the Demon Heaven River, and issuing an ultimatum to the demon race. If the Holy Sun wasn't handed over, they would attack the demon race, thus kicking off an all-out war. But would the demon race really accept being at such a disadvantage? So, in the dead of night, they crossed the Demon Heaven River and ambushed the human race, completely kicking off the war between the human race and the demon race. Meanwhile, in the demon race's divine temple, the demon venerables were frantically searching for the Holy Sun, exclaiming, "Where has the esteemed envoy gone?" Bai Yan furiously choked the subordinate next to Xuan Chen and interrogated him. He gritted his teeth, struggling to answer. "Esteemed demon venerable, please spare your subordinate's life. Your subordinate truly doesn't know." The one-horned demon venerable, standing nearby, spoke up in reprimand. "I always thought that brat wasn't quite right, but all you lot had to hear was that he could cultivate the demon god art, and none of you would listen to my advice. Now, the human race has stationed themselves at the border, and at this crucial moment, he's nowhere to be found. How utterly bizarre. Most likely he's a mole." Minlong spoke up, dumping all the responsibility onto the Tianhai demon venerable. "If the emissary truly has an issue, then that's also a problem of venerable Tianzun. You were the one who brought him from the human world, right? How he managed to cultivate the demonic god art, only you would know." Tianhai completely refuted. "Now you want to push the blame onto me." When he imparted the demonic god art, weren't all of you also sitting there listening, attentively? "Stop bickering," a nearby demon venerable interjected. "The current matter is urgent. We should discuss how to deal with the human race's attack this time, because the human race has discovered that we secretly imprisoned the Saint Child. They definitely won't let this go. In this battle, we can only fight. We cannot retreat. All the demon venerables unanimously agreed to go to war. You're absolutely right. Now that it's come to this, we can only fight to the death against them, he said, glaring ferociously. Furthermore, confine the Saint Child and Saintess within the demon spirit pagoda. If we lose the battle, then kill them. We absolutely cannot let them fall into the hands of the human race. His subordinates roared in unison. Yes, sir. On Jiyu Xuanchen's side, his mother said, Zhu, can you promise your mother one thing? Please tell Xuanchen that I implore him. If you can find the mastermind, do not take his life, no matter who it is. After all, they are all my children. I don't want to see my children warring amongst themselves. Xuanchen sighed, reluctantly replying, This venerable one agrees. I will not take their lives. However, if they remain stubborn, I will not sit idly by and await my demise. She happily took something out of her hand. My dear child, come here. Your mother has something for you. His mother took out a magic pill, handed it to him, and explained that it was a mystic pill, infused with my blood and your father's. If you use it, you can temporarily halt bloodline power of other holy sons. They won't be able to find your location through your bloodline. However, you also won't be able to sense them temporarily. This is your first time in the sacred domain. For now, you should stabilize your foundation and not be eager for battle. Holding the magic pill in his hand, Xuanchen looked satisfied. Just as I wished. Xuanchen clenched the magic pill tightly in his hand. If Mother imparts a cultivation technique to me, then I will also devise a way to give Mother a grand gift. Leaving the cave, Xuanchen, clad in his demonic armor, flew back. He quickly stopped. Huh? Strange. Why are there so many corpses on the road? The scene around Xuanchen at that moment was piles of corpses. A few figures from behind called out, Esteemed demon, please halt your steps. Xuanchen immediately asked, Who are you all? It turned out to be a few demon folk. One of them stepped forward to explain thus. The battle between the two demon clans is intense on the front lines. We are heading to the demon hall to handle business under the orders of the 10 great demon venerables. Esteemed demon, please lead the way. Xuanchen thought, the human clan and demon clan are already at war. Behind them, a few figures slowly drew their swords, seemingly harboring some ulterior motive. Observing their auras, one could discern a profoundly mysterious divine power beneath their demonic energy. These people were all humans, disguised as demon folk. He went along with it without exposing them. Follow this venerable one. Might as well see what they're up to. Infiltrating the demon clan. The demon clan territory, Xuanchen led the disguised demon folk straight to a particular fellow. That figure blocked their path and demanded, Halt! Which unit are you from? The atmosphere immediately became incredibly tense. The demon who blocked Xuanchen's path drew his sword threateningly and demanded, Who are you people? The 10 great demon venerables are all on the front lines right now. Which demon venerable do you serve? And what business do you have here? The leader of the disguised demon folk turned to his side and gave a signal to his subordinate. Those imposters immediately rushed forward to attack. The demon cultists couldn't react in time. They only just managed to scream, Intruders! Immediately, they were swiftly dealt with. The masked leader approached Xuanchen, attacking him and snarling, You'll die too! Xuanchen gently tilted his head, dodging his attack. That guy was utterly astonished. Then, Xuanchen used his spiritual energy to attack him, shattering his mask. He exclaimed, What? This is the power of the laws! Hit by the move, he immediately stumbled backward. Astonished, he said, You're human too. Xuanchen clasped his hands and chanted a spell, demonic energy continuously emanating from him. He let out a loud shout, and the demon idol immediately reacted violently. From within the statue's hand, a surge of dark aura appeared, swirling and coiling. With just a gesture, the idol's hand struck down, causing the ground to shatter, leaving a clear imprint of 5 fingers. The impostors cried out in pain. The masked man trembled. This requires the combined power of 10 great demon venerables to activate the demonic idol. Just who exactly are you? Xuanchen replied. You don't need to know who this venerable one is. Threatening both factions, Xuanchen spoke to your leaders. End this pointless war. The human race was utterly astonished to hear him speak. The demonic race was also surprised and amazed. Xuanchen angrily warned them. Otherwise, this venerable one will flatten both realms sooner or later. What? The human race gasped in fear. Meanwhile, in another place. At this moment, Xuanchen was with the Holy Sun. It seems my little demon god threat earlier really put a fire under them. The 10 great demon lords were preparing to depart one by one. The humans also didn't dare to be reckless and retreated in turn. I will take you to your mother's sealed location first. Time flows slower there. Just right for you to recover from your injuries. She'll surely be thrilled to see you. The Holy Sun looked down. Really? I can actually meet my mother? No sooner had he finished speaking than Xuan Chen teleported the Holy Sun away. His image gradually vanished. From behind, someone appeared. Li Qiner tightly hugged Xuan Chen's neck. I don't want to be locked up here, she threatened. Take me with you now. Otherwise, I'll expose your true identity as the Holy Sun, a proclamation to the world. At this moment, due to Li Qiner's disturbance, the surrounding space kept fluctuating. Xuan Chen was terrified. This isn't good! The teleportation array is in chaos! He immediately struck her unconscious with a single blow. She fell, unconscious. The teleportation array fluctuated violently. Xuan Chen's heart pounded furiously. He gritted his teeth. It's too late! Ooh! Xuan Chen opened his eyes, startled. Teleported into water? Xuan Chen sank deep to the bottom, struggling to breathe. It seems the spatial distortion has brought this venerable one here. He struggled to swim upwards. Xuan Chen's urgent task, right now, was to figure out how to leave this place first. Xuan Chen swam desperately. He struggled to surface. He was horrified to see before him a girl bathing, soaking her feet in the water. She shrieked in alarm. Pervert! Pervert! From the water, she conjured a water dragon that soared high into the sky. She quickly drew her sword and lunged towards Xuan Chen. I'll definitely kill you! Caught off guard, Xuan Chen quickly leaped to dodge as she furiously chased him down. She shrieked, Pervert! Where do you think you're going? Xuan Chen used his hand to block her sword. I tried to explain, Young lady, it was all a misunderstanding. This master had no prior knowledge you were here. She furiously retorted. Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding has you suddenly appearing in the sacred river forbidden zone of our Kang? Land sect? Prepare to die. She channeled her chi, generating palm force from her hand. Suddenly, her face turned ghastly pale, and she collapsed. Xuan Chen quickly caught her in his arms, utterly bewildered. The young lady. Xuan Chen's hand gripped her tightly. Observing her complexion, he deduced she was trying to cultivate and break through by borrowing the river water, but was interrupted by this master, leading to chi deviation. Is that so? Well, I'll help you regulate your chi now. Scene transitions to Kanglan Sect's Grand Hall. A man sitting high up, stroking his long beard, spoke. It's young Master Ji Yu, who was mistakenly teleported to our Kanglan Sect by a forbidden seal from some secret realm. He is Niu Tianmin, the sect master of Kanglan Sect. Xuan Chen immediately replied, That's right. He asked the girl beside him, Yuan Yue. You just said that young Master Ji Yu helped you break through? Yuan Er immediately replied, Yes, father. She recounted how Xuan Chen had stepped in to help when Yuan Er first utilized her sky spirit defense. This master is saving you. Yuan Er sighed and replied. The sect master observed, thinking that although his cultivation realm wasn't high, he alone broke through the sacred river's restrictions, and even helped Wan Yu break through. Since Kanglan Sect was established, there has never been such a prodigy, unless it's a hidden providence of our Kanglan Sect. If our Kanglan Sect can utilize him, it will surely bring immense benefits. Niu Tianyun said, Young Master Ji Yu, currently the Demon Clan and Human Clan are at a ceasefire, but the situation is still unclear. If you are a rogue cultivator and have a connection with our sect, how about you join our Kanglan Sect? Ji Yu Xuan Chen put a hand to his chin, pondering. Wan Yu then said, Young Master Ji Yu, there's something you might not know. Our Kanglan Sect is responsible for protecting the sacred river, independent of the two clans, Human and Demon. We've never participated in any war, so it's extremely safe. After a moment of thought, he replied, Well, if it's asterisk that good. He thought to himself, Big Brother's side must have gone smoothly. Teleported to the border of Beiwang Mountain, and this yin-yang heavenly cultivation manual is incredibly profound. It's the perfect time to find a quiet, undisturbed place to cultivate. The sect master then tossed Ji Yu Xuan Chen a token. This is an elder's token from the Kanglan Sect. Young Master Ji Yu, your strength is quite formidable. You may reside at Bailing Peak. Go claim it. Xuan Chen spoke up, Thank you very much. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from behind, and several people were sent flying inwards. Niu Tianmin stood up in a panic. What's going on? A disheveled man emerged from the explosion. He coughed a few times. Cough, 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 cough. With a bruised face, he reported, Reporting to the sect master, our alchemy chamber's myriad law elixir cauldron has exploded again. Inside the alchemy chamber, the furnace blew up, spilling molten lava everywhere. The old alchemist reported that this elixir cauldron 500 years ago had its fires extinguished by the heavenly Tao, and it has never been properly repaired since. This is the third time it has exploded this month. The sect master was alarmed. This is the myriad law elixir cauldron, the very one our ancestor personally requested from the master of Shanghe. 10,000 years ago, it could forge myriad artifacts, yet now it cannot be repaired. We are truly ashamed before our ancestors. The sect master commanded, "Send more people! Find a way to properly repair it." The old man bowed. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Xuan Chen carefully approached the furnace and began inspecting it. He then said, "Wait!" Xuan Chen explained. The great Tao's simplicity is the embodiment of the path and the will of the Dharma laws. This elixir cauldron contains pure Taoist laws. Forceful repairs will only damage its fundamental essence. He raised a hand, touching the cauldron. This venerable one sees that this elixir cauldron contains over 10 Taoist rune patterns, each with different powers. Even if you attempt repairs, it's actually just interfering with its natural restoration, which is truly pointless. The old alchemist boomed. What an arrogant tone indeed. So according to you, everything the seniors of Kanglan's sect did before was actually damaging the spiritual artifact? Zhuan Zhen replied, "Indeed, Niu Tianyun. You seem to understand, so do you have the ability to restore this cauldron to its original state? If you can do it, you can freely use the entire resources of this ancient sect." Zhuan Zhen then stated that 6 items were needed: cinnabar, ore, mica, sweet vinegar, liquid steel, and orpiment. The sect master commanded, "Jiu Qing, go prepare them at once." "Yes, sect master." Elder Ju Qing was skeptical. Good ingredients aren't being used, yet he asks for such ordinary materials. This kid actually knows how to repair artifacts once he has all the materials. Hu Yanchan clasped his hands and chanted, "Condense essence, transform qi, 9 treasures return to 1. He pointed his finger, and the ingredients flew into the refining cauldron. Colorful stones, as they touched the mouth of the cauldron, fire erupted fiercely from nowhere. A blazing heavenly flame swirling intensely above the cauldron's peak. The heat emanating from the cauldron overwhelmed those around. "Oh, this molten cauldron!" It actually self-generates a fiery aura. The sect master, seeing this scene, was also incredibly astonished. This qi, this blaze is absolutely no ordinary intense fire. Rather, it is the power of the heaven-defying Tao's laws. It was integrated by the master of Sacred River into the molten cauldron when the fire was already present. Yan Chan continued his chant. Yin-yang heavenly Tao, vastness naturally forms. From the base of the refining cauldron, fire blazed furiously. The crack on the mouth of the golden cauldron was slowly healing. The fragments pieced themselves back together and healed thanks to the flames. And the 9 pure elder, at this moment, gaped in astonishment. This molten cauldron surprisingly generates spiritual essence, qi, which instead repairs its own body. The cauldron. I can't believe he was right. Huyan Chan had just shouted, "Collect!" The repair process was complete. The golden cauldron was now restored, looking even more beautiful than before. Wan Yu exclaimed, "It's fixed! Even the heavenly Tao's flame is recovered." These trivial matters, Xuan Chen thought. The yin-yang scripture is the ultimate embodiment of the heavenly Tao for this venerable one. I just need to let the magic artifact draw out its power itself, that's all. The sect master burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha! This old man truly didn't misjudge you." Dao Juqing spoke up. "Sect master, Elder Ju is so proficient in the heavenly Tao. He can see through profound mysteries with just a glance. How about letting him go to the Sacred River for assessment first?" The Sacred River assessment. Xuan Chen immediately perked up at the mention. The sect master explained that the Sacred River is a river that appeared unexpectedly amidst sacred power 10,000 years ago. It contains the law and power of the heavenly Tao, which can help ordinary martial artists cultivate 10 times more effectively. Our Kanglan sect, relying on the resource advantage of this sacred river, was only able to become the 3rd independent force between the human and demonic races. Most of the sacred river flows through Kanglan sect's territory. However, it is not entirely within Kanglan sect. The higher one goes, the richer its law and power become. But there's a strange thing. To this day, no one knows its source. Therefore, every 35 years, Kanglan sect sends people into the sacred river for assessment. Try to find its origin. After hearing this, Ji Yu Xuan Chen asked, "Where are those disciples who were being assessed now?" He hesitated. "Well, I won't hide it from you." Niu Tianyun's expression turned grim. He said, "All of them went and never returned." Xuan Chen's face showed surprise upon hearing the sect master's words. At a picturesque place called Shenghe, Xuan Chen appeared high above, having teleported. He surveyed the surroundings, marveling. This is indeed a good place for cultivation. No wonder the source couldn't be found. It seems someone has set up a barrier here. Ji Yu Xuan Chen suddenly widened his eyes. A magic array appeared before him. Xuan Chen exclaimed, "To be able to set up such a powerful and domineering barrier, the caster's power must be incredibly profound. Truly astonishing." He unleashed a slash towards the magic array. The sword intent had barely touched the array when it was immediately countered, rebounding forcefully. Xuan Chen promptly leaped to evade, retreating several steps backward. Xuan Chen carefully assessed that recoil force is truly powerful. However, if brute force won't work, He channeled his chi into his hand. Suppressing the array with spiritual power, he clenched his fist and declared, "Then how about soft against soft?" He tried to pull the magic formation down to break it. Spiritual energy from Xuanchen gradually penetrated the formation. The magic formation slowly began to change. It vibrated violently, immediately shattering into pieces. The entire formation crumbled and fell with a thunderous crash. Xuanchen smiled. "Now I suppose I can enter?" Enveloped by gentle laws and generating resonance, it could be broken with a single burst of energy. He entered the formation, where a dense fog enveloped the celestial river. Xuanchen approached a gateway. He stepped through the door. Before Xuanchen's eyes, a divine temple appeared, hands clasped casually. Xuanchen understood the laws of the Shanghe, which were naturally divided by a barrier, forming a closed loop. No wonder no one could find its source. From somewhere, a hoe flew towards him. Xuanchen hastily dodged the powerful throw of the hoe, which exuded an astonishing aura. In midair, a figure suddenly appeared. An invisible pressure caused space to freeze. The old man gently retrieved the hoe, his calm gaze looking down as he spoke with authority. "How could anyone from the Kanglan sect let someone enter before me, and to even dare to break my formation? What gall!" Xuanchen's eyes narrowed slightly as he silently assessed his opponent. Although this old man showed no fluctuations of law power, his recent strike was incredibly mysterious and unfathomable. His true strength must surely surpass mine. He absolutely cannot be underestimated. Xuanchen immediately bowed in respect. "This junior, Xuanchen from the Kanglan sect, greets senior." The old man turned around, his tone softening slightly. "Considering you have some skill, I won't bother quibbling with you. Come with me." The old man then led Xuanchen to a certain place, called Shuilian Cave. He then stated, "Although you arrived early, this old man's rules will not change. You have 1 year to comprehend the Heavenly Water Deo law in this place. If you comprehend and break through to the 9th level, you can lift the restriction and leave on your own accord. If you fail to do so, you can only end up like those who came before you. Your entire cultivation will transform into the law power of this place, nourishing the origin of the sacred river." After hearing this, Xuanchen's heart was filled with doubt. The old man flicked his hand, and a giant pillar emerged from the ground. It turned out to be a colossal incense stick. He then said, "This incense can burn for 1 year. Once the incense burns out, if you still haven't grasped it, then I shall come and take your life, nullifying your cultivation." Xuanchen gazed at the towering incense stick, like a heaven-propping pillar before him, his heart sinking. He pondered, "The restriction here must be condensed from peak power. Even this venerable one cannot easily overcome it. Originally, I only wanted to find the source of the sacred river. Yet who knew it would turn into such a high-stakes gamble?" With his life on the line, Xuanchen immediately sat down, circulating his chi to cultivate, muttering to himself, "Forget it!" Since he was already here, he might as well cultivate. He began his practice beside the waterfall. The tip of the incense stick had already begun to burn bright red. Opening his eyes, Xuanchen pondered. Water is of ultimate yin, yet it flows so gently. However, a waterfall contains intensely strong yang energy. The strong and gentle combine, yin and yang harmonizing perfectly. Realizing the resemblance, he mused, "Isn't this just like the book of yin and yang?" He immediately utilized a secret technique, causing spiritual energy to surge forth. Meanwhile, nearby, the sacred river immortal was leisurely playing chess by himself. Beside him hung many mirrors of various shapes. Strangely, he gently picked up a white chess piece, then placed a black one, seemingly trapping himself. His reflections within the mirrors on the wall seemed to be trapping each other. Figures of other powerful cultivators appeared one after another. Those who came here included demons, humans, beast spirits, or even venerables. Many have tried their luck here. Before, a man was cultivating here. Then, he unleashed a terrifying aura, causing his body to explode and him to perish. His soul emerged from the mirror, and he collected it into his hand. Saint River Immortal sighed. What a pity, truly. The Grand Elder of the Primordial Palace could have originally stepped into a higher cultivation level. Why did he insist on exploring the Saint River, I wonder? Extinguishing the powerful cultivator's soul in his hand, he muttered, "He merely comprehended to level 3, yet he couldn't endure it, and his soul scattered to the winds." He then continued the unfinished game of Go. It seems he was destined to be mere fertilizer for this old man's Saint River. Suddenly, a stream of spiritual energy flew past his hand, surprising him. From within the mirror, the image of Xuanchen was reflected. Xuanchen is making remarkable progress right now," the old man exclaimed in admiration. "This kid, he's already sensed level 1 so quickly." Saint River Immortal turned back to his game of Go, musing to himself, "It's still just too early. One can only say he possesses high talent." Suddenly, he He unexpectedly looked towards Xuan Chen. At this moment, Xuan Chen was unleashing an aura that drew the attention of Saint He Immortal. The mirror reflecting him was trembling violently. What? This young man actually managed to climb 3 ranks in such a short time? He picked up the mirror, jaw agape. This rascal! Could it be that Xuan Chen is still diligently cultivating? Breaking through level by level, the abundant spiritual energy around him caused countless wisps of white smoke to emanate. Touching the mirror, Saint He Immortal let out a long, "Oh." Evidently, he has no intention of stopping. He wants to ride this wave of success all the way. Well then, this old man wants to see just how great your capabilities are. He continued the unfinished chess game, waiting. However, once an arrow leaves the bowstring, there's no turning back. As he finished the game with a black piece, he remarked, "Youngster, everything depends on your own destiny now." Xuan Chen opened his eyes, and dark energy had already enveloped him. Within the illusion, several shadows appeared, and countless vengeful spirits surrounded him. These spirits furiously shrieked, "Xuan Chen, you made my soul and spirit fly." Scattered, this hatred cannot coexist under the same sky. They charged forward to attack. "Repay us with your life." Xuan Chen raised his sword and disdainfully said, "You're merely a bunch of defeated subordinates, aren't you? And you dare to become this venerable one's inner demons? How perfectly timed indeed." A single strike cleaved the enemies in half, scattering their souls and spirits to the winds. "So if this venerable one slaughters you all again, what exactly can you do to stop me?" Outside, Sheng Hexian Ren continues to observe intently. He's already past level 4. Suddenly, the surrounding spirits around Xuan Chen vanished. The scene beside him immediately changed into a fragrant flower meadow with fresh air. He was surprised. He immediately turned his head to look. Images of Xian Guan and many women he once knew were surrounding him. "Young Master Ji Yu." "Master!" The hands of these girls drew closer and closer, pressing close against him. Employing a honey trap, they wholeheartedly tried to seduce him. "You must have been dreadfully lonely these past few years, haven't you? Well, what's so fun about merely pursuing power?" They pressed against Ji Xuan Chen with their generous bosoms, suggesting the pursuit of power was nothing compared to their charms. "Let us enjoy earthly pleasures together and stay forever in this paradise, okay?" "Well then." Sheng Hexian ran outside, pondered, glaring at him. Cough, cough. Looks like he's completely ensnared in the beauty trial. The beauties on this side are frantically inviting him to stay with them. "You'll never be lonely again." Xuan Chen conjured a flame from his hand. He swung his hand, burning all the illusory figures. Within the sea of flames, he spoke. "So what if the truly strong are lonely? I only fear stagnation, unable to surpass myself." Outside, Sheng Xie marveled. 5-fold concentration power. That's incredible. The space immediately shattered. Xuan Chen immediately turned to look. The black-clothed figure was also Xuan Chen's elder brother. He stood before Xuan Chen, a long unseen elder brother. He summoned his sword, flying towards him in a rage. "It's you!" He attacked with a powerful sword strike, and 2 streams of energy immediately collided. This created an earth-shattering explosion. The black-clothed figure channeled chi through his hand, unleashing a move towards Xuan Chen. Startled, he exclaimed, "What?" The man revealed a sinister smile. He then delivered a direct palm strike to Xuan Chen's abdomen. Taking advantage of the moment Xuan Chen couldn't react, he struck him directly. An incredibly powerful blow sent Xuan Chen tumbling from the cliff down into the abyss. Right now, he lay motionless on the ground, having taken the full impact. A strange mark had even appeared on his stomach. He approached Xuan Chen, taunting, "How does it feel to lose your spiritual energy?" Again, Xuan Chen braced himself with his sword, struggling to stand. "Seems you really enjoy hearing yourself talk, don't you?" His eyes, filled with burning resentment, glared at the assailant. Xuan Chen unleashed a punch that was clearly reflected in the opponent's dark pupils. HMPH! Using every ounce of his strength, Xuan Chen delivered a solid punch right to the black-clad man's face. The sheer power of the blow sent him hurtling backward, a significant distance away, straight through the cliff face. Xuan Chen immediately moved closer to assess the situation. To his surprise, the villain emerged from the rubble completely unscathed. He let out a disdainful, "Tisk, tisk, you do possess a little bit of power, I'll give you that." He clenched his fist. "But without spiritual energy, you're nothing more than a pathetic waste." He burst forth from the rubble, unleashing a surge of menacing aura as he launched an attack at Xuan Chen. Xuan Chen struggled to defend himself with his sword. That guy moved incredibly fast, appearing behind Xuan Chen, leaving him utterly no time to react. He sneered, "You'll get a taste of defeat, too." Sword plunged straight into Xuan Chen's back. The sword pierced through him, making Xuan Chen convulse in pain. His eyes rolled back as he screamed, "Ah!" Mustering his strength, he shattered the sword that had just pierced through him. Turning around, Xuan Chen immediately retaliated with a sword strike, slicing the man in the black in half. His face was filled with bewilderment. "Is it over yet?" To his surprise, the enemy's aura still lingered. He announced, "It's over." "How can this be?" Xuan Chen's eyes widened in horror. He was now colossal, like a monster, baring his fangs as he said, "Before absolute power, your efforts are truly laughable." He manifested numerous clawed hands, attacking. This plunged Xuan Chen into a perilous illusion. Xuan Chen just admitted, even if you struggle your entire life, your fate will ultimately remain unchanged. His purple aura completely enveloped him. The power and cultivation you possessed in your previous life were utterly meaningless. In this life, you're destined to follow the same path to ruin. Die once more. Jiyu Xuan Chen gritted his teeth, fiercely fighting back in anger. So that was his illusion while cultivating. At this moment, his expression was extremely grim. Xinghe Immortal observed from afar, utterly disappointed. He can't defeat his inner demon, can he? It seems this old man has overestimated you after all. As Jiyu Xuan Chen struggled to escape his inner demon, he closed his eyes, gritting his teeth in discomfort. Xuan Chen was currently trapped in the illusion, unable to escape, his face contorted in discomfort. Sweat dripped in beads down his cheeks as he was trapped in that wretched illusion, unable to break free. Images of his loved ones gradually appeared. The voices of the Xiaoyao sect disciples rang out, "Master, even if we die, we must find you." Wuhan also appeared, saying, "Big brother, thank you for changing Wuhan's fate." His parents from this life also appeared. "Chenner, no matter what happens, we will help you. Chenner, don't have any regrets. Just do your best." These words of theirs were as if they infused him with a surge of strength. Xuan Chen immediately opened his eyes. His face darkened, and Xuan Chen's eyes were stark white as he roared, "HMPH ARG!" Exploding with power, Xuan Chen achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation level. Spiritual energy radiated from him, shooting straight up into the sky. The sky turned golden. The spiritual energy enveloped the entire area, altering the very celestial order. He watched, utterly stunned. The observation mirror shattered into pieces. He could actually comprehend up to level 6. Could it be he could comprehend the heavenly rule of water Dao up to level 9 within a single day? Inside the illusion, Xuan Chen was ceaselessly fighting against the black-clad man who presumed to control destiny. His wounds healed themselves, and he glared furiously at the man, speaking aloud. "In this life, I, Xuan Chen, defy the heavens and act as I please." The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into Xuan Chen's body. "If heaven favors me, the seal on my body will also be broken, and I can unleash a mighty sword strike that shakes heaven and earth, shattering the earth fiends. But if heaven opposes me, then I shall perish." The black-clad man couldn't possibly withstand this heaven-toppling, earth-shattering sword. Xuan Chen retracted his sword and declared, "No one shall ever hope to control this venerable one's destiny, for this venerable one is heaven itself." The sword strike just now had cleaved the ground below in two. From the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Xuan Chen gathered, absorbed, and transformed it. Forming a hand seal, he roared. All the heavenly Dao laws surged into his body. The observation mirror continued to crack and shatter, producing loud, cracking sounds. St. River was astonished. He's absorbing all the law power. Eyes wide, veins bulging, he yelled loudly. Intense light shone from the observation mirror. St. River exclaimed, "Level 7! No! Level 8! Astounded, he stared, eyes wide. He just... Within 3 days, he could actually comprehend the St. River laws up to level 9? Xuan Chen smiled contentedly. Flying in midair, he was like St. River's second son. Seeing his current power, he mused, "The law power of this place truly is miraculous. To some extent, it can assist this venerable one in cultivating the book of yin-yang heaven. This law power continuously converges into this venerable one's spiritual consciousness. My whole body is filled with strength." From afar, a figure appeared. The St. River Immortal slowly walked into view. Xuan Chen was pleased with the law power he had just attained. Power continuously gathered into his spiritual consciousness. His entire body overflowed with strength. The St. River Immortal then magically appeared, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha ha! I congratulate you! I, this old man, have resided in this sacred river for tens of thousands of years, and I've never witnessed anyone with such formidable cultivation, martial arts, and spiritual power. You've managed to comprehend the Water Dao heavenly laws to the 9th level. From today onwards, you can take charge of the sacred river and become its successor master. Do you agree?" Xuan Chen was taken aback. "Fortever to take charge of this sacred river?" The old man told Xuan Chen, Wait, let this old man explain it clearly to you. According to his tale, this sacred river was originally the source of the heavenly Tao itself. It possessed countless laws and spiritual power, and people rode spirit beasts soaring everywhere. However, with the continuous development of the sacred river, humanity, the demon race, and the beast race, many factions, strengths increased incredibly fast. They consumed more and more heavenly Dao laws, and the sacred river gradually depleted. The sacred river weakened, its water level dropped, which is why this old man established rules for this place. If one desires to enter the source of the sacred river for cultivation, then they must pay a price. Within 1 year of entering, if they fail to pass the sacred river's trial, they must pay with their life, nurturing the sacred river with their lifelong cultivation to maintain its strength. Xuanchen wondered, "For so many years, no martial artist has reached the 9th level?" He immediately replied, "No, you are the second person to comprehend the water Tao. Heavenly laws to the 9th level. In the past few years, the other person took half a year." Confused, he asked further, "Then why didn't he take charge of the holy river?" The holy river immortal raised his head, gazing into the distance. He had his own aspirations. Therefore, he later became the holy king of the holy realm. Ji Xuanchen was startled, realizing the person who had comprehended it. That was the holy king. Unbeknownst to him, it was his own father. Indeed, that year, just like now, I told him he could choose to take charge of the holy river. He could refuse. After all, it wasn't a gamble. It was a reward. Ji Xuanchen asked further, "What are the benefits of taking charge of the holy river?" The holy river immortal explained, "If you become the master of the holy river, with just a single thought, you can appear anywhere within the holy river basin. Moreover, you can impose conditions on all cultivators within it. For example, they can become your slaves without losing their lives to nurture the holy river. In fact, over tens of thousands of years, quite a few powerhouses have chosen this path. And now, many of those people already hold significant status. They are extraordinary within the holy river. Once you take charge of the holy river, they will all become your slaves." Pretty neat, right? Cautiously, with suspicion, Ji Xuanchen asked the elder, "If there are so many benefits, why give it to someone else?" The elder revealed his ambition. "As you can see, this old man is getting on in years. I currently wish to find someone to take over the sacred river so I can shed this burden. I want to go explore places even more powerful than the sacred realm." Startled, Xuanchen asked the elder again, "You mentioned another dimension?" He recalled his mother once mentioning there was another dimension, even more powerful than the sacred realm. The yin-yang heaven scripture also originated from there. Looking at Xuanchen, the elder remarked, "You certainly possess some knowledge. No wonder you grasp things so quickly. So will you agree to help this old man?" Ji Xuanchen agreed. "If that's the case, then this junior respectfully complies with your wishes." He conjured a token from his hand, commanding, "Appear!" On the token, an image of a river appeared, the heavenly river. The elder whispered, "Drip a drop of your blood onto it." Ji Xuanchen then released a drop of his blood. As soon as the blood touched the token, it vibrated and merged right in. "This means you can sense all the cultivators within the sacred river," the old man explained. "This command token helps you link with the sacred river. Not only can it sense all the cultivators within the sacred river, anyone who signs a pact with the Saint River becomes its slave instead of facing death. You can sense it, can't you? The power born from the Saint River's golden decree is like a soul-binding spell. It allows you to command them as you please." Xuanchen closed his eyes and said, "Oh, that means this master has a group of absolutely loyal death warriors." However, the old man warned, though that may be true, this old man must also remind you about those Saint River slaves. Once they successfully reach the Saint River's core and comprehend the 9th realm, they will be able to escape your bondage. Hearing that, Xuanchen exclaimed cautiously, "HMPH." The old man slowly faded away, not forgetting to add, "Furthermore, you must find a successor before you can leave the Saint River. Otherwise, the backlash from the Saint River's golden decree will make your life worse than death." As he slowly vanished, he didn't forget to warn, "Moreover, you need to find a successor before you can completely leave the Saint River. Otherwise, the backlash from the Saint River's golden decree will make your life worse than death." Startled, Xuanchen quickly called out, "Wait! Explain it clearly first." He gradually vanished amidst a wisp of spiritual energy. Xuanchen ran to grab him, but he was a step too slow. The old man vanished, leaving only his lingering laughter. "Ha ha ha! This old man is off now, huh?" Xuanchen said angrily. "You actually trapped this venerable one? What an old fox. Never mind the deception." He smiled. "Nevertheless, this time, my gains weren't insignificant. Not only did it help me break through to the late nirvana stage, this venerable one also comprehended an additional layer of the yin-yang heaven tome." At this moment, at the Kanglin sect, at the foot of the sect's mountain, 10 days later, Niu Tianmin angrily pointed at two clansmen who had long stopped fighting. Why do you repeatedly come to cause trouble for us? Moreover, our Kanglan sect has never participated in the affairs between the demon race and the human race. Your Butian sect and the people of the Three Wind Gates don't take your bullying too far. The troublemaker, lay Buddhist Wu Ya, said, Niu Tianmin, stop making excuses. We receive news that you are harboring the Holy Sun. Do you dare open the formation and let us in to check? Enraged, Sect Master Tianmin moved. How can my Kanglan Holy Land let you randomly search through it? Let's fight! Lay Buddhist Wu Ya held his sword and met the attack. HMPH! You refuse the invited wine, yet prefer the punitive wine. Kill them for me! Both sides charged at each other. Killing intent filled the sky. Immediately, in the midst of the battle formation, a ball of energy appeared. Tianmin and Wu Ya cried out in surprise. Oh, that orb landed, inadvertently stopping the fight between the two sects. The surrounding people stared wide-eyed in astonishment. What is that? Layman Wu Ya retreated very cautiously. Xuan Chen appeared from within the orb and spoke. You're arguing so loudly this venerable one could hear it from afar. He appeared with an imposing demeanor. Tianmin immediately gasped. You've passed! You've passed the Saint River trial and even broken through. Indeed, Xuan Chen replied. Wu Ye flew in from behind, attacking Xuan Chen. You stinky brat. Where did you come from? Take this. But Layman Wu Ya's sword couldn't even touch Xuan Chen's body. He was utterly astonished. Xuan Chen flicked his hand, and Wu Ya was sent flying far away. The others angrily grabbed their weapons. Brother Wu Ya, this guy is truly fierce. Let me lend you a hand. Xuan Chen smiled scornfully. Perfect timing indeed. He leaped up and spun, dodging the attack. The guy attacked continuously with his cudgel. Take this! He grabbed the head of the cudgel, pulled it back forcefully, and sent the guy tumbling to the ground. Internal energy gathered in his palm as he unleashed the empty palm. What? He gritted his teeth. One palm strike from Xuan Chen sent him straight to the heavens. That guy lost consciousness, was flung far away, and tumbled backward. The one with the whip curled up like a ball. Lay Buddhist Wu Ya and the other man furiously charged. You stinking brat! How dare you injure my junior brother? My junior brother? Let's eliminate him. Huyan Chen glanced at them, then drawled. Oh, if you all wish to die, then. He turned, ready to unleash a technique. Then this venerable one shall grant your wish. He erupted with power, emitting a terrifying aura. The two hadn't even gotten close before they were knocked unconscious. Sectmaster Tianmin was astonished and wide-eyed at he and Chen's technique. The ground was left with violently caving craters, while lay Buddhist Wu Ya lay unconscious, eyes rolled back. Huyan Chen approached him, grabbing lay Buddhist Wu Ya's head and lifting it. He cast a technique to delve into his mind. The two companions and lay Buddhist Wu Ya had now entered a forbidden enchantment. They exclaimed, This is... The surrounding space now felt like the ancient cosmos. Huyan Chen spoke up. How is it? You've lived carefree lives for so long now. Have you all forgotten your true identities? Huyan Chen was now sitting on his throne, observing them. He asserted his authority menacingly. Clarify your stance, you bunch of fools! He flashed a sinister smile. The three people startled. Then lay Buddhist Wu Ya blurted out, The Golden Command, Holy River, and Holy River's forbidden enchantment. They immediately knelt down, bowed their heads, and paid their respects to the master. Wu Ya thought to himself, I originally wanted to use this opportunity to explore the core of the sacred river and escape its restrictions. But unexpectedly, the sacred river already has a new master. This new master before me seems to have an unpredictable temper and might be difficult to deal with, even more so than the previous master. Oh no, this isn't good. He kowtowed repeatedly. We were unaware of the master's true identity. If we have offended the master, please, oh please, punish us. Jiyu Xuan Chen asked. This venerable one has been in seclusion for many days. What's the news from the outside world? What's the current situation with the great war between humans and demons? Why do you all believe the Saint Sun is within the Kanglan sect? Wu Ya, the lay cultivator, responded. Reporting to master, the great war between the human and demonic races has already raged for over 2 months. Both sides have suffered severe losses, making it difficult to determine who would win. But do you know, about half a month ago, the leaders of both sides actually agreed to sign a peace treaty, not to wage war anymore. Sitting on his imperial throne, Xuan Chen thought, well, they're not completely clueless, are they? It seems this venerable one's threat that day actually worked. He continued, and about the Saint Sun. For the past 10,000 years, the entire Saint Domain has been searching for the Saint Sun's aura. Not long before that, we found some reliable information. The Saint Sun's last trace of spiritual energy appeared on Beiwang Mountain, but his exact whereabouts are unknown. Beiwang Mountain borders the Kanglan sect. We suspected the Saint Sun might be hidden by the Kanglan sect, which is why we dared to intrude. Xuan Chen immediately asked where they got such reliable information. Wu Ya hesitated. Well, this. Immediately, he lightly waved his hand. The three people below felt their heads splitting. They screamed incessantly. Please, master, I'll talk. I'll tell you. It was Elder Yun Shan of the Zhuxiao sect who told us. He widened his eyes. Oh, the Zhuxiao sect? In the eastern part of the sacred realm, in Tianhe City, at an inn, a waiter brought up wine. The waiter immediately brought the wine over. Someone picked up a glass of wine to savor it. A young man immediately praised it profusely. The wine in Tianhe City is still as smooth as it was 15 years ago, he remarked. Well, look at that! Right after the war between the two demon clans ended, the Zhuxiao sect, which ranks first among the 7 great sacred sects in the sacred realm, has already started recruiting new disciples. Recently, many people have flocked back to Tianhe City. The Zhuxiao sect only recruits disciples once every 15 years. Many people are trying to find a way in. Nearby, Xuan Chen was quietly gathering information. Moreover, if a disciple performs exceptionally or possesses outstanding talent, they might even be able to become a personal disciple of an elder. Therefore, everyone rushed here. Ji Yu Xuan Chen quickly stood up and called the waiter to pay. A person stepped forward, blocked Xuan Chen, and said, Brother, are you also heading to the Nine Heavens sect to participate in the disciple assessment? Right, he then asked. Do you want to take a shortcut? The young man's name was Ye Tian Yu. At the Heavenly Joy Inn, countless people were already present. Amidst the bustling crowd, Xuan Chen dejectedly asked, Is this the shortcut you mentioned? Tian Yu replied, Then, senior brother Ji Yu, you wouldn't know. The Heavenly Joy Inn is the most famous tavern in Heavenly River City. Many martial artists come here for a meal before heading to the 9 Immortal Sect. However, because the entry quotas for the Heavenly Joy Inn are limited, many martial artists have fought to seize a spot. Although it's not an official disciple assessment, it is said that the elders of the Nine Heavens sect will also use this opportunity to observe and select outstanding disciples. Previously, 10 disciples had somehow entered the Nine Heavens sect. Then, in front of the crowd, people were fighting, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Ji Yu Xuan Chen spoke up. So at first, you chose to accompany me. Was it to use this venerable one as bait? He winked. Don't say that. After all, you're all alone. It's better if we work together than for one person to take risks alone. Even if the elders of Zhuxiao sect don't choose us this time, the delicacies of Tianxi restaurant will make you never forget them. Looking at him, Xuan Chen asked, This venerable one asks you for this disciple selection. Is Elder Yun Shan coming? Tian Yu laughed loudly. You've heard of Elder Yun Shan? He's one of the masters of Zhu Tian sect. A phantom-like figure rarely seen. He hasn't taken on a disciple for many years. I heard this time for this disciple recruitment. Elder Tian Mo and Elder Tian Feng, Elder Yun Shan's disciples. If we are favored by Elder Yun Shan's disciples, that would be incredibly lucky. Kiddo, don't be too greedy. Xuan Chen thought to himself, if this venerable one's conjecture is correct, even if Elder Yun Shan isn't the black-clothed figure, he must be connected to the 7 individuals who tried to hunt this venerable one down before. Otherwise, why would they spread my whereabouts everywhere? Using every method to find me? It seems the only way is to find a way to enter Zhutian sect first. Immediately, 2 ruffians blocked their path and spoke up haughtily. Since when have Tianxi Pavilion standards dropped so low that even those in the Nirvana realm can enter? Shifu smirked menacingly. This mid-stage extreme realm brat is a bit interesting. Let me handle him. The girl beside him also scoffed. Based on what? Don't tell me you want to lower your status to deal with a mere Nirvana realm guy. Yi Tian Yu thought anxiously. Damn it. I originally wanted to find a helper to try my luck in the competition against martial artists of similar strength. I never expected to run into such a formidable opponent. This senior brother Ji Yu seems like a kind person, but his cultivation realm is so low. If he loses his life here, I would truly be to blame. Yi Tianyu spoke up. You two, stop arguing. My friend here says your strengths are too low, not worthy of him making a move. So I'll deal with both of you by myself. This way, you won't have to argue. Shifu arrogantly gripped his sword. You want to take on 2 of us by yourself? This is the first time I, Zhang Huangchu, have been looked down upon by someone. The woman next to him also picked up her weapon. Is it that I, Luo Xinghe, am not enough? The 2 bullies approached, killing intent surging. Tian Yu was startled, recognizing Luo Xinghe and Huang Chu. Are you 2 the Tian Shan twin prodigies? Someone nearby spoke up. Jinghe, Huang Chu, the Tian Shan twin prodigies. I heard these 2 broke through to the late stage of the extreme realm in just half a year. They're renowned martial arts geniuses in Tianhe City. Huang Chu rushed forward to make his move. Scram! Don't delay us young masters from eating. Xuan Chen deftly shifted his body, dodging his attack. He gave him a casual kick right on the leg, making him yelp in pain. Then he stomped on him forcefully. Yet those around didn't even see Xuan Chen make a move. They stood open-mouthed in astonishment. When did he even get here? Xuan Chen slowly said as he sat down, "Out of consideration for this venerable one's good mood today, I'll give you a choice. Do you want to scram on your own? Or wait for this venerable one to chop off your limbs first, then you'll scram?" Seeing Xuan Chen's killing intent, those around immediately exclaimed, "How terrifying." Jingyi pointed a finger. "You stinking brat. If you want to make a name for yourself, this isn't the way to do it, is it? If you release my senior brother, I'll consider letting you keep your body intact." Xuan Chen flashed to her side, teasing, "Oh, so you won't make a move? Then this venerable one will come to you myself." She startled so quickly, she retreated a few steps. At this moment, Xuan Chen just smiled, then he swung his hand. A frigid aura enveloped and attacked her. "Jing," he grimaced, gritting her teeth as she resisted. "What's happening? This power is too strong." Watching all this time, Yi Tianyu mused to herself. This senior brother Ju's cultivation level may be low, but the power of his Dharma laws is not inferior to mine at all. It seems there's an interesting show to watch now. That fellow Huang Chu rushed over. "Junior sister, I've come to help you." Xuan Chen used a few moves, toying with them like a cat playing with mice. "Since you're so eager, this venerable one shall play with you then." He took on two opponents, still completely overpowering them from above. Two men were observing. This is the first time I've seen someone at the Nirvana realm handle a 1 versus 2 fight so skillfully. Tianmo, have you noticed that person at the Nirvana realm? Don't his Dharma laws feel a bit familiar? Person next to him replied, "These Dharma laws seem almost identical to Master's." If this kid hadn't yet joined our Jushao sect, I still suspect he received guidance from our master. The white-haired elder revealed his thoughts. Originally, we only planned to select 2 individuals, yet Xing, he managed to summon 4 prodigies at once. It seems this year's disciple assessment, the 2 of us have reaped quite the harvest. Surprised, Tianmo asked, 4 prodigies? Who is the last one? Junior brother Silver Moon Spearblade, Water Ripple Darkmark. Don't you recognize him? Looking down into the courtyard, he asked, "Elder brother, are you talking about Ye Tianyu, the one who's never known defeat?" At this moment, Xuan Chen was casually joking with them for a bit. From afar, Xuan Chen had already noticed someone observing him. "Well, that's enough. It's time to stop the show." From his hand, he summoned flames, slowly rotating his palm. He formed 2 fiery whirlwinds. Huang Chu exclaimed, "This isn't good." Zing. He was terrified. 2 fiery cyclones were heading straight for them. No time to dodge. They barely managed to defend themselves. Huang Chu loudly combined their techniques, forming a gigantic fireball. The 2 Huang Chu Qing. He couldn't bear it, groaning and screaming ceaselessly in pain. As soon as the orb faded, they collapsed. The brothers lay motionless on the ground. Xuan Chen looked at them and said, "It seems you 2 really enjoy leaving like this, huh?" Ye Jiyu Xuan Chen turned to Tianyu and said, "Let's go. The troublemakers have been dealt with. Aren't you coming in?" Holding his fan, Ye Tianyu replied, "Of course I am. How could I not go?" He thought to himself, "Who is this brother Jiyu? How can his power be so terrifying? I've never heard of him before." Just then, someone ran out to invite the 2 of them. "To esteemed guests, please come this way. Elder Tianfeng and Elder Tianmo have been waiting in the private room for quite a while now." The surrounding crowd gasped in awe. They don't need to be tested anymore? What's left to test? Those are the dual prodigies of Tianshan. If you're not convinced, then you go defeat Huang Chujing. He, just once. I guarantee the 2 elders will also come to invite you. And so, Xuan Chen and Tianyu entered, openly and honorably facing the 2 elders. Tianfeng spoke up. "We've seen the display from you 2 just now. No need for any more chatter. By the Jushao sect's rules, the 2 of you may choose one of us to be your master." Surprised, Xuan Chen asked, "Oh, no more entrance exam?" He explained that the assessment is merely for those who aren't naturally gifted. The 2 of you, even Huang Chujinghe, whom you defeated, don't need it. Zhu Sentong, I must say, your strength is quite impressive. I wonder, you'd be willing to join my Tianfeng sect? Xuan Chen bowed and replied, "That's precisely what I had in mind." He then produced a spirit pill, introducing it. "This is a Tian Lu pill. Consider this your new master's little welcome gift. Once you've refined it, you should be able to reach the initial stage of the extreme realm." Xuan Chen immediately said, "If that's the case, then many thanks also to Tianmo." He too pulled out a treasure for Ye Tianyu. This armor is practically invulnerable, ensuring your skin won't feel a speck of pain. Tianyu happily exclaimed, "Thank you, master." Tianmo chuckled, "Hold your horses, don't celebrate too early. We only managed to waive the entrance examination for you, that's all." Stroking his beard, Tianfeng added, 3 days from now, you'll enter the Jushao sect. We also have a real sect assessment. At that time, you will participate with all the other disciples. The assessment results will determine your quota of cultivation resources that you will receive monthly at the Jushao sect in the future. Understood? Xuanzhen replied. This disciple understands. Actually, he slowly thought to himself, this trivial test? This venerable couldn't care less. My true goal is to find those who wish to harm this venerable within this Jushao sect. 3 days later, the next sect assessment will commence at Jushao sect. Yanfeng spoke. This concerns your future standing within the Jushao sect. I hope everyone tries their best. If you achieve the highest position in these rankings, you will have the opportunity to meet the sect master and receive the Jushao sect's finest cultivation resources. Tianyu sighed exasperatedly. Ugh, as expected of the 7 great sacred sects, it's only an entrance assessment, yet it's already so troublesome. Tianfeng explained, regarding the assessment rules, if you rank last, then you'll have to wait 1 year until other new disciples arrive for their assessment. Only then will you be re-evaluated. A person spoke up, asking, Elder Tianfeng, do you mean that the examiners this time, for us new disciples, are the senior disciples who joined 15 years ago? That's right. Below, there was an uproar. If one can enter the sect, their martial arts skills are already extraordinary, and they've cultivated within the Jushao sect for 15 years. This is clearly bullying us newcomers. It's already predetermined that we'll rank at the very bottom this time. We won't get any of the best cultivation resources or anything like that. Only Xuanzhen wore a profound, dark smile. Oh, this one wants to see if this Jushao sect can produce anything stronger than the yin-yang scripture. Elder Tianfeng waved his hand, instantly creating a portal. All right, now all of you may enter this teleportation array. Whoever can avoid the senior disciples, attacks, and be the first to pass through the forest within the teleportation array will be considered the winner. No tricks are forbidden, but there is one condition. When fighting, you must not take a life. The disciples unanimously answered, Understood. Everyone vied for the chance, eagerly leaping in. I'll go first. Xuanzhen also followed suit and entered. Flying next to Xuanzhen was Tianyu. He then laughed and said, Senior brother Xuan, wait for me. Let's be companions. I promise I won't be a burden to you. The two entered the ancient secret realm. Xuanzhen suddenly stopped, and Ye Tianyu, who was behind him, also halted unexpectedly. Reaching out to touch a tree trunk, Xuanzhen closed his eyes to examine it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, as if realizing something. Opening his eyes, Xuanzhen looked quite surprised. His divine consciousness swept through the nearby forest. 5 kilometers away, 4 individuals were engaged in combat, while 3 others were lying in ambush. Xuanzhen withdrew his divine consciousness. Gazing towards the direction of the conflict, he started calculating something in his mind. Turning back, Xuanzhen told Tianyu to follow him, and she mumbled an assent. The two moved deeper into the forest, following Xuanzhen's guidance. Tianyu spoke up, Oh wow, brother, you truly are brilliant. Every path you choose is completely empty. Do you perhaps possess a heavenly eye? But the two were unaware that, from a distance, 2 others were monitoring their every move. It was Huang Chu and Jing He. She spoke up, Senior brother, you truly have an excellent plan. Just by following behind these 2, any trouble that arises will be blocked by them first. He smiled sinisterly. Be a little careful. Don't let them discover us. Meanwhile, at the Jushao sect's heavenly palace, someone was observing Xuanzhen from within an orb. One of the Jutianmen seniors spoke up. Who are those 2 disciples? It seems they can sense someone lying in ambush ahead. One of them burst out laughing, clapping his hands loudly. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Originally, to prevent such a situation, we set up a concealing formation. The formation's sensing ability covered the entire forest. This is the first time we've seen someone unaffected by the formation. Indeed, if they could evade it once or twice, it could be considered a mere coincidence. Yet to evade it every single time, even an elder would find that quite challenging. Tian Mo proudly boasted that their strength surpassed even Huang Chu's. Jing He Tianfeng then burst into uproarious laughter. One of them is named Gu Santong, and the other is Ye Tianyu. They are the disciples we have recently taken in. Ye Tianyu, on the other hand, already has a bit of a reputation. No wonder he could avoid all of it. However, as for Gu Santong, who was also facing the ambush, who has ever heard of such a talent in the Saint Domain before? The elder waved his hand, and a talisman flew out. He believed that it has been a very long time since such a talented disciple appeared. Taking this opportunity, he wanted to test them against the former disciples of the Xiaoju men, to see who was truly stronger. Just as he spoke, the talisman in his hand burst into flames. This was the signal sent to the disciples lying in wait inside the formation. The ambushing disciples, having received the signal, immediately passed the word amongst themselves. Master has given the order. Meanwhile, inside the formation, As Xuan Chen and Tian Yu were moving, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Seemingly sensing something approaching, he immediately let out a HMPH. He then quickly moved forward. Tian Yu unexpectedly called out, "Brother Ju, why did you suddenly speed up? Wait for me. I can't keep up with you." Outside, the elder observed Xuan Chen and concluded that, although they might sense the ambush, if the disciples actively sought them out, it would be difficult for them to escape. It was unclear why Xuan Chen suddenly moved forward so quickly. He closed his eyes and used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. Nearby, a few arranged disciples were flying towards him to attack. What's more, there were also people moving beneath the ground. A sarcastic smile played on Xuan Chen's lips as he thought to himself, like a swarm of flies gathering from all directions. Are they really targeting yours truly? He stomped his foot on the ground, stopping in an open space behind him. Tian Yu, panting, ran over. "Brother Ju, the mountains are desolate. Don't abandon me here all by myself." Countless people had already ambushed them. "Quick, he's there. They're tightening the noose. We'll be caught." Tian Yu, sweating with exasperation, spoke up. "Senior brothers, there are only 2 of us here. You don't need such a huge formation." He secretly wondered, why did senior brother Ji Yu pick the dead end this time? A guy stepped forward, cracked his knuckles, then spoke to Tian Yu. "Less chatter, kid. Our mission is to make these new disciples crawl on the ground. Otherwise, just stand there and take a few of our beatings, and it'll be over. That way, we'll save ourselves some time too." The guy next to him chimed in, "Senior brother, the number of new disciples we defeat is directly tied to our ranking. This time, we absolutely must make a name for ourselves." Astonished by these words, Tian Yu blurted out, "There's actually a rule like that?" These senior brothers surrounded Xuan Chen and Tian Yu. One of them declared, "You little punk, I'm not as shameless as those guys." He held his sword, pointing it their way. "Senior brother, I'll give you a chance to fight with your own weapon. Make your move." From a distance, Xuan Chen looked quite annoyed by these arrogant senior brothers. 2 or 3 other guys flew over and quipped, "You're dreaming big, aren't you?" The new arrivals immediately joined the scramble. "We'll rely on our own abilities to compete for it." "Oh, here they come." Just then, Xuan Chen sighed, clicked his tongue, "Tisk." He flashed his usual smile, the one he wore whenever he was about to beat someone up, and then said to them, "Finally, everyone's arrived." He instantly appeared before one of them. The guy didn't even have time to react. All he managed to blurt out was, "What?" Xuan Chen grabbed his neck, making him scream, "Arg!" in pain and spit blood. A wave of oppressive power emanated from Xuan Chen. It caused all the senior brothers to buckle and collapse. In an instant, Xuan Chen's heavenly Dao law severely wounded the entire group. They cried out, clutching their heads, "Oof!" Even Tian Yu, who was standing nearby, was slightly affected. She let out a few soft grunts. The elder, observing from outside, was instantly astonished. "How can this law's power be so formidable?" Xuan Chen's menacing voice rang out. "This venerable's favorite thing is to sweep the whole lot away." One guy struggled to get up, gasping, "Arrogant brat, he's only at the early extreme realm, yet he dares to provoke so many senior brothers." Enraged, he channeled his chi into his hand and flew towards Xuan Chen. "Even if you pass the assessment today, you won't live peacefully in the Hongshu sect afterward." Xuan Chen's face darkened as his hand was about to reach him. He chuckled disdainfully at his move. HMPH. Gracefully dodging to the right, he evaded the attack and delivered a kickback, sending him tumbling head over heels. With just one kick, that guy flew far, far away, spitting blood in agony. And that's not all. This light kick of his even sent him crashing through trees, breaking them clean in half, without stopping. Looking at him with utter disdain, Xuan Chen said, "Do you honestly believe a high cultivation realm is all there is? It seems your martial arts have all been fed to the dogs." One of them struggled to raise a trembling hand and yelled, "Quickly stop him! Don't let him leave, no matter what!" Xuan Chen's voice deepened gravely as he warned, "I, this venerable one, will only say this once. Whoever stands in my way dies." His words exuded such power that these senior brothers trembled, not daring to make a move. This left them incredibly frustrated. "Senior brother, what are we going to do? Are we seriously just going to stand here and watch him claim the top spot in the assessment?" The junior brother beside him hissed, "The elders are watching. If we let this new disciple slip through our fingers, we might have to wait another 15 years. From behind, Huang Chu and Jing He were also present. They exchanged meaningful glances. Both of them rushed forward, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos. "Sorry, the top spot belongs to us, Jing." He even turned back and said haughtily, "You're all like mantises stalking cicadas, completely unaware of the oriole lurking behind. Thank you, elder brother Ji Yu, for bestowing such a grand opportunity upon us." Tian Yu pointed at them. "This isn't good. They actually want to exploit the loophole." Without a trace of panic, Xuan Chen mobilized qi from his hands, transforming it into two giant hands. They grabbed Jing He and Huang Su, holding them tightly. Xuan Chen created two large hands to seize Jing He and Huang Su. He immediately pressed those two down onto the ground, making them cry out in pain. Once he was done, he didn't forget to declare, "This trash will follow this venerable one." Hand them over to the elder brothers to deal with. If you don't want to be last in rank, then you know what to do, right? The elder brothers, hearing these words, immediately looked bewildered and thought for a moment. They instantly obeyed Xuan Chen and rushed to attack Huang Su and Jing He. "So, you guys ate tiger's liver and bear's gall to get so bold, huh? Dared to call us bugs earlier, didn't you? Must be tired of living." Seeing that they couldn't threaten them, the two immediately changed their attitude, begging, "Elder brothers, please, let's talk this out slowly." Huang Su's screams erupted. Jing He's echoed throughout the forest. An elder spoke up and asked, "Tianfeng, elder brother Tianfeng, what exactly is this Jubathong guy's background? How is he so strong?" he wondered, looking utterly perplexed. "That I wouldn't know either." He was quite surprised. He already knew this kid possessed extraordinary talent, but he never expected his actual combat prowess to be so formidable, the elder added. "And what's more, I sense his attacks seem to contain an aura quite similar to Elder Yun Shan's. Could he have come from the core of the sacred river?" the Lord Master suddenly asked. "What? Is that really true?" Tianfeng bowed his head. "If that's the case, then it's his own destined opportunity. If he's intentionally trying to keep it a secret, then there's no need for us to probe him about it. We should still wait until the sect leader comes out of seclusion. Then we can arrange everything properly." After speaking, he turned his head left and right, only to find the place completely empty. There was no one left. He then asked, "Tianmo, I haven't even finished talking. Where did those guys run off to?" Tianmo replied, "Senior brother, why are you still so slow to react?" They naturally went out to guard the entrance for the disciples, waiting to snatch up some talented recruits. Startled and wide-eyed, Tianfeng exclaimed, "What?" At the exit of the ancient assessment zone, Xuan Chen and Tian Yu were the first to fly out. One of them waved a red flag and shouted, "The exit for the assessment is right here." Ye Tianyu joyfully told Xuan Chen about his first-place achievement in the sex assessment. Juba Tong placed second. Ye Tianyu, "Wow, this time it was all thanks to Brother Ju. You got first, and I got second." Beside them, the eyes of the elders were staring intently at them. They rushed towards Xuan Chen and Ye Tianyu, continuously coaxing and inviting them with sweet words. "From now on, we can live a good life. Good lad! You are the first one to make a clean sweep, defeating all the senior disciples, and reached the final point within nearly 10,000 years of this Ju Shao sect. Although you've already taken senior brother Chen Feng as your master outside, you haven't registered within the sect officially. Therefore, you can still choose another master right now. Or how about taking me as your master? No matter how many good things he offers you, I can directly double it." Another person immediately spoke up. "Become my disciple, I'll give you 5 times that." Xuan Chen's face fell in annoyance. He thought to himself, "Just stay a little further away from this venerable one." The bidding didn't stop. "I'll offer 10 times that." 20 times, Ye Tianyu, dumbfounded beside him, asked, "Esteemed sirs, why isn't anyone looking at me for a bit?" Tianfeng arrived just in time. "Are you done with all this commotion? Does he still look like an elder now?" He slowly walked back, grumbling with a huff. "Sentong, don't listen to your martial uncles blabbering." Abandoning all dignity, Tianfeng approached to pat Xuan Chen. He clung to him like a puppy and declared, "From now on, as long as you have a request, be it cultivation resources or martial arts secret manuals, I, your master, can always provide them for you. Should you encounter anything you don't understand during cultivation, you can always come ask me." The elders immediately erupted in anger. "You're no different from us just now." His eyes glowed brightly. "It's not easy to take in a peerless genius disciple like this. Absolutely cannot let them snatch him away." Xuan Chen spoke up. "You can rest assured. This one has already acknowledged you as master. Naturally, that won't change." He thought, well, acknowledging anyone as master will be just as troublesome anyway. Tianfeng cheered with delight. His high talent is one thing, but his character is also so loyal and kind. "Where could I find such a good disciple like this? Excellent, excellent, excellent," Tianfeng loudly proclaimed. "Once all the disciples have gathered, I, your master, will take you all to a great place." After the new disciples had been tested, being led by the elders to a snow mountain, one person complained, trembling, "We've been walking for half an hour already. Just where do the elders intend to drag us?" Beside him, another, gasping and with frozen limbs, also chimed in, "Let's not even talk about that. Don't you feel it's getting colder and colder?" In stark contrast to them, our Xuan Chen remained cool as a cucumber, his expression unwavering. The elder continued to lead the way up front. The chilling aura even made Xuan Chen exclaim. Indeed, the further we go forward, the colder it gets. Cold mist rising from the chilling aura enveloped them. Xuan Chen put out a hand, assessing, With this venerable one's current cultivation, I can still distinctly feel this chill. In fact, the closer we get, the more inner energy I need to circulate to resist it. This is enough to prove that this place is far from ordinary. Tianfeng stopped and gestured. "We've arrived." Before them now was a massive cave. He then introduced, "This is our Jushao sect's Cold Jade Cave. Our founding ancestor, back then, discovered a 10,000-year-old cold ice jade marrow within the mountainside. Its power harbors incredibly potent law power. After that, he expended countless efforts to excavate this mountain cave and incorporate a formation. Martial artists who enter it during the process of resisting the cold QI not only can temper their spiritual power, but also comprehend various heavenly deos throughout the experience." The disciples cheered joyfully. "Oh, that truly sounds like a fantastic place for cultivation. Who knew passing the assessment would come with such a huge reward? This is truly a steal." Tianmo stated that the power of this jade marrow is profoundly mysterious. The closer you stand, the stronger the power becomes. You may absorb it, each according to your own capabilities, to aid in cultivation, but remember to know your limits. Everything in moderation, nothing in excess. If you can't endure the cold chi within the cold jade cave, then quickly exit. Otherwise, you could lose your life right there. Remember? Hearing that they could die, their eyes widened, faces paling, and they replied, "Yes, this disciple remembers." Addressing the disciples further, Tianmo reminded them this is not just a reward from the previous round, but also an assessment of your spiritual power. The longer you all stay in the Hanbing Cave, the higher your score will be. This score, plus your score from the previous round, will be your entry-level ranking. Turning to Xuanchen Xiaoyu, he said, "Brother Zhu, this time we must try our best." Immediately, Tianmo used spiritual power to create a flower petal emblem. "All right, the formation has been activated." He waved his hand, calling his disciples. "Everyone hurry and go in!" As the formation opened, a chilling aura surged out, making everyone stagger. Immediately, the formation powerfully pulled in those with weaker strength, sending them flying inside. The vortex grew stronger and stronger, pulling everyone into the formation. Inside, an incredibly mysterious space appeared before their eyes. Some people who weren't strong enough fell painfully to the ground. Tuanchen and some others landed easily. Deeper inside, there was also a darker, deeper cave. The path ahead was lit by large torches. A disciple pointed to a dark path with no light at all. "Let's go inside and take a look." With that said, they immediately proceeded inside. But it seemed they had stepped on something. A flash of light appeared beneath their feet, startling them. Lo and behold, a formation appeared right beneath their feet. Everyone gasped in surprise, realizing their bodies were completely immobilized. Tianyu sensed something was terribly wrong. "This is a spatial binding formation. I can't move my feet." The chilling energy froze their feet, sending everyone into a panic. "My feet! Countless people are frozen solid. Curse it, I can't move. What's going on?" The formation is suddenly shaking violently. In contrast to the widespread panic, Xuanchen actually sported an amused expression. "Oh!" Ice blocks continuously sprouted from beneath the formation. Those standing on the formation were immediately gripped even tighter by the ice. Cries of pain erupted ceaselessly. Gigantic ice blocks then surged from within the formation, gripping everyone tightly and leaving them utterly bewildered. Even Ji Xuanchen, witnessing this sight, was utterly astonished. The people were now completely encased in ice, unable to find an escape. The freezing ice spared no one. Even Xuanchen, with his immense power, was affected. Immediately, Ji Xuanchen soared high above, escaping the ice blocks. Those who couldn't escape complained, "Senior Brother Zhu, that's really unfair of you. Quickly, save us." "That's right. From now on, we're all fellow disciples, so don't you dare just watch us die." From his high perch, he observed his struggling fellow disciples. He smirked, not even worthy of this venerable one's effort. It was then Tianyu gripped his saber tightly, his inner energy ready to unleash his mood. With the saber in his hand, he unleashed the waning moon ice saber. His saber blade was now cloaked in a layer of ice. A massive ice block hurtled towards Tianyu. With the ice rock star picking technique, Tianyu used his twin sabers to cleave the massive ice block into 100 shards. This freed those who were trapped inside. "I'm free!" Whoa! Through Tianyu's precise cuts, a path opened up, allowing them to escape the leg-locking formation. He let out a relieved sigh. "Whew, that was dangerous." Looking at Tianyu's move just now, Xuanchen paid a little more attention. "That move is terrifying!" "This is Yi Tianyu. He's never been defeated, huh?" Small snowballs appeared, flying everywhere. Someone exclaimed, "Look, the formation is broken. This is the power of Jade Marrow." Just then, Elder Xuanchen landed. Upon seeing Xuanchen, Tianyu cried out, "Oh, brother, you're just too sly. Why do you always have to make this brother step in?" Xuanchen gave the signal to proceed. Behind Xuanchen, Tianyu thought to himself, "I originally wanted to hide my strength and continue to take advantage. but he saw right through me again. Following Xuan Chen, the people behind him incessantly worried. What now? Just entering the cave was already so perilous. I don't dare go any deeper. One person decided to leave. Forget it. If this is fate, let's just cultivate here. Deeper within the cave, Tianyu exhaled puffs of mist as he spoke. Brother Jiyu, don't you feel it gets colder the deeper we venture into the cave? Suddenly, something startled Xuan Chen. Before the two of them now was an icy vortex, emanating shockingly cold air. Xuan Chen frowned, forming a hand seal, preparing to retaliate. Xuan Chen's bodyguarding technique was activated. On Tianyu's side, he continuously used his twin blades to fend off the ice crystals being shot out. He spoke up. Brother Jiyu, this isn't good. This move isn't on the same level as the previous formation. Carefully observing, Xuan Chen was searching for a way to break the formation. Unexpectedly, this cold shard could actually crack his bodyguarding technique, leaving Xuan Chen in utter disbelief. The crystal shards were growing more numerous. The continuous impact caused his protective barrier to shatter, and the force created a loud explosion. Fragments flew everywhere around them. Xuan Chen's protective Dharma body slowly vanished. Tianyu asked worriedly, Brother, are you all right? Xuan Chen replied, HMPH. You actually possess some skill. In front of him was a block of cold ice, surrounded by a formation circle. The ice block spun, reversing direction towards the two of them. At this moment, the formation above was collapsing down upon Xuan Chen's head, and Tianyu exclaimed vigilantly, This isn't good! Jagged ice block, like a cleaving hammer, appeared. It moved downward with incredible speed. Xuan Chen just spoke. Don't you have any newer moves than this? He flew up to confront it directly. His expression was one of extreme amusement. He leaped up towards the falling ice block. Sword in hand, he moved to the right side of the ice block. He unleashed a sword-intent strike, fiercely shattering into 100 pieces. Xuan Chen revealed a wicked smile. The ice block in front had been destroyed, but it seemed there was something even larger behind it. Xuan Chen jolted, exclaiming in realization that the ice shard was much larger. He loudly warned Tianyu to retreat, but Tianyu couldn't dodge in time. He could only stand frozen in place. An ice block, many times larger than the previous one, was rapidly hurtling towards Tianyu. With no other option, he reluctantly used his hands to brace against it. Tianyu's expression was incredibly grim as he cursed. Damn it! Small ice fragments cut into his face, making him bleed. The massive ice chunk fiercely pushed Tianyu backward. Ultimately, unable to resist any longer, he was pushed down and backward. Xuan Chen quickly flew over to rescue his highness. He caught Tianyu, who was slowly losing consciousness. He was falling backward. Holding him firmly in his arms, Xuan Chen had successfully caught Tianyu. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity seemed to run through Xuan Chen's mind. This feeling. This person is a woman. Carrying Tianyu in his arms, he hastily jumped up, avoiding the large ice block. Quick as a flash, Xuan Chen moved, leaping onto a cliff face. He gently placed Tianyu onto a flat stone slab, then took out a heart-protecting elixir and placed the elixir into Ye Tianyu's mouth. Once everything was settled, Xuan Chen promptly declared, I've taken care of that troublesome pest. Next, this venerable one can finally unleash some power. Xuan Chen's figure slowly blurred and then vanished. He instantly teleported down, ready to face that ice block from before. Directly, he unilaterally confronted the ancient spirit crystal. Xuan Chen gave it a half-hearted glance, declaring, This venerable one's favorite is a good old-fashioned brawl. He soared into the air, conjuring mystical magic circles behind him. With a resolute gesture, Xuan Chen expanded the formation. He pressed his palms together, forming a shimmering orb. He muttered, Let's just see if you've got what it takes to block this, punk. Behind him, a powerful beam of light emerged, directly opposing the massive ice block. Xuan Chen's energy directly clashed with the ice block. It turned out that stream of energy magically coalesced into an enormous sword. With a mere flick of his wrist, he effortlessly controlled the sword with his will. He continuously slashed at the ice block. With every swing, he unleashed thousands of ancient sword strikes. Xuan Chen burst into a gleeful, delighted laugh. HMPH! He crossed his hands, and the sword strikes intensified even more, slowly shattering the ice block. He swung his hand, intending to utterly shatter it with one final blow, when the ice block abruptly vanished. He suddenly gaped, exclaiming, It's gone? Then it morphed into an icy door. Seeing this, Xuan Chen became even more excited. Wants to use offense as defense, huh? Not so easy. He wrapped the giant sword with a stream of spiritual energy, then smashed through the formation's defensive layer. When it was broken, it immediately transformed into many overlapping doors. Xuan Chen was quite surprised to see this scene. He scoffed. You thought 7 shield gates could block this venerable one? Truly too naive. Then he clasped his hands, increasing the sword's attack power. The giant sword immediately erupted with fierce energy, shooting straight towards the 7 gates. Without difficulty, it pierced through, shattering all the doors. Xuan Chen, standing below, crossed his arms and watched as it slowly collapsed. Inside the formation, after he had broken it, 3 blue spirit pills appeared. He reached out and collected the 3 pills into his hand. Holding the spirit pills tightly in his hand, he thought with satisfaction. The law of power contained within the jade marrow cold ice is extremely yin cold. It perfectly corresponds with the yin art in the yin-yang scroll. If I use it to transform my cultivation art, I will surely be able to break through to an unprecedented peak level. Xuan Chen returned to where Ye Tianyu was resting. Her appearance at this moment was full of injuries. Ye Tianyu lay there, covered in wounds, letting out a soft groan. Seeing this situation, Xuan Chen thought, although the heart protection pill can temporarily protect her heart meridian, she was still wounded to the very core by the power of the jade marrow. He slowly removed Ye Tianyu's outer robe. To save her, this was the only desperate measure. Ye Tianyu slowly opened her eyes, and Xuan Chen's image was the first thing she saw. Awake already, huh? Xuan Chen remarked. She suddenly flinched, seeing Xuan Chen bandaging her arm. Oh, good, you're awake. Now this venerable one can easily proceed. Go on, take it off yourself. This venerable one will also help you clean up the area below. Ye Tianyu's face flushed red, and she shrieked, angrily asking, "Let me go. Where are your hands touching?" He immediately replied, "You have very serious internal injuries. If the wounds aren't treated promptly, you might not even be able to wield a sword later on. This venerable one is saving you." Ye Tianyu tried to stand, saying, "I don't need your help." Ye Tianyu cried out in pain. Ugh! Unable to stand steady, she fell into Xuan Chen's arms. Seeing her tremble, Xuan Chen said, "The more you struggle, the harder your wounds will be to recover. If you want to leave this cave soon, you must obediently listen to this venerable one and use your spiritual power to treat the wound on Tianyu's thigh." Embarrassed, Tianyu replied, "I understand." She covered Xuan Chen's eyes and then said, "But can't you just close your eyes?" Slowly, Ye Tianyu pulled down her top's strap. Subsequently, Xuan Chen's eyes were covered by a piece of cloth. She warned, "I'm telling you, Jubatong, you are not allowed to open your eyes and peek. You are also not allowed to touch haphazardly. Otherwise, even if you save me, I absolutely will not let you off the hook." Xuan Chen replied, "This venerable one has never done such despicable things before." Little did she know this venerable one had already opened his heavenly eye long ago and could see everything clearly, even with his eyes closed. So naturally there's no need to peek. He felt that this blindfold was utterly superfluous. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ye Tianyu hastily put on her top and said, "Zhu Zhang, many thanks." He asked her, "Why are you a woman disguised as a man?" Holding the mask in her hand, she said, "People in this world often have a prejudiced view of women. If I pretend to be a man, I can avoid a lot of trouble and even establish my own career. My Yi family is a minor household. My parents have always favored sons over daughters. They never thought of anything good for me, only caring for my older and younger brothers. Just endless gossip and pointing fingers. From a young age, Ye Tianyu has endured far too much. If I don't abandon my identity as a woman and venture forth across the land as a man, then when will I ever find a way out?" Xuan Zhen sighed and said, "This lord believes that a hero's background is irrelevant, nor does it differentiate between genders. If you are strong enough, everyone will make way for you." Hearing this, Tianyu looked astonished. "A hero doesn't differentiate between genders?" Xuanzan then proposed, "The trial isn't over yet. How about training with this lord for a while?" Outside the cave entrance, the elders were standing, waiting. Seeing someone emerge, one elder exclaimed, "Look! Another disciple has come out." A person rushed out, exclaiming, "Master!" "I've broken through to the late stage of the extreme realm." Clinging to his master's leg, he kept repeating, "Master, I've disgraced you. Your disciple only just entered 5 days ago and couldn't hold on any longer." "It's all right. Enduring for 5 days is already an immense opportunity." Tian Mo looked at senior brother Tian Feng. "Brother, how long do you think Jiyu Batong and Ye Tianyu can last?" Tian Feng spoke up, although he fights very fiercely. "But in the end, his cultivation is only at the peak realm. In the history of our 9 Heaven sect, martial artists at the peak realm who entered the Cold Ice Cave, the highest record was only enduring for 10 days. You must know that the one who endured for 12 days is none other than our current sect master." Elder Tian Feng said that even though Gao Santong has extraordinary talent, at most he can only endure for 10 days. Time passed, day by day. In a blink, the sun rose again. After the sun reached its zenith 10 times, finally, the 10th day arrived. 2 disciples walked out. They weakly whispered, "Master, we have tried our best." The elder rushed over and hugged them. "It's all right, as long as you've returned safely." Someone spoke up from behind, reminding Tianfeng, "It's already the 10th day. The disciples in the cave, except for Mi Tianyu and Gao Santong, "There's no one else left." He replied, "No rush. Just wait." The next day, Tian Mo was startled. "It's already the 11th day. They're almost catching up to the sect master's record. How come those two haven't come out yet?" "Senior brother, surely nothing bad has happened to them, right?" Tianfeng immediately ordered. "You all, disciples, follow me inside and see." They hurriedly ran inside. He was extremely worried. These two are prodigious talents, seen only once in 100 years. If something were to happen to them in the cave, it would be such a pity. They hadn't ventured far when they suddenly stopped. HMPH. Tian Yu had already come out to the entrance, tremblingly saying, "It's me!" She was no longer disguised. Her entire body was freezing as she spoke up. "Master, Uncle Masters, Grand Uncle Masters, long time no see." Tianfeng was extremely surprised and asked Tian Yu, "Disciple, what in the heavens? You're a girl. What's wrong?" she asked, winking cutely at them. She replied, "Well, you guys didn't ask me either. Now I want to use my new identity to stay with everyone. Surely our Nine Heavens sect is an anti-girl, right?" Tianfeng lowered his gaze and said, "There's no such rule. If that's the case, I will report it to the sect master later." Startled, Tianfeng interjected, "Let's not talk about this anymore. How come only you came out?" "What about him?" Tian Yu replied. "He told me that if I couldn't bear it anymore, I should come out. As for him, he's still cultivating inside." What has left the elders so stunned and astonished? Could it be that Ju Santong is even stronger than the sect master? "It's already the 29th day," Tian Mo anxiously said. "Senior brother, it's already the 29th day. How can Ju Santong be so formidable? How can he stay in there alone for 29 whole days? Aren't you afraid he might die in there?" Tianfeng commanded, "We can't wait any longer. Let's go in and see." Suddenly, the earth and sky shook, and the cave rumbled loudly. "What's happening? Is this an earthquake?" An elder pointed. "Look, everyone! The cave entrance! The cave entrance!" A swirling vortex of energy burst out, sucking everything in. Tian Mo asked his senior brother, "Where's the formation? What's going on?" Tianfeng shouted, "This isn't good! The Hanyu cave is about to collapse!" The elders were utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Collapse!" According to Tianfeng, the sect's ancient texts record that if one day the cave entrance freezes over, it signifies that the power of the Han Ice Jade Marrow has been depleted. Afterwards, the Hanyu cave can no longer be used. But before the disciples entered the cave for training, we had already checked it. The power of the Han Ice Jade Marrow could sustain itself for nearly 1,000 more years. Turning to Tianfeng, he spoke up to remind them, "Everyone, quickly activate your energy to protect yourselves. The aura radiating from the cave entrance is growing stronger. It's making it hard for them to resist." The elders were in utter chaos, some covering their faces with their hands, trying to avoid getting hit by falling rocks and dirt. Suddenly, the tremors abruptly stopped, and Tian Mo called out, "Stop!" It stopped. Then, from inside the cave, Ji Yu Xuan Chen slowly stepped out. Ji Yu Xuan Chen slowly walked out and spoke. "Ah, that's much more comfortable now." In his hand, he now held a blue stone. Startled, Tianfeng exclaimed, "It's Jiyu Santong. He's absorbed all the Jade Marrow's power from the Hanyu Dong." Jiyu Zhuanchen looked satisfied and smug. "Before, I truly underestimated the top-tier powers of this holy domain, and it actually possesses such a profound origin helping this venerable one comprehend the yin-yang heaven scripture one layer deeper." Tian Mo approached and asked, "Santong, are you all right? You haven't suffered a cultivation deviation, have you?" He replied, "I'm fine." The elder behind him turned pale, pointing at senior brother Tianfeng. "Brother, look at his hand. Don't tell me he not only absorbed the marrow essence power from the ice jade marrow, but actually refined it? Is he trying to defy the heavens?" Tianfeng ordered, "You all, quickly report this to the sect master." Upon returning to the sect, an elder explained, "Our Jushao sect has a total of 28 peaks, 4 major main peaks, 6 major sub-peaks, and 18 minor peaks. The main peaks are naturally the best cultivation grounds. Next in line are the sub-peaks. For this trial, Batong ranked first, and Tianyu ranked second, without any dispute. I shall now take you both to your own cultivation spots," Tianyu exclaimed in awe. "Wow, the Ju Shao sect truly lives up to its reputation." Xuan Chen glanced at the magnificent scenery. Elder Xiong Tianmo said, "Quite magnificent, wouldn't you say? This is Chidi Peak, a main peak where my master, Elder Yun Shan, resides. He's someone who once entered the heart of the sacred river to cultivate. This main peak naturally possesses an extraordinary aura." Xuan Chen's expression changed as he exclaimed, "Oh, Elder Yun Shan also entered the heart of the sacred river. Then, can I meet this Grand Master to seek his guidance on a few matters?" He burst out laughing. "You wish to meet him? Ha ha! Ever since Master went on that trip to Samon, he's been in secluded cultivation. If you wish to meet him, you must rely on fate." Suddenly, 2 streaks of light flew in. "Elders, please stop." 2 disciples appeared and immediately announced, "The sect master has ordered to invite the elder to bring the new disciple, Ji Batong, to the grand hall for an audience." Xuan Chen was suspicious. As the sect master arrived at the grand hall, Xuan Chen and Tian Mo slowly and carefully entered from above. The sect master of Nine Heavens sect was sitting, waiting for Xuan Chen. He spoke up. "You've brought him." Xuan Chen grimaced and frowned. "This aura is too strong." Tianmo bowed his head and respectfully greeted the sect master. "This person is Ji Batong, who stood first in the assessment." The sect master smiled and asked, "You are the one who defeated the old disciples in the first round, and in the second round, refined the cold ice, jade marrow? Ji Batong?" Xuan Chen cupped his hands in a bow. "This disciple, Ji Batong, greets the sect master." Immediately, he lunged towards Xuan Chen, exuding murderous intent and attacking him. He pressed close to Xuan Chen's face with a palm force, making Xuan Chen grimace. Using his own hand, Xuan Chen quickly parried the move, preventing the spinning blow. Xuan Chen counterattacked. The sect master was immediately struck back by him. The 2 exchanged parries, neither able to harm the other. Every strike the sect master unleashed, Xuan Chen parried with his hand. Tianfeng and Tianmo watched the sparring match, utterly astonished, their mouths agape. "Sect master!" The immense palm forces of the sect master and Xuan Chen crashed into each other. The immense pressure of their qi shook the very space. With a furious strike, Xuan Chen forced the sect master to retreat a few steps. His body blazed with the laws of spirit fire. The sect master leaped back towards his own chair. He fixed a piercing gaze upon the sect master, meeting Xuan Chen's stare in return. The sect master didn't even blink once. Suddenly, they both broke into a smile towards each other. The sect master burst out laughing. Not bad at all." Xuan Chen cautiously lowered his gaze to look at him. Tianfeng spoke up. "Sect master, was this merely a small test? A bit of interest to gauge him? Truly, you are very deserving of the top spot this time." The sect master recounted, "That year, I cultivated in Hanyu Cave for 12 days and was already considered a genius. Yet you stayed for a whole month and even received recognition from the cold ice jade marrow. This is the heavens wanting our Kutumon to prosper." Xuan Chen immediately thanked the sect master for his praise. Startled, Tianfeng let out a sigh of relief. It turned out it was only a test of a single move. Just now, I truly thought the sect master wanted to end my life. The sect master stroked his chin and continued. "Since you have joined Kutumon, you are now officially a disciple acknowledged by Kutumon. According to Kutumon's regulations, if one ranks first in the trials, they will receive the best cultivation resources. The Sacred Martial Arts Assembly is 3 days away. You should go and watch." Sacred Martial Arts Assembly? Xuan Chen wondered aloud. In Tianhuo City, the Kutumon sect master led hundreds of disciples slowly into the city. The citizens were absolutely astounded by the sight. Ye Tianyu turned to Xuan Chen and said, "Brother Ji you haven't said a word this whole time. Don't tell me you've never seen such a grand formation before and are completely awestruck, are you?" "Well, it's understandable. Given the current holy domain, apart from the 5 great clans, the 7 great holy lands are currently the strongest forces. Their prestige is naturally a bit greater." Xuan Chen immediately asked, "What's the origin of this martial artist assembly?" She then explained, "Brother Ji you must know that to our north in the holy domain, we have the Shen Yan sect. To the south is the Tian Zhen sect, and the west is occupied by Guang Woming. To the east is our Kutumon." It seemed Tian Yu was very knowledgeable about the holy domain. The remaining 3 factions are the Dan Shen Dian and the Zhenwangjie. Wu Shuang Pavilion is distributed in the southeastern region and possesses extraordinary strength. Naturally, various sects need a large amount of cultivation resources to develop. If everyone competes freely, it's hard to avoid significant casualties. Each sect establishes its own forces to become overlords over a certain region for themselves. The so-called Holy Domain Grand Assembly is actually held through various contests of strength between sects to compete for resources for the next year. It is considered the most important activity in the Holy Domain. She winked and said to Xuan Chen, "I recall, brother, you come from the 100 Battles Hall, affiliated with the Tianzhen sect. The Tianzhen sect is located in the northern Holy Domain. It's considered an extremely powerful force, but in terms of true strength, it's still far inferior to the 7 great holy sects of the Holy Domain, you know." Xuan Chen raised his head and thought, "So that's how it is. It seems this trip presents an opportunity to fully understand the top-tier forces in the Holy Domain. Now then, you just said that. Besides the 7 great holy sects, the Holy Domain also has 5 other great forces. Which 5 are they?" Tian Yu stammered. "Well, explaining that would take quite a while." At this moment, Tian Mo spoke up to remind Tian Yu, "Don't chatter so much. Follow Team 5, unless you want to get on the sect master's bad side." Yes, master." She wondered why the sect master had to come personally to this sacred martial arts grand assembly. Ji Xuan Chen asked, Didn't the sect master not participate last time? According to Tian Yu, Sacred Martial Arts Grand Assembly's rule has always been for only new disciples to participate in the trials. Those of us who just joined the sect can only wait for the subsequent competitions. This proves our sect master is making an exception. This time, he graciously granted permission for us to go watch. I just don't know why. The sect master is personally leading the team this time. It's truly strange. Ji-Yu Xuanchen eyed him with deep suspicion. This Hu Ziyang. It's the first time this esteemed one has witnessed such immense killing intent emanating from someone. Such ruthless actions, pushing them to the brink of death, are fundamentally not for testing disciples. This feeling reminds this esteemed one of someone. That makes me picture that man in black. How very convenient. Well then, this esteemed one shall play with you. The sect master signaled a halt. They were nearing the martial arts assembly. Let's regroup here first. 3 days later, they would depart for the competition arena. The entire sect shouted, "Your command, sect master!" Ji-Yu Xuanchen was still carefully observing. At this time, everyone was allowed to freely stroll throughout the city. Tian Yu and her fellow sisters were happily munching on some candied haw. Let's go check it out. Meanwhile, Xuanchen and his martial brothers were hauling around a pile of things. He grumbled to himself. I clearly signed up for peaceful cultivation. How did it all go so wrong? Turns out, it was those senior sisters up to their usual shenanigans. Junior brothers and sisters. We haven't been down the mountain in ages. Since you fresh recruits know more about the mortal world, why don't you lead us sisters around to see the sights? Yi Tian Yu excitedly declared, "Leave it to us, junior sisters. We've got this." They stopped before a magnificent building. Yi Tian Yu's gaze drifted upwards. Before them stood a magnificent tavern, she murmured, reading the signboard. Xian Lai Zhu. A nearby senior brother enthusiastically shared. I heard from the senior brothers who've attended the martial arts conventions that Xian Lai Zhu's cooking is absolutely top-notch. Just one bite, and you'll be raving about it for years. Really, shall we go in and try a bit? Senior brother Dan, however, shook his head with a worried expression. It's not ideal. I hear the prices here are astronomical. It's no biggie for us. His gaze flickered towards Xuanchen and Tian Yu. He whispered worriedly, I just don't know if junior sister Yi and junior brother Ji-Yu can afford it. Another senior brother sidled up to Xuanchen, explaining with a sheepish grin. Junior brother Ji-Yu, it's not that we senior brothers are stingy, it's just that the Xianlai residence here is genuinely, truly too expensive. You two juniors just joined the sect. I'm afraid you haven't received any Holy Star stipends yet. How about you wait for us downstairs? We promise we'll zoom right down after we finish scarfing down our food. Xuanchen immediately agreed. No problem. This venerable one actually wanted to continue cultivating anyway, not giving him a chance to refuse. Two senior sisters quickly pulled him away. It's fine. We'll pay for junior brother Gu's share. That's right. What we senior sisters don't lack is money. The two senior brothers could only weep copious tears, lamenting their pathetic lives with faces absolutely green with envy. Darn it, we've been in the sect for 15 years and never been invited by a senior sister. Looks like a pretty face really can make you a fortune. With that said, the two senior sisters pulled Xuanchen and Tian Yu inside. Inside the Xianlai residence, it was truly magnificent, with lanterns hanging everywhere. However, there wasn't a single soul inside. Upon seeing Xuanchen's group enter, the waiter immediately bustled forward to greet them, inviting the dozen-plus guests to sit wherever they pleased. Sit wherever you like. Suddenly, a grating voice rang out. Aren't these the disciples of the Zhu Zhao sect? This drew the attention of the entire group. HMPH, I heard you guys from Zhu Xiao sect haven't been doing so well lately. Can you even afford to come to Shanlai Abode? The man holding the sword in his hand was none other than Zhao Wu Chang, the Danshen Temple's senior disciple and leader. Senior sister leaned in and whispered to Xuanchen. They are disciples of the Danshen Temple. The Danshen Temple, a power that founded its sect on pill refinement, practices both alchemy and martial arts. It is located in the southeast of the sacred domain. Thanks to specializing in selling elixirs and pill recipes, they are incredibly wealthy. They are also one of the 7 great sacred factions. The senior brother accompanying Xuanchen immediately retorted. So what? You guys from Danshen Temple can come, but we from Zhu Xiao sect can't? Senior brother Zhao, you should accumulate some good karma. It wasn't easy for the Zhu Xiao sect folks. They finally made a trip to Tianho City. After all, they must come to Shanlai Abode to broaden their horizons, right? The person standing next to him placed a hand on Zhao Wuchang's shoulder with a mocking tone. His name is Bo Duong Khan. They continued to mock him. Even just drinking a little rice water and returning, he would brag, claiming he had once visited Tianlai residence. Ha ha ha, that's absolutely right, senior brother. The 9 Firmament sect members were furious and started to draw their swords. How detestable. This is truly excessive bullying. The senior sister quickly stopped her junior brother. You cannot be impulsive. Unexpectedly, Trio Votuang continued to provoke them. You can't blame them. If anyone is to blame, it's the threshold of the Tianlai residence for being too low. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, 2 chopsticks came tearing through the air from nowhere, startling Bo Duong Khan and making him freeze. Indeed, Bo Duong Khan stood stock still. It turned out he was cut by a chopstick flying horizontally across his face, leaving a faint mark. After flying past, the chopstick firmly embedded itself in the wall, piercing through the entire menu board. Trio Vo Thuong and Bo Duong Khan were utterly astonished. The one who threw the chopsticks was Hu Yin Tran. He coldly spoke. What's all this noise? Waiter, bring the food. They were so vexed, their faces turned purple. You! Hu Yin Tran merely smiled. As he prepared to punish them, the senior sister next to him quickly called, Junior Brother Ko! The waiter immediately responded, Coming! To ease the tense atmosphere, the waiter said, Honored guests, please wait a moment. I will bring the food immediately. He just turned away, his eyes already welling up with tears. Asterisk. Whoa! Can you guys take your fight outside? Xuan Chen began to sit down. Completely ignoring those loud mouths, he began to order 1 portion of Phoenix Worshipping Bird and 1 portion of Profound Origin Soup. The server, a bit too eager, turned to Zhao Wu Chang's group. Please, have a seat and see if there's anything you'd like to order. He immediately sat down with an arrogant air, as if it were a given. Whatever they ordered, just bring us 2 portions of each. If we don't finish it, we'll just dump it. No biggie. Xuan Chen glared at him, clearly annoyed. He continued to bluster. This guy only ordered 2 dishes, but they're both signature dishes from Shan Lai Ju. Each dish already costs 200,000 St. Cores. I wonder if he can even afford it. Nearby, other sect disciples who were eating also began to whisper. Dan Shen Dian has a dispute with Ju Xiaomen? Wow! As expected of Dan Shen Dian. If you've got money, you can really just throw it around like that. Just quietly eat your own food. Don't get involved. Senior brother next to her whispered into the senior sister's ear. Or, while the food hasn't arrived yet, should we switch to a different restaurant? Relying solely on our few scattered holy crystals. We shouldn't compare our wealth to these guys from the Dan Shen Temple. They keep insulting us. You all still dare to keep ordering? We are waiting for your food to be served. Ha 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 ha. The senior sister beside him angrily rolled up her sleeves and retorted loudly. Order then. We're supporting him. She told Ji-Yu Xuan Chen, Junior brother, don't worry, just keep ordering. Afterwards, you can just stay here at Qianlaiju. We senior sisters will head back. We'll tell the sect master to figure out how to get holy crystals to bail you out. For the honor of our Jushao sect, you'll just have to sacrifice a little. Ji-Yu Xuan Chen smiled, replying, no need for that. He then loudly called out, bring up every single dish on the menu, 1 portion of each. If we've already come all the way to Qianlaiju, then of course we must try everything at least once. The waiter's jaw dropped in utter astonishment. Why, young master, you mean asterisk the entire menu? The senior sister, who had been so aggressive just a moment ago, now also had her mouth agape and eyes wide. The senior disciples gasped, exclaiming, Good heavens, junior disciple, do you want to clean out the 9 Heaven sect? You ordered every single dish from Qianlaiju. That will cost at least 1,000,000 spirit stones. The senior sister next to them whispered softly, if you do that, even all the elders won't be able to pay for it. Meanwhile, Bo Yangqing turned worriedly to Wu Chang Zhao Shixiong. We didn't bring many spirit stones with us. Are we really ordering 2 portions of each dish? Just like this kid? He confidently propped his feet on the table. From what I know, the elders of the 9 Heaven sect don't even have that kind of financial power, let alone a few ordinary disciples. They're just putting on a show. Later, they'll definitely secretly return the food. He raised his voice and told the waiter, don't worry, just do your job. If anyone dares to dine and dash at Qianlaiju today, my Dan Shen Dian will uphold justice for you. With that, he raised his cup and took a sip of wine. Xuan Chen spoke up. Oh, this venerable one thinks you'd do better to worry about yourself. A moment later, sumptuous food was served, filling the table. Xuan Chen slowly savored the delectable dishes laid out before him. Tian Yu exclaimed in admiration while eating, it's truly Qianlaiju. The flavor is absolutely divine. Seeing Tian Yu eating so heartily, senior sister, she asked, Junior sister Yi, why aren't you worried at all? Tian Yu replied, still munching, because I trust senior brother Ji Yu. Whatever he says is absolutely trustworthy. All senior brothers and sisters, just eat to your heart's content. Senior sister sitting beside Xuan Chen was filled with anxiety. Oh, these two really have no idea about the immense troubles ahead. A moment later, all the food was gone. Plates piled like mountains, and the entire group was panting. To the astonishment of the Dan Shen Dian people, they exclaimed, we ate so much! truly worthy of Shan Lai Ju. Worried senior sister said to Xuan Chen, Junior brother Gu, today, we can only put you in a tough spot. You stay here. Wait while we go find the sect master to get the Saint Crystal. Xuan Chen confidently replied, It's just 1 million Saint Crystals. There's no need to bother the sect master. He loudly called out, Waiter, the bill, please. The senior brother behind him, sweat pouring down his forehead, exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? The Dan Shen Diane people are staring. Are you seriously trying to openly skip out on the bill? A woman stepped out and spoke up. Hello, young masters. The total is 518,000 holy crystals. Giving 500,000 will be fine, she thought to herself. This is the first time I've encountered a customer bold enough to order everything on the menu. I'll just round down for him. Xuan Chen then tossed her a bag. Take it. The shop owner flinched. This is... Zhao Wuchang stepped forward, reaching for the bag. Zhao Wuchang scoffed. Look at you all, acting so high and mighty just moments ago. I even thought you had some impressive tricks up your sleeve. To think you'd pull such a deceitful trick. It looks like you're handing over an empty storage bag. Planning to dine and dash, aren't we? Bo Yangqing snatched the bag from the shop owner's hand. Senior brother Zhao, pour out those holy crystals. Let's help them count exactly how much is in there. He had barely pulled the bag open when, to his utter astonishment, countless gold, silver, and spirit stones came gushing out of the bag. An immeasurable fortune of gold and spirit stones piled up right before his eyes. The shop owner's eyes were wide with shock, and even Xuan Chen's companions couldn't help but gape in surprise. Bo Yangqing shrieked in terror, How can this be? The mountain of gold coins was so immense, it snapped the dining table in half, spilling over and completely burying Bo Yangqing. His disciples scrambled to pull him out. Senior brother, my prowess is so vast, isn't it? Is that enough to shut you up now? Senior sister asked. Junior brother Ju, impressed. Where did you get so much sacred essence? He replied. Sister, you don't need to worry about this. After becoming the supervisor of the sacred river, he discovered the personal belongings of those who had gambled and were defeated in the sacred river previously were all inside the sacred river token. Let alone 1 million sacred essence. Even 10 million sacred essence is not worth mentioning. Xuan Chen spoke up. Now, isn't it your turn to pay up? You all owe double that. Hand over 3 million sacred essence. He challenged them. That Zhao Wuchang's face darkened. You all, this... The people of Juxiaomen were met with a round of taunts. It's just 3 million sacred essence. You are the esteemed Pill God Temple. Surely you wouldn't want to welch on your debt. Would you? Zhao Wuchang immediately ordered, Everyone, chip in! His fellow disciples wailed. This is half a year's savings for me. Don't even mention it. This is all the sacred essence I've earned since I entered the sect. It seems the rumor that the people of the Pill God Temple are wealthy is truly no exaggeration. When they had gathered several full bags, at this moment they suddenly realized their blunder. Senior brother Zhao, what do we do now? It seems we're still short 200,000. Zhao Wuchang immediately grabbed his subordinate's collar and addressed the owner. Our man will stay here, wait for us to gather enough money, and we'll return to redeem him. The landlady scornfully looked at them and sighed. Is that all? Just then, a waiter presented a money pouch and announced, It's all counted. This is young Master Gu's 1.5 million Saint Spirit stones, she happily reminded. Esteemed guest, there's also the matter of the broken table, you see. Xuan Chen immediately handed over more. Here's 200,000 Saint crystals, all for you as a reward. He tossed the money pouch into her hand. Her eyes lit up. Oh, I don't need that much. A single table only costs 1 Saint crystal. Xuan Chen replied, You'll need it. Turning around, he told his senior and junior brothers, Let's go. Following Xuan Chen, the disciples of Dan Shen Temple fumed. Senior brother Zhao, are we really going to let them off like that? How can we? That brat, clueless about the immensity of heaven and earth, dared to make my Dan Shen Temple suffer a loss. He furiously glared at Xuan Chen. Not repaying a grudge isn't my style, as expected of senior brother. Later, let's find a secluded spot. We'll teach them a good lesson. That's right. These guys are plotting dirty schemes. You all surround them from the left. Once they enter, they'll taste a few explosive pills. Understood? As soon as they stepped out of the restaurant, Zhao Wuchang looked on in shock. He fearfully turned around for a closer look. Those guys are still plotting schemes. The rest of you, grab your weapons and follow me. We'll kill him before he can even react. At this moment, a huge hole appeared outside the immortal's arrival. Zhao Wuchang's face went pale. Wait! We're returning to the inn immediately. The junior disciples, still confused, asked, Senior brother Zhao, what's wrong? Trembling, he said, We can't afford to provoke this person. A junior disciple came and placed a hand on him. Senior brother Zhao, what are you saying? There are only a few of them, and the strongest doesn't even reach the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm. With our skills, he's absolutely set on fighting. But then, that guy pointed up. Look, All of you. He was pointing at the hole he had just seen. The one who was just boasting immediately turned pale. That's the spot he hit with chopsticks, Bai Yangqing. Senior brother merely flicked a chopstick, and it created such a powerful impact. What profound inner power. We absolutely must not act rashly. A chill ran down Zhao Wuchang's spine. He commanded, "We must return to the inn immediately. Immediately report today's events to the palace lord." Yes. After leaving Xian Laiju, Xuan Chen and his companions continued to stroll through the streets. At this point, Xuan Chen didn't have to carry anything anymore. He happily let his senior brothers take care. The senior brothers are annoyed, seeing the two senior sisters fawning over Xuan Chen, flattering him profusely. They never expected junior brother to be so rich. We really couldn't tell, huh? Junior sister Yi is right. You truly are very dependable. Xuan Chen's discomfort was evident. They were getting too close. The senior brothers were practically crying from bitterness. Ah, he's handsome and rich! Heaven isn't fair, is it? They arrived at a place with a sign that read, Jubao Lu. Tian Yu spoke up. Oh, this place has a saint artifact shop. Let's go inside and take a look. A senior sister said, Junior sister Yi, perhaps we shouldn't. This place belongs to the Zhen Yuge. It wouldn't be very appropriate for us to enter. The name, Zhen Yuge. Xuan Chen thought, it's one of the 7 great saint sects. Does the Zhen Yuge specialize in artifact refining through formations? If so, then we absolutely must go in and see. He immediately said, then we absolutely must go and see. With that, he swiftly entered. The two senior sisters scurried after him. Junior brother, wait for us. Inside the Jubao Lu, Xuan Chen walked around, taking a look. Let's go over there and take a look. Shall we go that way? A girl runs out to greet them. Young masters, what can I do for you? The salesperson says warmly, Young master, is there anything you all need? He turns his head, eyeing the robe displayed in the glass cabinet. Xuan Chen declares, this venerable one shall take a look first. The girl immediately begins her introduction. This is the 9 Dragons Cloak, crafted with ancient mystical arts. It's impervious to blades and spears, and resistant to both water and fire. This Wu Tian Luo can even withstand a full-powered attack from a peak late-stage martial artist. Our magical artifacts are truly the finest around. He ponders, looking at a glowing box. This box is glowing so brightly and is incredibly eye-catching. This is a spiritual artifact, isn't it? She immediately replies, Young master has such keen eyesight. This is a brocade box forged from Tianshan fire essence, capable of blocking all detection. It's an excellent brocade box for storing precious items. He walks closer, curious about what's inside. To be honest, even we don't know what's truly inside. However, generally, one cannot see the item within. If a customer wishes to purchase it, then the item inside will be given as a complimentary gift. Xuan Chen immediately asks, Oh, the price? So, how much is this brocade box? In a flash, she quoted a price of 5 million holy crystals. The senior brother next to him gaped in shock. A box, and he had no idea what was inside. Yet, it cost a whopping 5 million holy crystals. This is practically blackmail. What kind of idiotic money bag would even consider it? Upon hearing that, Xuan Chen sealed the deal, tossed her a money bag, and declared, Wrap it up for this esteemed one. Dumbfounded, the senior brother muttered. Just pretend I didn't say anything, all right? Once the purchases were complete, they immediately left the Jubao Lu. The young master departed leisurely. Inside, a mysterious man asked the salesgirl, who bought the brocade box just now. She replied, reporting to the pavilion master, it was a young master. As for anything else, there's no further information. This person was quite generous and seemed very interested in what was inside the box. That's why he bought it without any hesitation. After asking, he dismissed the girl. All right, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Gripping the teacup in his hand, he wondered, to buy that brocade box without any hesitation. Are you truly my brother, or merely a coincidence? This one-eyed man was the pavilion master of Zhenwang Pavilion, Zhang Chenshan. On the street, everyone has now met and gathered. You finished your purchases so quickly. The senior disciple spoke up. Wait, Shidi, did you buy that brocade box? Xuan Chen turned to the senior disciple and said, Shixiang, you know about this brocade box too, he explained. Who wouldn't know about this thing? Our Treasure Pavilion's Divine Artifact Shop bought it over 100 years ago. Not only does our Divine Artifact Shop have one, but even the Pill Hall of the Dan-God Temple, Peerless Pavilion Shop, and even the shops under the Nine Heavens sect, we all possess one. Xuan Chen asked for clarification. So, what you mean is, a brocade box like this, the 7 great sacred sects of the Saint Realm all have one? He replied, Of course! To put it bluntly, it's a scam to trick people. They intentionally set a sky-high price to fool those wealthy idiots into buying it. Xuan Chen's face darkened as he fell into thought. Previously, among the 7 great ancient sects, The Qingyun Shanhe diagram was a trap laid by that person specifically for this venerable one. Now, the spiritual energy within this brocade box gives this venerable one the exact same feeling as back then. Suddenly, a sensation like an electric current shot through Xuan Chen's mind. He brought his hand back, and spiritual energy converged. Xuan Chen pointed his finger, attacking towards the stalker, and with a single move, he blasted a huge hole in the street. They ran away! He definitely felt that a giant eye was watching him just now. Someone is watching this venerable one, Xuan Chen thought, a playful smile gracing his face. Looks like those little rats are finally showing their true colors. This holy realm is getting far more interesting. The senior sister next to him spoke up. Junior brother, could you open this box of yours so that everyone can feast their eyes? The senior brother quickly interjected. If you want to see it, you should go home first, and then look. This place is crowded. If it's some kind of treasure and others see it and rush to snatch it, what then? Xuan Chen simply shrugged. If everyone has it, what kind of treasure could it be? I just bought it for kicks anyway. He then opened the box with everyone eagerly waiting. When they saw what was inside, they practically shrieked. What is this? Inside the box was just a perfectly ordinary stone. Tian Yu immediately scoffed. A normal stone! There's no trace of spiritual energy whatsoever. I knew it was a scam, but only Xuan Chen realized, no, this was absolutely no ordinary stone. The moment he opened the box, the cultivation technique of the yin-yang heavenly scripture within his very being immediately began to move on its own, as if yearning to absorb the power of this stone. This must be the peerless divine stone that the yin-yang heavenly scripture spoke of. The supreme divine stone is a cultivation object from another dimension. Its essence is similar to the saint's essence of the saint domain, capable of aiding martial artists in cultivation. For those who cannot absorb the power of the divine stone, it is merely a worthless object. But to this venerable one, it is worth more than 10 million saints' essences. Yet, to publicly display this object among the 7 great sacred sects as bait, he picked up the stone to consider. Indeed, it was aimed at this venerable one. As night fell, the sect master of Nine Heavens sect was standing in the garden enjoying the view. Below, a school of fish was swimming playfully in the water. He was extending his hand to feed the fish. Instantly, a spear thrust arrived, but he easily caught it. This person's strength was not ordinary either. Both sides were locked in a struggle of internal energy. The sect master spoke. It's already midnight. Aren't you going to sleep? Instead, you like to court death like this? It turned out to be the black-clad figure Xuan Chen had been searching for all this time. With his other hand, he channeled energy, intending to attack the sect master. His claws aimed at him and struck. The sect master channeled energy into his hand. Immediately, his spear shattered into many pieces. The black-clad figure exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He hastily retreated a few steps. Behind him, another black-clad figure spoke up. Haven't seen you in months. It seems your cultivation hasn't slacked off for a moment, eh? Heh. Truly worthy of the Nine Heavens sect's sect master. He turned to the figure, grumbling. Didn't I tell you there was no need for private meetings? A few more figures appeared. One of them immediately chimed in. Sect Master Hugh, you still don't know him? He always wants to defeat you, you know, so he can finally claim the top spot among us. The one wearing a horned hat spoke up. We've all been through so much already. Everyone already knows both our identities. So what's the point of hiding? You're right, third brother. Sect Master Hugh glared at them. Enough chatter. Let's get to business. Immediately, they shed their outer black robes. Sect Master Yu Tian Long of the Heavenly Sword sect grumbled. Now I've lost another good spear. Darn it all. The masked fellow from the item shop. Pavilion Master Zhang Zhen Shen of the Array King Pavilion. Always showing off with his saber and spear every time we meet. I advise you all to save your energy a bit. If I don't try, how would I know if I can kill him or not? Sect Master Nan Men Yi of the Divine Ape sect just looked utterly bored. The one who just spoke was the peerless Pavilion Master, Jilin Zantian. Why don't you all just announce our movements and let everyone know the Sect Master's secret? All Master Niu Ben of the Danshan Dian, one of the 7 great factions. What major event has happened again? I really don't want to kill anyone else. Alliance Master Xia Sa of the Guangwu Ming and Sect Master of the Juxiao Men, speak up and follow me. Yes, yes, they replied in unison and followed him. At a round table, Niu Ben said, Since Xuan Chen escaped from the Qingyun continent, more than a few months have passed. We still haven't found a single trace of him. Where on earth did he run off to? And Men Yi scoffed. Well then, we should ask Third Brother if he perhaps hid the person himself, shouldn't we? Glancing at him, the sect master of Juxiao Men asked, What do you mean by that, Junior Brother? I heard that Third Brother's newly inducted disciple, Ju San Tong, is not only incredibly wealthy, but also possesses astonishing martial arts prowess. Today, he didn't hesitate for a moment to purchase the peerless divine stone from the Zhen Wangge. Even big brother Zhen Shan specially used his blood pupil technique today to investigate him, and almost got caught by him. Who would have thought? From his techniques, moves, and appearance, I can't help but suspect he's none other than Ji Xuan Chen. The sectmaster immediately grabbed his neck tightly. He warned Lao Liu, "I've never liked people who think they're so clever." He struggled, gasping for air. "Don't tell me. Can't you feel the bloodline resonance on him, just like ours?" Wu Ming stepped forward to intervene. "Third brother, let go. He's about to die." Seeing his intimidating glare, he released his grip, sparing Nan Menyi's life. He clutched his throat, coughing uncontrollably. "Cough, cough, cough." "Now that you mention it," the sect master of Jushao sect said that the first time he saw Jiu Batong, "I also once suspected his identity because of his familiar eyes. However, I've already investigated his entire background and identity. He definitely comes from the Baijian tongue. The most important thing is that this person genuinely doesn't have that sense of bloodline resonance that binds brothers. And we, the masters, clearly state that. At that time, we had already met him face-to-face several times. Zhuan Chen, at He Tu, and on Qingyun Mountain. Although Zhu Santang looks like Xuan Chen, there are countless doppelgangers in this world. Only the Saint Lord's bloodline is the most accurate proof." Wu Tianlong gnashed his teeth in frustration and huffed. "It's just that back then, father and mother played favorites, giving the heavenly yin-yang scroll exclusively to him, while we could only rely on the remnants wandering adrift in the sacred domain. So these individuals are his actual sworn brothers. Xuan Chen, fortunately, we have the bloodline sensing ability. Only then could we finally all gather here. But if we can't quickly find Xuan Chen and retrieve the heavenly yin-yang scroll, then those old geezers in the sacred domain will elect him as the new Saint King." Sectmaster, stand up. "I understand your worries, junior brothers. Leave this Jusen tongue to me to handle. As for the rest of you, continue to monitor the movements of the passage to the lower realm. Absolute vigilance is a must. Furthermore, from now on, without my command, no more gatherings are allowed. Is that clear?" He radiated a menacing aura, intimidating them. "Disperse," Nan Menyi said grudgingly. "He just relies on his martial prowess to always order us around." A wicked look appeared on his face. "Once I find Jiu Xuan Chen's whereabouts, the first person I eliminate will be you." Elsewhere, two senior sisters were happily chatting with each other. "Tomorrow is the Sacred Martial Arts Assembly. This time, I will definitely win the championship for the 9 Immortal Sect." "Me too." Suddenly, a strange reddish-pink mist wafted into both their noses. "How strange. Why does it smell like snow ginseng? Ugh, I'm so dizzy." Both of them slowly collapsed. "Me too, immediately." The two senior sisters lay motionless on the ground. Sacred Martial Arts Assembly Arena. "Welcome, all you talents from the Sacred Realm, who have come to participate in our Sacred Skyfire Sect's Sacred Martial Arts Assembly this time." The host explained the competition rules as usual. Each faction has a team of 8 people participating in the competition. With concurrent confrontations, the duels are divided into martial arts, alchemy, and formation arts. The specific content will be decided by drawing lots. The Sacred Skyfire leader presided over the assembly. She then introduced, in turn, the 5 teams participating in this competition: Tianjian Sect, Shenyan Sect, Guangwu Alliance, Wu Shuang Pavilion, Dan Shen Palace, Zhenwang Pavilion, and Jushao Sect. The host lady announced, inviting all esteemed sectmasters to the observation deck. The sectmasters instantly transformed into streaks of light, soaring in from various directions. They landed on the observation deck, their imposing presence echoing with the grand rumble. Standing on the platform, 5 sectmasters took their high seats, gazing down. The host declared, "I now officially announce, the competition has formally begun. First match, Jushao Sect versus Dan Shen Palace. Please send 1 disciple from each faction to the arena." A representative from Dan Shen Palace slowly stepped forward. It was Zhao Wucheng. He ascended with an arrogant swagger and a confident scoff. "These past few days, because of that incident at Shanlai Abode, I was reprimanded by my master. I'm absolutely seething with pent-up rage. It's best this young master unleashes it in a martial arts match. I'll just find some unlucky soul to pummel and really blow off some steam. Let's see which poor sucker will become my punching bag this time." On Jushao Sect's side, the contestant is Jiu Xuan Chen. Her, Jiu Santong, HMPH. Zhao Wucheng was utterly dumbfounded and visibly terrified. "Wait a minute, how is it you?" Pointing a shaky finger at Xuan Chen, he roared, "You! Aren't you just a newly admitted disciple? Why are they here, participating in the match? Xuan Chen touched his chin. He recalled what Tian Feng told the sect master the other day. The sect master said Yu Chao and Shen Sui were inexplicably poisoned and fainted in the courtyard. What should we do now? Given the urgency of the situation, he decided that San Tong and Tian Yu should participate in their stead. Xuan Chen realized there was a scheme. They wanted to take advantage of the competition to probe this venerable one's power, eh? Very well, I'll play along. Meanwhile, above, Sect Master Qingyang discussed with his disciples. Listen closely. During this match, let's observe him carefully. If he's pushed to his limits, he just might reveal some clues. Understood. Zhao Wuchang gritted his teeth in frustration. This isn't good. If I fight him in this place, I might not even make it to the finals. The host began drawing lots, addressing everyone present. As for the match content, Wu Chang's face went green as he began to use his tricks. I absolutely cannot draw a martial arts match. He tampered with the drawing results. She flipped over the card and announced loudly, This round's duel is alchemy. It's alchemy. He had successfully influenced the result. Zhao Wuchang chuckled inwardly. Ha ha ha, Ju Sun Tong, you're done for. He pointed a finger at Xuan Chen. Raising his voice, he declared, As the first disciple of the #1 alchemy god, I shall let you taste my true prowess. Are you ready to witness it? Xuan Chen raised his sword, responding in a loud voice. This is a question. Should be asking you, venerable one. His expression turned menacing once more, he announced. This venerable one's feast of slaughter is about to begin. Prepare yourselves for death. Furious, Zhao Wuchang gritted his teeth. That arrogant brat. Today, the prestige of my alchemy god hall shall make you cry on this arena. Above, the various sect masters watched intently. Qingyang mused to himself. Ju San Tong, let me clearly see your true strength. The game master then announced the rules of alchemy. The ingredients for alchemy have been evenly distributed to both sides of the arena. The time limit is 1 hour. Once the time is up, whether or not a pill has been successfully formed, both furnaces must be opened. If one side finishes refining, the other side must also stop. The quality of the elixirs will be assessed by the 7 sect masters. The quality of the elixirs will be assessed by the 7 sect masters. Throw up the tokens. The match begins now. Zhao Wuchang channeled his qi, beginning his alchemy. He conjured fire from his hand, heating his bronze cauldron with his own flames. Below the stands, Xuan Chen's fellow disciples exclaimed, This isn't good! That is a high heaven grade flame seed. Tian Yu immediately asked, What is that high heaven-grade flame seed? Senior brother explained. Junior sister might not know, but to refine a good batch of pills, aside from peak-grade medicinal ingredients, the flame seed is also incredibly important. Flame seeds are categorized from high to low as heaven, earth, dark, and yellow, respectively. And within each category, there are further distinctions between high-grade and low-grade. This high heaven-grade flame seed is reserved for the absolute peak alchemists. Even the holy domain. Only a select few talents can truly control it. No wonder you're the chief disciple of the Pill God Temple, Tian Yu exclaimed. So, Brother Ji Yu, what you use is... Ji Yu Xuan Chen snapped his fingers. He conjured a purple flame, heating his cauldron. A senior disciple watching from below immediately commented, Is senior brother Gu's flame merely a high-grade earth flame? Wu Chang burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Before the competition he was bragging about, and this is all the skill he actually has? What a joke! Xuan Chen just offered a faint smile towards Wu Chang. Xuan Chen's flame blazed up, forming a swirling vortex of fire. The flame was so massive it affected those below. It's scorching! Dao Wu Chang yelled, mouth agape and eyes wide. Are you out of your mind? This high temperature, are you trying to burn the medicinal ingredients to cinders? Kid, do you even know how to refine pills? Ji Yu Xuan Chen spun his fingers and conjured. His purple flame transformed into a dragon. It blazed fiercely, smelting the Jinding. The people below couldn't stand the heat and cried out in horror. What? The Jinding's lid popped open, emitting smoke. The extreme heat caused chaos among the people below. This isn't good. The temperature is too high. Quickly, use your spiritual energy to block it. Zhao Wuchang, who was controlling the flame with his hands, panicked. Oh, for heaven's sake! We're refining pills, not forging artifacts. Xuan Chen shouted loudly. And the cauldron's lid burst open, releasing an extremely fierce burst of heat. It knocked Zhao Wuchang flying. Ha! In Xuan Chen's hand was a spiritual pill, a brilliantly golden one. The pill is complete! That's a Yundan! And it's still shimmering. The audience, astonished, pointed. Look, this is a 10-cloud spiritual pill. Wu Chang, still sprawled on the ground, was also stunned. How? How can this be? You clearly used earth fire. Its attribute is clearly many levels lower than mine. So how is that possible? Xuan Chen then said to him, This world has tens of thousands of sharp artifacts and tools, But when this venerable one fights you, I have never relied on tools. Rather, on my own strength. To defeat you, Earthfire alone is more than enough. He slammed his hand on the ground. Damn it! I should have chosen the formation path. Wuchang Xuan Chen sat down beside him and asked, still not resigned to it, are we? Then let this venerable one tell you. Whether it's the martial path, alchemy path, or formation path, anyone who can make this venerable one lose has yet to appear in this world. In other words, you'll still suffer a crushing defeat. You can only have your head ruthlessly pressed into the ground by this venerable one. The host spoke up. The Zhuzhao sect has produced their pill, but the Pill God Temple hasn't finished condensing theirs. There's probably no need to evaluate the pill's quality anymore. She then declared, Juba Tong of the Zhuzhao sect wins. Awesome, we won. This is absolutely fantastic. Even Nan Menyi, who witnessed it, had to exclaim. This is truly hard to imagine, and something I've never seen before. Qing Yang's face darkened. This brat! Other sect masters also couldn't help but look surprised. Sect Master Qing Yang then curved his lips into an intriguing smile. The sacred martial arts tournament opened with a magnificent aura. Disciples from the 7 great sacred sects competed fiercely. Matches were incredibly exciting. From the initial 50 participants, only 28 now remain. The final 14 will proceed to the ultimate showdown, eventually narrowing down to just 7. The people of the Zhuzhao sect were absolutely overjoyed. Zhu, senior brother, and Yi, junior sister, truly didn't fall behind. Dan Shen Dian has lost almost all its members. You two are the pride of Zhuzhao men. On the arena, the final contestants have gathered. The Game Master announced, this is the final match. The rules are quite simple. 7 participants will battle. Those deemed to have lost combat ability or who leave the arena will be eliminated. The last one standing wins. Resources will be distributed according to the order of elimination. She leaped off the stage, declaring, then, let the games begin. From high above, Nan Minyi observed, a thought forming in his mind. This Juba Tong certainly has a few tricks up his sleeve. Whether it's alchemy or formation arrays, he's never lost a single match. He suppressed all the senior disciples, advancing to the finals. Even if he isn't Jiyu Xuan Chen, allowing him to remain in Zhuzhao Man after this will become an immense threat. As he spoke, a sinister smile crept onto his face. He then secretly communicated with his disciple below. He instructed Yan Xiang, find an opportunity mid-match to take the life of your opponent. She glanced over at Jiyu Xuan Chen, then replied, as ordered. The card has been drawn. This match is a martial arts competition. A firecracker sounded, and the match began. Everyone immediately turned and surrounded Jiyu Xuan Zhen. Below, a senior brother spoke to Tian Yu. Why aren't you cooperating with junior brother Jiyu? She answered. He prefers to act alone and isn't keen on cooperation. What's more, on this arena, he's my opponent. I certainly don't want to be beaten into a fool by someone else. The other contestants are already colluding with each other, right as the match just began. This guy seems tough to deal with. Let's fight him first. You handle the attack. I'll defend. You take the first move. I'll take the second. Sounds perfect to me, replied the guy who creates fire from his fists. Xuan Zhen glanced at them, his expression unwavering. The guy who just made the plan immediately clasped his hands, forming the Heavenly Silk Soul Binding formation. The formation he created was like countless threads woven together. It attacked directly towards Jiyu Xuan Zhen. Leaping up, Xuan Zhen immediately dodged his attack. The other guy, with the fiery fists, also unleashed his ultimate technique, creating 2 saw blades from his hands. Die! He shouted, shooting straight at him. Xuan Zhen retreated, not rushing to attack powerfully. Below, an enemy using earth-burrowing techniques grabbed his leg, giving the other guy's flaming saw blade a chance to close in on Xuan Zhen's face. He leaned back, gracefully dodging the flaming saw blade. He prepared a counterattack. Trying to tie up this lord? You're dreaming. He struck the earth-burrowing guy, deciding to deal with him first. The sheer force of his strike cracked the ground, revealing that annoying earth-burrower. He quickly jumped back, avoiding the blow. Immediately, Xuan Chen had closed in on him. Xuan Chen got right in his face, instantly unleashing a flurry of attacks. An illusion turned the clouds into feathers. Xuan Chen furrowed his brow. Illusion magic, huh? The bird feathers became sharp, raining down from above. Xuan Chen slashed with his sword, cutting the bird feathers in half. He leaned back, dodging the remaining feathers. A few still slipped through, grazing him. From above, a woman with snow-white wings had just saved that thing that was burrowing earlier. That woman is Zhang Ying of Wu Shuangge. The purple-haired burrower, like a ninja, launched several round shurikens. These shurikens were imbued with a layer of ancient purple spiritual energy. Xuan Chen counterslashed the shurikens with his sword. He was surprised and swiftly dodged the 2 attackers, who utterly failed to injure Xuan Chen. He had no choice but to watch helplessly. Xuan Chen quickly landed right in front of them. Fire Fist exclaimed, Such a tight attack, yet this brat still managed to break through it. Xuanchen spoke up, saying, 3 people? Or 4? Colluding together? Deliberately putting on a show of force, to make this venerable one think there were only 2 of you attacking together. But in reality, it was 4 people allied, or perhaps a move like, feigning to the east, attacking to the west. He looked towards Tianyu. She was being attacked by a rather strong opponent, who wildly declared, I've never struck a woman before. I advise you to be sensible and proactively give up. Tianyu warned, disregarding women will cost you dearly. The Fire Fist guy pointed a threatening finger. Jubatong, look at the situation clearly. Right now, you're 1 against 4. If you don't want a miserable defeat, then get out of this arena. Otherwise, you'll become the Zhu Xiao sect's biggest laughingstock. Ignoring the crowd before him, he arrogantly declared he would take on all 4 alone. I'll give you all a little something. You pathetic herbivores. Only the weaklings like to gather together. As soon as his words ended, Xuanchen's aura condensed, taking the form of a mighty tiger. A true king always walks alone. The 4 ambushers were stunned, their eyes wide. What? In the blink of an eye, Xuanchen had already appeared right next to them. He aimed straight for the Fire Fist guy and struck. You, the chattiest one, made this lord's ears ache! A mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Let's start with you, then. The targeted man, who had been standing with his arms crossed, suddenly felt uneasy. Quick dodge! His allies, who had just teamed up with him, hastily fled for their lives, leaving him alone to face the full force of the attack. Xuanchen attacked him directly, leaving him dazed and disoriented. He channeled his energy into his palm, then thrust it straight towards the Fire Fist guy. He could only reluctantly fend it off. Terrified, he wondered, how can he possess such terrifying power? His legs gradually lost their footing. The energy sphere created by Xuanchen grew larger and larger until it surpassed his limits of endurance, severely injuring him and causing him to spit blood. His body, like a kite with a snapped string, was flung out of the arena. The girl with ice wings observed from a distance, stunned to see his comrade struck down. Suddenly, Xuanchen had moved behind her. When did you get here? You're the second one, she cried, spinning around in utter shock. He tore her wings off with his bare hands, the intense pain causing blood to gush from her mouth. Xuanchen let out a delighted chuckle, fluttering around like a moth. You're making this venerable one quite dizzy. From high above, the woman fell straight to the ground, lying motionless. The formation master's face twisted grimly upon seeing this. He flew into a rage, cursing, You stinking brat! He unleashed his next move, creating a vortex from countless threads. Xuanchen calmly grasped his threads. Then, using his qi, he sent them back with 10 times the force. What? He exclaimed in astonishment. Responding to him were thousands of electrically charged threads, shocking him until his eyes bulged and his body twitched. Save me! Save me! On the other side, Tianyu had also gained the upper hand, with 3 opponents already down. She claimed victory over her opponent. She sent him flying off the stage with a kick, then looked at Xuanchen with admiring eyes. As expected of Brother Ji-Yu, you've already dealt with 3 people so quickly. I can't possibly bring shame to the Zhu Xiao sect, she declared, looking down at the ground. Xuanchen searched for the last opponent. Still 1 person hiding underground, huh? He was furious and contemptuous. What a rat, he said, turning to Tianyu. Tianyu stood firm. She looked surprised. Huh? He slammed his hand onto the ground, obliterating the entire arena floor. Now you can't escape. The defeated opponents were flung high into the air. A vortex formed, pulling them into a dizzying spin amidst their screams and cries. Qing Yang had witnessed the entire scene. Nan Menyi gasped in horror. What? He even destroyed the entire arena! The surrounding spectators couldn't stop exclaiming. This spiritual energy is too powerful. Xuanchen stopped, pointing his hand straight up at the sky. Recede! He roared as the spectators' eyes practically popped out of their sockets. It's over. It's finally over. By now, the arena was nothing but a pile of rubble. Xuanzhen had ceased his power. Everyone shrieked, no longer seeing an arena, just ruins. The earth-burrowing guy was now lying motionless below. He looked quite severely injured, weakly groaning a few times. Standing high above, Xuanzhen looked down at him and said, You can't escape this time. Tian Yu landed nearby. Oh, Miss Ju, you've really made quite a mess, haven't you? He looked towards the game master and asked if it could end already. Sitting on a rock, she immediately spoke up. She declared the competition officially over. This time, the first-place winner of the Sacred Martial Arts Grand Tournament is Zhu Xiao Sect's Zhu Batong. Zhuanchen's senior and junior brothers cheered with delight. We won! Our Zhu Xiao Sect took first place. How amazing! From above, Qingyang asked his junior brothers, Did you all see it clearly just now? Lin Zhantian replied, We saw it clearly, although it was very weak within his law force. He could truly react with a portion of the yin-yang heavenly scripture that I received. Nan Men Yi continued. Me too. The other senior and junior brothers also saw it but were speechless. Tian Long also concurred. Niu Ben speculated, I'm the same too. What on earth happened? Throughout the entire process, none of us could react to the power. The bloodline. If he isn't the ancient Xuan Chen, then where did he learn the yin-yang heavenly scripture? It seems this Jubatong is largely connected to the ancient Xuan Chen. Below, the fellow senior brothers surrounded and congratulated Xuan Chen. Zhu Shidi, you are truly formidable. I, your senior brother, am ashamed to not measure up. Are you truly a newly initiated disciple? Wang Mingwu asked, Qingyang Sange, what should we do next? The Zhu Shao sectmaster stared, held his peace, and added, I still need to confirm one more thing. A few days later, in the main hall of Zhu Shao sect, the sectmaster, seated on high, addressed his disciples. All of you performed exceptionally well during this sacred martial arts gathering. On behalf of Zhu Shao sect, it's time for me to fulfill my initial promise. All disciples who participated in the 7-sect martial arts gathering, regardless of your performance, will be able to accompany me to the Holy Land of Zhu Shao sect for cultivation. Everyone cheered joyfully. That's wonderful. It's the Holy Land of Zhu Shao sect. I wonder how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures there are that can aid our cultivation. What a bonus. We're truly benefiting from Senior Brother Zhu's efforts. And Junior Sister Yi's. He then spoke privately with Xuan Chen. Xuan Chen, although you've only just joined our sect, you've already secured such a grand victory for us. You are truly a rare genius, one rarely seen in a century. Besides the rewards already promised, what other medicinal pill rewards do you desire? Whatever cultivation technique or spirit beast, I'll grant them all to you. Xuan Chen immediately said, I don't need any of those. I only want the sectmaster to take me to meet someone, Elder Yunshan, the elder at the 9 Heaven Sacred Grounds stone chamber. The two stood before a massive stone door. Qing Yang used his hand to twist a hidden mechanism, opening the stone door wide. He told Xuan Chen, the person you wish to meet is right here. Stepping into the secret passage, an old man lay amidst a chaotic pile of books. Sectmaster Qing Yang exclaimed, Elder Yunshan! Xuan Chen walked closer. I can't sense any vital energy. Is he dead? What happened? Was he harmed by someone else? The sectmaster replied, Impossible. No one can enter this stone chamber but me. Xuan Chen reached for his neck to check his pulse, when suddenly the old man grabbed his hand. It turns out Elder Yun Shan wasn't dead after all. He was as gleeful as a child. This old man's acting skills are getting better and better. You've all been tricked. Ha ha ha. I absolutely love seeing your horrified expressions. Xuan Chen and Qing Yang were utterly speechless at Elder Yun Shan. Sectmaster Qing Yang introduced, Cough. Elder Yun Shan. This is our new disciple who just entered the sect this time. He came out on top in this sacred domain grand assembly. He said he once entered the heart of the sacred river and wants your guidance on it. Qing Yang secretly thought to himself, this Yun Shan, at his age, still loves to put on a show. Placing his hand on Xuan Chen's shoulder, he chuckled, praising, For someone so young, you've already entered the sacred river. Your future is truly limitless. However, Sectmaster, when I left that year, I made a pact with the sacred river. It was that I couldn't speak of it to anyone else, except those who have entered the sacred river. Everything concerning the sacred river. He gestured to Qing Yang. So, I'll have to ask the Sectmaster to step out for a moment. Qing Yang turned and left. No problem. I'll excuse myself. He turned and told the young man, Come, follow me inside. Xuan Chen nodded. All right. From outside, Qing Yang secretly gave him an order. Yes, Yunshan, confirm this person's identity and probe his cultivation technique. See if it's an enlightenment from within the sacred river. He accepted the order. Understood, sect master. The moment the door closed, Xuan Chen stared intently at Elder Yunshan. Immediately take him into the Shenghe Forbidden Zone. He looked at him terrifyingly. Elder Yunshan immediately knelt down. Yunshan greeted his master. As he approached, the master commanded, Stand up! Sit down and take the teacup from the table. He said, You are truly intelligent, not revealing my identity right then. He stood up and replied, As soon as you entered, I sensed the aura emanating from you. I dared not speak carelessly, fearing I would ruin your plans. He bowed, Sheng. He may have a new master, but I, Yun Shan, shall remain as before. I shall wholeheartedly serve you like an ox or a horse for all your commands. I wonder what commands the master has for me this time. Putting down the teacup, Xuan Chen questioned. I once captured several forces from outside Shanghe. They constantly claim to have obtained information about the Saint Sun's whereabouts from you. I ask you, how exactly did you discover the Saint Sun's whereabouts? Tell me the details. Yun Shan raised his head and replied, Master, Sectmaster Hu once captured a Saint Sun. One only needs to use a bloodline tracking technique, then they can utilize this Saint Sun's essence blood to track down the locations of other Saint Suns. It's merely a bloodline tracking technique that causes immense damage to the Saint Sun's body. We don't dare use the Saint Sun much more. Perhaps just one search. Xuan Chen asked, Have you ever seen the Saint Son captured by the Nine Heavens Gate? According to his words, only the sect master knows where the Saint Son is imprisoned. Others are not permitted to inquire, or they will be punished according to the sect's regulations. In reality, within the entire Nine Heavens Gate, hardly anyone knows anything about the Saint Son. Xuanchen pondered, chin in hand. Does that mean this Saint Son might not even exist? What else do you know? He then recounted, actually, it's not just our Nine Heavens Gate that can pinpoint the Saint Son's exact location, but also the people from the other 6 great sacred factions. It's just unknown which sect they got wind of it from, or if they themselves captured another Saint Son to obtain this intelligence. Are you saying that the leaders of all 7 great sacred factions coincidentally know the Saint Son's whereabouts? Yunshan nodded. That's right. Stringing together the recent events, you've already revealed murderous intent. Constantly probing, with so many coincidences like these, it seems my 7th brother wants my life. All right, this lord knows everything now. Right now, this venerable one still has to hide his identity at Jushao sect. You must cooperate with me. Yes, Xuanchen replied with a meaningful smile. So, should we resolve the next issues one by one, or catch them all in one fell swoop? The Qingyang sect master is waiting outside, incredibly anxious. The stone door slowly opened. Yunshan led Xuanchen out, a broad smile on his face. Ha ha ha, a genius. Absolutely a genius. Just now, Ji-Yu Santong and I exchanged some insights at the Sacred River. I didn't expect him to have achieved such enlightenment at such a young age. His prospects are truly limitless. I'm afraid he'll even surpass me in the future. Heaven truly helps my Jushao sect. The sect master scrutinized him closely, a curious "oh" escaping his lips. Yunshan telepathically communicated with Qingyang, saying, "Sect master, this old man has thoroughly investigated. This person's cultivation all comes from the incantations of the Sacred River Master." "Absolutely no mistake," he replied mentally, eyes closed. If his cultivation technique was passed down from the Sacred River Master, then it's not unexpected. After all, the Sacred River Master is a supreme expert in the sacred domain. It's also not strange for him to know a move or half-stance from the yin-yang heaven scripture. If everything about Ji-Yu Santong truly comes from within the sacred domain, then it proves he is not a Saint Son, and it's unrelated to Ji-Yu Xuanchen. Is everything just a coincidence? A few hours passed. A disciple rushed in to inform Qingyang. "Master, it's not good. The sect masters of the 6 great sacred factions have arrived to visit the mountain." He then left, saying, "I know. I'll be there immediately. You may withdraw." These rascals actually disregarded my orders and came here on their own. In the grand hall of the Juxiao sect, Qingyang spoke up, reprimanding them. "What's the meaning of this, all of you? Ignoring my orders, you rushed to the Jiaxiao sect? Aren't you afraid of exposing both our identities?" Nan Menyi immediately said, "After all, in the past hundreds of thousands of years, this is the first time we're about to succeed. We were worried that you, third brother, couldn't handle it, so we kindly came to help you complete our grand plan." "Oh, is that so? I see you're not worried about my safety, but rather afraid I'm hiding something. So you deliberately came to monitor me, didn't you?" Wu Tianlong slammed his hand on the chair in anger. "HMPH, good that you know. What exactly is the background of that brat, Ji-Yu Santong? Have you investigated it thoroughly?" Qingyang glared at him. Seeing his utter lack of manners, he was immediately struck in the shoulder, wincing in pain. Everyone present was utterly astonished and angered. Qingyang said to Tianlong, "Since when has it been your turn to give orders?" Niu Ben spoke up to mediate. "Third brother, don't blame us for being so suspicious. If you had been frank with us brothers, then we wouldn't be so jumpy. What exactly is Kupathong's background, anyway? You should really clarify it for us." Qingyang replied, "We were all mistaken. Kupathong's yin-yang heavenly scripture came from enlightenment at the sacred river and has no connection whatsoever to the sacred sun." Jin Shan asked, "He came from the sacred river?" "Indeed. I had Elder Yunshan investigate it thoroughly, and it's been confirmed as true. Yunshan has been my trusted confidant for many years. He wouldn't dare hide the truth from me once he knew it." Zhang Tian stood up, clearly vexed. "What a wasted trip. 7th brother, retreat. The martial alliance will obey immediately." "Understood, 5th brother." Niu Ben, ever the pragmatist, began to calculate. Elder Yunshan, of course, wouldn't deceive you. However, the fact that he entered the sacred river, and whether he is the sacred son, are not mutually exclusive. Who's to say a sacred son can't enter the sacred river anyway? While his hand wound was being treated, Tianlong interjected, "What's your point, junior brother?" "But on Zhu Batong, he also doesn't resonate with our bloodline." The clacking sound of an abacus echoed as Niu Ben said, "At the Sacred Martial Arts Assembly, everyone must have seen his true strength. His alchemy, martial arts, and formation arts are truly extraordinary. Thus, he could use some tricks to seal off his own bloodline aura." Bringing a hand to his chin, Nan Minyi asked, "Can this bloodline aura truly be sealed?" Niu Ben affirmed. "Why? Of course it can. Now, junior brothers, try to see if you can still sense the power of my bloodline. Tianlong, bristling, declared, "Let me try a punch!" He then threw a punch towards the seated New Ben. He easily dodged to the side. The junior brothers witnessing were utterly astonished. No reaction. What's going on? Even Qing Yang couldn't help but wear that expression. Tianlong, who had just made his move, was dumbfounded as Qing Yang urged New Ben, "Stop being so evasive." New Ben then gave a sly grin and took out a spirit pill. "This is the latest pill I've spent many years refining using my bloodline. Just by using this pill, one can evade bloodline detection. If I can do it, it means others can do it too. I boldly guess that Kok Tam Thong is precisely Jiyu Xuan Chen. If that Kok Tam Thong intentionally hid his identity, it wouldn't be impossible." Sectmaster Qing Yang moved extremely fast, lunging to strangle. The fellow disciples gasped in astonishment. His speed is truly immense. He was utterly furious, interrogating New Ben. "And you dared to secretly research this elixir behind my back? Just what exactly are your intentions?" New Ben, eyes wide and trembling, struggled to speak. "Your third disciple. I dared not cry out. Sectmaster, please, mercy. Spare my life. I was merely curious for a moment." "Let go. I'll spare his life. HMPH. New Ben clutched his throat, coughing. "Coo, coo, coo." Qing Yang warned New Ben, "If I ever find out that anyone among you harbors disloyal intentions, you already know what fate awaits you." The disciples replied in unison, "Understood." Tianlong, clutching his right arm, and Zhen Shan, gritting his teeth, also echoed, "Understood." Having said that, Qing Yang immediately flew off, not forgetting to instruct them to stay here obediently. "I will personally test Kok Tam Thong." Xuan Chen was strolling in the flower garden when suddenly several talismans flew over to attack him. Xuan Chen took notice the moment he saw them. The first talisman stuck firmly to a tree trunk. The second talisman was also affixed to the adjacent tree, and directly opposite it, another talisman appeared. The final talisman then linked the 4 talismans together, completing the array. This array manifested as a colossal cuboid structure. "A deadly array," Xuan Chen mused silently. "So you finally run out of patience, Hu Qingyang?" He hovered menacingly above Xuan Chen's head. Xuan Chen then spoke. "Sectmaster, what exactly is your intention?" Hu Qingyang extended a hand, beginning his explanation. "This is a barrier I personally developed. Unless I willingly deactivate it, no one can enter or leave." Xuan Chen, intrigued, questioned him further. "Sectmaster, are you trying to gauge my cultivation level?" Hu Qingyang's voice deepened. "I'll only ask you this once. Are you truly the ancient Xuan Chen?" He glared, his eyes widening. Xuan Chen, without hesitation, launched his attack, remarking, "Just realizing it now? Isn't it a tad too late for that?" He aimed a punch at his chest, but Hu Qingyang effortlessly dodged it and burst into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha! How audacious! To think you dare sneak into the sacred domain. No wonder I couldn't trace your whereabouts. On the Qingyun continent. If Xuan Chen's guess isn't wrong, it seems the person in black robes on Qingyun Mountain's Saint Peak is you who has descended." Qing Yang threw a punch towards Xuan Chen's neck, as expected of someone who has mastered the entire heavenly yin-yang scripture. "Father, you are truly worthy of my intervention. If I don't kill you today, my plan to dominate the sacred domain will be ruined." Xuan Chen, striking as he replied, "You truly possess some minor skills, you know. However, the unlucky fellow you encounter today happens to be me." Xuan Chen gripped the clear wind tightly as they grappled. Qing Yang flew into the air, bursting into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha! I hope you brat have strength that matches your arrogant words. The warm-up is sufficient. We can begin now." From above, he channeled his fury, clasped his hands together, and unleashed the Taijuan formation. The power radiating from the attack was earth-shattering. Xuan Chen covered his eyes. Due to the immense pressure radiating from the attack, when he opened them, he was utterly astonished by the formation being unleashed. In mid-air, Qing Yang created 3 formations simultaneously. Of the 3 ultimate realms, one formation was shaped like a purple eye. Next to it, a red vortex-shaped formation, and the last was a vibrant blue. All 3 radiated terrifying power. He stood there, arms crossed, brazenly facing Xuan Chen. Xuan Chen's face lit up with amusement. "Oh, this formation. It's finally a worthy challenge for this venerable one to break." Xuan Chen extended his hand, summoning his sword to him, and just like that, the sword materialized in his grasp. He soared upwards, launching an attack on Qing Yang, who was already airborne. He just flashed an infuriatingly provocative smile. From within the Crimson Formation, thousands of sword projections materialized, clashing against thousands of sword intents. Xuan Chen, showing absolutely no inclination to dodge, simply swung his sword and utterly pulverized every single sword Qing Yang had conjured. Pressing in even closer, he unleashed yet another sword strike. Xuan Chen's movements were so blindingly fast, it was as if he were multiplying. Sect Master Qing Yang finally showed a hint of apprehension, his brow furrowing. In an instant, he had already appeared behind Qing Yang, a loophole, and unexpectedly, the purple eye-shaped formation instantly burst open. Xuan Chen slashed at Qing Yang's ancient body protection technique. Xuan Chen was utterly flabbergasted. All he could do was open his mouth to speak. He was immediately struck back, sent flying backward. From high above, Jiyu Xuan Chen free fell to the ground, struggling to pick himself up. His body was riddled with wounds. Qing Yang snickered. "Oh, how utterly naive. My formation isn't just a pretty face. It attacks and defends." And with the array core nestled right in the center, it's practically an impregnable fortress, the strongest formation with absolutely no blind spots. So no matter how super your martial arts are, you won't even scratch me, punk. Before he could even finish, Jiyu Xuan Chen soared back up, sword in hand, right in front of Qing Yang. He moved ceaselessly, attacking him from countless directions. But Qing Yang's protective aura was just too darn sturdy. He just couldn't break through it. Watching Jiyu Xuan Chen's frantic assault, Qing Yang smirked smugly. "Oh ho, your speed has certainly picked up. Alas, it's still utterly useless." He repelled Jiyu Xuan Chen with a shockwave. "You think these paltry little attacks are enough to defeat me? You're still so green, Jiyu Xuan Chen. You're already showing signs of struggling." No. Can't give Jiyu Xuan Chen even a moment to breathe. Qing Yang's barrage of myriad arrows was already hurtling straight towards him. Swiftly, Jiyu Xuan Chen weaved back and forth, narrowly dodging. This only made Qing Yang's wicked grin grow wider. "Oh, Jiyu Xuan Chen, watching you flounder like that, it's quite exhilarating, wouldn't you say?" While running, Xuan Zhen pondered how to deal with this. This guy's sword technique harbors the power of fire devouring. It's power. If I get hit, I'll probably be reduced to dust. He extended his hand, unleashing a surge of energy. Qing Yang said, "How truly boring. It seems you only have that meager ability. Die!" Then, spears formed from high above, pointing downwards. When Xuan Zhen saw the move, he was utterly terrified. He couldn't dodge. He took the hit, blood gushing from his mouth. In agony, he cried out, "Hew!" Slowly, Xuan Zhen collapsed. Several spears were still embedded in his body. He looked at Xuan Zhen collapsing and said, "So what if you possess the Yin-Yang Heaven Tome? In the end, you still lost to my hands. If you had just obediently handed it over from the start, how could you have ended up like this?" He clenched his fist, conjuring a black flame. "Don't blame me for being a cruel big brother." He then hurled it towards Ren Zhen's neck. Xuan Zhen suddenly opened his eyes. He twisted his body and moved. This caught Qing Yang off guard. He barely managed to blurt out, "What?" At this moment, Xuan Zhen had already appeared behind him. "Attacking this venerable one and then letting your guard down is fatal." He pressed his hand firmly onto the array. Qing Yang's eye-shaped technique unleashed the thunder-swallowing killing movement. With one move, he shattered Qing Yang's eye technique. These obstructive eyes must be removed first. Qing Yang's sect master exclaimed in surprise at this moment. "You created a black hand from smoke power." He frantically attacked. "Don't get too arrogant." Xuan Chen curled up like a ball, dodged, and landed on the ground. He asked Xuan Chen, "How could you possibly?" "Clearly, my sword had you caught in its grasp." Xuan Chen then explained, "That eye isn't just for a comprehensive overview. Its true function is an illusion technique, isn't it? It seemed his true intentions were exposed. You deliberately made me think its purpose was to monitor my attacks and summon a defensive magic formation. In reality, its true effect is to cast an illusion spell. Just looking at it will surely make one fall victim to it. I realized this just now when I was hit and injured." Qing Yang, utterly shocked, questioned, "When did you figure that out?" Xuan Chen closed his eyes and replied, "At first, it was just a guess. However, every time you merely approach the very center of the formation, your reaction becomes extremely violent. It seems you'd rather suffer injuries yourself than let it disappear. I have confirmed this point. This eye is the true trump card of Xuan Chen's body formation. Now the wounds are gone," he stated darkly. "Just as I predicted. After breaking the formation, you weren't harmed at all. Everything just now was just a smoke screen." He quickly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. For 10 millennia, you're still the first person in the sacred realm to see through this move. And you actually managed to push me to such a desperate situation." His hands blazed powerfully as he unleashed a move. "Then I will show you my genuine ultimate attack." Around him, green yang spiritual energy erupted, and it seemed there was also a blue polygon in the center. Xuan Chen looked up, surprised by the formation his opponent had created. He transformed, stretching out long, monstrous arms. "I will definitely make your death meaningful." His face was incredibly ferocious at this moment, revealing an extremely sinister smile. Using his monstrous arm, he struck down at the ground, but Xuan Chen immediately jumped up to dodge. That move is the Baohuo Qian Kun Chang. This was the first time Xuan Chen had faced such a powerful enemy. He thought of igniting his entire bloodline, instantly transforming its surge into an offensive force. What? That attack is too powerful. This isn't some ultimate technique, nor can it be transformed by ordinary law power. Xuan Chen generated thousands of sword intents to counter him. However, they couldn't penetrate his body-protecting technique. Qingyang smirked and laughed loudly. Xuan Chen, is that all you've got? These little tricks don't quite match the grand words you boasted earlier. Xuan Chen retorted, calling him foolish. Upon hearing that, his expression turned incredibly ugly. Suddenly, he moved incredibly fast, closing in on him. Hasn't anyone told you? After equipping that fake arm, your speed is incredibly sluggish, isn't it? He swung his sword in one move, aiming straight for Qingyang's head. But as he slashed down, Qingyang had vanished right before the blade. He moved incredibly fast through the forest, trying to escape, then stopped by a tree, panting. Huff, huff. Qingyang gritted his teeth, utterly vexed. Damn it! That brat's movements are too fast. So I'll use the forest as cover and launch surprise attacks. Xuan Chen cast his gaze down at the forest, searching for the one trying to escape. Raising two fingers, he channeled spiritual energy. This venerable one wants to see just where you plan to run. He then created a bizarre black formation. The ground began to shake violently at that moment. Dumbfounded, Qingyang recognized it. Wait, this power, he thought, a grim smile forming on his lips. Gleefully, Xuan Chen unleashed the Blood Soul Spirit Curse. The 10,000 Swords pursuit erupted with incredibly powerful demonic energy, turning the entire sky crimson. Meanwhile, Qingyang's brethren also felt this powerful tremor. Nan Menyi spoke up. What in the world is happening? Why is the spiritual energy fluctuating so violently? Zhen Shan's face was pale with fear. This is demonic energy from the 9 Netherworld Gate. Why would such potent demonic energy appear here? Could it be a demonic invasion? From high above, Xuan Chen, arms crossed, stated, If you are so obsessed with the Yin-Yang Heaven scripture, then this venerable one will show you its true power. From within the formation, 10,000 swords, created by demonic energy, appeared with overwhelming might for all to behold. This venerable one will show you its true power. Xuan Chen stood amidst the 10,000 swords pursuit, supremely exalted high above. When Qingyang saw this scene, his face turned ghastly pale with terror. Nonchalantly, Xuan Chen raised his hand, making a final gesture. Hundreds of thousands of swords flew towards the forest where Qingyang's sectmaster was hiding. From afar, the swords looked like a crimson rain pouring down on the forest. At this moment, Qingyang was running like his life depended on it. However, unable to escape the hundreds of thousands of swords hunting him, he cried out in agony. Ugh! Ji-Yu Xuan Chen delightedly tightened the power in his hand. Falling, Qingyang was enveloped by demonic energy. Unable to escape, he could only scream in despair, Arg! His eyes wide as he roared, Arg! Qingyang was firmly pressed to the ground by the oppressive energy. Xuan Chen muttered, I guess this will do. After the move was finished, with thick smoke and dust filling the sky, Ji-Yu Xuan Chen descended from above, slowly making his way to where Qingyang lay. He was now lying motionless on the ground, asking himself, How could this be? I actually lost. Xuan Chen approached, looking at him with utter contempt. Full of pain, he spoke up, asking Ji-Yu Xuan Chen, Why didn't you kill me? Looking down, Xuan Chen answered him, There's no why. This venerable one's decision to kill or not kill has always been a matter of whim. This time, it's simply because I don't want to kill. Actually, Xuan Chen recalled the promise he made to his mother. Shen, don't kill them. He took out a demonic pill. It's just that you, with all your schemes, dared to plot against this venerable one. Even if you were my blood brother, you would still have to pay the price. He then flashed a sinister smile. The man trembled with fear. Wait. What are you trying to do? Swiftly, he shoved it right into his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. He struggled frantically. After a moment, he fell into unconsciousness. Turning away, he stretched his neck a few times and casually remarked, Well then, should I deal with the remaining 6 little rats now, I wonder? At the sacred land of the Zhu Shao sect, a whirlwind of demonic energy appeared. A disciple, seeing it, cried out, Look, everyone! What is that? Tian Yu immediately recognized it as demonic energy. The Zhu Shao sect immediately fired emergency signal flares into the sky. A pale-faced disciple spoke up. This is bad. Quickly, return to the heavenly hall behind the mountain. Something has happened to the master. Everyone from the Zhu Shao sect is bustling as they rush towards the heavenly hall. Inside the heavenly hall, Qingyang lies unconscious, placed in the center by everyone. Tianfeng asks in shock, What exactly happened here? What's wrong with the sect master? Everyone is utterly perplexed right now. who could have possibly gravely injured the sect master. Elder Yunshan speaks up. The 6 great sacred sects colluded with the demon race and poisoned the sect master. They foolishly hoped to ambush him. Fortunately, Jubatong saw through their scheme and temporarily managed to save the sect master's life. Everyone exclaimed, "Jubatong saved the sect master? He alone dared to single-handedly fight the sect leaders of the 6 great sacred sects? Is Batong truly that formidable?" The elders of the Zhu Xiao sect were seething with rage. How detestable. It seems they're just jealous of us. Because we secured the top position among the sacred martial sects, they secretly plotted this scheme. An elder spoke up, saying, "Wondered why the 6 great sacred sects would visit our mountain without rhyme or reason. Turns out they harbored malicious ambitions. That Niu Ben from the Danshen Temple was largely responsible for poisoning the sect master." The elders flared up in rage, itching for revenge. "Since things have come to this point, why don't we just directly attack them? Avenge the sect master." "Yes, let's attack them! Avenge the sect master!" Tianfeng hurriedly stopped them. "Hold on, you hotheads. Don't act rashly. Right now, we're like a dragon without a head. If we rush in blindly, we'll only be marching to our own demise." Elder Yunshan, who was practically waiting for this moment, spoke up. "Everyone," he began, "I, Yunshan, have a proposal. I nominate Zhu Jiyu Santong to be the successor sect master, to lead us in destroying the enemy together. Tian Mo, Tian Feng, and the other elders, along with the disciples of the Zhu Xiao Gate, all exclaimed in astonishment. What? Zhu Ji Yu San Tong as the sect master? Is this a joke? Tianfeng then spoke up. "Master, there are plenty of capable people in the Zhu Xiao Gate. He's just a newly initiated disciple. Even if his talent is out of this world, how could he possibly become the sect master?" Tian Mo also chimed in. "Exactly. Even senior brother Tianfeng, with all his experience, doesn't have this qualification. On what grounds can he possibly stand?" Elder Yun Shan, perhaps sensing the rising panic, then explained. "The situation is critical right now. The 6 great sect masters are still lurking outside the main hall, just waiting for an opportunity to strike. If you, young man, are willing to lead the entire Zhu Zhao Gate to avenge the sect master, then I, Yun Shan, will be the very first to pledge allegiance to you. Seriously." Turning to his younger brother, Tian Feng looked utterly stumped. Tian Mo dared not decide, instead asking his senior brother, "Senior brother, what on earth do you think?" He pondered for a long time. "Master speaks wisely. If we can single-handedly contend with the sect leaders of the 6 great sacred sects, all the better. But if we can't, then we will have openly antagonized the 6 sacred sects. If we fail, someone must take the fall to bear the wrath of the 6 sects." Tian Feng spoke up. "I agree with Master's words. If this time we can defeat the sect leaders of the 6 great sacred sects, I am willing to acknowledge Zhu Santong as the sect master. However, if there's any mishap," Xuan Chen immediately understood the implication. "If there's any mishap, it will be solely my responsibility, unrelated to the Zhu Xiao sect." Seeing Xuan Chen's resolve, Tianfeng nodded. Such a sense of responsibility is indeed rare. "If that's the case, then I, Tianfeng, am willing to go avenge the sect master." Tian Mo also chimed in. "If senior brother Tianfeng has said so, then we are also willing to follow suit," all chorused. "Avenge the sect master!" His scheme had succeeded. Xuan Chen smiled and replied, "Then many thanks to all elders for supporting my brilliant calculations. Although the identity of the Saint Lord grants immense power, however, it can only be wielded in the shadows and must never be revealed in the open. Mother once said that the human and demon races, along with numerous other factions, are all eyeing the Saint Lord's bloodline. If we don't eradicate those forces, even if Mother is rescued, there will only be more troublemakers causing chaos. It'd be better to use the power of the Zhuxiao sect to expand our influence in the Saint Realm and establish a firm foothold. To truly control the Saint Realm, we must begin with the Zhuxiao sect." Jiyu Xuan Chen led everyone to seek vengeance. "Let's go." At this very moment, the sect masters of the 6 saint factions are still blissfully unaware. They're still comfortably seated in the Zhuxiao sect's main hall. Tianlong was getting anxious. "He's been out for quite a while now. Perhaps I should go check on him." Outside, hurried footsteps echoed as the Zhuxiao sect members surrounded the main hall. As soon as they stepped out, the sect masters were met with the sight of the encirclement. The Zhuxiao sect members, led by Jiyu Xuan Chen, had arrived to deal out punishment. Yunshan immediately quipped, "You all better just obediently surrender and let yourselves be tied up." The 6 great sect masters, however, still had no clue what was actually happening. Zhang Zhenshan angrily roared, "Zhuxiao sect, what in the world do you think you're doing? You want to oppose our 6 great holy sects?" Tian Mo furiously retorted, "Oppose! It's obvious. You poisoned and ambushed our sect master first. Do you really expect us to welcome you with open arms? Hearing Tian Mo, Zhen Shan was utterly bewildered. Poisoned! His gaze immediately fixed on Xuan Chen. It was you! Xuan Chen looked at him challengingly, implying, so what if it was this lord? Wu Tianlong grabbed his halberd and charged, attacking Xuan Chen. Don't waste so many words on him. Let's move! Nan Menyi also raised his saber to join the fray. Prepare to die! Xuan Chen stood still in one spot. He merely used his internal energy to create two giant hands and seized the two men. Tianlong cried out in pain. Nan Menyi wasn't doing any better. HMPH! He threw them flying far away, even smashing the Grand Hall's pillars. He proudly declared, I'll deal with you two first. Zhen Shan and you two remaining? You're just ancient history. Xuan Chen continued to attack with his internal energy. Tianlong and Nan Menyi placed their hands on the ground, struggling to stand. Nan Menyi spoke up, cursing. Damn it, he said to Tianlong. This punk's martial arts are seriously strong. Brother, you go left, I'll go right. We must coordinate our attack and not be careless. Tianlong nodded in agreement. Understood! Immediately, Xuan Chen's two spiritual energy hands lunged forward in attack. The two sect masters were so startled, they couldn't react in time. From a distance, Xuan Chen spoke up. You still have the strength to stand up, huh? Looks like you haven't suffered enough yet. With that, he waved his hand, grabbing their legs and lifting them high. Snap rang out as the two cried out in excruciating pain. Oh, my leg! Ah! Xuan Chen had broken their legs. Seeing them scream, Xuan Chen was utterly satisfied. Ah, that's music to my ears. At this moment, Zhan Tian drew his saber and joined the fight, signaling for Wu Ming to step forward. Yes, fifth brother, Elder Yun Shan stepped forward and said, Your opponents are us! Meanwhile, Xuan Chen now only had to confront Zhen Shan directly. Xuan Chen said to him, You were the one using spiritual energy to monitor me from outside. The Wanbao Lu incident earlier, that was you, wasn't it? He launched his magic artifact into the air, attacking. Less talk, more action. With his two hands, he created enormous streams of purple spiritual energy. He supplied them to his magic artifact. Today, either you die or I die. The array radiated a dazzling light. Xuan Chen glanced at the technique before him with half an eye. Zhen Tian's dazzling array shone down, trapping Xuan Chen within. Space around Xuan Chen gradually began to change. Around him, a brilliant red engulfed everything. As corpses emerged from the ground to attack Xuan Chen, you used an array disc technique to ensnare this venerable one? He looked at the clay figure's hand. Oh! A clay puppet, infused with the power of a divine law and named Zhen Shan, burst out laughing triumphantly. Ha 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 ha. Within the array space, he excitedly spoke to Xuan Chen. If you can defeat Hu Qingyang, then you deserve to enjoy the highest level treatment. He thought to himself, this is the array I spent my entire life researching, all to deal with Hu Qingyang. I never expected to use it on him today. You clever clogs, go die by my divine puppet army. The clay puppets advanced, surrounding Xuan Chen. Xuan Chen waved his hand, annihilating a few puppets on his right and slashing through a few more on his left. As each puppet was sliced to pieces by Xuan Chen, Zhang Zhentian watched with wide, astonished eyes. Xuan Chen then looked at him with utter contempt. Is this all the skill you've got? At this, he was utterly bewildered. Xuan Chen clasped his hands, formed a seal, and chanted a destructive incantation. Series of puppets were utterly shattered before him. Zhen Shan gritted his teeth, utterly disbelieving. He never imagined his true strength would be so terrifying. There's absolutely no way he can meet force with force. Gathering all his strength, he initiated a transformation. Thousands of earth puppets were created, forming a massive clay army at his command. They tightly surrounded Xuan Chen. Yet, with just a light flick of his hand, Xuan Chen swept them all away. Such a boring trick. Zhen Shan couldn't help but be stunned, his eyes clearly revealing his astonishment. No, impossible. Witnessing his army of earth golems annihilated in the blink of an eye, he could only gape with wide eyes, his expression turning utterly unsightly. Can such terrifying sword speed truly exist in this world? He swung his hand, his surging sword intent flying straight towards Zhen Shan. In a flash, Xuan Chen had already closed in on him. He slashed down with a razor-sharp sword strike, and Zhen Shan hurriedly created a shield to defend. HMPH! Gripping the sword tightly, he spoke. It's time to finish this, isn't it? Zhen Shan tried to calm himself, controlling the formation plate with his hands, his heart filled with resolve. He absolutely couldn't let him succeed. However, before he could even utter the incantation, Xuan Chen swatted his hand away. Seizing the perfect opportunity, he intertwined his fingers, just as Zhen Shan was forming his hand seal. He then told him, Much obliged. Zhen Shan, wide-eyed with horror, panicked. What? Xuan Chen bellowed. The formation was immediately dispelled by Xuan Chen. Exploding energy erupted, obliterating all the remaining clay figures. They were completely incinerated in the colossal stream of light. Jin Shan, gravely injured, wide-eyed, let out a pained cry. Hugh! The shockwave sent him slamming hard into the rock wall. Approaching, Xuan Chen saw Jin Shan clutching his stomach, blood gushing out nonstop. HMPH, you've wasted so much of this esteemed one's time. Meanwhile, the elders of the Xiao sect were besieging Zantian and Wu Ming. They blocked their escape route. Zantian attacked furiously, swinging his sword down. The disciples were terrified by the oppressive aura of the sect masters. Darn it! We clearly outnumber them, yet we can't get the upper hand. Instantly, brilliant light emanated from the formation plate. It swirled like a vortex. From within the ancient formation, Xuan Chen emerged, casually carrying the unconscious Zhen Shan. Everyone cried out in terror. "It's Cook Sam Tan!" Yan Feng exclaimed joyfully. "Sam Tan, you're out!" Zantian turned pale with fear, thinking to himself, this isn't good. Even eldest senior brother was defeated by him. Realizing the disadvantageous situation, he turned to Wu Ming, his voice urgent. "Seventh junior brother, we can't wait any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a mysterious vial and quickly opened its lid. Wu Ming replied, "Yes, fifth senior brother." And without a moment's hesitation, he brought the vial to his mouth and chugged its contents. Xuan Chen was astonished. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth. His body began to transform violently. HMPH! HMPH! Kill! 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 His body swelled, becoming enormous and grotesque, like a monster. Sharp claws sprouted from him. He roared like a wild beast. "I'll kill you all!" Those around him, overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure, could only scream in fear. Their faces turned deathly pale. What's going on? What happened? A pair of glowing red eyes appeared on his forehead. Then he lunged at two disciples. With a single blow, he knocked down two disciples of the Zhu Xiao sect. Oof! R! Seeing this sight, Xuan Chen pondered. He surmised this state of his was under the influence of a cultivation technique. He's been demonized! Everyone looked at him in terror. What kind of monster is Shasa, really? Why did his personality suddenly change so drastically? Sticking his sword into the ground, Zantian spoke up. "You are wrong," he explained. "This is Sha Sa's true form." Zantian's memories rewound to the past, back to the fateful moment when he first encountered him. The first time I met Sha Sa, he was all alone. Back then, Zantian was still just a youth. Sha Sa already looked exactly as he does now. He stood maniacally on a mountain of corpses. One man pointed and commanded, "No retreat allowed." We accepted the people's plea to destroy him. This monster must definitely be killed today. Yet, everyone merely fled in terror. "Run! Run faster!" Wu Ming jumped next to the man and with a single move sent him flying. Splat! As he killed, his face twisted into a satisfied grin. It seemed killing was his only hobby. Earlier, Zantian could only stand there, trembling and motionless. "Damn it! My legs are shaking so much I can't move. Move quickly!" The monster lunged to attack, and Zantian squeezed his eyes shut. He was ready to accept death, but when he opened his eyes, only a blue-haired boy was before him. This was when he woke up. Wu Ming had recovered his form and consciousness. Perhaps due to our bloodline resonance, he didn't deliver the killing blow to me. He recoiled in fear and apologized. "I didn't mean to kill anyone, but the villagers all thought I was a thief. They thought I was a monster, so they threw things at me and even wanted to kill me." Zantian looked at his carefully bandaged hands, thinking to himself, did he bandage me? Young Wu Ming also had many injuries on his body. Were his injuries from the villagers? Perhaps it was, because he found him pitiful. Zantian extended his hands towards Wu Ming. "Are you willing to leave this place? Are you willing to leave this place?" I actually felt sympathy for this brother. Zantian smiled and spoke to Wu Ming. I said, "Leave this place with me." Wu Ming's eyes were now brimming with happiness. After that, Wu Ming became my companion. The left side is for you, and the right side is for me to handle. So we two brothers traveled all the way from south to north. Relying on the remnant scroll of the Yin-Yang Heaven scripture, we roamed the sacred realm. The two brothers cooperated in battle with perfect synergy. "Too slow already," Satudat said. "This time, I must win, Gag." Later on, he established the Guangwu Alliance, while I became the pavilion master of Peerless Pavilion. It was only after investigating that I learned Satu's incomplete Yin-Yang Heaven scroll was different from mine. Sometimes, he would cry out in pain, "Gag!" Big brother Zantian would immediately rush over, full of worry. Satu's incomplete scroll contained an overbearing killing intent, making it extremely easy for him to suffer a chi deviation. Therefore, he normally restrained his killing intent. But now, This is his true self. Satuda frantically flipped away all the disciples of the Jushao sect. They were pushed back, falling to the ground. What's happening? How is he so incredibly strong? He struck hard at the ground, shattering the floor, as a terrifying pressure radiated out. Zhang Tian said that everyone thought that Wu Jingyang in the 7 Great Saint Realms was the most powerful, but in reality, that wasn't the case. It was merely because Satu, by nature, didn't want to slaughter innocent people that he disdainfully made a move against Hu Qingyang. Satu once said, "It wasn't easy for us to find brothers. I don't want us to slaughter each other. Since I also didn't want to force him, I was always willing to remain subordinate. If he gets serious, I'm afraid even Hu Qingyang wouldn't be able to stand against him." Sha Taida grew fangs, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared. He shouted loudly to Shati Zhantian, wanting to unleash his power. "Shatai, you are the strongest. Go on a rampage. There's no need to hide your killing intent any longer." Ji Xuanchen smiled, clicked his tongue, tisk, then instantly flew down to engage in battle. A stream of sword energy materialized from his hand. The strongest? This lord alone is enough. Using his astonishing speed, Ji Xuanchen shot past at an incredible pace. He sliced straight across Shaitai's body. The 2 elder Tianfeng brothers gaped in astonishment. "Too fast!" The monster screamed in mad pain, stomping hard on the ground. Ji Xuanchen dodged, observing in bewilderment. The wound closed up? Such a formidable body. A sinister smile spread across his bloodshot eyes. He charged with a fist. Grabbing Ji Xuanchen, he unleashed an earth-shattering punch on Ji Xuanchen. The attack's power was too fierce. The sheer force of the blow sent Ji Xuanchen flying, punching him clear through the grand hall from within. He broke 3 pillars in the grand hall, smashing right through to the outside. Everyone cried out in panic. "Unbelievable!" Satad bent his knees, building momentum, then sprang up forcefully. He shot off like a streak of blue light. Yi Tian Yu immediately tried to chase. "I'm going to help Senior Brother Guo!" A senior brother swiftly held her back. "This isn't something we can interfere with. If you go there, you'll only make things worse. We should focus on the enemies right in front of us." Zhan Tian held his sword, challenging the remaining foes. "Come on, you pack of mongrels!" Ignoring all warnings, Ye Tian Yu flew in the direction Xuanchen had been sent flying. "No, it's far too dangerous. I absolutely won't allow him to face the enemy alone," a senior brother yelled. "Junior brother Lu, stop gaping! Block the enemy!" Senior brother Kong gritted his teeth. Sure enough, Satat had already caught up to Xuanchen. Xuanchen was now lying on the ground, still clad in his demonic armor. He spoke. "That move just now, to think it could force this venerable one to summon my demonic armor." Wiping a trace of blood from his face, he muttered, "Such a large man not only possesses such swift speed, and your strength is truly something else. A single strike was enough to damage this venerable one's demonic armor." Clenching his hand, he summoned a demonic sword forged from demonic energy. Holding the sword, he stood up to face the challenge. "All right then, this venerable one will have to get serious now." Xuanchen charged towards Satad, moving at full throttle. Satad immediately unleashed a punch. Unleashing an incredibly fast move, he created countless afterimages. Xuanchen used his demonic energy to forge a blazing red orb in his palm. He then manifested the chains he had summoned. Aiming to bind Sata, he ensnared him tightly with demonic energy, countless cords gripping Sata's neck. Xuanchen spoke. "You can't wiggle out of this one, can you?" He struggled frantically, roaring, attempting to break free from the suppression. Uttering an incantation, Xuanchen squeezed the demonic energy orb in his hand tighter. A thunderous explosion erupted. With this move, Xuanchen was confident he had finally defeated him. Suddenly, a massive hand, brimming with menacing claws, appeared right beside Xuanchen. It seized him, squeezing incredibly tight. With rampant killing intent, it roared, "I'll kill you!" Luckily, Xuanchen managed to dodge that move, now hovering and staring intently at it. Even with such severe injuries, his consciousness is still driving him to attack. At this moment, Ye Tian Yu had also arrived. Observing the battle from afar, she sighed in relief. "Thankfully, Brother Gu is all right. I must wait for the right moment before making my move. Otherwise, I wouldn't just be useless. I'd only be a further burden to Brother Gu." Suddenly, his body began to emit a terrifying aura. The surrounding temperature soared as smoke billowed all around. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His speed increased significantly. Instantly, he lunged to attack Ji Xuanchen. He was astonished. The speed was even faster than before. Ji Xuanchen leaned back, dodging a blow. Immediately, he threw another punch that grazed past him. Gripping his demonic sword tightly, Ji Xuanchen struggled to defend himself. "I must extinguish these chi flames first." Ji Xuanchen raised his sword, pointing it skyward behind him. Like a surging waterfall, a massive water dragon appeared. It opened its mouth wide, roaring towards Satada. the water dragon took its battle stance. The monster leaped high. It bit down hard on the water dragon with its fangs, and a roar echoed. Attacked by the dragon, he stumbled backward. Immediately regaining its strength, he continued to claw towards Jiyu Xuanchen's neck. "Go die," he exclaimed, seeing it still attacking relentlessly. Jiyu Xuanchen, however, excitedly sported a smile. Immediately, the water dragon split into two, surging and flowing gracefully like twin tsunamis. They surrounded Satada, binding him tightly, and bit down hard. Satada struggled to utter, "Don't even think about swallowing this." Jiyu Xuanchen pointed his hand to the sky. He unleashed his ultimate skill. With his, Yang Peak's heavenly demonic power-gathering skill, the sky above turned a fiery red, enveloping everything as he smirked dangerously. He prepared to strike a blow down onto his head. Satada, at this moment, suddenly stared blankly, as if sensing the immense power of this attack. When he turned his head to look up, it was as if a piece of the sky was collapsing. A gigantic sphere, filled with demonic energy, slowly descended upon Satada's unwilling head. Satada used his hands to block it. Gritting his teeth, he cried out in pain, "HMPH! HMPH!" He pressed close to the monster Xuanchen's face and said, "Your persistence is quite impressive." He delivered a palm strike straight to Sateda's face and roared. Sateda's face was contorted in agony. He erupted, and fierce flames appeared, blazing ferociously around him. He struggled to resist. He still persistently used both hands to block the meteorite. The shockwaves from the battle blew out all around horrifyingly as Tian Yu stood watching. He tried hard to grab a branch to avoid being blown away. What a magnificent sight. Looks like I won't need to get my hands dirty anymore. When the dust and smoke cleared, a gigantic crater was left on the ground. Satada had returned to his human form, lying motionless on the ground. The vial he used for transformation had shattered after the earth-shattering battle. Xuanchen gently landed on the ground and declared, "It's over." Suddenly, footsteps echoed, breaking the profound silence. He immediately turned around vigilantly and asked, "Who's there?" The person who appeared was Tian Yu. She couldn't contain her emotion and quickly ran to embrace him tightly. Sobbing uncontrollably, she tearfully exclaimed, "You scared me to death. Thank goodness you're all right, my lord." He immediately reminded her, "Let go." She continued to cry, trembling and hugging him, refusing to let go. "Don't cry anymore," Xuanchen said, comforting her in a rather displeased tone. "You're dirtying this lord's robes, standing here for all the world to see." Her hands were still tightly clasped around Xuanchen's neck, and she nodded, humming. On the other battlefront, Zhan Tian of the Juxiao sect was relentlessly attacking, shouting, "Die, you disciples." He swung his sword, sending one person flying. He seemed to sense a presence approaching, turned around and called out, "Seventh, junior brother." "Didn't expect to see this, did you?" Xuanchen said to him, carrying Satada on his shoulder. "This lord doesn't want to waste any more energy on you." Satada, from Xuanchen's shoulder, spoke up to Zhan Tian. "Immediately surrender and be bound." He gaped in astonishment. How is this possible? Satu defeated? Xuanchen clenched his hand and made a swift gesture. A hand of spiritual energy erupted from the ground, seizing Niu Bin by the throat, making him yelp. Xuanchen, eyeing him dismissively, added, "There's still one rat scurrying about." As Niu Bin slowly levitated, the 9 Heaven sect disciples muttered, "Since when did this even happen?" Niu Bin, at this moment, gritted his teeth, utterly seething with resentment. He had originally planned to use the chaos to find an escape route. He turned towards Zhan Tian. "This venerable one won't be repeating himself. Surrender or perish." Zhan Tian was utterly helpless. The 6 sages were already imprisoned by him. Zhan Tian spoke. "Cut me down, kill me, do as you please." He raised a hand towards Satu's face. "Oh, is that so?" He quickly snatched his hand, enraged. "If you dare lay a hand on him, I'll fight you to the death." With contempt in his eyes, he retorted, "Back when you dispatched men to hunt me, did you ever imagine this day? Now you're nothing but defeated pawns, yet you still dare to flap your gums." Hushan and Zhan Tian were utterly speechless. "I'll ask you one question. If your answer pleases this venerable one, I won't kill him." He pulled out the leaf from the bottle next to Satat after the latter was knocked out. He asked him, "This little thing actually endured my full-force attack? Just what in the world is it?" His face looked bewildered. "I don't even know its origin myself. Satat originally stumbled upon it by pure chance." He explained, 10,000 years ago, the two of us were traveling by water to return to the sect. Suddenly, a colossal, sky-devouring wave descended from above. It churned into a massive waterspout right in the middle of the river. Zhan Tian desperately clung to the oar, trying to defend us. The wave almost swallowed our tiny boat whole. As the monstrous wave finally receded, this leaf simply drifted into Satat's hand. Afterwards, we were utterly astonished to find that it could actually boost Satat's strength. To avoid any misuse of its power, We had no choice but to seal it away, unless it was an absolutely dire emergency. We swore not to ever borrow its power. Having finished his tale, he turned. I've already spilled everything I know, you know. Xuanchen swiftly delivered a blow to the back of his neck. He instantly crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Xuanchen then lifted the leaf. Examining it closely, he mused, the origin of this peculiar item is truly strange. I absolutely must investigate this thoroughly. Give a signal to those outside. He loudly commanded, Everyone, come in! Tianfeng rushed inside. How did Jiyu Batong's interrogation go? Seeing Xuanchen keep his eyes closed without answering, he softly repeated, How did Jiyu Batong's interrogation go? Elder Yunshan reminded them, Tianfeng, you still haven't changed your tune. You haven't forgotten your oath? Have you? From before, right? To capture the sect masters of the 6 great holy sects alive, I never expected Jiyu Batong could actually do it. Tian Mo hesitated. It's just rather awkward, the elder roared. What? Are you saying you intend to break your promise? Tianfeng said. Master, it's not that we want to break our promise, it's just, what if Sect Master Hu wakes up later? Quote, how should we handle that? Quote, Xuanchen immediately said, no need to worry. This venerable one will personally look after the old sect master. If he wakes up, then naturally, this venerable one will return the sect master's position to him. Quote, he chuckled to himself, if he actually has the guts to wake up, well, that'd be awkward for me. Tianfeng pondered, one person suppressing all 6 great sect masters is enough to prove. Batong's martial arts skills surpass even ours, the elders. Even Master respects him so much and shows him excessive favor. Furthermore, with the 6 faction leaders currently imprisoned, the 9 Heavens sect might become a target of criticism. If the disciples of the 6 factions attack, the 9 Heavens sect will be like a snake without a head, and the entire sect will immediately surrender. We willingly obey the sect master's command. Wherever the sect master points, we strike. Tianfeng bowed and promptly asked the sect master, all these sect leaders have been captured. What should we do next? The disciples immediately suggested, how about we force them to hand over the antidote? Yes. Force them to hand over the antidote, then kill them to avenge our sect master. Kill them! Xuanchen waved his hand, signaling, I, this venerable one, have severely wounded them, and they've lost consciousness. Keep them alive for now, and lock them in prison. Once the old sect master's poison is cured, we'll deal with them later. They obeyed. Yes, sect master! The leaders of the 6 great factions were unceremoniously put into sacks and carried away. Tianfeng still had a tricky problem on his hands. He immediately asked the sect master, so how should we explain this to the disciples of these 6 great sects? Xuanchen replied, the Great War has just ended. Our sect's disciples are still recovering from their wounds. At this moment, it's not convenient to mobilize manpower to cross mountains and rivers for a sweep. To the outside world, we'll unify our story. The sect masters of the 6 great sacred factions, on their way to pay respects to our mountain, were ambushed by a mysterious individual. Our Juxiao sect's master Hu risked his life to rescue those 6 from the hands of the mysterious person. Now he himself is gravely wounded, poisoned, and unconscious. Those 6 factions will now owe our Juxiao sect a huge favor. Tianfeng nodded and spoke up. Sect master, you are truly brilliant. Next, we will immediately arrange the grand succession ceremony. As he watched his seniors being led into the ancient dungeon, Xuanchen secretly thought, since I already agreed with Mao Tun, I won't take their lives for now. I've only cultivated a little over half of the yin-yang heaven scripture and haven't reached its peak, he mused. If that mysterious golden leaf can enhance my strength, then I should seek out that secret realm and cultivate my martial art to perfection, so I can soon help Mother escape this predicament. He then commanded, now, summon the scroll. Teleport immediately. Han Gong, who was mid-gnaw on a chicken drumstick, immediately noticed the beam of light behind him. He instantly saw Xuanchen and the Yao Yao sect members joyfully rushing toward him. Master! They cried out joyfully. Master, it's been so long. You finally remembered us disciples. Jiyu Xuanchen greeted him. Tian Yan, who hadn't seen him in ages, boasted to Master Xuanchen, saying, Master, our cultivation has reached the Emperor realm. Now we can go and help you. Tang Tengguan also appeared from somewhere, saying, indeed. She jumped down near where Master Xuanchen was standing, holding a holy sword in her hand. She confidently declared, with so many Emperor realm experts scanning the entire Qingyun continent, who could possibly stop us? Master Xuanchen approached, then sat down beside a large tree, saying, to be precise, your current cultivation realm has already surpassed the Emperor realm. From afar, Shu Yan asked, so isn't it true that once we leave this space, we'll attract lightning tribulations and then ascend to the Saint Realm? He replied, you all entered the Saint Realm a long time ago. The whole group was startled, their eyes wide. Grandmaster, You've already brought us to the Saint Realm. He held a bottle of elixirs in his hand. He said, That's right. Therefore, your current strength in the Saint Realm is still insufficient. I've prepared some elixirs. You should consume them first. Ji Huo Hai Quan and Han Gong looked as joyful as children. What kind of elixir is this? The spiritual energy is so strong, Elder Chi Huo remarked. Master! I want to keep one of these elixirs for research. Toss it to him. Xuan Chen replied. You can deal with it yourself. Xuan Chen gazed at the current terrain. He pondered the vast sacred domain, where powerful cultivators were as numerous as clouds, just as Yi Tian Yu had mentioned before. Besides the major holy sects, the sacred domain is also occupied by other extremely powerful forces. Establish 4 main positions, using the 9 Firmaments sect as a starting point. Then ascend to the peak to meet them. He instructed his disciples to cultivate quickly. Next time I come, it'll probably be time to bring you outside. To achieve this, we'll need a group of people more reliable than them. They diligently followed their master's every teaching in the 9 Firmament sect's garden. Jiyu Xuanchen tossed a bottle of elixir to Elder Yunshan, stating, This seat must enter secluded cultivation for 3 days. Once the sect masters of the 6 sects awaken, give them this medicine to drink. Tell them, if they wish to live, they must come to the 9 Firmament sect once every 3 months for the antidote. Yunshan caught it, responding, As you command. He bowed his head, seeing Xuan Chen off. 3 days later, Ji Yu Xuan Chen prepared to exit secluded cultivation. Suddenly, an aura like a flame appeared from behind. Startled, Xuan Chen became alert. Hold on. That aura is approaching from outside the cave entrance. The disciples outside spoke up, inviting him in. Sectmaster, it's time for the succession ceremony. Stone door slowly opened. The elders observed, surprised. He swiftly flew out, instructing them. This master will be gone for a few moments. I will return. Before the grand ceremony begins, an elder called out after him. Sectmaster, where are you going? At the foot of Ju Zhao Sect Mountain in some town, 2 people were locked in a fierce battle. The young man was clearly gaining the upper hand. Someone in the stands asked, What are those 2 fellows on the stage fighting about? Don't you know? Among cultivators in our holy realm, there's an unwritten rule. It's that during the grand ceremony, no one is allowed to fight. However, if there are personal grudges between sects, they may duel openly. This must be witnessed by everyone present at the grand ceremony. The middle-aged man continuously struggled to defend himself, while a person wearing a master's hat observed. He intently remarked, Huo Shi Hall has been suppressed by the martial hall for 100 years now. They've been holding back a whole belly full of grievances. He is the hall master of the opposing Huo Shi Hall. That spiky-haired punk who declared he'd win against our martial arts school? What a delusional pipe dream. The hall master, the Lin Chuanba Martial Arts School, and Emperor Xiao Yao are all observing from afar. That guy is really getting on your nerves, huh? Below the arena, the young man in the red robe swiftly slashed horizontally. Everyone watching was utterly stunned. The middle-aged man's eyes widened before he collapsed. Elder Tian Lua Ling Chuanba was astonished. What? Xiao Yao's aura is blazing like fire. Indeed, Elder Tian Luo is no match for this person either. I must ensure our martial arts school braces itself. He prepares to make his move. Suddenly, he sensed something. He reached out and caught a leaf flying by. His eyes widened in astonishment. He recognized this aura. Xiao Yao happily turned around. Master Xuan Chen was already standing behind him. Xuan Chen spoke up. Long time no see. Still diligently cultivating, I see. Xiao Yao was overjoyed. Master, just recently, weren't you still at the Xiao Yao sect in the lower realm? How did you ascend to the Saint Realm so quickly? Oh, so you can come to the Saint Realm, but I can't, is that it? The more he listened, the more excited he got. He thought, truly, as expected of Master. This speed is absolutely monstrous already. That arrogant red-robed guy down there. Who else can even contend with him? Xuanba gritted his teeth. Where did this Huo Shidian even find such a master to participate in this match? If this doesn't end, both my reputation and that of our martial arts hall will be completely shattered. According to the rules, if 3 elder-level figures fall, we can only concede defeat. Xuanba turned and asked Xiao Yao, You haven't been in the sect long, have you? This is your chance to earn merit. Go on. An elder nearby warned, This sword cultivator possesses terrifying strength. Elder Xiao Yao, are you sure he can handle this? The person next to him also said doubtfully, If he truly possesses such power, then why would he need to join our martial arts hall? Isn't the hall master just sending Elder Xiao Yao to his death? Xiao Yao sat there silently, saying nothing. He merely stood up, swinging his sword forward to signal his acceptance of the challenge. Jiyu Xuan Chen said to his disciple, Little Ten, do you even bother to notice such a character? Xiao Yao crossed his arms and reminded the old hall master, Our martial arts hall has shown me kindness. I have agreed to look after it on your behalf. Once Xiao Yao has decided, I absolutely must participate in this battle. No sooner had he spoken than he leaped onto the arena, plunging his greatsword deep into the ground. He turned and spoke to Hallmaster Lin Chuanba. After this battle, whether I live or die, this martial arts hall and I will have no further ties. Lin Chuanba asked back, bewildered, Elder Xiaoyao, what are you saying? The red-robed man from earlier slowly drew the sword from his back, speaking in a powerful tone. Don't blame me for not warning you. This move of mine is called sword art. It looks as if the sword hasn't even left its sheath. Yet, in reality, the sword is as swift as the wind, taking an enemy's head without them even noticing. You still have time to back down now, you know. Xiaoyao, pointing his sword tip towards him, replied, if that's the case, then I'll also let you know. This move of mine is called Li Jianju. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, looking at him with great interest. Responding to his gaze, Xiaoyao, on his side, prepared to meet the challenge and unleash his move. He was truly no pushover, moving at a remarkably swift pace. Simultaneously, he created multiple afterimages, all attacking towards Xiaoyao. Those watching this spectacle couldn't help but be utterly dazzled. Still, they couldn't see clearly. I've watched that move twice already. The speed is so incredible, you can't even make out the movements. Beside him, Ji-Yu Xuanchen observed intently, his eyes unmoving. The red-robed man was steadily growing confident in his own speed. He struck, intending to finish Xiaoyao in a single move, but to his surprise, his sword strike was halted by Xiaoyao's greatsword. He was utterly astonished. He blurted out, "What?" The elders, witnessing this, also stared wide-eyed. "Oh!" Elder Xiaoyao blocked it. The spectators couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly unbelievable." Elder Xiaoyao truly hid his strength deeply. Lin Chuanba's complexion wasn't much better. Indeed, Elder Xiaoyao truly hid his strength deeply. The temple master of Huoshi Temple openly showed his displeasure. At this moment, Xiaoyao's eyes blazed crimson. He began his counterattack, unleashing a devastating sword strike. The red-robed guy, who was just so arrogant moments ago, has now become a defeated foe. Lin Chuanba's mouth dropped open and his eyes widened. What? No way! The red-robed senior brother quickly ran to support junior disciple Sheng Yun. Once the battle concluded, Xiaoyao turned to sect master Lin. I have completed this battle on behalf of Gong Martial Hall. From now on, Gong Martial Hall and I have no further relations. Xuanchen spoke up, clearly pleased. Not bad at all. You didn't disgrace this venerable one. Lin Chuanba rushed to Xiaoyao's side, already trying to coax him. Elder Xiaoyao, you've misunderstood. Actually, I've known you were powerful all along. Look, the Chung Martial Hall was in danger. You wouldn't just stand by and watch us perish, would you? Xiaoyao remained silent, not answering. Behind him, the hallmaster of the Huoshi Hall, with a face full of murderous intent, called out to him, "Stop right there! We haven't settled the score yet." Zhe Xiaoyao replied to him, "The Cheong Martial Hall and I have no further connection. The grievances between you all and the Cheong Martial Hall have nothing to do with me." He pointed a finger at Xiaoyao's face. Now, this is no longer a grievance just between the Cheong Martial Hall and the Huoshi Hall. Do you even know who you just killed? He was a disciple of the Tianjian sect. Xiaoyao casually raised an eyebrow. Beside him, Xuanchen thought to himself, "Oh, no wonder this guy's sword mastery far surpasses all those useless chumps." So that helper for the Cheong Martial Hall was actually invited from the Tianjian sect. Oh, how furious the hallmaster was earlier. Does he really think Xiaoyao, after killing someone, can just waltz away? Now, Xuanba openly displayed his scoundrelly face, rushing to flatter the hallmaster. Yes, he's the one who killed him. This has nothing to do with our sect. Besides, you heard him, didn't you? Just a moment ago, he declared he had already withdrawn from our sect. He drew his sword and held it to Xiaoyao's neck, declaring, "You killed my disciple, so I'll kill you. If you won't step onto the dueling stage, then settling it here will do." Looking at his sword, Xuanchen hesitated for a moment. It was then that Xuanchen finally turned around and spoke. "This is the territory of the Nine Heavens Gate. If you refuse to duel on the stage, then you are simply asking for trouble. Your actions aren't quite aligned with the rules, are they?" Raising his sword, he scoffed. "Rules are only for weaklings like you. They have nothing to do with our heavenly sword sect. Where did this stinky brat come from, daring to show his face all by his lonesome?" Xiaoyao, enraged at someone insulting his master, cried out, "You!" But Xuanchen quickly held him back. Using his spiritual power, he pulled the aggressor straight towards himself. "If you refuse to abide by the rules of my Nine Heavens Gate, then I, representing the Nine Heavens Gate..." He was pulled back, mouth agape in panic. Xuanchen tightly gripped his neck and declared, "Then I'll just kill you." He choked out, "You GGHK. As Xuan Chen choked him, his eyes turned bloodshot, staring at him with murderous intent. Xuan Chen tightened his grip, sending him straight to the western heavens. The remaining ruffians, seeing their senior brother bite the dust, stood there with mouths agape in utter terror. Even the hallmaster of the Firemaster Hall and Zhuanba were utterly terrified. Brandishing swords, they all charged at Jiyu Xuanjin. "Everyone, attack! Kill him for me!" With a single move, Jiyu Xuanzhen sent them all flying, groaning in pain. They shrieked in agony. Jiyu Xuanzhen glared. "I don't care what you punks want to do, but he is mine. If you dare to lay a hand on him again, don't even dream of leaving the Nine Heavens sect." The guy Jiyu Xuanzhen had just gritted his teeth and scoffed. "You claim to be from the Nine Heavens sect? As if we'd believe that. Just you wait. Our Heavenly Sword sect won't let you off." Without another word to them, Jiyu Xuanzhen waved his hand, creating a portal behind him. Elder Yunshan immediately appeared from the portal, startling them all. All the disciples knelt down, respectfully greeting Elder Yunshan. "Greetings, Elder Yunshan. We pay our respects, Elder Yunshan." Meanwhile, Yunshan knelt before Jiyu Xuanzhen, respectfully greeting, "Sect Master, may I ask why you have summoned me here?" At his command, the rude punks turned pale, disbelieving what they had just heard. "What? Sect Master? Is the new Sect Master of the Nine Heavens sect?" Jiyu Xuanzhen ordered Yunshan. "These people have disregarded the rules of the Nine Heavens sect. Eliminate them. This venerable one doesn't wish to dirty his hands." He immediately obeyed Elder Yunshan's command, and from his hand, a crimson energy surge erupted. Its temperature was extremely high. They were immediately incinerated in his flames, screaming in agony. Lin Xuanba's face was drenched in sweat. This is utterly one-sided suppression. Zhuan Chen turned around and commanded, "Xiao Shi, let's go." "Yes, Master." Xiao Yao teared up, thinking, Master still hasn't changed. He's still as powerful as ever. Lin Xuanba watched Zhuan Chen and Xiao Yao's departing figures. He couldn't stop wondering about the sect master of Zhu Shao's sect. No wonder Xiao Yao wanted to leave my martial arts hall. Turns out he'd found a backer. This sect master of Zhu Shao's sect is truly audacious. He even dares to come after me, despite my connection to Tianjian sect. Let's see how he explains himself to Tianjian sect at the grand ceremony. The succession ceremony at Xiaoyao sect in the sacred realm. Sounds of martial arts training echoed within the Qingyun Shanhe diagram. Upon seeing the disciples, Xiaoyao asked Xuan Chen, "Master, did you bring the entire Xiaoyao sect to the sacred heaven domain diagram?" He immediately replied, "That's right, your disciples and grand disciples are all here too." Below, the sword-wielding disciples lined up to practice, and Xiao Yao gaped in astonishment. I always knew Master was a wise person, capable of anything, yet I never expected he could guide everyone to ascend. He's truly unfathomable. Jiyu Xuanchen took out a spirit pill, handed it to Xiao Yao, and said, "I have already introduced the Holy River's laws into this place. You take this elixir for now. Once you comprehend the first 3 layers of the laws, then you can officially enter the Holy River to cultivate." Receiving the elixir, Xiao Yao was overjoyed. It felt like returning to the beginning, with Master cultivating again. However, Xiao Yao's face suddenly turned pensive. "It's just that after we just reunited, I've already caused you trouble. I'm truly ashamed." Jiyu Xuanchen didn't blame him, but simply instructed him, "Cultivate diligently. Don't be lazy. Once you achieve great success, this seat will take you to meet those others." The image in Xiao Yao's mind immediately flashed back to his 10 junior brothers. "What are you running for? Don't worry, next time senior brother will just be a little more careful and won't cripple your hand again." "Senior brother, don't come over here." Just recalling it made Xiao Yao turn pale. "What? Go meet my junior brothers?" "It seems I'll have to cultivate like crazy." At the succession ceremony, Jiyu Xuanchen stepped onto the stage. Everyone continuously cheered, welcoming Sect Master Jiyu. He announced that Zhu San Tong was the alias he used while training in the sect. "My true name is Jiyu Xuan Chen." Tian Yu stood below, blushing with extreme admiration as he spoke to his disciples from above. "Now that I've ascended to the position of Sect Master, it's time to announce it to the world." Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes, Sect Master Jiyu!" Suddenly, a group of people slowly approached. Wu Tianlong arrived, leading quite a few disciples behind him. The Zhuxiao sect disciples immediately pointed, "Everyone, look, it's Wu Tianlong, sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect." Several disciples from other nearby sects chuckled and speculated, "I heard the new sect master killed the Heavenly Sword sect disciple right before the grand ceremony. How brutal. What's this? Wu Tianlong is here today. Isn't he here to demand justice for his disciple? Now, this is going to be an interesting show." The guy next to him sneered, What a pity for the Ju Xiao sect disciples. The sect master is about to lose face in front of everyone. After this, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold his head up high. Wu Tianlong's move isn't just to cause trouble. He bowed before Ji-Yu Xuanchen, congratulating the Ji-Yu sect master. Previously, disciples of the Heaven Sword sect violated the rules of the Nine Heaven sect for the sake of the Fire Master Hall. Now, I have brought my disciples to apologize. All the members of the Heaven Sword sect knelt before Ji-Yu Xuanchen. We beg the Ji-Yu sect master for forgiveness. This one statement made the guys who were laughing just now turn pale with fear. Glaring at him, Ji-Yu Xuanchen said, "Sect Master Wu, you exaggerate. My disciples are merely ignorant. I have already disciplined them for you. In the future, I still hope Sect Master Wu will oversee them more strictly." He gritted his teeth in anger, yet could do nothing more. "Many thanks for your guidance, Ji-Yu Sect Master." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he thought, how hateful and bitter. If it weren't for the poison in my body. Asterisk. I wouldn't have to endure such suppression. Even the Heaven Sword sect doesn't dare to offend the Nine Heaven sect, huh? A guy standing nearby immediately remarked, I wonder if I were to expose the Gong Martial Hall or the Fire Master Hall, could I receive the favor of the Nine Heaven sect? Lin Chuanba frowned in confusion. How could you possibly think that? In the Nine Heaven sect's council hall, Elder Yun Shan spoke. Sect Master, currently, we have completely controlled the 6 great saint factions. What do you think we should do next? Sitting high up, Ji-Yu Xuanchen tilted his head and replied, if they've already been controlled, then bring all their resources and the geniuses from each faction to the Nine Heavens sect. Currently, Xiaoxi has also achieved great mastery, so let him teach those disciples. The Tianyuan battlefield hasn't opened yet. If there's nothing else, you may withdraw. Everyone below receives the command of our wise sect master. Xiao Yao, we obey your command, master. Once the command was received, they swiftly departed. Only Xuanchen remained. He pondered. After entering the Ju Xiao sect, this venerable one has indeed encountered quite a few fortuitous opportunities. First, I completely refined the Jade Marrow Elixir and the power within the Cold Jade Cave, which increased my strength to the early stage of the Taichu realm. Next, I utilized the power of the Supreme Divine Stone to break through to the middle stage of the Tianyang realm. After obtaining the mysterious golden leaf, after 3 days of arduous training, this venerable one had already reached the late stage of the Daiyin realm. Regrettably, my cultivation then stagnated. I couldn't break through to the Tianyuan realm. Gazing at his palm, Xuanchen mused to himself. Fortunately, not long ago, this venerable one consulted the records of the Juxiao sect and the 6 factions to trace the origin of that golden leaf, and coincidentally learned about the Tianyuan battlefield. But during his time at the Juxiao sect, Xuanchen relentlessly sought more information about it. At the highest peak of the sacred domain, there exists a marvel that appears only once every 10,000 years. The Tianyuan battlefield, with its focal point being a colossal divine tree, radiating dazzling golden light. Beneath the tree root lies a desolate battlefield, leaving traces of world-shattering battles. Legend has it that when heaven and earth were first born, the heavenly Tao transformed into a divine tree. To set foot in the Tianyuan realm, profound cultivation alone isn't enough. One must also possess a branch from this divine tree. Whenever the battlefield opens, all the most powerful forces in the Saint Domain flock here, sparing no expense, to contend for a spot in the Tianyuan realm. Xuanchen took a sip of hot tea, looking thoroughly amused. At that time, dragons and fishes will mix. The Xiaoyao sect will blend in with the crowd. That way, we won't have to worry about anyone tracing our origins, and it'll be convenient to help out. However, there's still somewhere else we need to go before that. Having made his decision, Xuanchen headed straight for the demon race territory. Along the way, he mused. In the sacred river, personal items belonging to many who perished here were piled up. Upon examining the terrain, this venerable one carefully checked and discovered a map of the demon realm. It seems to be a treasure map of the sacred artifact of the central demon emperor. The power of laws in the Tianyuan battlefield is extremely potent. During this chaotic period, martial artists whose cultivation surpasses the Earth-Yin realm, once they enter, will be mercilessly crushed. However, it places no restrictions on sacred artifacts. With his arms crossed, he mused. At that time, the heavenly prodigies from the top factions will certainly bring their most powerful sacred artifacts upon entering. If I can find Zhong Yaowang, then the Tianyuan battlefield won't be an issue. With a swing of his sword, Ji-Yu Xuanchen immediately shattered the space before his eyes. Around him was a desolate scene, with bare, withered trees. In the distance, shadowy figures flickered. Those were humans captured by demonic beasts to be slaves, who were toiling miserably amidst groans and whimpers. Ugh, wah! Help! Help! As soon as they saw Ji Yu Xuan Chen, they immediately rejoiced and cried for help. "Great King, save us! Save our lives, Great King!" All of them prostrated themselves before him. "Great King, please save us. If you save us, we are willing to become your slaves." "Save you all?" Ji Yu Xuan Chen coldly swung his sword and slashed down with one strike. The young man who had just pleaded was instantly cut in half. With another sword swing, the head of the person next to him also separated from their neck. Oh, it turns out this was just a demonic beast disguised as a human, intentionally staging this act to lure others into a trap. Suddenly, Xuan Chen's eyes sharpened vigilantly as he thrust his sword forward. The sharp sword tip halted right before a young woman. Two demi-human maidens, terrified, pleaded, "Please, don't kill us." Xuan Chen silently evaluated the demoness. Her cultivation was quite low, her presence barely perceptible. It seems she's cultivating stealth techniques to hide her tracks. A junior demon on guard, perhaps? The two demonesses quickly knelt. "We are guarding this place under the command of Demon King Qing Mian. If we have offended you, your lordship, please forgive us." Xuan Chen then asked, "Demon King Qing Mian? Never heard of him. Lead this lord to him. I'll take a look." The two maidens immediately complied. "Yes, your lordship." He carefully pondered his next move. This was his first time in the demon realm, and he lacked an information network. Therefore, hunting for treasures would be quite inconvenient. Coincidentally, however, this place seemed to possess a mysterious aura. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to investigate. He might as well start by dealing with Demon King Qing Mian first. The two demonesses led the way. "Please, your lordship, follow us," he smiled, observing the magic energy circulating in his hand. Earlier, he had discovered that the yin-yang heavenly tome could mimic various cultivation methods, the cultivation of other clans. As soon as he entered the demon realm, he tried to convert all his spiritual energy into demonic energy, along the way without being detected. It seems the effect is quite good. He should be able to easily deceive ordinary demon kings. Two girls led Xuan Chen to a giant magic array. This is the place. Beyond this barrier lies the territory of the Qingmian Demon King. One girl, using her hand to apply power, said, "My lord, wait a moment, let me activate the barrier." When the barrier gate opened, Xuan Chen cautiously stepped inside. As soon as he passed through the gate, he carefully observed his surroundings. Suddenly, the two girls cried out in horror. The territory! The Qingmian territory they mentioned was now engulfed in a sea of flames. A person covered in injuries jumped out, startling the girls. The injured demon youth gasped. "Run! Run quickly, Heiji! The Demon King led people to ambush our territory." As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed. "It's been captured!" Around the territory, smoke and flames billowed, and magical inscriptions appeared in the sky. Seeing this sight, the two girls were utterly terrified. This. A moment later, his eyes slowly opened. The young man who had just fainted gradually regained consciousness. He suddenly sprang up, startled. I'm fine." He looked at the two girls. "Little Hong, little Liu, many thanks. How on earth did you manage that?" One of the girls covered her mouth and said, "Actually, it wasn't us who saved you." Just now, Ji Yu Xuan Chen had shoved a spirit pill into the young man's mouth. The girl subtly gestured towards Ji Yu Xuan Chen. It was him. He observed the surrounding situation. The space before him was utterly chaotic. There was a colossal defensive formation here. It was carved into the ground, but it appeared incomplete. He used his hand to channel demon energy, thinking to himself, "Since I couldn't set up a formation in time, I'll exploit the residual demon power within this incomplete formation." Thus the barrier gradually cracked, and fragments began to fall. The demon man shrieked in terror, "Hey! What in the blazes are you doing?" The two girls flinched. He destroyed the entire grand defensive formation. Before them, Ji Yu Xuan Chen had created a 10,000 swords formation around them. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. He roared, "Go, go!" On the battlefield between the two races, the situation was utterly chaotic. The demon race members looked up at the sky, horrified. What is that? Ji Yu Xuan Chen's 10,000 swords pursuit had descended like rain. Sword strikes rained down, annihilating the Blackmire Demon's people. The Beast Folk tribesmen were stunned. "Hey! It looks like they're not attacking us!" The snake-headed man roared, "Qing Mian, today is your dying day." The Wolfkin, attacked by him, struggled to resist. Two swords clashed, both sides struggling fiercely, grunting with effort. At this very moment, Ji Yu Xuan Chen's demon sword flew straight towards the snake-headed man. The sword pierced his head, killing him instantly. "No!" the Wolf King exclaimed in shock. He turned his head to observe the entire battlefield. His enemies had been struck down by a rain of swords. He ran over and asked a subordinate, "What happened just now?" Replying, Great King, Little Hong, and Little Liu came to report that they met a High Master. It was the High Master who lent a hand to help us just now. We've already invited him back to our tribe. Understood. the Wolf King ordered. Hang the Blackmire Demon King's corpse on the city gate. Let's return to the city. Yes, the Blackmire Demon's corpse, with the sword still lodged in its head, was brought back to the city along with the war spoils. The Wolf King raised a glass in celebration. Ha ha ha! Indeed, the demon ancestor has blessed our Qingmian clan, allowing me to meet such a powerful ally. Honored brother, you are a grand master of formations, a talent rarely seen in a century. To be frank with you, honored brother, my clan hasn't seen a formation master in ages. For several hundred years now, our ancestral clan protection array has been broken, and we can't even repair it. The Wolf King drained his cup, looking quite thoughtful. Now, the clan protection array has been completely annihilated. It truly keeps us restless, so we still hope Honored Brother can help us repair the grand array. If Honored Brother agrees to help, then whatever you desire shall be granted. Jiyu Xuanchen replied, repairing a grand array is but a trifle. He glanced at the Wolf King. This venerable one notices this place seems to be enveloped by the aura of spiritual treasures. This is precisely the reason I came here. The Wolf King hesitated. Well, about that. He drained his cup, placed it on the table, then declared, all right, if Honored Brother can help me repair this grand array, then I will certainly not treat you shabbily. He immediately stood up and ordered, all of you, retreat! The women respectfully withdrew. The Wolf King then took out a ring emanating a powerful demonic aura for him to see. Inside this ring is the accumulated wealth of my clan from many years past. If it proves useful when Honored Brother sets up the array, then feel free to use it. Jiyu Xuanchen took the ring. He happily replied, all right then. Keeping his promise, Jiyu Xuanchen utilized his power. He created a magnificent and colossal magic array. Seeing the massive scale of the magic array, Lang Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. The aura of this formation is many times stronger than the previous one. He immediately leaped high up, using his claws to attack the array. Let me test the power of this array. The array reacted fiercely, immediately pushing him backward. Blood gushed from his mouth. Ha! The magic array radiated extreme pressure as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Lang Wang exclaimed in admiration. With this array, even if 3 great demon kings attacked together, it wouldn't be a problem. Good, demon brother. I truly admire your mastery of array formations, he thought with delight. With this array, no other demon clan will be able to do anything to me in the future. He glanced at Jiyu Xuanchen. Lang Wang said, in that case, I'll return the favor. Demon brother, follow me. He led him to a colossal snake statue. Then he knelt down to pay respects to the demon ancestor. Hearing this, Jiyu Xuanchen realized this was the demon ancestor. Mysterious aura he had sensed earlier was indeed coming from this place. Lang Wang said, demon brother, this place is the demon ancestor's relic site. He said anxiously, demon brother, quickly kneel down and meet the demon ancestor. If you don't kneel, you'll be punished by the gods. The snake statue suddenly glowed, and Jiyu Xuanchen took notice. From the statue's mouth, scriptures appeared, forming a magical array. These are the heavenly Tao laws held by the demon ancestor. He sat down to cultivate, and Ling Wang exclaimed, just one look and he's enlightened? Demon brother, are you the demon ancestor's biological son? Suddenly, he paused. Wait, no. This person encountered the demon ancestor's legacy and didn't kneel, yet he wasn't punished. Instead, he achieved enlightenment right then and there. He placed a hand on his chin, growing even more puzzled, recalling the previous incident where he defeated the Heiji Yao clan with just one move. He was instantly astonished, speculating that this kind of demonic power, only a demon emperor's bloodline could accomplish such a feat. Lang Wang hastily bid his farewell. Demon brother, please take your time cultivating. I won't disturb you further. As Lang Wang hurriedly left, he smiled to himself and thought, so he's a prince traveling incognito. Good thing I cleverly misunderstood the situation so beautifully. The opportunity for my Lang clan to rise again has finally arrived. Exiting the cave, he didn't forget to instruct his 2 subordinates. You absolutely must serve that esteemed expert inside well. If he has any requests, fulfill them to the best of your ability. Far behind the rock, someone is lurking. Is that clear? The 2 subordinates immediately complied. Yes, a fox snuck into the cave, thinking arrogantly to herself, which esteemed master could possibly not be enchanted by the charm of the nine-tailed fox. If I can win over this esteemed master, then the Fox clan, I wouldn't need to be a plaything for those demons anymore. Peeking her head from behind the rock, the nine-tailed fox observed Xuanchen. She was stunned the moment she saw him. What a terrifying aura. 3 days later, it was time for Xuanchen to emerge from seclusion. Smiling contentedly, he thought, a portion of the demon ancestor's aura is still within the statue, containing the ancient power of the demon race's laws, NDT-0. What a pity, it's just a relic statue. The remaining power within it is limited. Opening his eyes, he was surprised. A girl was lying there in a provocative posture. Taoist priest. She is Yu Qing, the Fox clan's princess. Turning around, she wiggled her tail, intending to enchant Xuan Chen. She leaned towards him, but Xuan Chen immediately dodged away, making her fall backward. The girl immediately stood up. "Why does the Taoist priest avoid me like a venomous snake?" she fumed inwardly. "You dared to evade my attack, directing my sword's tip toward this demon fox." Xuan Chen asked, raising his voice. "Who are you?" She replied flirtatiously. "Me? I'm just an admirer of the Taoist master." Xuan Chen let out a laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha." Using her hand, she caressed Xuan Chen's sword. She softly pleaded, "Please, Taoist master, spare my life." "Taoist master, your heaven-defying methods allow you to cultivate demonic power even within a human body. However, my Fox Demon clan excels at detection, being extremely sensitive to auras. The human aura emanating from you, Taoist master, might deceive others, but it cannot fool our Fox clan. If I die, my clan members will fully expose the Elder's true identity. By then, Taoist master, as merely a human in the demon realm, you'll find it difficult to move around freely." Xuan Chen glanced at the female demon fox and pondered for a moment. He slowly lowered his sword. He reached down to her lower body and pulled out a letter. This made her startle. Holding the piece of paper, he spoke, "Treasure map of Demon Emperor Zhong. However, this one is much newer than the venerable ones. Is this a trap of the Fox clan? Are you luring human cultivators here?" As Xuan Chen took out the map and began to read it, the female demon fox beside him thought bitterly, "How did he know I had a map on me?" She recounted that, truly, it couldn't be hidden. My nine-tailed Fox clan's Taoist priest was born. She was beautiful, yet lacked strong combat skills. Aside from illusionary arts, she only mastered charm techniques. So, she became a plaything for the various demon clans. When the demon clans were adrift and had nowhere to rely on, we could only place our hopes in humans. The reason for releasing this map was precisely to attract humans here, in hopes of borrowing the strength of the human race to disrupt the power of the demon clans. With a sigh, she continued, "Who would have known that humans would be so darn selfish? Those who obtained the treasure map all came alone, causing no trouble. Instead, it was the humans themselves who perished." After hearing this, Wan Shen exclaimed, "So the Imperial Core doesn't exist at all?" Refuting that, she replied, "No. The Imperial Core truly exists at the location indicated on the map. Taoist priest, if you cooperate with me, I can guarantee that you will obtain the treasure." Upon hearing this, Xuan Chen asked, "So you want this humble one to help you eliminate your enemies?" She didn't hesitate to say, "I want the Fox clan to become the ruler of the demon clans." He smiled and asked back, "Oh, how can you possibly believe I can do it?" She nodded and said, "Taoist master, there's something you may not know. The Demon Emperor Bell is the Demon Emperor's life-bound artifact. According to her, whenever the Demon Emperor led his punitive expeditions, it encompassed his purest aura and the complete laws of the demon race. In other words, if you possess the Demon Emperor Bell, you can suppress all the demons of the Demon Emperor's lineage." Ji Xuan Chen said, "If what you say is true, I can agree to your terms." The demon fox, upon hearing this, spoke up to caution him. "However, I need the Taoist master to follow me back to the Fox clan to report this matter to our clan leader." She handed him a spiritual elixir, explaining, "This object is my life-bound demon pearl. Taoist master, you can place a restriction on it. If my Fox clan causes you any trouble, you can detonate my demon pearl at any time." Ji Xuan Chen scoffed, "No need. If the Fox clan turns hostile, I'll just kill you instead." Yu Qinghu activated her charm and said, "Taoist master, you're simply too overbearing." She continued, "I can also conceal your human aura, Taoist master. Even if the demon ancestor himself descends, he won't be able to break our fox demon's illusions." As she spoke, her hand reached out to caress Ji Xuan Chen's body. "Taoist master, it would be much more convenient to proceed by impersonating a descendant of the demon emperor." Ji Xuan Chen quickly pushed her aside, saying, "That's good," she grumbled indignantly. "Ugh, ugh." She secretly cursed him in her heart. "Ugh. This man, he has no romantic sense." Seeing Ji Xuan Chen leave, she called out, "Taoist master, wait for me." She hurriedly ran after him. At this moment, the Wolf King poked his head in, calling out happily, "Demon brother!" Seeing him step out, he wagged his tail and respectfully clasped his hands in a bow. "Demon brother, how have you been these past few days? If you need anything, just tell your brother here. Don't be a stranger with me." From behind Ji Xuan Chen, Yu Qinghu, the jade-green fox, poked her head out, covering her mouth with a giggle. Hee. Wolf King was astonished, secretly thinking to himself, "When did someone from the Fox clan arrive at my place?" Ji Xuan Chen said, "I've troubled you to act as my protector these past few days. This venerable one still has matters to attend to. I won't trouble you anymore, demon brother. I'm leaving now." Yu Qinghu burst into tears, whimpering, "My lord, please slow down a bit. Last night you hurt this humble servant. This humble servant's delicate and fragile body cannot endure your powerful physique." Ji Xuanchen pretended not to hear. He continued to walk forward. Jing Mian and his group blushed, pouting as they thought, "Is this really something a young demon should be hearing?" Jade Fox turned her head and waved goodbye. Wolf King loudly called out to him, Demon brother, are you just leaving like that? Won't you truly stay a few more days?" Xuanchen simply left with Jade Fox, while Qing Mian gritted his teeth and cursed silently. "This Jue Fox dares to set her sights on me, dares to snatch someone from my hands. Despicable Fox tribe." Then he ordered his subordinates to spread news about Princess Juweth and the Madman going around Luan Daofeng, especially among my Tianyu tribe. I'll make sure the Fox tribe loses face. The two subordinates replied in unison, "As you command." In the Fox tribe's scripture pavilion, books continuously fell to the ground. Below, Xuan Chen sat calmly cultivating, demonic energy surging forth relentlessly. Outside, Fox tribe members cried out in terror. "Oh my, what is that? Is it the end of the world?" A blue-robed fox demon spoke up. "This aura is incredibly strong. Is this really a human's Diyin realm?" Tiger Fox Demon remarked. "I'm afraid even an early-stage Tian Yuan realm martial artist aura can't compare to this. What kind of monster did you bring back?" After a moment, Jiu Xuan Chen finished his cultivation. Yu Qinghu opened the door and questioned loudly, "Master, your cultivation commotion is too much. I'll report this to the elders." "Why, did you destroy the entire scripture pavilion?" Jiu Xuan Chen retorted. "This venerable one has been here with you for 5 days now. When are we going to find Chong Yao Huang?" She replied awkwardly, Master, we might still have to wait a while longer before we can go. Recently, I don't know who spread rumors claiming I'm already betrothed. Even some great demons the Fox tribe used to be friendly with have turned hostile because of it." Yu Qinghu activated her charm technique and spoke up. "The Tianyu tribe has repeatedly pressured me to marry their prince. And in the current situation, Qinghu genuinely can't even take half a step." She thought to herself, "I don't believe there's a single man in this world I can't conquer. Please, my lord, could you wait a few more days?" Jiyu Zhuanchen asked about the Tianyao tribe. Just then, 3 female demons ran in, interrupting Jiyu Xuanchen's question. "Reporting, princess. The Tianyao tribe prince requests an audience." Jiyu Xuanchen glances over, saying, "Troublesome. Where is that Tianyu prince? Lead this venerable one to see." Qinghu hurriedly chases after, calling out loudly, Wait for me." In her heart, she seethed. My fox magic had no effect? No, impossible. 2 figures from the Tianyu clan slowly entered the great hall. The prince of the Tianyu clan was practically a bull. His head was covered in horns, his nose pierced, and his attitude arrogant. "This junior greets the esteemed elders." The red-robed elder replied, "Tianyu prince, there's no need for such formality. Please, have a seat." The Tianyu clan prince refused. "Let's get straight to the point. I won't sit. Today, I have come to take Princess Qinghu back to my Tianyu clan." The accompanying subordinate clapped his hands, signaling. Chests were placed down in the middle of the great hall. The Tianyu prince said, "I know. It wasn't easy for the Kuvi clan to raise Princess Qinghu, so I've specially prepared a small token of gratitude. Please, elders, accept them." Inside the chests were countless gold, silver, and precious stones. The red-robed elder's face darkened. "This is..." he stammered. "This is a surprise." Yu Qinghu's voice rang out melodiously. "Many thanks for the Crown Prince's affection." Tianyao Crown Prince looked at Yu Qinghu in surprise as she made an excuse. "It's just that Qinghu is still young and not ready for marriage yet." Tianyao Crown Prince recounted, "Yu Qinghu, if you've already been intimate with a man, then your excuse isn't entirely convincing. For the past few years, my imperial father has tried to conquer the 9-tailed fox clan multiple times. It was I who intervened, out of respect for the princess. You all should still remember this kindness, shouldn't you?" Jiyu Xuanchen also appeared with Yu Qinghu. He glanced coolly at the Heavenly Ox clan, his gaze asking a silent question. His feet didn't stop, continuing to ascend the steps. Only after he settled into his seat did he speak indifferently. "You've bothered yourselves enough looking after the 9-tailed fox clan. On my behalf, no less." Tianyu Crown Prince flew into a rage, roaring furiously. Where did this little demon Yu come from, daring to flaunt her might before this Crown Prince? Upon hearing Tianyu Crown Prince's words, Yu Qinghu immediately raised her voice and scolded. "How audacious! To face the demon prince, you pathetic ghoul! How dare he speak such presumptuous words?" It implicitly revealed his true identity. The one before him was none other than a prince. Jiyu Xuanchen merely let out a cold snort. His face darkened, and he unleashed a terrifying aura. He asked Prince Zhou, "Who do you think you are?" The heavenly demon prince struggled to withstand the oppressive aura from Jiu Xuanchen. He secretly marveled. This pressure is too much. Could this person truly be a prince? The oppressive aura grew stronger, forcing him to spit out fresh blood. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere as an explosion erupted right in the middle of the main hall. The Fox clan exclaimed in fear, "This demonic power is terrifying. Only a descendant of the demon emperor could accomplish such a feat." From amidst the shattered rocks, a blood-soaked hand clutched tightly onto the rock in front of it. Prince Zhou struggled to rise, trembling as he placed both hands on his head in submission. He dared not look directly at Ji Yuxuanchen's face. Blood ceaselessly streamed from his mouth as he admitted his mistake. "This humble one unknowingly offended your highness. Please forgive me. This lowly one is willing to accept any punishment." Ji Yuxuanchen raised a hand and pointed to the ground. He coldly commanded, "Kneel and slap yourself 100 times. He immediately began to slap himself, saying, "Yes, Prince, please calm your wrath. It's all my fault." This humble one was truly blind. This humble one apologizes. His every slap wasn't merely for show, but truly used all his strength to strike. Seeing this, the two Fox clan elders were utterly stunned, their faces pale with immense fear. Prince Tianyu's face was swollen like a bull's head. He immediately asked, "Prince, may we depart now?" Ji Yuxuanchen reminded them, "There's still her portion to settle." Hearing this, Yu Qinghu was startled, her eyes wide as she stared intently at Ji Yuxuanchen. Prince Tianyu knelt down, kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Princess, please calm your wrath. This lowly one merely heard rumors at the time and spiced up the gossip, claiming your virtue was lacking, when in fact you possess beauty that makes birds fall and fish dive, outshining flowers and shaming the moon, as pure as ice and flawless as jade, with an orchid's grace and a noble heart. I beg your great magnanimity, noble princess. Please forgive this lowly one." Ji Yuxuanchen then glanced at Yu Qinghu, as if asking, "Well, what now?" Yu Qinghu happily replied, "That's enough. Enough. Let him go now." Prince Tianyu then stood up and said, "This lowly one will immediately scram so as not to be an eyesore. In 2 days, I'll have my servants carry me out." Ji Yuxuanchen then growled, "Has this lord agreed to let you all leave yet?" Prince Tianyu froze. His face turned ashen, completely drained of blood. Ji Yuxuanchen growled, "Has this venerable one agreed to let you go yet, Tianyu Prince?" His face turned deathly pale, drained of all color. Turning back, the Tianyu Prince broke into a cold sweat and said, trembling, "Prince, please calm your fury." The moment he finished speaking, Ji Yuxuanchen's demonic energy immediately struck him, sending him flying. The two Tianyu tribesmen, caught by his demonic power, cried out in pain. Ugh, he ordered. "You have 3 days to completely deal with the demon tribe that created and spread rumors about Yu Qinghu, and those who dare come to propose marriage. Otherwise, bring me their heads." Ji Yuxuanchen roared. With both hands, he released them to the ground. The Tianyu prince hastily replied, "Your command is obeyed." Yu Qinghu looked at Ji Yuxuanchen's imposing figure, completely stunned and frozen. He turned to her and asked, "Can we depart now?" He secretly pondered, "I need to find a way to eradicate them completely. Otherwise, the Tianma prince, the Tianzu prince, and who knows who else, will all show up to propose. When will this venerable one ever get to go capture the Zhongyao emperor then?" She happily agreed. He, of course. She rushed to Xuanchen's side, embracing his arm. "Why did you want to stand up for me and deal with those rumors just now? Is it because you've fallen for me already?" Inwardly, she was secretly overjoyed. "Ha! My brilliant tactics finally paid off." Xuanchen coldly pulled his arm away, saying, "Let go." Yu Qinghu exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" 7 days later, in Heping City, bustling sounds of buyers and sellers advertised top-grade transformation grass. "Come and see the top-grade return to origin pills." Yu Qinghu raised her hand high, exclaiming in awe. Beyond Heping City lies the foot of Tianyun Mountain, where the central demon emperor resides. Xuanchen turned to observe for a moment, then wondered aloud, "How come there seems to be a large number of human presences in this city?" Yu Qinghu explained, "This city was built by human heroes, and the city lord has always forbidden private duels within the city. Ordinary humans traveling to the demon realm all passed through here, and later on, this place became known as Heping City." Xuanchen raised a hand to his chin, lost in thought. "I see. A human managed to build such a city-state in the demon realm. They must possess extraordinary strength indeed." The two of them continued their journey. At the street corner, a man noticed them. Wearing a bamboo hat that concealed half his face, he slowly raised his head. Ji Yuxuanchen, noticing someone observing, lowered his gaze. The man also stared intently at him. On Tianyun Mountain, Ji Xuan Chen walked towards a volcano, with Yu Qinghu panting and struggling to keep up with him. Gasping for breath, she called out, "Taoist Master! I've only brought you this far, to the Zhongyao Huang," she said. Fed year-round by the Demon Emperor's bloodline, it has gained sentience. This volcano was created by it. The higher we go, the hotter it gets. If I keep climbing, my eyebrows will get scorched. I should probably guard the path for you down at the base of the mountain. Ji Xuan Chen replied. No need for protection, then. Yu Qinghu grumbled, clearly annoyed. What are you laughing at? Are you looking down on me? After a moment, she stomped off, and Ji Xuan Chen watched her go. Before him, a volcano was bubbling in a blaze. He unleashed a stream of demonic energy from his hand, and it immediately pinpointed the location of the Zhongyao Huang. The Zhongyao Huang appeared, with the image of the first demon emperor carved upon it. Burning flames blazed around it. He reached out and touched the bell, thinking to himself, "This is the Zhongyao Huang." Ji Xuan Chen poured more demonic energy into it. Suddenly, Zhongyao Huang unleashed an overwhelming aura, making Ji Xuan Chen exclaim in awe. Such an aura, I'm afraid it will take a long time. In the Demon Royal Clan's territory, people were shaken by the commotion at the volcano. They rushed outside, looking towards the mountaintop and murmuring, "What is that?" Knowledgeable person replied, "It's Zhongyao Huang. Zhongyao Huang has been awakened by someone. Quickly, go to the meditation room and report to the elder." At this moment, in the meditation chamber, a man was calmly cultivating an astonishing amount of demonic energy emanating from him. This man was none other than the elder of the Demon Royal Clan, and he had fiery red hair. Suddenly sensing something, the Demon Royal Elder opened his eyes, pondering to himself, such a powerful aura. Where is it coming from? Could it be that some Saint King has broken through and ascended here at this very moment? Just then, a person with wings on their back frantically rushed in. "Great Elder, this is bad. Zhongyao Huang has been awakened," the Demon Royal Elder exclaimed in surprise. "Quickly, follow me." At Mount Tianyun, Yu Qinghu stood at the foot of the mountain, seeing the group approaching noisily. A charming voice uttered, "Well, hello there, folks. Are you feeling like a mountain patrol today? I also don't wish to disturb you all. However, our Fox Clan's esteemed guest happens to be bringing his girlfriend up the mountain for a spring outing today. I'm afraid it's inconvenient for them to meet you. I wonder if you all could take a detour." The Demon Emperor Elder, seeing Yu Qing, surprisingly called out, "Fox Clan Princess!" He angrily unleashed a surge of demonic energy from his fingertips, preparing to strike. "Since when did the affairs of our demon clan become the Fox Clan's business? You dare meddle? Scram immediately! Don't block the way!" Just then, a sword strike slashed across the Demon Emperor Elder's head. He surprisingly turned his head to look back, demanding, "Ooh!" The man wearing a hat, his face half hidden by a bamboo hat who had just appeared, spoke in a deep voice. "If she doesn't have the qualifications to interfere, then what about me?" After saying that, he immediately reached out and took off his hat. The Demon Emperor Elder was startled, immediately recognizing him. "It's you, He Ping City Lord," he said with interest. "A treasure like the Central Demon Emperor emerging into the world. How could I possibly miss out?" The Demon Emperor Elder asked again, his voice low. "You, are you certain you wish to meddle in the internal affairs of my demon clan?" Yu Qing looked towards He Ping City Lord, thinking to herself, "Even He Ping City Lord has come to contend for the Central Demon Emperor. This isn't good. I must quickly tell the Taoist Master." Yu Qing Fox took advantage of the chaos and fled in a hurry. Seeing this, Elder Yao Huang immediately charged forward and roared loudly, "Don't let her get ahead. Quickly pursue her." He Ping City Lord swung his sword, striking out to block Elder Yao Huang. He roared in anger, "Heh, He Ping City Lord. It's been thousands of years since I've had a proper fight. Let me witness the current strength of the Demon Clan." At the peak of Tianyun Mountain, Ji Xuan Chen stood watching the ceaselessly surging energy current shooting up into the sky. Just then, a blue orb spoke up. "Master, don't worry. I'm here to help you." With that, Xiao Man flew out, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Man!" She immediately rushed to hug him. "Master, Xiao Man missed you terribly." Ji Xuan Chen quickly raised a hand to stop her. All right, tell me, do you have a way to subdue Zhongyao Huang?" Xiao Man proudly declared. "Both Zhongyao Huang and I are innate primordial beings. Our power and origin are the same, although it's older than me. But I have Master's guidance and have cultivated for many days within the river chart of Qingyun Mountain. Now, my strength is several times greater than its. I can help Master suppress it." Ji Xuan Chen asked back, "Is that so? Well, it's the perfect time for this master to see the fruits of your cultivation." Hearing that, Little Meng bravely flew up, her spiritual power bursting forth as she struck the bell. Afterwards, Little Meng used a vine rope to tightly bind the Bell Demon Emperor. Tightly bound, The Bell Demon Emperor seemed to go wild. From afar, Yu Qinghu loudly called out, "Taoist priest, be careful." Little Meng gawked, looking at Ji Xuanchen, who, however, stared sternly in the direction of the sound. A minor demon appeared, launching an attack at Yu Qinghu. She was forced back, struggling to cough up a mouthful of blood. "Taoist priest, they are from the Demon Emperor clan, and they've come to snatch the Bell Demon Emperor." The minor demon furiously shouted at Yu Qinghu, "The Bell Demon Emperor is not something you lowly beings can covet. Hand over the Bell Demon Emperor now." Yu Qinghu didn't just stand there. She retorted loudly, "Enough with the useless chatter. With this princess here, you absolutely won't get a single step closer to the Bell Demon Emperor." The Bell Demon Emperor, in one swift motion, was quickly brought under control by Little Meng from behind. Her voice extremely urgent, she loudly called out, "Master, now's the time to make your move." The Bell Demon Emperor shrunk, crying out an oof. Ji Xuanchen grabbed it with his hand and shouted loudly. It bit Xuanchen's hand with all its might. Xuanchen saw its feeble resistance, and he snorted in contempt. "This strength isn't even enough to scratch an itch." Xuanchen forcefully squeezed it. "Don't worry, if you follow me, I won't mistreat you." It continued to bite fiercely. Tears streamed down, and it burst into sobs, sniffling. Xuanchen roared loudly. A pillar of spiritual energy shot up into the sky. The Elder Demon Emperor, at the foot of the mountain, saw the energy on the mountain peak. He exclaimed in shock, "Who is this, subjugating the Central Demon Emperor?" He turned around and loudly ordered his subordinates to ascend the mountain and stop him. The Elder Demon Emperor muttered, "We absolutely cannot let the Central Demon Emperor fall into someone else's hands. Otherwise, we will be subjugated ourselves." The peaceful city lord's sword slashed close to him. A voice said, "You should worry about yourself first." The Elder Demon Emperor immediately threw the subordinate beside him, using him to shield against the attack. He flew away and coldly called back, "The Demon Emperor will remember your sacrifice." The Demon Emperor elders had arrived, their feet scraping against the ground to halt. He exclaimed with a hint of regret, "We're still one step too late." The bell was already firmly in Ji Xuanchen's palm. He, Ping City Lord, sword in hand, also shot up into the air, while Yu Qinghu shouted a loud warning, "My lord, beware of sneak attacks." Suddenly, he knelt before Ji Xuanchen, respectfully bowing and greeting. "Greetings, master!" Yu Qinghu exclaimed in an incredulous voice. "Master!" Ji Xuanchen extended his hand, ordering He Ping City Lord, "Rise!" Yu Qinghu only just recovered her wits, and asked curiously, "Why did he call you master?" Ji Xuanchen looked down at He Ping City Lord, and recounted in a deep voice, "This is quite a long story to tell. Just by seeing you once in the crowd, I sensed something." He secretly thought to himself, "Holy River Slave, it's just the right time for you to follow this venerable one up the mountain, and act as this venerable one's protector." The Demon Emperor Elder secretly thought, He Ping City Lord actually called him master, and Princess Yu Qinghu is with him. Could he be the descendant of the Demon Emperor who saved the Fox tribe? His expression shifting, he stepped forward, smiling, and addressed Ji Xuanchen. "Little brother, you are the descendant of the Demon Emperor who has been wandering outside, aren't you? Don't you know I am the Grand Elder of the Demon Emperor clan? We are kinsmen." Wandering outside must have been very tough, hasn't it? Just hand over the Zhong Demon Emperor to me, and I will immediately arrange for your return to the clan. We'll use the full power of our clan to cultivate you. How about that? The lackey beside him also chimed in, trying to persuade him. "You can't protect the Zhong Demon Emperor right now. Why not hand it over to the Grand Elder for safekeeping instead? Once you've matured, we'll return the Zhong Demon Emperor to you. We, as your elders, would never take advantage of you." Ji Xuanchen's face darkened. "I heard the Zhong Demon Emperor has an effect on the bloodline power of the Demon Emperor lineage. An innate suppressive effect. What a coincidence to run into you lot." He wore a sinister smile, eager to test if it was true or not. With those words, he released the Zhong Demon Emperor, and a wave of suppression emanated from it, causing them excruciating pain. As they clutched their heads and knelt on the ground, he spoke in a deep voice. "You want the Zhong Demon Emperor? Then dare to come and take it." The Demon Emperor clan's Grand Elder realized the situation was dire. He hastily commanded, "Run away!" Just as he turned to flee, the Zhong Demon Emperor flew right after him. Sensing something amiss, he shrieked, "Oh no!" Then a blood-curdling scream echoed, "Ah!" He was struck hard by the bell. Blood spewed from his mouth, and his eyes gradually lost consciousness. Seeing this, the others worriedly called out to the Grand Elder. Immediately after, the Demon Emperor bell flew past Ingok Thunho. It settled into Ji Xuanchen's palm. He spoke with a majestic tone. "Demon Bell, heed my command. From now on, encountering the Fox clan is like encountering this very bell. Members of the Demon Imperial clan were constantly crushed to the ground by the oppressive aura. My body refuses to obey. Nyuki Sanho was extremely surprised to see the plight of these people. Then she was even more shocked when the entire demon imperial clan simultaneously knelt down in obeisance. They respectfully declared, "We pledge our strength to our master." Ji Yu Xuan Chen turned to Enjo Than Ho and asked in a deep voice, "Are you now satisfied with the promise this venerable one made to you earlier?" She looked at Ji Yu Xuan Chen and thought to herself, this journey was definitely worth it. At the Hongfu Inn, the three of them, including Ji Yu Xuan Chen, sat at a remarkably lavish dining table. Ngo Than Ho let out a breath, exhaling all her worries. Phew, it's finally over. City Lord Little Fox saw his sword techniques. They seem to be related to the Tianwu sect. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. He Ping City Lord, the 10,000-year Heavenly Martial Gate was founded long ago. 10 millennia ago, there was also a heavenly genius named Luo Tian Yuan who went missing. I wonder, does the city lord know the secret behind that? Or do a few other people know? She eagerly asked, munching on a piece of melon. As City Lord He Ping heard this, the mouthful of water he had just drunk immediately spluttered out. Cough, cough! He awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "To be honest with you, that heavenly genius of the Tianwu Gate you mentioned, young lady, is none other than myself. Back then, I firmly believed I was definitely a 1 in a million heavenly genius among humanity. Within a year of breaking through to the third layer of law, I confidently and complacently entered the center of He City. I decided to challenge the Saint He law, intending to comprehend it for 100 years. Unfortunately, due to my excessive arrogance, in the end, I was just a hair's breadth away from completing it. At that time, I couldn't accept becoming a slave to the Saint He law, to be ordered around by others. So, to escape the Lord of Saint He, I ran off alone to conceal my name and hide in the demon realm. Who would have thought I'd accidentally stumble into things and make a name for myself, and even built He Ping City? Now, thinking back, I honestly don't dare to recall those past events. Listening to his confessions, a bold decision formed in Xuan Chen's mind. If it weren't for the constraints of the Saint He law, you have already ascended to the peak of the Yin realm. How about today? This venerable one shall free you from your contract, acknowledging your diligent service as my protector. No sooner had he finished speaking, Ji Yu Xuan Chen extended his hand, and an invisible stream of energy aimed directly at the mark on the center of He Ping City Lord's forehead. He softly commanded, "Dissipate." Following his words, the mark slowly vanished. Feeling that the long-standing shackles had been completely removed, He Ping City Lord joyfully cupped his hands and respectfully thanked his master for his profound kindness. Luo Mo will never forget this kindness for the rest of his life. Today! Saying this, he took an item from his person and respectfully presented it. This item, which I took from my person, is Luo Mo's small token of repayment for your kindness, Master. This is a Heavenly Martial token. Anyone holding this token can enter and exit the Heavenly Martial Gate at any time. Furthermore, they can command all those within the Heavenly Martial Gate. Seeing such a generous act, Yu Qinghu couldn't help but curiously ask. The Heavenly Martial Gate, after all, is one of the 5 superclass major powers of the sacred domain. How could you just hand over the Heavenly Martial token like that? Ji Yu Xuan Chen held the Heavenly Martial token in his hand, his eyes thoughtful, muttering, 5 major powers? Yu Qinghu then enthusiastically explained, "Don't you know, Taoist priest? The 5 superclass major powers overshadow the 7 great sacred sects of the sacred domain. They are the top forces of the current imperial domain. Even the heavenly origin battlefield is controlled by them. I've got it all in my hands now." Besides Taoist Master Luo's Tianwu sect, there's also the Dongfang family and Tianlan sect, who've been connected by marriage for ages. And, wouldn't you know it, the Dongfang family, the Golden Sword sect, and myriad ancient sect surround the entrance to the primordial battlefield. The primordial battlefield opens every year. You can gain so much enlightenment while positioned beneath the primordial tree. The primordial realm's produce is limited, though, basically after the 5 great powers finish dividing it. Rogue cultivators from the remaining forces can only pick up scraps and leftovers. I've also heard the demon race is quite unhappy with the 5 great powers. Recently, a yin dragon venerable has risen to prominence. Word is, they obtained the demon god's inheritance and dominated the demon realm immediately upon rising. Hearing this, P City Lord exclaimed in surprise, "Such a thing actually happened?" Yu Qinghu, while munching on melon seeds, confirmed, "That's right. Therefore, this opening of the primordial battlefield is likely to be a bloodbath." P City Lord exclaimed admiringly, "Miss Qinghu certainly knows a lot of news." Being praised, she proudly leaned in and whispered to Peace City Lord, "Although I'm in the fiend domain, I know the situation in the outside world like the back of my hand. I also know that recently, a Zhu Shao sect has just risen to fame. It's covertly becoming a major trend for the 6 great powers. The sect master of that Zhu Shao sect. Yet, the sect master of 9 heavens, who was sipping tea right before her eyes, didn't notice her at all. Outside Heping City, the moment of farewell arrived. The city lord clasped his hands and bade Tian Yuan adieu. Remember today's reunion. After these past days, you two, should anything else arise, I, Luo, will certainly draw my blade and offer aid. I will absolutely not refuse. After bidding farewell to Heping City Lord, Jiyu Xuanchen turned to Yu Qinghu. With a distant tone, he said, "All right, you and I shall part ways here." His blunt words made her secretly think how pathetic she was. Then she complained, "Taoist priest, your heart truly is as hard as stone. We've traveled together for so many days. And you have nothing at all to say to Qinghu?" Jiyu Xuanchen brought a hand to his chin, pondering for a moment, then replied, "I do." Qinghu immediately asked curiously, "What is it?" Jiyu Xuanchen then whispered, his voice full of disdain, "This venerable one has recently observed your Fox Clan's charm techniques, and, frankly, they feel incredibly amateurish. You'd be better off directly developing successful soul attack techniques that target the sea of consciousness. Take these ancient texts. Those of your clan should cultivate them." Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghu's face darkened, and she tried to force a strained smile. "Ha ha ha, many thanks, Taoist master." After that, the two of them went their separate ways, bidding farewell here. Jiyu Xuanchen mused to himself, "Since Yao Huangzong is now in my possession, it's probably time to set off to the Tianyuan battlefield." He flicked his wrist, summoning forth the Shanghe Jin Ling, then threw it into the sky and loudly commanded, "Appear!" Immediately, teleportation gates began to appear one after another in the sky. Jiyu Xuanchen smiled, feeling a secret satisfaction. Fortunately, the portal created by the Shanghe Jin Ling can transport me to anywhere within the Shanghe River basin. However, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Hold on. The demonic energy in this tunnel. Something feels seriously off here. In front of him, countless dark mists were hovering in the air. Nevertheless, Jiyu Xuanchen still resolved to enter. The currents of energy began to shift, transporting him to the border of the demon race. As Jiyu Xuanchen stepped out of the passage, the dark energy rays behind him remained stubbornly present. He felt puzzled. Within the demonic energy here, it seemed to carry a sneaky whiff of the yin-yang tian shu, deep within the demonic realm. In a fortified city, Jiyu Xuanchen was advancing forward, where many guards were standing watch. He mused to himself, "Well, it looks like quite a few shenanigans have occurred since I last skipped town from the demon race." Suddenly, a guard spotted a stranger and shouted loudly, You're the demonic god's envoy, a traitor to the demon realm. Release the Saint Sun! Guards, seize him immediately!" Jiyu Xuanchen looked at him with a puzzled expression. His face darkened, and he let out a soft HMPH. The other guards began to notice them. They cried out in astonishment, "What? The demonic god's envoy? Quickly, go check. Don't let him escape." Surrounded by the guards, Jiyu Xuanchen used instant teleportation. Both of them instantly disappeared. In a secluded place outside the city, Jiyu Xuanchen and that guard appeared simultaneously. He held his sword to the guard's neck and interrogated him. "After I left the demon realm, what exactly happened?" The guard pleaded. "Good sir, spare my life. I was only following my superiors. Orders, that's all. At first, after the Saint's son was kidnapped, the demon realm was filled with deadly poisonous gas. Even the 10 great venerables could barely resist it, and ultimately perished." Hearing the grim news, Jiyu Xuanchen was stunned. "Huh? The 10 great venerables are all dead?" The guard honestly continued his story. At that time, the beings of the demon realm were suffering greatly. At that critical moment, it was the adopted son of Heavenly Sea Venerable, Dark Dragon Venerable, who stepped forward to lead everyone in researching an antidote. Currently, many from the demon realm are following him. Venerable Amlong also said that before the toxic mist appeared, Your Excellency had already vanished without a trace. Perhaps Your Excellency is the mastermind. After that, he issued an arrest warrant for Your Excellency. After gathering sufficient information, he released demonic energy, pouring it into the guard's head. He softly said, "You should sleep here for a few days." The guard immediately lost consciousness. His eyes slowly closed, and a wisp of purple demonic energy floated up from his body. The guard was completely motionless. Jiyu Xuanchen mused to himself, "If I'm not mistaken, this abnormality in the demonic energy, it must be coming from this thing. The aura of this thing feels very familiar. If I'm not mistaken, this object can make others obey its will. It can even manipulate the demonic energy within others' bodies. It seems It seems to have the aura, similar to a part of the heavenly Dao laws that transferred to this venerable one that day. How did this venerable Am-Long manage to obtain a heavenly Dao law to hunt this venerable one? I'm afraid he's after this venerable one's heavenly Dao laws, isn't he? Then he donned the guard's helmet and armor, muttering to himself, "How interesting." Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen's body transformed into an identical uniform, just like the guard peacefully sleeping in a corner. After he finished disguising himself, he secretly thought might as well go meet this person and see. Just then, a guard dressed a bit differently, likely their leader, appeared. Upon seeing him, the guard called out, "Hey, you!" Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen gripped his sword tightly. He prepared himself for the possibility of being discovered. It turned out the guard merely came to reprimand and remind him, "What are you doing? This is a crucial moment when Venerable Dark Dragon is selecting warriors. If you just delay the Venerable from entering the Heavenly Origin battlefield, can you take responsibility for that?" He quickly sheathed his sword and stood still. The guard then signaled him to join the squad. They were to depart immediately for the Beast Arena. At the Beast Arena, the guard leader began giving instructions. Remember, no suspicious individual is to be overlooked. If anything were to happen to the Venerable, 10 of your heads wouldn't be enough to atone for it. The guards unanimously shouted, "Yes, sir!" He then assigned zones to everyone. Everyone, get to your positions and be snappy about it. Below the arena, 2 fighters were locked in a fierce battle. The big guy, radiating a greenish aura, had just sent his opponent flying, flung clean out of the ring. The other guy, flung far. His eyes rolled back as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He raised his hand like a champion, loudly provoking his opponent. "Who else dares to challenge?" The guards standing in the arena courtyard murmured in awe. "Truly, it's brutal every single time," a fearful, sweating guard remarked. "Every time the Demon Clan dispatches so many valiant warriors to the Tianyuan battlefield like this, not a single one ever returns. The Tianyuan battlefield truly is too terrifying." Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen, in a guard uniform, asked him, "Is this a warrior? Who has been chosen for the Tianyuan battlefield?" He immediately replied, "That's right, didn't you know? Currently, the 10 Grand Elders have passed away, and Venerable Dark Dragon is the one who broke through to the Tianyuan realm. The most promising individual in the Demon Clan right now. If one could follow him, there would be many benefits." Above the arena, the referee raised his hand and loudly declared, "I declare the winner." Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen smiled faintly and said, "That's good, then." Upon hearing him, the guard next to him pointed to the stage and exclaimed, "Good! You want to try going up there? Oh no. Do you even know who's on that stage?" Before he could even finish speaking, Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen had already shot onto the arena. The guard immediately called out a warning. "Hey, that guy's backing is even tougher than a fist." The one-horned guy, seeing someone step into the arena, cast a curious glance. Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen stood opposite him, signaling his challenge. Seeing someone step forward, the referee announced, Oh, another challenger has stepped into the ring." The one-horned guy's massive body completely overshadowed Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen. He looked down at him scornfully. "Just a city patrol guard dares to challenge me? Have you finished picking up trash from the streets yet?" The spectators below ceaselessly mocked. "A trash picker dares to enter the arena? Oh, here to make a joke, are we? Go home already, commander of the guard." Upon hearing his soldier being insulted, the commander's face darkened with fury. He roared, "So what if there's city patrol guards? If it weren't for us patrolling the city, would you all be sitting so peacefully here? Could you even fight in the arena then?" His tone growing bolder, he pointed a finger at Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen and declared, "Hey, you! Kill that guy for me." As if he had only been waiting for that cue, Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen softly replied, "All right, exactly as this venerable one wished." The one-horned guy raised his hand, conjuring green demonic energy. He chuckled mockingly. "I want to see what kind of guts a mere patrol guard has to stand in this arena." Ko Xuan-Chen pointed his finger as if writing something. He subtly activated the killing formation, eliciting a furious expression from the one-horned fiend. He charged forward, yelling, "Go die!" He transformed into a gigantic hand. It pressed down on County Xuan-Chen, but by this time he had created a shield of dark energy, defending himself from within. Maintaining his control, County Xuan-Chen turned his head to look back. The one-horned fiend squeezed County Xuan-Chen's barrier tightly. But then, shocker, the powerful demonic energy generated from the barrier countered and attacked him instead. The audience below, affected by the immense pressure, exclaimed, "Oh my, what's happening?" Gritting his teeth, the one-horned fiend was utterly stunned and bewildered. What is this? How can this be? In just a few moments, County Xuan-Chen landed back on the ground. The referee loudly announced, "One-move victory." The one-horned fiend was now frothing at the mouth, motionless on the stage. Below, the guard captain excitedly waved his arms and legs, cheering, "Well done!" The guard next to him, however, was utterly terrified. "Damn it, he's a formation master! But he just beat the younger brother of the Shadow Dragon Venerable's personal guard. Will we really be okay after this?" On the high arena, two people were observing. Revered one person respectfully said, "This humble subordinate has probably caused you to scoff." He then pleaded, "I humbly hope, Revered One, that you would permit this subordinate to teach a lesson to this arrogant young scoundrel. He is Manhwa, a personal guard." The Revered One waved his hand, granting permission. "Go on then. If you lose, don't bother coming back." With a booming aura, he exuded demonic power all around him and said gleefully, "Many thanks, Revered One, for granting me such divine power." The Arbiter announced, "The new Arena Master has appeared. This is the first person in the past 5 months to defeat 6 demon tribesmen and become the new Arena Master. This honor belongs to the City Patrol Guard." The captain of the guard joyfully exclaimed, "Well done! You truly make this captain proud. However, for the next 2 days, you young lads should still be a bit careful." No sooner had he finished speaking than the captain suddenly froze, then collapsed to his knees. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood from his mouth, and the surrounding guards immediately rushed over, worried. Captain Xuan Chen observed, then approached and supported the captain with one hand. He then deduced that the demonic energy within his body was running wild. It seemed as if it had been intentionally guided by some external force. The guard next to him said in fear, "It's a punishment. It must be the revered Shadow Dragon's wrath." "But what did the captain do wrong?" Xuan Chen asked in surprise. "Punishment?" That person explained, "Don't you know? The Dark Dragon Venerable can dispel poison mist. He became the strongest of the demon race, precisely because he possesses a special ability. He can control the demonic energy inside others' bodies." Looking towards the people standing high above, he continued, "Moreover, he can even bestow this ability upon others. He and his personal guards rely on this special ability to dominate the demon race." Xuan Chen immediately thought, "So it seems he took the opportunity to detoxify and inserted demon seeds into everyone's bodies." He let out a displeased click of his tongue. Using his hand, Xuan Chen pressed firmly on the captain's back, transferring a surge of demonic energy to him. At this moment, the captain seemed to escape the pain, lifting his head and letting out a few groans. The Venerable One high above smirked meaningfully in Xuan Chen's direction. A powerful demon flew down from above. He declared, "Venerable One, grant me the power to punish. You wish for me to purge the treacherous for the demon race." He slowly descended onto the fighting stage, a city patrol guard, allowing subordinates to neglect their duties during work hours. Shouldn't that be punished? The captain, wide-eyed with fear, stammered, He's the Venerable's personal guard." Looking towards Xuan Chen and the captain of the guards with a malevolent gaze, he said, "You two met the Venerable's personal guard. Why didn't you pay your respects?" The captain knelt, offering his respects, but before Xuan Chen could finish his words, he was cut off. He told Manhwa that on this deathmatch stage, no victor had been decided yet. "So why should this Venerable One perform a salute to you?" Manhwa's fangs bared as he chuckled. "Excellent! Since we are on the deathmatch stage, then a fitting method should be used to deal with such subordinates." As he spoke, he drew a pair of twin swords, ready to strike. Xuan Chen, on his end, also drew his own sword. Demonic energy surged from his blade as he spoke to the captain and his men. "You all step back for now." Without hesitation, Manhwa lunged to attack him. His saber, shrouded in a stream of blue demonic energy, slashed forward. Xuan Chen parried the attack with his sword, thinking to himself, "How odd. This sword attack is far too light." The 6 demon clan's personal guard from earlier was even stronger. Even they had more power than him. The guards below watched with wide eyes. Since when did this kid become so formidable? Not only does he know formations, but he also easily parried a saber strike from Manhwa. The captain spoke up. "You don't understand Manhwa. His moniker is Kongjong Juji. His greatest advantage isn't his strength or speed. It's his movement technique." Manhwa flipped and twisted in midair. Before Xuan Chen could even react, he could maintain stability without touching the ground or losing balance throughout the entire battle. He converted the enemy's attack power into striking force when he descended upon Xuan Chen. Xuan Chen was currently defending against his aerial attacks. Each subsequent strike was even stronger than the last. Suddenly, the guards clutched their heads and screamed, "Ugh! Oh, my ears!" However, with his current strength, Xuan Chen confidently smiled, ready to borrow power to strike. "That power? It's just scraps for my little playtime." He swung his sword down, and brilliant crimson dark energy erupted around Xuan Chen. He exclaimed, "This is the end." Manhwa stared in astonishment. "What?" A terrifying explosion erupted from the arena. Rocks and dirt scattered everywhere, submerged in demonic energy, and Manhwa cried out in pain, "Ah!" He flew far outside the arena, a large crater even forming beneath his feet. Unable to believe the truth, he was stunned. I lost! This is unbelievable! Xuan Chen turned back and asked the guards, "How do you all feel?" They replied cheerfully, "Kid, you were really hiding your strength before, weren't you?" In the distance, Mingmo struggled to get back on his feet. He glared resentfully. "Damn it!" Madly rushing to ambush Xuan Chen. "Die for me." Then, a loud voice commanded, "You fiend, kneel!" His eyes widened as he stopped, his body obeying the command, immediately kneeling. As fresh blood spurted from his mouth, the Venerable One, seated high above, spoke. "How can you be so rude and despicable?" He clawed at the ground, crying out, "HMPH! I can't move!" A subordinate standing beside the Venerable pointed at Xuan Chen's neck. "This is a city patrol guard from over there. The Dark Dragon Venerable has his eyes on you. He asks if you are willing to become his personal guard." Without even looking up, Xuan Chen chuckled and retorted, "What if I refuse?" Hearing this, the Dark Dragon Venerable was left speechless and dumbfounded. His close attendant immediately roared, "You ungrateful wretch!" The Venerable raised a hand, signaling his attendant to stop, and then spoke, addressing Xuan Chen. "If you don't wish to be my personal guard, then why did you ascend this platform?" Xuan Chen explained to the Dark Dragon Venerable, "I heard this place is selecting warriors for the Tianyuan battlefield. This Venerable One came specifically for the Tianyuan battlefield." The attendant next to him again began to scold. "It's absolutely true. You don't know what's good for you. And you still dare to set your sights on Tianyuan while refusing to be the Venerable's personal guard? There's no shortage of good opportunities for you. Foolish." The Dark Dragon Venerable slowly stood up, saying, "This Venerable One has always sought out worthy talents as if parched with thirst. If that's the case, then would you like to be a guest of this Venerable One?" Xuan Chen, having achieved his goal, laughed and said, "Exactly as I, this esteemed one, wished." That evening, outside the beast-fighting arena, the guard captain's voice was full of reproach. "Who would have thought? That guy possessed such skills, yet he kept it from us. That's really outrageous." Suddenly, from inside the wooden barrels, someone slowly crawled up, calling, "Captain! Captain!" The captain turned around. The captain was bewildered, wondering, whose voice is that? It sounds so familiar. It was the guard Xuan Chen had knocked out this morning. He was weeping tragically. The captain was startled. The guard captain exclaimed, "You! Didn't you go with His Venerable Highness?" He tightly hugged the captain's leg, whining that someone had ambushed him. "Captain, you must avenge me." The captain waved him off. "Ugh! Get off me, you're disgusting." Only then did everyone feel a peculiar itch of curiosity. So, the person from this morning was, within the Ju Xiao sect, Elder Yunshan was pacing back and forth. Where on earth did the sectmaster disappear to? The Tianyuan battlefield is about to open, yet there's still no sign of him anywhere. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Yunshan?" It startled him. It was Xuan Chen's voice. He is currently communicating telepathically with Yunshan, instructing him that when the time comes, he should follow Xiao Yao and enter the Tianyuan battlefield. Don't wait for the sectmaster. 3 days later, in front of the Tianyuan battlefield's passage, the disciples of the Ju Xiao sect are standing before the passage, while Yunshan is so anxious he can't sit still. After he sent his telepathic message that day, there's been no further news. The Tianyuan battlefield is about to open. The sect master isn't in any danger, is he? A disciple stood up and asked Elder Yunshan. Sect master still hasn't returned. What should we do? Should we keep waiting? Yunshan didn't know how to respond, so he just stayed silent and observed the situation. Suddenly, the passage door slowly opened. Everyone buzzed. Quick, look! The passage has changed. The Tianyuan battlefield has opened. Immediately, Yunshan relayed the message to the disciples. The sect master has sent me a telepathic message telling us not to wait any longer. He has his own arrangements. You all just need to follow Xiao Yao and enter the Tianyuan battlefield. Don't worry about anything else. Everyone unanimously obeyed. However, only Xiao Yao. He still seemed to want to wait for Jiyu Xuan Chen, but he had no choice but to follow the sectmaster's instructions. Xiao Yao led the group, proclaiming, "Everyone, follow me!" At the same time, in Mo Du, a group of demon soldiers led by An Long. He was also standing before a passageway. He waved his hand, giving the order to depart. Jiyu Xuan Chen was also among the group following An Long. He slowly entered the passageway. Just as they exited the passageway, An Long's new directive came down. Everyone split up to act. Whoever finds the Tianyuan tree should send a signal. Looking back at where they had just come from, Xuan Chen muttered to himself, "Is this truly the Tianyuan battlefield?" A giant, dazzling yellow tree appeared before his eyes. An Long turned to explain to Xuan Chen, "Brother Jiyu, There's something you don't know. The space within the Tianyuan battlefield is chaotic and distorted. That Tianyuan tree seems to be in the very center. But to reach it, who knows how long we'll have to travel. Realizing this, Xuan Chen muttered, "So that's how it is, Venerable Lord Anlong. Perhaps we should just wait here for now." Suddenly, a subordinate screamed, "Your Highness, there's a ghost!" "A ghost?" Anlong turned to look in the direction the sound came from, frowning as he spoke, full of confusion. "A ghost?" The guard next to him drew his sword and roared. "A ghost in broad daylight? Where did this monster come from?" The soldier who ran up couldn't stop in time and stumbled, falling in front of Anlong with a loud "oof." Trembling, he pointed and stammered, It's right there." Help!" From where he pointed, countless ghostly faces flew out. "They're really ghosts!" Observing closely, Xuan Chen realized there are no ghosts in this world. This thing's entire body radiates demonic energy. It must be a demon, a creature that perished on the Heavenly Origin battlefield. Previously, infected by the law of power here, its corpse developed spiritual intelligence, transforming into a corpse demon. He asserted that the demon race is unique. As long as it's truly present, one sword strike is all it takes. As he spoke, he drew his sword, advancing towards these grotesque, demonic faces. Suddenly, Dark Dragon stomped his foot on the ground, blocking Xuan Chen. "Little brother, apologies!" Dark Dragon quickly ran off, shouting, "Don't waste manpower here! Leave people to guard the rear. Clear out those faces that have now enveloped Xuan Chen's neck." Observing carefully, Xuan Chen noticed the floating symbols, along with the spirit corpses surrounding him. Quickly drawing his sword, he muttered, "Just mere corpse demons." Immediately, a single sword strike from him utterly annihilated this horde of ghostly corpses. Asterisk. The grotesque faces crumbled to the ground, slowly dissipating. The Demon Clan soldiers were utterly astonished. "Good heavens! He killed them all in one blow!" The aura of those things. They were all at least heavenly origin realm. However, unbeknownst to everyone, a single corpse soul glided stealthily close to the ground, approaching a member of the Demon Clan. Dark Dragon, witnessing Xuan Chen's single move, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Young friend, your strength is truly astonishing." From his palm, he manifested a luminous blue jade. The figure behind him slowly drew closer to Xuan Chen's neck, clearly plotting something sinister. He feigned concern, placing a hand on Xuan Chen's shoulder. "You're not hurt, are you?" Xuan Chen instantly saw through these petty tricks, turning his head to him. "I'm fine." He coldly brushed Anlong's hand off his shoulder and curtly replied, "Oh, your little act is quite something, isn't it?" Behind them, a demon soldier suddenly let out a fierce scream. The very corpse aura from earlier seemed to erupt from him. "Ah! Ah!" He clutched his head and fell to his knees. This left the surrounding soldiers utterly perplexed. What's happening to him? His head is turning into something demonic. Someone else cried out, "He's been possessed!" Everyone around cautiously backed away. Good call, that. He gradually transformed into a monstrous creature, growling, "Grrr! Grrr! Grrr!" One person swiftly drew his sword, ready to protect Zunshang. With a single strike, he cleaved the ghoul-possessed man in two. His body was torn asunder, but then it reattached itself. His mouth now bristled with fangs, looking every bit like a growling demon. "Grrr! Grrr! Grrr!" What kind of monster is this? It counterattacked the person who had just struck, and these lingering souls began to multiply, surrounding all the demon soldiers. What do we do now? These corpse demons seem fundamentally unkillable. Their power is 3 times stronger than their original form. We need to be careful not to get possessed. They're slowly possessing the bodies of countless soldiers. Save me! The possessed immediately lunged at Anlong. "Go die!" They laughed sinisterly. "Ha ha ha ha!" And Long glared fiercely, forming a circle of demonic energy around those surrounding him. He raised his hand and smirked. "Ha ha ha!" Boom! They exploded into smithereens. Only spiritual elixirs were left, floating in the air. Everyone who witnessed it exclaimed, "Lord Anlong is truly overpowered." Ji Xuan Chen pondered. Even if he transforms into a corpse demon, can I still rely on the demon seed within his body to manipulate him? Possessed rushed at Anlong, attacking furiously. "Kill him for me!" Immediately, the Lord's guards appeared, raising their swords and forming a formation. Absolutely do not let these corpse demons dirty Lord Anlong's hands. And Long smiled dangerously. He struck out at his own guards, sending them sprawling to the ground. He's creating an opportunity for undead souls to possess these people. These loyal guards, in pain, turned to ask their venerable lord, "Venerable one, why would you?" Unexpectedly, the venerable one they protected uttered such cruel and malevolent words. "If you are truly that loyal, then become the most elite immortal legion of this venerable one. Go help me flatten the Tianyuan battlefield. He used those demonic pills on his own people. From within the demonic pills, hands emerged, seizing the throats of the demon race members. They painfully begged the venerable one to spare their lives. These hands squeezed them tight, completely transforming them into ghoulish corpses on this side, and Long, his face covered, laughed madly, ha 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 ha. Xuan Chen observed, unable to help but ponder. It seems this guy wants the entire demon race to be possessed by corpse demons, and ultimately become his undead servants. In the Tianshang Shenji, two people were sitting, playing a game of chess together. One person placed a black chess piece down, and on the board, there was also a dummy of Xuan Chen and several others. The man stroked his beard and thought, "That's Old Lord, the master of the Tianyuan lading battlefield." He laid down a white flag in surrender, bowing his head with a sigh. So many years without meeting. Your chess skills, senior brother, have certainly improved. Shanghe Immortal then said, "You should try cultivating in seclusion in the lower realm for 10,000 years. All day long, what do you do besides playing chess? There's really nothing else to do." Old Lord frowned, wondering, "I'm very curious, what kind of person exactly could make senior brother comprehend the fundamental principles of the heavenly Tao and return so much earlier? Now that your cultivation has reached mastery, perhaps it's all thanks to his bestowal. Isn't that right?" He replied, "No, he's merely a heaven-defying marvel, an incredibly arrogant and self-important talent." The old man merely looked up and stroked his beard. The elder of Shanghe. The two sat amidst a sea of clouds, engrossed in a game of Go. Old Lord's eyes gleamed with interest. To be praised by senior brother like this, I'm quite eager to meet him on the battlefield. At this moment, Dark Dragon continuously absorbed demonic energy from the possessed. He cackled like a madman. Ha ha ha. Xuan Chen flew over, sword in hand. I can't let that guy get what he wants. Suddenly, Xuan Chen froze, as if rooted to the spot. A strange aura emanated from his body. He wondered what was happening in his chest. The power of the laws here is suppressing this venerable one. The power of the laws here seems similar to the aura of the yin-yang heavenly scroll. The space around Xuan Chen changed, pulling him into a cosmic mystic realm. Observing his surroundings, he truly didn't understand what was happening. A black vortex appeared above his head. A hand reached down and was placed on Xuan Chen's head. So this is how one cultivates the power of the yin-yang heavenly scroll. That actually explains a lot. Xuan Chen immediately jumped backward in alert, asking loudly and bewildered, "Who are you?" Lei Ding Lao Jun appeared from the void above. Powerful purple lightning bolts also crackled around him. His gaze fell directly on Xuan Chen. HMPH. The old monarch extended his hand, conjuring a powerful formation before him. Xuan Chen unleashed a powerful horizontal sword slash, tearing through space. HMPH. He shattered the old monarch's formation into countless pieces. The old monarch praised. "Not bad, not bad," Xuan Chen loudly demanded. "Just who are you?" He continued. "Let this old man see how much further you can ascend." He raised his hand and examined it. This was the Xuan Chen hand, upon which strange seals had appeared. Those were sealing talismans from the Tianyuan battlefield. Laughter echoed. Ha 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 ha. Venerable An Long was flying up before him. Below, countless undead had taken form given the ultimatum. Obey and live. Disobey and die. He smugly declared, "With such a force, who else could possibly become my enemy?" He had now become quite the pretentious demon. Exuding a blue aura, he still held a spirit pill in his hand. It was all thanks to her. If this venerable hadn't possessed innate, devouring power, capable of replicating the profound truths of the heavenly Tao from this person, how could I have achieved what I have today? He ordered, "Let's go, come with me to find the Tianyuan tree." Demon Venerable, Your Excellency, An Long, has arrived at the sacred land of the golden ancient tree. In front of him, a few powerful cultivators stood blocking the way. They tried their best to protect, saying, "Stop! This place is occupied by the Tianlan sect. You of the demon race, either give way or wait outside." He stared at them, then coldly muttered, "Tianlan sect." He waved his hand. Immediately, his army of undead appeared. Just a petty Tianlan sect. Now, this venerable no longer deems you worthy of my attention. The sharp-fanged demons rushed forward, attacking the disciples of the Tianlan sect. They were utterly caught off guard, exclaiming, "What in the world are these creatures?" The scene was now utterly chaotic. Then the advantage clearly lay with the corpse demon army. Xuan Chen emerged from the illusion, immediately assaulted by screams of, "Kill to save yourselves!" filling his ears. Surveying the unfolding battle, he deduced, "So An Long has already made his move against the demon race, huh?" A ghoul suddenly appeared, pinning a powerful cultivator to the ground, who shrieked in agony. "Save me!" the man cried, shutting his eyes in utter despair. Xuan Chen casually swung his sword, slicing through the ghoul and saving the man's life with a resounding Ah! The ghoul immediately turned, its gaze fixed on his sword. Moments later, it face-planted right into the dirt. Xuan Chen then enlightened them on the ghoul's glaring weakness. To truly finish off a corpse demon, you must sever its throat completely. The recently rescued young man, still in shock, stammered, "You are?" Xuan Chen merely cast a cold glance at the young man, then replied frostily, "Why aren't you off reporting this to your master, instead of gawking?" With that, he shot off, leaving the rescued man to shout after him, "Understood. Many thanks." Xuan Chen moved with incredible speed, leaping from one cliff face to the next. He finally landed before An Long, whose eyes widened in utter astonishment. The moment An Long saw him, he broke into a grin and spoke. "As expected, you are not controlled by the demon seed, and previously even cut off my control over the demon seed. You used your hand to grasp the demon core that he had just implanted in you, disdainfully saying, 'These lowly tricks!' You then crushed the demon core into dust. This lord merely wished to play with you." Looking at Huyan Tran with ill intent, he spoke, "You are the demon gods, this messenger who betrayed the demon race, aren't you? Or perhaps the Saint's son?" As soon as he finished speaking, Huyan Tran, sword in hand, ran forward to attack. "If you want to know, go down and ask King Yama." Amlong gathered his energy, creating a surge of demonic energy in his hand. Laughing loudly, "Ha ha ha ha!" he raised his hand, preparing to meet Huyan Tran's attack. Huyan Tran swung his sword, striking at Am Long, who used his hand to summon 2 zombie spirits to block in front, taking the blow for him. "This venerable one knows you are powerful, but this time, this venerable one came out just for the heavenly origin. I don't care about you." Following that, he continuously created countless zombie spirits, fiercely attacking without regard for their lives. He turned and left, abandoning Huyan Tran amidst the zombie spirits. "If you survive, come find this venerable one." He simply walked away forward, leaving Huyan Tran continuously swinging his sword at the horde of zombie spirits behind him. Immediately, a person appeared, blocking his path. A girl raised her hand high, signaling the disciples of the Tianlan sect, "Hear my command! Form the array now!" Instantly, the mighty cultivators of the Tianlan sect surged forward, surrounded by an array of talismans. These talismans soared, aimed at suppressing the relentless corpse demons. They zipped through the air, sticking firmly onto the foreheads of those emotionless fiends. Tianlan sect disciple leaped up, letting out a battle cry. The talismans instantly detonated, aiding Jiyu Xuan Chen in his fight. Combined with his masterful sword techniques, the corpse demons were annihilated with ease. After the explosion subsided, the girl appeared behind Jiyu Xuan Chen and spoke. "Young master, my sincerest gratitude for rescuing my sect's disciples just now." She is Sen Shuyan, the esteemed daughter of the Tianlan sect master. Jiyu Xuan Chen spared her a fleeting glance, then turned back to resume his relentless assault. He coldly replied, still focused on the remaining corpse demons, "It's nothing. Nothing at all." Each swing of his blade carved the corpse demons into countless pieces. He fought single-handedly against dozens of them, yet their numbers were overwhelming. He relentlessly slashed to push back these mindless creatures. Meanwhile, another sect was conspicuously hiding behind a massive stone pillar nearby. A disciple spoke up, timidly, asking their sect leader, "Shouldn't we lend a hand, master?" The girl promptly delivered a physical lesson to the one who just asked, retorting, "Are you brain dead? Go up there now. Get both sides injured by the demon clan, then bring the heavenly origin tree, and offer it to someone else." She is the sect master of Tianwu sect, Liu Wuyan. Seeing the daughter of sect Lord Tianlan, she scoffed, "You're just an egg trying to crack a rock." At this moment, the zombie demons were multiplying, and a Tianlan sect disciple was trapped by them. Helplessly, he cried out, "This is bad!" The sheer number of these zombie demons is truly overwhelming. Hidden far away, the Tianwu sect master was plotting, "The mantis stalks the cicada from behind, while the oriole waits. We just need to play the oriole." At this moment, Jiyu Xuanchen was still unleashing powerful sword strikes. He slashed forward, splitting a zombie demon in half. At the same time, his sword strike unintentionally cut across the stone pillar where Liu Wu Yan was hiding, scaring her and her disciples stiff. She was stunned when she heard Zhuanshen say, "You're from Tianwu sect, aren't you? Perfect timing. Now clear a path for this lord." She spun around furiously. "Who do you think you are?" Immediately, Jiyu Xuanchen gruffly threw the Tianwu token into her face. This lord's patience has its limits. Several disciples drew their swords and threatened Xuanchen. "How dare you disrespect our sect master, you audacious fool! I'll chop that arrogant fool to bits." Liu Yuyan was stunned, holding the item that had just been thrown at her face. "Wait, this command token. It's actually the Heavenly Martial Edict of Patriarch Luo." She immediately changed her tune. She commanded the disciples of the Heavenly Martial Gate, "Obey his command. Clear a path for him." The disciples exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Without further ado, Xuan Chen took the lead. Along with the Heavenly Martial Gate disciples, he cut a path. Kill, kill, kill. The Dark Dragon showed not a single ounce of fear. He laughed and said, "And you actually got people from the 5 great forces to obey your command? HMPH. But you need to be careful. The more people there are, the greater my power will become." The ghost corpses attacked, and a surge of demonic energy radiated from their hands. "What is that?" Sect Master of the Heavenly Martial Gate chopped and simultaneously spoke up, boosting everyone's morale. "Keep going." Standing high above, the Dark Dragon observed with great amusement. "I, on the other hand, want to see how much longer you all can endure. The younger generation of the 5 great forces have all become corpses under my command. Just thinking about it, it's already enough to make anyone excited." At this moment, Xuan Chen had finally gotten close to him. "I finally found you!" Immediately, he charged forward at lightning speed to attack. "Don't let him escape." Am Long gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it! Have I been discovered?" As the confrontation began, Xuan Chen unleashed a sharp, swift sword strike, forcing his opponent to channel his demonic energy to defend. Yet, the attack was so mighty that his defense shattered, causing him to spit out a mouthful of crimson blood. "Cough! Cough!" He erupted in fury. He swung his hand, summoning an army of demonic corpses. The soulless, fearless monsters swarmed forward, charging madly towards Xuan Chen. Although the power of the demonic corpses was negligible, the nuisance they caused was immense. Xuan Chen growled irritably. "What a hindrance!" Am Long sneered arrogantly, his voice full of self-satisfaction. "Even if you were lucky enough to win a move or two against this venerable one, you are but a mere 100 individuals. Do you truly think you can stop this venerable one's tens of thousands of undead warriors?" As he finished speaking, he swung his hand again, and another army of undead appeared, blocking Xuan Chen's path. "As for you, fighting alone, you can only be tormented by the corpse demons." Just then, a dazzling sword light descended from the void, effortlessly tearing the army of undead in half. That was Xiao Yao's Li Ju sword, its power capable of shaking heaven and earth, powerful enough to tear the very earth asunder. He appeared with the Zhu Xiao sect disciples, who collectively declared loudly, "Who said our master is still fighting all by himself?" Xiao Yao quickly landed beside Ji Yu Xuan Chen, then spoke up. "Master, we're late." Simultaneously, the demon race also arrived, led by Taoist Yu Ching Fox. She added, "And we've come to lend a hand, too." Ji Yu Xuan Chen closed his eyes, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Ha ha ha, this venerable one, on the other hand, thinks the timing couldn't be more perfect." When Am Long saw the unfavorable situation, his face immediately contorted with displeasure. He thought to himself, "I must swiftly seize the Tianyuan tree." Then he raised a finger, muttering an incantation under his breath. HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. A teleportation array instantly opened, whisking him away. Ji Yu Xuan Chen hastily gave chase, not forgetting to entrust these no lesser beings to Xiao Yao. "I'll leave these for you to handle. Just try not to disappoint this venerable one," he declared, transforming into a meteor and streaking away. Below, Ji Yu Xuan Chen's followers, their morale soaring, shouted in unison, "Slay the demon race! Aid the sect master! Kill, kill, kill!" 2 streaks of light, one after the other, relentlessly pursued each other, both streaking towards the dazzlingly luminous Tianyuan tree. Dark Dragon flew, turning his head back for a cheeky taunt. "Holy Sun, you're even tougher to deal with than I imagined. However, it's time for this to end here." He waved his hand, summoning a command flag, and declaring, "This soul-summoning banner, a demonic inheritance. Using it to stop you, perhaps I'm giving you too much credit with this artifact. Once I break through to the heavenly origin realm, all of you shall perish." The command flag materialized before Xuan Chen, blocking his path. Xuan Chen, gripping his sword, coolly remarked, "Trying to flee, are we? It won't be that easy." He then drew out the myriad demon bell from his grasp. He enlarged the bell to confront the soul-summoning banner. The bell vibrated ceaselessly, contorting Dark Dragon's face into an expression of utter terror. That was the raw energy of 2 powerful artifacts clashing violently. Unable to endure the destructive force, he was blasted onto a jagged rock, landing hard on the ground. He cried out in furious disbelief, "The Demon Emperor Bell? How is this possible?" In the distance, Xuan Chen, still holding his sword, let out a disdainful chuckle. He pointed his sword tip towards Dark Dragon, declaring, "It's all over now." With fear-filled eyes, he grimly looked at Xuan Chen when Lao headed towards An Long, and Long continuously yelled, "Don't come over here!" Suddenly, the Tianyuan tree underwent a peculiar transformation. This caused both An Long and Ji Yu Xuan Chen to turn and pay attention. A gleaming golden branch fell from the Tianyuan tree and flew straight towards Ji Yu Xuan Chen. He raised his hand to catch it, but a mysterious seal suddenly appeared on his palm. Immediately, it blocked him. and the Tianyuan branch flew right next to Anlong, emitting a radiant glow. He opened his mouth and flashed a triumphant smirk. Ha 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 ha! What? So this Tianyuan tree chose no M and not you, he roared with laughter. Ji-Yu Xuanchen looked at the seal on his hand, the one Lao Jun had left behind earlier. He thought to himself, so that's how it is. This cursed talisman. It prevents this venerable one from absorbing the principles of the Tianyuan pool. On the other side, that Anlong fellow was still cackling like a madman. Ha ha ha. This time, let's see who can possibly stop me. Tianyuan tree, I'm coming for you. A brilliant beam of light shot straight up into the sky from the Tianyuan tree. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone below. The Tianwu sect master widened his eyes in astonishment. Someone has gained the recognition of the heavenly origin tree. Who is it? Dark Dragon's voice boomed with overwhelming power, a surge of energy erupting around him. Demon God's envoy, heavenly martial sect, heavenly orchid sect, nine-tailed princess. Have you ever imagined that you would also face a day like this? Those below paled with terror, realizing that person was from the demon race. Zhao Yao cried out anxiously, Master! He extended his hand toward Xuanchen, spiritual energy flowing ceaselessly, crackling with sharp sounds. He roared, Xuanchen Saint's son! Xuanchen cautiously stared back at him. With a single hand, he pressed down with immense force. A suffocating pressure radiated. You never imagined, did you, that your companions, who came with you, would meet their end right here? That crushing pressure instantly affected everyone nearby. They coughed up blood without ceasing, screaming, "Oh!" This pressure is truly immense. Even Xiao Yao couldn't endure it, and was forced to his knees. Ah! Yu Qinghu and the daughter of the Heavenly Orchid Sect Master also couldn't escape the wave of pressure. They clutched their chests in agonizing pain. Dark Dragon sneered with a voice full of arrogance. Now, kneel down and beg me to hand over all the inheritances you've managed to snag. Hand it over to me, and I'll spare your life. What do you say? Ji-Yu Xuanchen's face darkened, and he remained silent. Members of the Demon Clan immediately knelt down, pleading, Anlong Zunjia, I swear! Our Demon Clan has absolutely no involvement. That's right. Anlong Zunjia, please spare my life. Anlong Zunjia, please spare us. Yu Qinghu angrily shouted at the Demon Clan members. Who gave you permission to kneel? Get up, all of you, they painfully replied. Qinghu Princess, only the wise adapt to the times. Do you really want all of us to be buried alongside this person? A voice cut in. How wonderfully put! Along with that came hurried footsteps. In the cultivation world, it's always been the victor is king, the vanquished is a villain. Now, the Tianyuan tree has chosen its master. That's Dongfang Hai of the Dongfang clan, who spoke up. Which side should we take? In your hearts. Perhaps you've all already made a decision, haven't you? A nearby monk also appeared and said, Young brother, please don't blame us. A monk in a kasaya leads many disciples. With rosary beads in hand, he speaks, If there's blame, it can only fall upon the one who offended the Dark Dragon Venerable. This power belongs to the Golden Sword Pavilion. And the speaker is Golden Sword's son. There's also us. Myriad solitary sects, Hifan. The three sect masters simultaneously gave the order. Everyone, heed my command. Seize this person and present him to the Dark Dragon Venerable. He couldn't contain his joy. The Dark Dragon burst into hearty laughter. Excellent! This truly is a grand spectacle. The people of Nine Heavens sect still held their swords in hand. Xiao Yao took the lead, speaking up to protect the sect master. Yes! Protect the sect master! Yu Qinghu sternly issued an order. From now on, any traitors will have their names immediately erased from the clan records. If you wish to remain, then join me in battle against the heavenly martial sect. The disciple spoke up to ask the sect master, Sect master, should we join the fight? She bit her fingernails, deep in thought. Regretting it now, on the other hand, is far too late. We're all in the same boat with that guy, so let's fight to the death. Perhaps there's still a way out. The Tianlan sect also found themselves in a bind, cursing under their breath, Damn it! The Dongfang clan has teamed up with the Jinjian Pavilion and the Wanjiyu sect. What could possibly happen next? Anlong then asked Xuanchen, the demonic god's envoy. Have you finished thinking? Xuanchen let out a cold laugh. Ha ha ha, it's merely the Tianyuan. If it doesn't obey this venerable, I'll just chop it down. Finishing his words, Xuanchen charged forward with his sword to attack. This venerable, on the contrary, wants to see just how strong this Tianyuan truly is. Relying on the might of the Tianyuan, Venerable Anlong boasted arrogantly, You clearly don't know your own strength. Two waves of formidable pressure then collided. Everyone nearby was affected, blown away, their weapons scattering everywhere. Xuanchen, bracing himself with crossed arms, thought, The power that this Tianyuan wields is indeed even more profound than the laws of the Saint Realm. This is an excellent opportunity for cultivation. He slashed with a horizontal sword strike, then commented, "What a pity." Despite its fierce momentum, its application is truly foolish. Its understanding of this immense power is far too shallow. It's all just glaring weaknesses. A massive explosion erupted, bringing with it a plume of blue smoke. That was An Long's aura. Xuanchen was pushed back, his footsteps dragging long trails on the ground, and Long approached confidently, saying, "You block me relying solely on your understanding of the sword?" He gestured with his hands, forming various shapes, and a loud challenge resonated. "On the contrary, I want to see how many times you can block me." Xuanchen still held his sword firmly, advancing towards him with a sly grin. The two clashed, moving at incredible speed, and Long's speed had a slight edge. He attacked Xuanchen from multiple directions, yet Xuanchen parried every single kick. But suddenly Xuanchen not only matched his speed, but even surpassed it. He swung his sword dangerously close to On Long's face, causing him to panic greatly. He hurriedly dodged the path of Xuanchen's sword. Xuanchen turned around with a smile on his face, announcing, "The law of heavenly origin." This venerable one has completely grasped it. Hearing Xuanchen's words, An Long's eyes widened, in utter flabbergast. What is this around Xuanchen at this moment? The aura of the law of heavenly origin emanated all around him. With his bright eyes wide open, he told An Long that this battle had yielded him quite a lot. Xuanchen was now absorbing the law of heavenly origin into his body. Countless seals surged around him. Attacking towards him, the masked An Long defended, utterly bewildered. How can you possibly manipulate this Tianyuan branch? Gazing at him with killing intent, Ji Yu Xuanchen pointed his sword to the sky and mused, "It's a good thing you're here." An Long generated two streams of demonic energy from his hands, gritting his teeth as he questioned, "This is impossible. One cannot achieve this without the Tianyuan branch. What did you rely on to break through to the Tianyuan realm?" Ji Yu Xuanchen's sword, at this moment, was enveloped by a stream of Tianyuan law spiritual energy. He replied to him, saying, "The Tianyuan tree doesn't simply exist alongside heaven and earth. I lived before the Tianyuan tree even appeared. Are you perhaps yielding to the Tianyuan realm itself? To break through to the Tianyuan realm, what's truly needed is a profound understanding of the heavenly Tao. Even without the Tianyuan branch, this venerable one can still break through to the Tianyuan realm." Ji Yu Xuanchen roared furiously. Even without the Tianyuan branch, this venerable one can still break through to the Tianyuan realm. He slashed his sword straight down, striking An Long's head, and Long gritted his teeth, exclaiming in horror, "This is impossible!" He shredded An Long's body, which exploded in midair, leaving only a single horn to fall. Xiao Yao and the disciples of the Zhu Shao sect immediately came to Zhu Xuanchen's side to congratulate their master. "Your power has increased by another level. Congratulations, Master." Those Demon Clan members who had just switched sides to Dark Dragon gaped in astonishment. Just who exactly is this person? They can break through to this level without even borrowing the power of the Tianyuan tree. Suddenly the ground shook violently. "Huh? What's going on?" the bewildered disciples wondered. "Is it an earthquake?" "No, look," Yuqing pointed. "It's the Tianyuan tree." Xuanzhen looked up towards the Tianyuan tree. At this moment, the Tianyuan tree uprooted, flew into the air, and immediately transformed into a woman. Witnesses were utterly stunned. "Here, a girl is slowly appearing. Her feet had not yet touched the ground." She spoke. "O human, I am the Tianyuan tree spirit. I can help you comprehend the Tian Dao, but there's a condition. You must help me leave this place and return to the Shenji. Are you willing to do so?" Xuanzhen immediately asked back, "You, the tree spirit, need help leaving this place?" She replied, "That's right. Humans believe this place is my secret realm, but in reality, I've been imprisoned here by someone. The Tianyuan battlefield restricts cultivation. This is also because that person doesn't want anyone too strong to approach me." Suddenly, an aura appeared, making Xuanchen turn livid. From above, a hand emerged from Chuzhong, descending to grab her. "Tianyuan tree spirit, don't even dream of betrayal." She, terrified, turned pale. It was the ancient Lei Ting Lao Jun. Xuanchen immediately flew over and embraced Tianyuan. "You've come at just the right time. I still haven't settled the score with you for what just happened, yet you still dare to come here?" He slashed at that giant hand with a sword strike, making it scream in agony. The giant hand immediately recoiled, slowly retreating into the void. "Damn you, arrogant brat. Just you wait for me." Seeing his confidence, Xuanchen replied, "This lord is ready to welcome anyone, anytime. In the Supreme God realm." Tian Yuanxing's face darkened. Lei Ting Lao Jun angrily cursed. "Hateful!" he thought furiously. Has he already comprehended the form of the heavenly Tao? One day, he will surely comprehend his own heavenly Tao. Such talent, if placed in the upper realm, would be enough to defeat a whole host of heavenly prodigies. Tian He Immortal then said, HMPH. I already told you, yet you still didn't believe me. You just had to go and try. And now, how's that for a result? The Tianyuan tree has run off with someone else, hasn't it? Luo Ding grew even angrier. He originally intended to nurture the heavenly origin tree for a few years, to use it for alchemy, but unexpectedly it developed a twisted will. If it weren't for the Saint Domain's suppression against me, I would have definitely shown that arrogant brat his place just now. In Luo Ding's hand was the Dark Dragon's soul power. He was confused. Where is this? Didn't I already die? Who are you all? Old Master Luo Ding said to the Dark Dragon, casually grabbing a primordial spirit, you will go in my stead to the lower realm and seize the heavenly origin tree. He squeezed the Dark Dragon's primordial spirit tightly in his hand, causing it intense pain. However, with just this little bit of skill you possess, if you wish to obtain the heavenly origin tree from that brat's hands, I'm afraid it's impossible. The Dark Dragon's soul body had something infused into it. Before he could adapt, his eyes widened and mouth hung open in utter misery. All right, forget it. I will temporarily lend you a hand. At this moment, the Dark Dragon was gradually transforming into a colossal form with the assistance of Elder Luo Ding. Once the transformation process was complete, he emerged, grinning with sharp fangs. Dark Dragon's body now had become completely different. Muscles rippled, and notably, only one intact horn remained on its head. He exclaimed, how wonderful! Now I feel my whole body overflowing with power. At the ancient heavenly origin battlefield, Xuan Chen and the heavenly origin tree spirit were walking amidst the crowd. From behind, Dong Fanghai's group called out to stop them, yelling, stop! He extended his hand, signaling Xuan Chen to hand over the heavenly origin tree. He said, young master, let me remind you, before, when you took the heavenly origin tree, the outcome was quite tragic. After all, common folk aren't guilty by nature. It's only when they possess a treasure that they become targets. Xuan Chen merely glanced at him and let out a soft, oh-ho laugh. With that, he drew his sword and slashed a nearby cliff face, shattering it to pieces to demonstrate his power. The sect masters frowned. Dong Fanghai gritted his teeth and asked, what do you mean? Xuan Chen coldly replied, it means anyone who has designs on the heavenly origin tree, this venerable one will respectfully await them at any time. Dong Fanghai, exasperated and speechless, could only sputter, you, in front of the tunnel leading to the ancient heavenly origin battlefield. Xuan Chen led his disciples forward. Under the watchful eyes of those eastern bean sprouts, each member of the Nine Heaven sect lined up and passed through the gate, under Xuan Chen's guidance back to their sect. They replied in unison, yes. He turned to the heavenly origin tree, saying, you come along too, Just as she passed, the door instantly pushed her back with a painful ack. It seems this door is preventing her from passing. Tianyuan sighed, her eyes full of sorrow. Fine, I'll just give up on this minor world. It was specially built, using the upper realm's heavenly Dao power to trap me here. I can't get out. When young Master Ji-Yu ascends to the divine realm, remember to come back and pull me along. That'll work. Ji-Yu Xuan Chen immediately arrived, holding the heavenly river token in his hand. He said, even if I can't break it, I can still get people out. She gasped, her expression utterly astonished. The Sacred River Golden Token? You actually obtained the Sacred River's inheritance? He tossed the Sacred River Golden Token at the passage door. Under the token's influence, the gate slowly cracked, then shattered into pieces. Ji-Yu Xuan Chen then said, let's go. Tian Yuanling looked at Ji-Yu Xuan Chen with eyes full of curiosity. She thought, I had sensed the aura of the yin-yang heavenly scroll on him before. Who would have thought even the Sacred River Golden Token would be in his hands, too? If it's this person, perhaps he truly can help me escape old Monarch Lei Ting's control. 3 days later, in the secret chamber of the Zhu Shao sect, Tian Yuan Tree Spirit was protecting Ji-Yu Xuan Chen. Ji-Yu Xuan Chen frowned, surrounded by surging spiritual energy. Once he had entered a state of cultivation, the Tian Yuan Tree stood up and left, not to disturb Xuan Chen. Leaving outside the secret chamber, Tian Yuan mused. The Tian Yuan principles were originally the cultivation method of the upper realm. Even if the sacred domain cannot cultivate heavenly Dao power, a little enlightenment is still beneficial. As for how much he can comprehend, that depends on himself. Inside, Xuan Chen was cultivating alone. Around him, streams of laws surged like waves. Suddenly, he opened his eyes irritably, wondering, what's going on? The heavenly Tao is still suppressing this venerable one's realm. He felt a backlash, even a severe backlash. As soon as he spoke, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, too quick to even block it with his hand. Tian Yuan was stunned upon seeing this, his eyes wide. He exclaimed, what in the primordial heavens is this? Up in the sky, lightning swords were thundering down. Tian Yuan looked up at the sky, surmising, has Jiyu Xuanchen already comprehended heavenly Dao power? Such talent, even in the supreme god realm, is 1 in 10,000. He frantically rushed into the secret chamber. He called out to stop Jiyu Xuanchen. Xuanchen, stop right now. Your power has reached a level that the saint realm can no longer contain. At this moment, Xuanchen's mouth was still full of blood. He responded with a smile. Cannot contain this venerable one, you say? A bolt of heavenly lightning struck down precisely where Xuanchen was gathering his power. He shouted loudly, Then this venerable one shall defy the heavenly Dao. Xuanchen's energy shot up from beneath the ground, confronting the descending heavenly tribulation. The collision created a scene of earth-shattering destruction. Nearby, Tian Yuan, affected by the tremors from the collision, was struggling to remain steady. Gasp! When she opened her eyes and looked up, she was utterly astonished. A massive explosion occurred, causing rocks and debris to fly everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the sky. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Xuanchen slowly emerged. He landed on the ground. Around him, a golden aura enveloped him. Xuanchen had broken through to the early half-saint stage. Pleased with his strength, Xuanchen said, This venerable one feels incredibly good now. Clenching his fist, Xuanchen let out a faint, amused chuckle. Beside him, Tian Yuan was dumbfounded and speechless, thinking to herself, it's not just extraordinary, outstanding talent. His personality is anything but ordinary. The hurried footsteps of someone approaching echoed. A disciple, pale as a ghost, rushed to report. Sect Master, it's not good! Xuanchen turned around, asking coolly, What's wrong? He reported that the remnant forces of the demon clan have attacked the Zhu Xiao sect. Xuanzhen's face hardened, a clear sign of his displeasure. At the mountain gate of the Zhu Xiao sect, voices roared, Surrender now! Kill them all! Kill! Kill! The demon clan forces are laying siege to the entrance of the Zhu Xiao sect. From high above, a colossal beam of light struck the ground. The one arriving is Jiyu Xuanchen. The demon clan members looked up, utterly astonished. From high above, Xuanjin looked down at them, speaking with utter disdain. A bunch of pesky ants dares to chatter so loudly here. The disciples below joyfully cheered, Sect Master! The Sect Master has arrived! This is great! We're saved this time. He raised a hand, threatening them. Pledge allegiance to the Zhu Xiao sect now, or retreat! Those who linger will perish. Waving his hand, Xuanchen conjured a formation, loudly proclaiming, Unleash the formation. From the formation, a golden dragon coiled majestically in the sky. The demon clan was utterly terrified at the sight. Run! Just run! Every single one of them gaped in astonishment. The fire dragon roared towards them, sending them scattering in chaos. Quick! Run! Help! Yet one guy planted his staff firmly, boldly, asking, What are you scared of? He held the soul-summoning token in his hand and declared, Watch me sacrifice with this soul-summoning banner. Breaking this grand formation is merely a trivial matter for me. He brandished the banner, countering Jiyu Xuanchen's formation. I can't believe it. That fire dragon swallowed his soul-summoning banner whole, making his eyes practically pop out. What in the world? They scattered, shouting wildly as they sought an escape route. Quick! Run and hide! Quick! Run and hide! I surrender. Please don't kill me. A moment later, Xiaoyao approached Xuanchen and reported, Master, all the remaining demon rebels have been dealt with. Your disciple has sent people to thoroughly investigate. This time, the demon soldiers rallied under the slogan of An Long, the Venerable, seeking revenge. Xuanchen gravely uttered, An Long. He recalled that day on the Tian Yuan battlefield, after annihilating An Long. He hadn't seen An Long's primordial spirit, nor even his corpse being taken away. There was no trace of him left. Tian Yu came running from afar, quite alarmed, shouting, Sect Master! Sect Master! I fear something strange is afoot. Her expression was utterly panicked. Sect Master! Something terrible has happened. In the Nine Heaven Sect's secret chamber, where Yue Qingyang was imprisoned, it's now completely empty. Tian Yu explained that Sect Master Hu, following your original instructions, had already made arrangements in the stone chamber of the sect. However, just now, when the demon clan attacked, someone took all the disciples from the stone chamber to protect the mountain gate. At that moment, a disciple ran in to report, The demon clan is attacking! Master has ordered everyone to reinforce the mountain gate. The two guards immediately asked in a panic, What in the world? The two guards quickly left. Behind them, the person who came to report had a smirk on their lips. When we returned to investigate, we found Sect Master Hu had vanished. Xuanchen asked, Where are the sect masters of the other 6 sects? Elder Yunshan reported, Sect Master, I have already inquired. The leaders of all 6 sects have vanished without a trace. Xuanchen thought, puzzled. It seems I'll have to visit the demon clan's territory to see what's truly afoot. Just as he thought that, he immediately set off and relayed orders to his disciples. This seat shall proceed to the demonic realm to rescue the 7 sect masters. All of you, guard the sect well. Yes, Sectmaster, please rest assured. Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen was currently riding a dragon, moving amidst the clouds. He extended his hand, chanted, and manifested a summoned command talisman. He used it to traverse the spatial passage, heading towards the demonic realm. The dragon soared into the ethereal spatial conduits, choosing the correct portal that led to the demonic realm. He instantly arrived at the sacrificial altar of the demonic race. Anlong was standing in front of 6 individuals placed upon the altar. Those were all of the Holy Sons. Anlong laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Even if their innate talent is good, so what? He gradually gripped Qingyang's head with his hand. He was absorbing the spiritual energy from within Qingyang's body. Just wait until I've devoured the power of laws from these individuals. Even if they are Holy Sons, killing them will be nothing but a matter of a mere blink. Immediately, a familiar voice chirped beside his ear. Oh, really? He scrunched up his face and spun around. Just then, Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen's sword came slicing down. Anlong was startled. Since when had Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen been there? Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen's sword slashed at Anlong. Anlong gritted his teeth, letting out a few pained groans. Anlong quickly dodged, staggering back a few steps. A long wound appeared on his body, causing him to grimace in agony and roar. Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen pointed his sword tip directly at Anlong's face. He then spoke. Truly, a persistent, rotten insect that just won't die. This venerable one, on the contrary, has underestimated you. He huffed, emitting plumes of smoke. Your boasting should end here. You're still 1 step too late. He smiled, then stated, The power of these brothers of yours, I've already absorbed all of it. He roared, unleashing his power with a wild cry. The spiritual energy from the saints was slowly being drained by him. His aura took the illusory form of a large python, bearing its sharp fangs. He burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! So this is the feeling of mastering the laws of heaven and earth so smoothly. And enlightenment is so marvelous. Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen waved his hand, creating a stream of spiritual energy. He transmitted it into the bodies of the saint brothers. Qingyang, lying on the sacrificial altar, grimaced unconsciously. Anlong gritted his teeth, cackling. Ha ha ha! You still have time to protect their vital points? Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen, you should worry about yourself first. With that, he lunged with his claws, striking directly at the serpent behind him. He also bared his 4 ferocious fangs. Now, can your martial arts talent still save anyone? Xuan-Chen said coldly. Power obtained merely by devouring external objects. A dragon opened its maw, with Xuan-Chen riding majestically upon its head. Golden branches surrounded him. A carp flapped its tail around. The scene was incredibly ethereal. Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen laughed disdainfully. Can Asia power really make you this arrogant? That Anlong gawked in shock. You can manifest the heavenly Tao into physical form and evolve it to this extent? Xuan-Chen stomped heavily on the dragon's head. Obeying his command, the dragon flew to attack, and Long retreated a few steps. Oh, this isn't good. The golden dragon bit the neck of the large serpent. What's a mere snake compared to a dragon? The dragon bit down hard and flew towards the profound water. The carp below wagged its tail and leaped out of the water. The python was slowly submerged into the water as Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen chuckled contentedly. Dark Dragon, on the other hand, was being tightly bound by the pulling ropes. He gnashed his teeth in bitter resentment. What is this? He shrieked, pressed to the ground. Only then did he incessantly beg. Wait, no! Don't kill me. You've manifested the heavenly Dao's transformation to this extent. It'll summon the upper realm's lightning tribulation. Stop it, quickly! Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen replied with a confident smirk. If it summons a lightning tribulation, I'll just use the power to break through it. Standing atop the giant dragon's head, Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen prepared to embrace the lightning tribulation, looking up at the sky and chuckling softly. Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen, riding the dragon, soared straight up towards the fierce lightning tribulation. A golden lightning bolt struck directly in front of Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen. That dark dragon was dragged down and struck by Ji-Yu Xuan-Chen's lightning tribulation, screaming in agony. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Only the rumbling thunder and lightning remained in the supreme divine realm. Lord Lei Ding, sitting on a cloud, immediately sensed it. He felt the golden dragon's aura. Covering his mouth, he mused, Though this lightning tribulation is but a lingering breath of mine, left in the lower realm, yet this mere youth can comprehend the heavenly Tao's transformation. Such talent. It's truly terrifying. Forget it. This kid's genius is far too exceptional. He's bound to cause some monumental trouble. Elder Tianyuan, I declare myself quite unlucky. In the main hall of the Tianlan sect, the sect master spoke from his chair. Is this true? You truly heard the demon venerable call Xuan-Chen a holy son? The girl insisted. It's absolutely accurate. He nervously stroked his beard and said, "If that's truly the case, I'm afraid this young lad can't be kept under wraps any longer." Ji-Yu Xuanchen placed his hand on Xing Yang's wrist to take his pulse. He slowly opened his eyes and let out a soft groan. Xuanchen looked at him and asked, "Are you awake?" Immediately, he sprang from the bed. He assumed a defensive posture. "Why are you here?" He was astonished when he tried to circulate his ki. Nan Menyi, who was nearby, spoke up to advise him, "Save your strength. Before, you couldn't defeat him. With your current strength, do you truly expect to defeat him?" Xing Yang was bewildered. "Where's my cultivation base?" He glanced at the other holy sons, then hesitantly asked, "You guys too?" Nuban, sitting and drinking tea, replied to him, "Indeed, as you can see. Now, all of us are utterly useless." The holy sons fell silent, pondering with deep sadness. Xing Yang was completely dumbfounded upon hearing that. Wu Qianlong placed a hand on his head, a bitter expression on his face. "Anyone but this guy should save us." Xuanchen laughed gleefully. "Ha ha!" Zhan Tian calmly said while pouring tea, "We haven't been your match for a long time. This calamity, even if we are killed by you, it is our fate. What kind of scheme do you have? Why do you want to save us?" Xuanchen crossed his arms and replied to him, "This venerable one has always acted as he pleases. I simply do what I wish. Whether to kill you or save you is but a single thought. What reason is needed? Now that all your cultivation is lost, consider it karma's retribution. Currently, I've found opponents more interesting than you lot. You lot can hardly catch my eye anymore, can you?" Furious, Zhenshan punched a pillar in frustration. "You're absolutely right. What kind of trouble could we possibly cause now? With this outcome now, we have no face left to return to the sect." Only Sitze, accepting his fate, said, "I think this is good enough. I don't want to kill anymore. I just want to find a nice place and live a normal life, just like everyone else." Jintian chimed in, "Seventh brother, I used to only care about chasing the yin-yang heavenly tome, but now, having brushed past the gates of hell, I've realized there are always higher peaks to conquer. Suddenly, I feel completely lost about what to do next." Ji-Yu Xuanchen shot a glance their way, his eyes filled with utter disdain. "HMPH, what a waste for you all to be martial artists. You merely lost the yin-yang heavenly tome, and now your true, pathetic selves are revealed. Even someone without spiritual energy can still cultivate to the peak of martial arts. Your current state is truly laughable." He quickly turned and walked away. "With minds like yours, I, this venerable one, actually considered you worthy opponents before. Truly, you are not even worthy of my contempt. Using poison to control you all is a waste if you don't harbor any resentment in your hearts. If you truly wish to cultivate diligently and seek revenge, this venerable one will be waiting any time. But if you have no ambition left, then just get lost." This one sentence rendered all the saint sons speechless and utterly embarrassed. Suddenly, Xuanchen spoke, "From Bakvong Mountain, perhaps someone wants to meet you all." The moment Xuanchen left, Tianlong exploded in a fit of rage. "That brat is truly arrogant. He was just trying to enlighten us earlier." Nan Yi chuckled softly. "Heh heh heh, how amusing." At Bakvong Mountain, Zhan Tian and Bisa sank into pensive silence. They raised their hands to their chins, deep in thought. Yuban wondered, what kind of person would want to meet us? Xing Yang gritted his teeth. "That stinking brat is acting all mysterious. Who cares if he's some bull demon or snake god? We'll know once we see him." At the Tianlan sect's annex, the Tianlan sect master was leisurely feeding fish. Behind him, the door slowly opened. The various sect forces resisting the ancients. Xuanchen was already present here. The Golden Sword Pavilion master asked, "San Badao, you said the true Destiny Saint's son is Ji-Yu Xuanchen. Is that true?" He replied while tossing food into the pond. "Right there. At the Tianyuan battlefield, you all were present too." The conversation between Ji-Yu Xuanchen and the Dark Dragon Venerable. You all have probably heard it by now. Calling what An Long said the other day, and letting the people of the 5 great sects hear your command signal. However, you must be careful. The more you grow, the greater my power will become. That monk's eyes widened. However, to judge him as the saint's son based solely on this? Jin Badao, looking seriously unimpressed. Have you all forgotten him already? How could he have become the sect master of the Juxiao sect? Could it be that you all truly believe those excuses from the Juxiao sect? Asked the Tianwu sect master. She mentioned the saint's son's identity, which the masters of the 7 great sects, after so many years of investigation, we have also come to know. It's just that these 7 individuals didn't obtain the complete inheritance of the true mandate saint's son, nor do they know anything about the truth of that year. The Tianlan sect master then spoke up, urging them to stay. This was our original unanimous decision. Dongfang Hai, idly fanning himself, speculated that person some time ago, lost all their cultivation, claiming to have been harmed by the An-Long demon venerable. From what I see, they were likely unable to contend with Ji Yu Xuan Chen, abandoning their cultivation to save their life. Bewildered Jin Jianzi hesitantly asked, "So, what do you all plan to do now?" Kill Ji Yu Xuan Chen, Elder Shen with a grave expression, then told them decisively, "We had long guessed that among the Saint King's 9 sons, only the true destiny Saint Sun, once he matures, would pose a threat to the 5 sects. If he were to find out how the 5 sects treated the Saint King back then, would we even have a chance to survive?" The Heavenly Martial Gate honored master recounted, "Given the situation on the Heavenly Origin battlefield back then, that brat's strength already far surpassed your Saint Domain. Do you truly have the confidence to fight him?" Dongfeng Hai scoffed. "What do you mean by strength far surpassing the Saint Domain? He merely relies on the power of the yin-yang heavenly. Scroll, do we not possess otherworldly supreme treasures ourselves?" Startled, the master turned to inquire, "You mean the heavenly treasure?" Old man Shen pondered. "Currently, the Heavenly Orchid sect has a good relationship with him. Moreover, this person pursues high-level power. If our Heavenly Orchid sect were to step forward and invite him to the Heavenly Pool, he probably wouldn't refuse. Don't we also have the heaven-worshipping spirit pearl, which we seized from the Saint King's hands back then? I heard it's also a supreme treasure from the otherworldly realm. I refuse to believe he can forcibly break through the skies of this Saint Domain." He then asked, "Do you all have any other opinions?" Shaking his head, the Tianwu sect master said, "I have no opinions whatsoever." Jin Jianzi also chimed in. "Let's just decide on that then." In front of the Tianwu sect's mountain gate, the Lord of Hepping City arrived at the entrance. Looking at it, a wave of emotion washed over him. It had been 10,000 years. He had finally returned to this place. "Now I fear no one will recognize me, right?" 2 disciples immediately drew their swords, threatening him. "Who are you? Why are you lingering around the mountain gate?" He widened his eyes and unleashed the Tianwu sect's eye technique. The 2 disciples' eyes spun, and they gasped, "How does he know our sect's cultivation method? We're in danger!" Unable to move their bodies, he waved his hand, breaking the restriction. With just one wave, the restriction shattered, and the city lord slowly advanced. Instantly, a palm strike came attacking. "Take that!" He was startled. "That's the sect master." She had arrived, launching a powerful palm strike towards him. She demanded in a low voice, "Who are you, and how could you break the Tianwu sect's protective formation?" The disciples immediately bowed and greeted, "Sect Master!" The Lord of Hepping City glanced at her and asked, "Are you the former Sect Master of Tianwu Sect?" He cast his gaze, deep in thought. "So many years have passed already, and they can still use the formation array I left behind when I emerged from the mountains. It seems our Tianwu men has truly dwindled in numbers over the years, hasn't it?" Disciple Luo Tianyuan is truly ashamed before his ancestors. Patriarchs were stunned, amazed. The sectmaster started, "What did you say? Could it be that you were pulling the strings from behind this whole time?" He then spoke, "Let me see for myself. Just how much has your cultivation improved over these years?" He seemed to have recognized the identity of the person before him. The sectmaster bashfully lowered his face during the Tianyuan transformation. After the Tianyuan battlefield concluded, with the assistance of the Tianyuan tree spirit, the disciples of Zhu Xiaomen saw their strength rapidly increase, while the 5 great powers were reluctantly forced to sign an agreement with Zhu Xiaomen, acquiring cultivation resources each year in exchange for Tianyuan sap from Zhu Xiaomen. After this battle, the reputation of Zhu Xiaomen grew even greater, taking a step up to become the 6th greatest power in the sacred domain. Inside the Zhu Xiaomen study, Shen Badao respectfully congratulated the venerable sect master. "The current strength of Zhu Xiaomen is enough to enter the ranks of the great powers, establishing you as the true successor to the venerable sect master. To achieve such results in less than half a year is truly cause for celebration." Ji Yu Xuan Chen lifted his teacup to his lips, asking coldly, "Sen sect master, you've come all this way from afar. I wonder if something is the matter. If you're free, why not stay a few more days?" Sen Badao led people here with many extravagant gifts, which really aren't necessary for my humble abode. Today, I've come here and also wish to invite Ji Yu, sect master, for us to journey together to the heavenly pool in 7 days. Thus I shall return to my sect to make some preparations. Ji Yu Xuanchen tilted his head, staring intently, and asked, "The heavenly pool?" He respectfully replied, "Ji Yu Sectmaster, perhaps you aren't aware, but legend has it that the heavenly pool was formed when heaven and earth were still in their primordial state. This land's history predates even humanity itself. Within it lies an untold number of treasures, beyond imagination. However, each year it is cloaked by an immense sealing power. Any martial artist who enters will have their cultivation suppressed, compounded by the hidden dangers lurking within. Intruders face near certain death. After generations of human effort, it was finally discovered that every 3,000 years, the sealing power of heaven and earth would diminish, marking the optimal time to enter. Today, for reasons unknown, the heavenly pool has opened earlier than expected. After I and the four great families conferred, we concluded there might be something peculiar within. He decided to investigate first before announcing the news to the outside world. He clasped his hands, displaying his sincerity. This can also be considered eliminating a disaster in the holy domain, which benefits the smaller sects within. It's truly a good deed. I believe the venerable sect master, with his benevolent heart, probably won't refuse. That's why we specially came here to invite you. Xuan Chen pondered for a moment, then made his decision. If that's the case, then we shall meet again in 7 days. Shen Lao clearly revealed a look of triumph in his eyes. He replied, "Then I will thank the venerable sect master on behalf of many." After those people left, only Xuan Chen and Yun Shan Lao remained in the chamber. Yun Shan immediately presented a letter. "Sect master, I've received a secret letter. Saint King Guardian." Xuan Chen held the letter in his hand and indeed saw the words on it. Saint King Guardian. He involuntarily thought back to the Saint King, who had disappeared many years ago. Even Mother never mentioned the existence of the Saint King Guardian lineage. What exactly is going on? Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the secret letter, making Xuan Chen's face darken. He exclaimed in surprise, this is..." Just as he finished speaking, a formation, suddenly activated from a sealed letter, revealed itself to be a fixed-point teleportation array. Xuan Chen showed interest. He flew up and spoke in a clear, resonant voice. "This venerable one, on the contrary, wishes to see. Just who are these ox-headed, horse-faced rascals? If anything happens within the sect, you may simply transmit a message to this venerable one." Having said that, Xuan Chen flew straight into the teleportation array. Behind him, Elder Yunshan called out anxiously, "Sect Master! Wait a moment. You're just leaving like that." As space twisted, the scene before Xuan Chen's eyes had completely changed. This was precisely the Mon clan's territory. Xuan Chen slowly stepped out from the teleportation array. He observed his surroundings with a puzzled expression. Before him was a prominent clan, with a plaque that read, "The Secluded Mon Family." Suddenly, 2 young attendants stepped out from the mansion and joyfully greeted the sect master. "We've been waiting for you for so long. Let's go meet the family head." Xuan Chen merely looked at the 2 young attendants in silence, offering no reply. He followed the 2 children into the private estate. Suddenly, he was startled and drew his attention to a specific room. Suddenly, a loud bang, an earth-shattering sound erupted from that room. Looking at the epicenter of the explosion, he realized someone was refining pills here. The 2 young attendants fearfully clung to each other, screaming, "Oh no! Master Qin is about to blow up the furnace again!" From the smoke, a female figure emerged, coughing incessantly. "Coo, coo!" As she walked, she messily wiped her face. "Coo, coo, coo!" It was the alchemist Jinjiang. The little girl nervously spoke up, asking Master Qin, "Are you all right?" Jinjiang immediately widened her eyes, grabbed the little girl, and barraged her with questions. "So, has the person I sent out returned yet? Have you found the fresh netherworld flower?" The little boy irritably spoke up. "Master Qin, please release Xiao Hong first. Xiao Hong doesn't know anything." But she continued to relentlessly question. "Where is the netherworld flower? The netherworld flower! I need a fresh netherworld flower." Beside her, Ji Yuxuan Chen gently waved his hand to clear away the dust in front of him, and gazed at the blazing golden cauldron. Jinjiang lowered her head in despair, muttering, "If there's no fresh netherworld flower brought here, the Yan family head will surely..." Across from her, Ji Yuxuan Chen placed his hand on the alchemy furnace and asked, "What kind of pill are you refining here?" Hearing his question, Jinjiang wondered who this person was. The attendant beside her immediately explained, "He's a distinguished guest invited by the family head." Ji Yuxuan Chen brought his hand to his nose and sniffed. Jinjiang saw this and immediately spoke up to warn him. "Hey, don't go sniffing around carelessly. If anything happens, I won't be responsible, got it?" He just needed to close his eyes to discern the components of the elixir. 3 tails of Jinqian flower, 5 tails of Miwei grass, plus the fresh scent of Ziming flower. That's the Qiang Shou pill. He opened his eyes wide and asked her family head directly, "Is his lifespan already nearing its end?" Qin Zhang's expression immediately changed. She looked at him with astonishment. "Kid, you actually have some skills. You're the new alchemist invited by the family head, aren't you? Well, hurry up and go in. That old geezer doesn't have much time left." Holding a red flower branch in his hand, Xuanzhen said to Qinjiang, "Actually, fresh Ziming flowers aren't necessary. The Ziming flower in this pill formula only serves to eliminate cold properties. Replacing it with Huoliu flower will do." After speaking, he threw the flower branch straight into the refining furnace. He then used his hand to circulate energy and close the lid of the cauldron. Xinjiang frowned. Do you think I haven't considered that? However, the Qingshu pill has extremely strict requirements for heat control. Huo Liu flowers are highly flammable and prone to explosion. If one isn't careful, the cauldron will explode. She asked blankly. That's not right. Aren't you an alchemist? How do you even know about? Xuan Chen merely clenched his fist and let out a shout. The lid of the bronze cauldron popped open, and white smoke billowed, filling the sky. Xinjiang's eyes widened in surprise. It succeeded? What is that? Miss Xinjiang couldn't help but wonder, looking at the pill in her hand. Using the leftover dregs of my pill in the cauldron? And it's been refined into this? Jiu Xuan Chen calmly reminded her. If this matter cannot be delayed, then quickly give it to the family head to consume. Hearing this, she immediately agreed. All right, I'm coming. As the two entered the family head's study, Xinjiang had barely reached the door when she heard faint, dry coughs echoing from within. Cough, 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 cough. Cough. A man with two-toned hair was clutching his chest, his face ashen, coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Observing the man, Jiu Xuan Chen mused to himself. Although this person's face is deathly pale, his breathing is heavy, and it seems he still possesses some reserve vitality, not like someone whose lifespan is nearing its end. Xinjiang immediately announced, "The Clan Master's longevity-boosting pill has arrived." Xuan Chen held out a hand, motioning for her to wait a moment. His actions left Xinjiang utterly bewildered. He stepped forward and took the pulse of the man on the bed. Standing beside him, Xinjiang anxiously asked, "Master, have you figured something out?" Xuan Chen had already made a silent deduction. This isn't a normal illness. It's a Dan cultivation yang art that has reached its limit. Unable to break through, it's now suppressed by the heavenly Tao. It seems this person is truly connected to the Saint King. Xuan Chen raised his hand, channeling a wisp of demonic energy, thinking, I can save him now. The demonic energy slowly entered the man's body. As the demonic art activated, Xinjiang, seeing this, cried out in utter shock. Ah! Demonic energy. You're from the demonic clan. Her face was etched with worry. How dare you? What do you intend to do to Clan Master Yan? She shrieked. Help! A demon has broken in. The servants outside heard, immediately grabbed weapons and rushed in, shouting loudly, There's a demonic spy trying to harm the clan master. They rushed towards Xuan Chen, surrounding him to protect their clan master. Xuan Chen opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, Unless you want your clan master to die, it's best not to move around recklessly. My protective technique can easily repel these villains without me even lifting a finger. They all flew back and fell to the ground. At the same time, the man, who Xuan Chen had transferred spiritual energy to, struggled to get up. He vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Xinjiang cried out in fear. Master Yan! Xinjiang rushed to his bedside, worried about him. Jiu Xuan Chen spoke. He's fine now. Master Yan slowly opened his eyes and muttered a few words. Xinjiang lifted his hand and checked his pulse. He then joyfully exclaimed, The pulse is stable and strong. Master Yan, this time, you won't need to use the longevity pill. You can also live for tens of thousands of years now. He then looked towards Jiu Xuan Chen. He exclaimed, You! He stared at Jiu Xuan Chen for a long while from his sickbed. He suddenly jumped up, knelt down, and said, I humbly greet the Saint's son. The servants nearby also dropped their jaws in astonishment. Saint Son Xuan Chen looked at him. He began to question, Was it you who wrote a letter to me saying that Tianji is in danger? He gestured, indicating he wanted to speak with Xuan Chen privately. Yes, please follow me, Saint Sun, so we can talk. Outside the pavilion, two people sat sipping tea in the garden. He began to recount something the Saint Sun didn't know. According to the Gong family head, back then, our Gong clan and the three families of Qin, Zheng, and Zhao followed the Saint King into battle. Each of us, in turn, received a portion of the yin art and yang art. After the Saint King's death, our four families split up and retreated into seclusion. We awaited the emergence of the Saint King's descendant. That year, the Saint King was gravely injured at Tianqi, and the five great powers announced to the outside world that he had been harmed by the laws of Tianqi. Upon hearing this, Xuan Chen fell silent, deep in thought. He continued. But in reality, he was secretly ambushed by the five great powers working together. Subsequently, the Saint King suffered severe, incurable injuries. After the demon god brought the ninth son to the lower realm, his life was also ebbing away. The Saint King could only exhaust his very last bit of life force to preserve the life of Crown Prince Jiyu. Xuan Chen's face darkened as he spoke. So they invited this venerable one to Tianqi to deal with me just as they dealt with the Saint King back then, is that it? He nodded and replied, This humble one suspects as much. A smile bloomed on Xuan Chen's lips again. Excellent. Standing up, he declared. Well then, This venerable one is even more eager to visit Tianqi. Let's see what tricks these folks are pulling. The head of the Yan family hurriedly stopped him. Holy son, please think this through carefully. Ignoring the advice, Xuan Chen still departed. The head of the Yan family ran after him. Holy son! If you insist on going, holy son, please allow me to dispatch the Yan clan's elites to follow you. He merely grunted his permission. Suit yourself. In front of the Heavenly Pond passageway, Dongfeng Hai was secretly meeting with other sects. They were clearly plotting something. Sect Master Liu? Why bring along a stranger I've never seen before? Heavenly Marshal Sect Master introduced him. This is our Heavenly Marshal Sect's Grand Patriarch, Luo Tianyuan. He's always been cultivating outside, and only returned to the sect a few days ago. Kim Jianzi spoke up. Sect Master Liu. If he's someone you brought, then you must take full responsibility for him, she replied confidently. There's no need for the sect master to trouble himself with this. Elder Shen, sitting in the middle, raised his voice. Everyone, enough with the small talk. The main sect master should be arriving any moment now. Just as he finished speaking, Xuan Chen flew down, landing 1 foot gracefully. He slowly walked closer, speaking, If everyone is here. All right, let's depart then, Tianyuan said, surprised and delighted to see Xuan Chen. Senior brother Ji Yu, why are you here? Xuan Chen was also stunned. So it's you! Tianyuan stepped forward, greeting him. We parted ways in Heaping City. I never expected to meet again. It truly is fate, he added. Dongfeng Hai, standing nearby, suddenly chimed in teasingly. I thought among the Tianwu sect, there was only Sect Master Liu, who could do no wrong. I didn't expect Patriarch Luo to return. After this, it seems the Tianwu sect is about to have a shake-up. Sect Master Sen replied with a straight face. You don't need to provoke me. I know what to do. Ahead, 2 mountains were shrouded in mist. A moment later, the mists began to dissipate, revealing Tianqi before their eyes. Curiously, in the middle of the lake, there was a hole. Elder Sen smiled. This Tianqi. This is Asterix the Tianqi. This is it now. Jiyu Xuan Chen frowned, observing, this lake is truly strange. The rest of the lake is calm and peaceful, but only in the center is there such a massive whirlpool. Elder Sen spoke up. Sect Master Jiyu, you're quite perceptive. This is precisely the strangest part of Tianqi. Someone voiced their doubts. There are dangerous exotic beasts within the whirlpool. Some also believe that the rarest treasure of Tianqi is hidden beneath it. The mustached sect master explained that Tianqi opened earlier this time after much discussion. We believe that there might be something strange happening beneath that whirlpool, so we decided to go down and investigate. Looking at them with suspicious eyes, Huan Chen asked, Oh, with the strength of your 5 great factions, have you really never sent anyone to investigate? Even after this strange phenomenon appeared, his words were full of hidden meaning. They all turned pale, as if afraid their secrets would be exposed. The mustached sectmaster then said, Old sectmaster, there's something you don't know. In this Tianqi, there are man-eating fish that wield the power of laws. After so many people went into the water, none could return. Thus, we dare not act rashly. He thought to himself, this old sect master is really difficult to deal with. Could he have already started suspecting us? Tian Yuan, after hearing this, immediately volunteered. If that's the case, he pulled something out of his bag. Then let me give it a try. He threw a piece of fresh red meat into the lake. The moment the piece of meat fell, immediately fish with razor-sharp teeth leaped up, tearing it to shreds. Xuan Chen and the other sect members were absolutely astonished at this sight. Only Elder Tian Yuan drew his sword, quipping, It's just a bit odd-looking, isn't it? Just enough to give folks a good scare, that's all. He then leaped into the lake, slashing his sword a few times. I want to see what other tricks these fish have up their fins. To his surprise, these fish didn't just devour the meat. They gulped down Elder Tian Yuan's sword strikes too. He stared, wide-eyed and utterly flabbergasted, as even his sword chi was devoured by the fish. The elder then explained, Magic is utterly useless here. We can only cross by treading water. Don't worry, everyone. You won't need to fumble around. Over the years, we've delved deep into the mysteries of the Heavenly Pond. He then produced a small vial of medicine from his robes. This is a water-repelling pill, concocted from herbs native to the Heavenly Pond. If you consume this pill, you won't become a snack for the monstrous fish, and you can even chat away merrily underwater. Xuan Chen held up the elixir for everyone's inspection. Aside from a few body-nourishing herbs, there was one peculiar herb no one recognized. Yu Yan, with a confident swagger, stepped forward to face the challenge. Allow me to lead the way, step by careful step. She then stepped directly onto the water's surface. It truly worked. The fish scattered, not daring to come close. Xuan Chen observed cautiously, letting out a thoughtful HMPH. He didn't rush to drink it, instead hiding it behind him. Pondering what those people were truly cooking up, one by one, They jumped into the whirlpool at the bottom of the water, and Tian Yuan exclaimed in wonder. He didn't expect there was such a piece of land beneath the heavenly pool. The two, Jin Jianzi and Dongfang Hai, exchanged glances. As if on cue, a sphere formed from Dongfang Hai's hand. He yelled, "Now!" Quick as lightning, a beam of light appeared above Xuanquan's neck. Xuanquan and several other sect masters were surrounded. Immediately, he summoned his sword, and a swirling sword strike lashed out. The mustached sect master was the first to be hit. Oof! Old man Shen was pushed back. He struggled to stand firm at the bottom of the water. The elder beside him, the mustached sect master, was already lying at the bottom of the lake. He clutched his stomach, saying fearfully, "Damn it! I almost lost my life." Luckily, I kept my distance. A golden sphere then appeared, transforming into a net to ensnare Xuanquan's neck. Tian Yuan loudly asked, "What are you doing?" Wu Yan suddenly appeared behind him and spoke up. "Forgive me, ancestral master. If you have a connection with the true fated Saint Sun, then I can only send you to your death." She unleashed a palm strike directly at Tian Yuan. At that moment, he was sent flying down to the bottom of the lake. A net spread out, capturing him. Tian Yuan turned his head and uttered, "You!" She awkwardly replied, "Master, please don't blame me. I did it all for the future of the Tianwu sect. If Ji Shu Wan Chen doesn't die, the Tianwu sect will never truly rise." Tian Yuan burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Very good, you are sure very good." He tore off his Tianwu sect robe and declared, "If that's the case, then consider it as if I never stepped foot in this Tianwu sect." Ji Xuanchen used his sword, intending to cut through the net, but it seemed the power of this spirit pearl was akin to a law. The heaven origin battlefield was more profound than the laws in the Saint Domain, as if it originated from another realm. Could it be that in Ji Xuanchen's mind, the image of Lei Ding Old Master appeared? Is it also connected to that person? That Jin Zi scoffed at Ji Xuanchen. "This spirit pearl is my father's legacy. It cannot be broken from the inside, so you might as well give up. Today, I'll use it to send you on your final journey, and you ought to be thankful for this kindness." Xuanchen simply burst out laughing. "You wouldn't seriously think that. You could actually capture me, would you?" He then summoned the Qingyun Mountain River map with his hand. The map formation soared, tearing through the golden net. It radiated spiritual power, swirling all around. Old Sen spoke up. "Oh, this is truly the Qingyun Mountain River map." Dongfang Hai, holding a spirit pearl, chuckled. "I heard Sectmaster Ji has had some decent treasures for a while now. However, just relying on the skill level of the 9 Heaven Sect disciples, even if a whole lot of people showed up, what good would that do?" Sen Badao urged. "Enough with the chatter. Cast your spells and force them into the water. Once the medicinal effect wears off, the monstrous fish will make them vanish without a trace. Quick victory!" Ji Xuanchen's voice deepened, and a terrifying aura erupted around him. "Just relying on a few mere mortals like you?" From high above, a gigantic hand descended. "Old Dog Sen, this old man has come to claim your dog's life." Old Sen exclaimed in shock. "What?" He was struck down, his face contorted in pain. "Ha ha 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 ha! You've tried every trick in the book. But did you ever think you'd see a day like this?" The gigantic hand slammed him to the bottom of the lake, tearing through all the golden nets. From within the Yun Shunhe diagram, a few people are manifesting. Old Sen's face went pale. "This technique! You are all from the Yan clan who followed the Saint King back then." The Yan clan head slowly descended, berating Old Sen. "I, Yan, only regret that when something happened to the Saint King back then, I couldn't be by his side." He roared in rage. "And now, you still want to use those old tricks to harm the Saint's son? The new master of my Yan clan." Ji Xuanchen spoke with a cold expression. "Leave these puny trash to me." Wu Yan spoke up, cautioning. "Careful." The Yan clan head moved incredibly fast, appearing behind Dongfang Hai. "Have you bothered to count how many lives you have?" He cried out in fright. Don't come here." "Hand over the treasure pearl. Turn around and give it to me." The Yan clan head threw a punch directly into Dongfang Hai's chest. A spirit pearl flew out from his body. "It's the heaven-sacrificing spirit pearl." The Yan clan head caught it, exclaiming joyfully, "Excellent! I've got the heaven-sacrificing spirit pearl, my lord." He immediately threw it away, shouting loudly, "Catch it!" Xuanchen, standing below, praised, "Well done." Suddenly, Tian Yuan yelled, "Ji Xuan, be careful!" A giant fish opened its mouth to swallow Xuan Tran. "That monster fish is too big." Xuan Tran was surprised. He looked at the monster fish. He thought this fish was targeting the spirit pill that had just fallen near Kim Kim Tu. Xuan Tran angrily stabbed his sword into its mouth, seeking death. "Grab Tian Vien's people," he said. "Grab me. Hold on tight." He swayed back and forth. "Ah!" Nyanjia frantically flew over, exclaiming, "Master!" The big fish closed its mouth, swallowing Xuantran and Tianvian inside. Nianjia cried out in fear. Oh no, the saint's son has been swallowed by the monster fish. He screamed in horror. Ah! He frantically rushed to attack the fish. I'll kill you. A disciple next to him advised. Calm down a bit, clan master. Kim too, then, burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Indeed, even heaven is helping me. This monster fish, Tianqi, can swallow all laws and powers. Its body is also incredibly strong. Both of them are definitely dead. I think you should obediently surrender. Don't be dogs for your new master anymore. Gritting his teeth, Nianjia turned his head. Nianjia was so furious his brain ached. You brat, seeking death! Full of murderous intent, he lunged towards him. This old man will kill you today. Old geezer, are you just relying on yourself? Don't cling to vain hopes. The monk immediately dodged him, then swam to the spirit pearl. You're too slow. Jiqian Lingju is mine. Ha 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 ha. I got it. He tossed the spirit pearl up. Come on, Jiqian Lingju. Let everyone witness your power, spirit pearl. A brilliant light shone forth, blinding everyone. Such immense power. This evil monk flashed a sinister smile. Old geezer, go die. The Gong family covered their faces, struggling to endure. Oh no, we're finished. Wu Yan seized the opportunity to attack. Yet another warrior. Jinjian Zi, I've come to help you. She launched, slash after slash, wiping out the Gong family members. Ah! The evil monk burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha! Well done! Round them all up for me. Today is indeed an auspicious day. Suddenly, the spirit pearl underwent a change, fluctuating ceaselessly. Then it fell straight onto the evil monk's head. Zhenba. What? All three, Dongfang Hai, Wu Yan, and Shen Badao, were utterly astonished. They exclaimed in unison, What? At this moment, the evil monk was slammed face down into the lake bed. Og, my Jiqian Lingju! The spirit pearl is lying in the hand of a girl. She clicked her tongue, scoffing. Tut, that's Tian Yuan. She said, The heaven-sacrificing spirit pearl is mine. The sect masters gnashed their teeth. What? Master Ngon came and bowed his head. In the end, I still have to trouble Miss Tyne. I, Ngon, am truly ashamed. Tian Guyen replied, It's all right. If I easily make a move, it will easily attract the attention of the upper realm. I should still thank Master Nungon for understanding. The disciples of the 5 sects dared to conspire against County Huyan Tran. They are truly audacious. Having said that, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from her. Today, stay in this celestial pond. Elder Sam waved his hand, signaling, Don't fight her desperately. Let's retreat first. The sect masters hurriedly swam up to the surface of the water. The Nguyen laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha! You all stay in this celestial pond and guard the spirit for the saint. Child, go! Master Ngon clenched his fist and chased after him. Old dog Sam, you plotted to harm the saint child and still want to leave? Leave your life behind. With a punch, Master Ngon struck. He was crossing his arms to block it. Damn it! But the power from this punch was too strong, knocking him flying backward. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he fell heavily onto the wicked monk, Kim 2 County Mo number. The calm water suddenly surged with waves. Only Yu Yin and Dongfang Hai flew out of the water. Damn it! They got away. Clan head Yan flew after them up to that hateful surface. I will definitely slaughter them all. Tian Yan said, Don't chase after them. The most important thing now is to find Ji-Yu Xuan Chen. Inside the massive fish, Xuan Chen and Tian Yuan were sliding into its stomach. The two fell into a place filled with bloody fluid. Once steady, Ji-Yu Xuan Chen retracted his sword. Injured, Tian Yuan half opened his eyes and shrieked, Ah, 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 ah! Elder brother Ji-Yu, where are we? Xuan Chen touched the fleshy wall, sensing each pulsating rhythm echoing around him. Xuan Chen spoke up. I'm afraid we're in the fish's belly. Tian Yuan gasped in astonishment. Huh? Well, it certainly smells fresh. Ahead, a current carried hundreds of fish rushing towards them, making Tian Yuan wonder what those were. When he realized, he gasped in shock. So many monstrous fish! Xuan Chen told him, Don't worry, just wipe them out. With that, Tian Yuan laughed gleefully and swung his sword. Ha ha ha! You're right. Allow me to clear a path for you. Elder brother Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu Xuan Chen used his hand to conjure a flame. Tian Yuan was astonished when his sword was broken. No, it's just as before. These fish are incredibly proficient in the laws of power. Sword chi that hit the fish was all swallowed by them. He then brought a hand to his neck. Xuan Chen thought to himself, rather than saying they swallowed them, it's more accurate to say these fish comprehend the laws of power even better than Saint Realm cultivators. As a result, they can decompose attacks and transform them into their own strength. He crossed his arms and circulated his chi, If that's the case, he summoned his 2 black and white carps. He said, "I want to see if you can truly destroy anything." Monster fish rushed forward to attack Xuan Chen's 2 carps. To their surprise, they couldn't consume these 2 fish. On the contrary, it even made them break their teeth. Tian Yuan spoke up, craning his neck in surprise. "Brother, what kind of technique is this of yours?" Seeing the profundity of the technique, Tian Yuan couldn't help but marvel. "Your application of the laws of power is truly amazing. Absolutely miraculous. It truly is as miraculous as the power of those monster fish." Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere. "Wait! Wait! Young master! Spare our lives! Don't kill us!" Turning around to search, Tian Yuan wondered, who is speaking? Xuan Chen immediately withdrew his move, returning to the wall of flesh that slowly disappeared. Tian Yuan spoke up. "This fish has already melted down." Xuan Chen observed carefully, not uttering a single word. From within the melted mass of the monstrous fish, a voice emerged once more. "Young master, please don't be so hasty." One could then only see a large lanternfish pleading, "Young master, show mercy."
Isekai?